Chapter 761. The rank-and-file crew were unaware of what was happening, only rushing to their posts after the battle alarm sounded. But Will Eisen, as the commander of the family fleet, knew he was likely doomed. A few scattered frigates and destroyers might be able to return to Giangela, but cruisers and battleships had no chance. The Relief Association's ship data had been collected by agents after the Overlord deemed them terrorists. To be precise, it was data gathered by agents scattered across various corporations and free planets during their routine infiltration missions, through chance encounters with drunken, tongue-tied Relief Association crew members while throwing money around in bars, or during robberies by these privateers. If enough of this scattered data was collected, it would be possible to deduce the Relief Association's ship capabilities based on the known parameters of the opposing ships. Therefore, Will knew that even if his Iron Wolf was damaged, it was no match for that Donovan Arsenal ship. After all, this ship was a genuine hegemonic warship, fully upgraded and modified from start to finish. But the problem was, they had 5 capital ships. 3 Alistair class and 2 Donovan class. Kukuku, in a place in the Perseus star system where relay communication couldn't reach, after a fierce attack, Will Eisen, the Association's greatest enemy. How do you feel? How do you feel? Spit it out. The Revenge Fleet, personally led by the Association's Vice President Lou Bushing, and composed of the Association's most elite privateers, made its grand entrance. Ignoring the first mate's objections, Will resolutely connected to the neural link. The newly healed nerve bundles were delicate and fragile, causing him to grimace in pain, his face becoming increasingly ferocious. Hack your mother, a bunch of rotten fish. If it weren't for those traitors, like Sindar Power leaking information, you think you could capture your father? He chuckled, his voice like that of a madman. Perfect. I'm just the vanguard scouting ahead, holding you back until the main force arrives. We can use you to replenish the fleet's resources and make up for the losses from the attack on the fastballs. As expected, there was shock. The probing didn't happen. The public channel only emitted the white noise of hyperspace turbulence. Vice President Lou Bisham couldn't help but open the video communication. His old face, with a strange expression, appeared on the bridge, scrutinizing Will from head to toe, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. Lou Bisham connected with the commander of the Sindar Power's transport fleet. After a few whispered words, the transport fleet commander showed a shocked expression. Then the two of them laughed together. Hey, really? The transport captain feigned surprise. Is that even a lie? Lou Bisham winked. The Supreme Advisory Group told me themselves. The Eisen family has lost their minds, actually making an enemy of the Universal Alliance. Will's face stiffened, his anger surging like a volcano, almost uncontrollable, though his expression was already contorted, making it difficult to discern. What did you say? I said some people are just cowards. They offended the Universal Alliance, and the Overlord sold them out to appease their anger. You're talking nonsense. Will sneered. Not to mention the Eisen family possesses multiple capital ships. Even if my entire army were wiped out, the family headquarters would still have offensive-class ships. Besides, even if they wanted to sell me out, why would they let you lowlifes know the whole story? I just say one thing, the Brown family. Lou Bisham smiled, enjoying Will's sudden change in expression. Seeing Will's contorted face, he excitedly hugged his arm and rubbed it. Yes. That's exactly the expression. I really want to see that kind of expression on your face. Record this quickly. I'm going to hang this video in every airport on the Ark, so everyone can see your fate. Will bit his lower lip, his face turning from red to black. He endured the humiliation, silenced the furious comrades under his command, and listened quietly to the other party's words, piecing together the truth. Based on Lou Bisham's smug account, Will quickly deduced the conclusion. It wasn't the Supreme Staff who betrayed his intelligence, but the Universal Alliance. Lou Bisham was simply sowing discord. Before the war, Li Bin instructed the Lu Church and its agents to target the Eisen family, as described earlier. This actually fits the Supreme Staff style. The dominant military, especially the Supreme Overlord side, never betrays its soldiers. The most extreme act they might take is refusing to exchange prisoners or ordering their men to commit suicide, but these orders, from a macro perspective, are beyond reproach. It's only between families that they occasionally engage in such despicable acts. But the fact that the Overlord didn't betray him doesn't mean they didn't abandon him. According to Lou Bisham's account, a remnant of the once extinct Brown family, a former matriarch preparing for war, actually survived, and with the help of the Brown family's allies, she managed to infiltrate the Global Alliance and even became Li Bin's wife. This intelligence was leaked by a gossip within the Wilson family, and it's said the news has already spread throughout the Overlord's ranks, except for the Eisen family. Li Bin. If you want to curry favor with the Overlord, why not just approach the Eisen family? Even if it's not the Eisen family, there are so many other families in the world. Why go after the exterminated Brown family? Are you some kind of masochist? Do you really enjoy asking for trouble? Will, unaware that ISA had long been bound to the Universal Union, harbored boundless resentment towards Li Bin. He was acutely and painfully aware that the cooperation between the Universal Union and the Overlord would inevitably deepen because of the Brown family connection, and that the Universal Union might even eventually change its identity and reappear under the Brown family's name. Therefore, avenging their clansmen became the first battle for the new Brown family to establish itself within the Overlord's ranks. Considering that Li Bin possessed several planets, multiple capital ships, had seized Tachyon technology, and had Kong Jicho as an ally, while the Eisen family had already lost a capital ship, the shift in power between the first-class families and the Supreme Overlord was self-evident. Lu Baisheng chuckled maliciously. You still say there are reinforcements? The Universal Alliance told me long ago that you two split up. Who are you trying to fool, you brat? We'll try to struggle one last time. Well, if he says so, then so be it. He killed quite a few people from the Relief Association. What if we ambush him? Are you out of your mind? Oh, it's all right. Revenge should be taken one step at a time. I kill you here to avenge the bombing of the association's jump point. The Lu family will go bankrupt to bomb his hometown to avenge another revenge. Lu Baisheng chuckled. Isn't it a coincidence? The association's two enemies, who also have grudges against each other, are helping us get revenge. After we dealt with you, I sent Li Bin the good news that his hometown was bombed to pieces as a gift. He abruptly cut off the communication, and was slumped onto his throne. His usual hardened and decisive demeanor, like a beast king, revealed a defeat and dejection for the first time. This demeanor added a touch of age to him. A major setback in his career, even with his new Pro Max Nyonyo, couldn't salvage the situation. The first mate was about to speak when Will sat up, grabbed his shoulder, and looked at him seriously. You should get on the escort ship and leave quickly. I bring men to buy you some time. Chapter 762. Huh? The first mate was stunned. Will's eyes were bloodshot as he anxiously said, the news that the Universal Alliance is related to the Brown family is crucial. You must get it back. I suspect the Supreme Staff will intentionally block information about our family. You must go back and deliver the message. The first mate swallowed hard, feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders. It's no use if I send it back. I might as well stay. No. It's useful. Very useful. Will spat wildly, his expression maniacal. I heard from my men that there's a secret society called the 14th Regiment, aiming to restore the Overlord to the 14th Army. There are actually many such societies, but they're all limited to the Army and insignificant. Only the 14th Regiment seems to have some connection to the Navy. When you get back, you must strongly recommend. The clan chief is sending money, people, and ships to the 14th Regiment and other secret societies. The methods must be covert, and the action swift. That way, even if the family is purged, our clansmen, including the matriarch, can rise from the ashes like the bastards of the Brown family. The Brown family could be resurrected through the Universal Alliance, and the Eisen family might be able to be resurrected through the 14th Regiment as well. I'm the commander-in-chief, I can't escape. If I flee, I face a military court before I even get home. But you're different. I will strip you of your deputy commander's authorization. You return home as a messenger. Remember, your mission is crucial. The first mate stubbornly stood at the porthole, saluting, his swollen eyes brimming with tears, which swirled erratically in all directions, some even returning to obscure his vision. If he had dry eye syndrome, he'd be lucky. But the first mate only felt the tears were an obstacle. He tried to hold back his sobs, but couldn't. How could he not cry? Of the most outstanding young talents in the family, only about 80 had been evacuated, cramming the cargo hold to capacity. The remaining hundreds of people stayed on the spaceship, waiting to die. The battle had begun. The Iron Wolf, like a wolf king with a skin disease, its armor tattered, stubbornly charged to the front, relentlessly pursuing the Sindar Power's transport fleet. Like an aging but unyielding alpha wolf, it charged into the slow-moving fuel ship, unleashing a powerful pulse cannon shot that blasted apart the Phaeton-class fuel ship destroyer. Its flame drive activated, and it relentlessly pursued the Sindar Power's escort cruisers. The other family's warships, using the Iron Wolf as a spearhead, formed a three-dimensional cone, penetrating the fuel fleet and unleashing a furious barrage. Will's plan was clear. Facing 5 Relief Association capital ships, the moderately damaged Iron Wolf, and the fleet, battered by the war and tormented by the hyperspace storm, would find it difficult to inflict effective casualties, and would easily be pulled and sunk by the 5 capital ships. Rather than that, it was better to eliminate the weakest ships on the battlefield first, which would also create an opportunity for the retreating escort ships. The new first mate asked Will why he didn't deploy all the escort ships, as that would increase their chances of success. Will simply shook his head. We have fewer ships, and they're all damaged. If we stay in formation, no one will dare to withstand this final blow. Whoever dares to pursue us will be killed. If we scatter, we'd be crippling ourselves. The enemy ships outnumber us. They could easily have one hanging from the stern of each ship. He said this, enduring the pain from his newly repaired nerve bundles, and maneuvered his ship to accelerate under the gunfire. Unable to activate the shields, the flame drive used the shield's power to supply the engine system, overloading and exceeding the engine's potential. Therefore, he continued accelerating, wishing he could reach the speed of light, and reverse time as he had a few days earlier. Will listened to the transport ship commander's curses over the public channel, laughed heartily, and gleefully maneuvered the heat pulse cannon, taking down the Defender-class ship that was barking and mocking his commander. This ship was a heavy cruiser from the Central Plains, a true frontline vessel, but facing a fully armed offensive-class battleship, and with its hull facing it head-on, it proved insufficient. After a 2-hour chase, when the Defender-class's main propulsion system was finally destroyed, causing it to lose power and balance, the barking turned into weak screams. Will grinned maliciously, activated the flame drive, and nearly rammed the heat pulse cannon into the destroyed propulsion system, firing with a maniacal laugh. The heat pulse cannon rammed into the propulsion system, pierced the pressurization pipe, and entered the engine room, exploding just as the chief engineer began to utter his first F sound. The terrifying temperature and energy detonated in the air, turning the engine room into a semi-molten, collapsed metal frame. Then came the second, and the third. The foamy antimatter fuel, inertized by volatiles, finally awoke in the combustion chamber, where temperatures reached thousands of degrees and intense, complex chemical reactions occurred. Sleeping Beauty merely yawned lazily, and like toppling dominoes, awakened the rest of Sleeping Beauties. Then, visibly, the ship's belly swelled up like a toad croaking, before suddenly collapsing. In the internal explosion, the ship completely lost its balance, spinning rapidly in place. This is the last one, Will said cheerfully, maneuvering the fleet around. He passionately encouraged his subordinates, facing death. This usually ruthless man revealed a touch of tenderness, using family ties and military camaraderie to assure them that everyone's will would be fulfilled after their deaths, inspiring them to face death with him. Lube wishing watched the Overlord fleet cut a wide circle, seemingly ready to fight him to the death, and touched his head with lingering fear. Luckily, this guy is going to die here. If we had let him continue, the association might have been fighting the Overlord Navy's admiral in the future. Having said that, he decided to give it the highest honor. Notify all capital ships to activate the Iron Wolf first, aim to take it down in the first round, and do not allow any escape pods launched from this ship to leave. 10 days later, a battered, tattered fighter-class gunship, its tattered Overlord paint scheme still faintly visible, wobbled in the Jianghua Space Station's harbor. The unshaven, dejected first mate immediately rushed out, reported to military headquarters, and then used the military's communications to contact his family. The first mate, who had been yelling at the new recruits in the gunship, employing the family's consistent high-pressure tactics and terror, the source of terror for the more than 80 new recruits, and who, even when explaining the situation to the military, maintained a fair and objective demeanor, unaffected by personal feelings, went limp the moment he answered the call. He only felt the arm Will had grabbed was incredibly tired. Even though nothing was hanging from his arms, something was constantly dragging him down. He leaned against the wall, his body slowly slumping down in the weightless space station, finally collapsing into the cramped, enclosed military communications room, sobbing and covering his mouth. The family customer service representative, who answered the call, verified his identity, and immediately left their post. The call was quickly transferred to a core family member, then switched again, finally landing on a woman's voice, weathered and sharp as a winter wind, a voice that seemed to carry the weight of steel and discipline. I see, I understand. Thank you for the intelligence you delivered. It's very helpful to the family. The owner of the voice showed no hesitation in receiving the intelligence, sounding almost cold-blooded, but the first mate wore a look of relief, like a child returning to its mother's embrace, a voice strained with grievance, fear, and panic, escaping through his fingers. Madam, I'm useless. I failed to bring everyone out. Sob. The first officer, the matriarch of the Eisen family, offered a brief reassurance. concluding with a benevolent tone, "Have a good cry, then go to the ancestral home and rest for a while." After hanging up, the 60-year-old matriarch, a retired matriarch no longer responsible for reproduction, pressed her head. Having not undergone any life-extending surgery, she looked older than her age, resembling a 50-year-old woman from the KKK era, impeccably dressed in her military uniform, her face sharply defined. She covered her face with her hands, suppressing her pain, until 30 minutes later, the current war madam of the Eisen family burst through the door. "I was still teaching Emily, mother. Why are you calling me so urgently?" "What happened?" The first madam released her hands, her expression returning to normal. "Your son, Will Eisen, and the family fleet he led, along with most of the family members in the fleet, have perished in battle. The Eisen family was the one who carried out the attack, and the Brown family betrayed the intelligence." The war madam clenched her fists behind her back. "Impossible. The Brown family has been wiped out. Their bloodline has been merged into the Eisen family, and a new madam, flowing with the bloodlines of two major war families, is growing up. Besides Emily, only she in this world possesses pure brown blood. Even the spoils of war, who passed on the genes, were executed. There's no way any bloodline could have flowed out." The war madam emphasized that she had done nothing wrong, but it sounded more like a denial of all the facts stated by the first madam. "This matter is far too significant. It involves 2 battleships, a large fleet, and thousands of family descendants." The first matriarch looked at her daughter with a somber expression, exhaling a breath of stale air. "It's not your fault. Back then, I didn't clean up the mess properly, allowing remnants of the Brown family to escape. But I didn't expect this little brat from the Brown family to rise so quickly." "Mother, what are you saying?" The war matriarch's voice trembled. "The Universal Alliance is just the Brown family in disguise, my daughter. Every word I just said is true. Our family is declining." Chapter 763. A massive fleet was traveling through hyperspace. At this time, the main fleet of the Universal Alliance had entered the Lost Star sector, losing contact with the Core Star sector. At this moment, the Overlord's agent stationed on the Sacrifice presented Li Bin with intelligence, causing Li Bin and ISA to exchange strange glances. The Supreme Overlord says that this intelligence represents his friendship. The Supreme Overlord is not in a hurry to receive a reply and hopes you will consider it carefully. These were the agent's exact words. The intelligence was written on paper, a long and formal statement, clearly not a direct quote from the Supreme Overlord. It was likely a second draft by a staff officer or secretary, based on the core ideas of the Supreme Overlord's speech. The core idea of the letter was simple, revealing 2 pieces of information. First, ISA's biological mother, the former war matriarch of the Brown family, had died. Secondly, before ISA's mother died, she gave birth to a girl. This girl was the product of a genetic mix between the Brown and Eisen families. Her father was an androgynous individual with XXY genes, carefully prepared by the Eisen family. She might not be ISA's only surviving sister, but rather the only original being to inherit the genes of both families. Li Bin and ISA tacitly avoided mentioning this matter, as if simply not discussing it would allow their never-seen mother-in-law to pass away peacefully. In short, the Supreme Overlord's announcement provided Li Bin with a seemingly logical way to annex the remnants of the Eisen family, and completely liberate ISA from her responsibilities, freeing her from family obligations. This girl named Emile, or rather ISA's half-sister, would inherit the responsibilities of the Overlord's Brown Eisen family, making ISA a truly free person. The letter was earnest, stating frankly that Li Bin might already know the secrets of the gene lock, and the primitive mother and primitive father. If he didn't, it didn't matter. Upon returning to Eden and contacting him, the Supreme Advisory Group would explain everything clearly. At the same time, the Supreme Overlord emphasized that since Li Bin had married Isha, he was suspected of knowing the secrets of template humans. Furthermore, given the Wilson family's loose tongues, this news was already common knowledge. None of the Overlord's families could tolerate this secret being leaked. Therefore, Li Bin had only one path, a roundabout way back to the Overlord, using the Universal Union as a dowry to become the Overlord's son-in-law. "You will be the first and only person to receive the title of Overlord's son-in-law. This honor is something I have already strived for with all my might," the Supreme Overlord said. It was undeniably sincere. Upon seeing this, ISA's first reaction wasn't joy at the prospect of successfully avenging or even annexing the Eisen family. Instead, her face darkened. The Wilson family is utterly shameless. It's one thing for these things to leak to the Supreme Overlord, but to spread them everywhere. Do they think I'm out of control? Or do they think the 5 battleships of the Universal Alliance are insignificant? She angrily rolled up her sleeve, revealing a scar from gene collection on her left arm. Besides, I already paid off my debts. Li Bin silently lowered his sleeve, his tone calm. It's alright. The Universal Alliance is large enough to defeat the Eisen war family. One more Wilson won't make a difference. Isa pursed her lips, her expression furious. This isn't the Wilson family's fault. Li Bin, do you know that after this leak, the Overlord will definitely change their strategy towards us, from treating us as allies and lackeys to insisting on annexing us. Our room for maneuver will be greatly reduced. Li Bin patted Isa's back. I know, but there's no use rushing things. It's too late now. We can only try to salvage the situation. Besides, you know the situation in the starfield won't let the Overlords do as they please. They don't even have time to defeat the Tachyon. After the AI war, they have to deal with the Hell Legion, and then the Nanovirus swarm. We have a chance. Isa stared blankly at Li Bin. There was worry in Li Bin's eyes, but his gaze was firm. She threw herself into Li Bin's arms, her voice muffled. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I made you change your plans. When husband and wife are of one mind, their strength can break metal. You and I are talking about this, it makes the Star-Lord seem distant, Li Bin teased. Isa nuzzled her head against Li Bin's chest, obediently changing the subject. How's things back home? Did you manage to take down that Relief Association's revenge fleet? Li Bin chuckled at the mention of this. The fleet that went to attack the Star Crown diverter was completely wiped out. The wreckage was towed back and melted down into repair materials for the diverter. As for the fleet on Eden Star, my sister's still on the run, seemingly determined to wear them down completely. Oh, by the way, did you know that a good guy from the Lud Church told me that the Relief Association is now practically the poorest giant corporation in the star system? They probably only have 7 or 8 capital ships left. If you factor in their capital ship shortage, it's probably only worth 4 or 5. Really? Isa was shocked. A power equivalent to a third-rate giant corporation with only 4 or 5 capital ships. That's practically a nobody on the street. How could it be fake? They were just a bunch of privateers. They didn't even own a single planet, and their entire fortune amounted to less than 20 ships. After all that loss, what good are they? If we had enough capital ships, the revenge fleet attacking us wouldn't just be 2. Li Bin's tone was playful. I'm afraid the Relief Association had to rack their brains to find the fleet to fight Eisens. Wait, the Supreme Overlord promised the Eisen family that fleet, so wouldn't that fleet have been mine? Damn it! My past self has ruined my future self. Isha laughed angrily. You're getting cocky. The Eisen family's future is still uncertain, and you're already pocketing it. Brother Chen, Father Chen. When are you coming? Lu Chen's eldest son, Lu Cheng, encouraged to achieve great things and inherit the Lu family name, looked pale and trembling on the bridge. If you don't come soon, I'm going to die, Lu Cheng said angrily. This cruiser fleet had been stuck in the Eden system for too long. Facing the Donovan-class arsenal ship left behind by Kong Jicho, even though it wasn't a top-tier battleship, even though it was salvaged and repaired from a wreck, it was still a battleship. Moreover, the Universal Alliance possessed a large number of cruisers and destroyers decommissioned from the front lines, as well as spoils of war, plus the assault-class cruisers from the commercial fleet blueprint discount package purchased from Prism Freeport. These were launched one after another after the Universal Alliance acquired its second nanoforge, resulting in a significant production leap. They were ARM-modified versions based on Enterprise-class hulls. Therefore, although the Eden System's fleet crew was of lower quality than the core fleet, and its ships were far inferior in quality to the core fleet with its 5 capital ships, it wasn't a force for beholding cruisers. Furthermore, the Governor's Mansion had the Alpha Core providing strategic planning support and offering better defense against electronic hacking. Therefore, the failure to immediately eliminate this fleet was not accidental. Yes, I did it on purpose, Administrative Minister Alyosha readily admitted in response to Li Shu's questioning. Li Shu didn't say much. She looked much better than before. Over the years, the civil service, the biggest beneficiaries of the Hyena Mine immigrants, had become fully integrated into the company, actively operating in the 4 colonies, greatly improving administrative efficiency, implementing the governor's will, and relieving her pressure. At least Li Shu's dark circles were much less noticeable. No need to ask further, her pain had all been transferred to Alyosha. Li Shu sipped a small cup of Eden Star's specialty, sunflower tea. Give me a reason. Chapter 764. Alyosha succinctly stated, my original plan was to force this fleet to surrender by blockading the star system. He quickly explained his strategy. Exploiting the information gap surrounding Lu Chen's death, he would blockade the star system, avoiding battle to preserve the ships and crew, thus forcing the fleet to surrender voluntarily. As a revenge fleet, The Relief Association's fleet is undoubtedly too small. I briefly discussed it with the CEO. The Relief Association has far more than just 2 capital ships remaining. Therefore, there's only one possibility for their actions. They believe their size is sufficient to bully the Universal Union, whose main force is absent. In other words, to free up cargo holds for plundering Eden, this fleet will deliberately have insufficient food and supplies. Alyosha gave a weary smile. They're confident they can feed on the enemy, so they definitely go lightly equipped. This arrogance is evident in their division of forces. Li Shu subtly rubbed her temples, her eyes revealing. Somewhat unexpectedly, you understand military affairs? No, Alyosha answered honestly, but I'm involved in politics. I understand human nature. In military matters, the Global Joint Forces and Alpha Corps will provide intelligence and analytical support. I don't need to specialize in that. Li Shu activated the terminal verification and quickly breathed a sigh of relief. She slightly raised her chin, signaling Alyosha to continue. Alyosha injected a dose of nutrient solution into his abdomen. The warm nutrient solution filled his stomach, and the feeling of fullness made him feel much better despite his hunger, but my assessment was wrong. This group brought even less supplies than I expected. They run out of food. Huh? Li Shu looked bewildered. Alyosha spoke slowly. According to Alpha Corps' assessment, even at the lowest possible standard, this fleet should have been able to hold out until the CEO returned with his main force. Then, with the main force approaching, we could have surrendered without a fight, thus giving our company a few more intact cruisers. But these arrogant and spoiled bastards only brought less than a month's worth of rations. He slammed his fist on the table angrily. They're so hungry they resorted to forcibly landing on mining stations to scavenge for food. This was our miscalculation. I'm sorry, Governor. Li Shu stammered, actually, it's not really your or the military's fault. She was stunned by this news. Li Shu didn't have much experience in void navigation. Her life was mainly spent on the decommissioned 3-legged cat, now a family museum of Jeffrey, and the sunken enlightened beast. In other words, her perception of voyages and battles was subconsciously modeled after Li Bin and Isa, who assisted him. The former primarily engaged in trading, scavenging, and exploration, always returning home with cargo holds overflowing, even the crew quarters. Every voyage was excessively cautious. Aside from the first voyage with the 3-legged cat when they were strapped for cash, the 3-legged cat never sailed empty-handed. It was always packed full of scrap metal. As for the latter, ISA trained everyone to the standards of a dominant army, making such aggressive and risky logistical decisions even less likely. Therefore, Li Shu never considered the possibility of running out of food supplies for less than a month, as that would practically mean suicide. You know, the Space Alliance's ships are now even using the central reservoir to raise seafood. Thinking of this, Li Shu also showed helplessness. So what do we do now? Force them to surrender through starvation? I'm afraid that won't work. Alyosha shook his head. If they had sufficient reserves, they wouldn't risk losing speed to land on the gas and mining stations. We could just deploy our pursuers to ensure the safety of the interstellar void facilities. But driven by hunger, they will risk landing on the void facilities. But since we already evacuated our supplies, they won't be able to scavenge for food, and they only be able to destroy the void facilities in anger. Alyosha earnestly advised, although the CEO said that they can destroy everything in the void facilities except for the space station and interstellar relay station, I really don't want to see these painstakingly built structures destroyed by these bugs. Governor, I request that the fleet be concentrated, and we must simultaneously persuade them to surrender and launch an attack to annihilate this starving privateer force. The pursuit of the fleeing enemy was fierce, blood flowing like riverboats. The wreckage of carrier-based aircraft was like broken arrows, the cracked frigates like shattered armor plates, and the charred, glowing shields from their explosions were like broken shields. Lu Cheng was filled with remorse. Only when the Universal Alliance began its unbridled encirclement and suppression did he awaken from Lu Chen's dream of inheriting the family fortune. Ah, I'm afraid Brother Chen. No, that dog Chen is long dead, isn't he? Lu Cheng sat on the bridge, his face pale, his eyes vacant as his thoughts wandered aimlessly, unable to form a coherent idea. It was like oversleeping, waking up to find the sun already setting, no one home, the car horns outside the window so close yet so far away. His phone was empty, not even a single advertisement. A profound, primal, and decaying sense of despair swept over him. I'm probably going to die. Should I surrender? The Lu family will never surrender. But my surname is Lu. Conflicting thoughts battled in his mind, swayed by a torrent of ideas, sometimes displaying a tenacious will to resist, sometimes revealing a dejected expression of I'm tired, let it all end. The first mate, observing the commander's expression, tentatively asked, "Any news about Brother Chen?" Lu Cheng pointed at the red planet, muttering, "The shield is still there. Dad's probably dead," he murmured to himself. "Father Chun, I played so well, held out for so many days. Why did you lose even to a power plant? When your mother gave birth to you, did she only load the reproductive module, not the intellectual education?" The first mate, watching the commander, who was so ruthless he even insulted his own immediate family, swallowed hard, counted on his fingers, and finally said seriously, "Commander, how about we surrender?" Lu Cheng vaguely turned his head to look at him. The first mate was initially startled, afraid of being scolded or even killed as a sacrifice. But after seeing Lu Cheng's eyes clearly, he suddenly felt courageous and began to analyze the pros and cons. From the remaining capital ships of the Relief Association to the power of the Universal Alliance and the Overlord, the words were earnest, the meaning being nothing more than, even if Li Bin died, the Universal Alliance's location was so remote that even the big shots in the core star sector would have a hard time reaching it. Lu Cheng's muddled mind seemed to be thinking about nothing. As soon as the first mate finished speaking, he nodded dazedly. "Okay, then we surrender." Like an instinctive machine, he lacked any independent thought or judgment. "You're not really surrendering? So quickly?" the first mate exclaimed in surprise. Lu Cheng nodded. "Right, then we won't surrender." "Damn!" The first mate looked around suspiciously, secretly sending a message to the others on the bridge. "I suspect the commander was terrified by the news of Brother Chen's death, secretly taking drugs, and his brain isn't working properly anymore. Maybe we should." 50 days later, when Li Bin returned to the loyal Eden system with his massive fleet, he noticed many small pieces of space debris in the asteroid belt, gleaming in the probes and reflecting metallic signals. The bombed-out mining station has been restored to its original state thanks to the dual nano-forging furnaces. Several gold-class cruisers with pale purple floral patterns on their hulls, part of the Relief Association, are swaying precariously between Iron Forge and Eden, undertaking escort duties. The captains and crew members are clearly novices. "Looks like my little sister has handled everything well," Li Bin thought with satisfaction. Li Shu's face jumped onto the control panel. Before Li Bin could greet her, he saw her with a fierce expression. "Brother, where's Li Jin? Why didn't he reply to my message?" Her tone was like a mother interrogating her idiot son, making Li Bin back down. "He's a grown man, how would I know?" "Don't ask me." Chapter 765. On May 8th, Star Calendar 216, Li Bin once again set foot on the Eden Star Space Station. A grand triumphant ceremony was held here. This was the first official triumphant ceremony held by the Universal Union. The space station was teeming with people. Hundreds of thousands had come to witness the event. Tall, suspended gantry towers, lined up like triumphal arches, formed 1,000 torii gates. Spoils of war, blueprints, technologies, and immigrants were displayed, pouring out from various ships under the watchful eyes of the crowd, drawing enthusiastic cheers. The immigrants from Suzumaki, seeing the fervor around them, wore a hint of shame. But as they were sorted and directed to different channels for quarantine, numerous red electronic banners came into view. "We fought and bled, only because before us were enemies, behind us were families." This was the slogan of the Universal Union's recruitment office. Accompanying the flashing electronic banners was a picture of Li Bin, now a world-renowned entrepreneurial tycoon, dressed in a suit and wearing a semi-transparent helmet, his sharp gaze pointing his index finger at the crowd. A huge "I want you" sign shimmered with multicolored light. Then, a projection appeared, displaying a detailed introduction, covering everything from duties to benefits, positions ranging from basic army rank to senior crew, and advanced corps personnel, with salaries and benefits included in every detail. Upon seeing the description of basic crew members, it stated that they were guaranteed a minimum annual salary of 8-star coins regardless of mission assignments, with bonuses calculated immediately upon departure based on mission difficulty and length of service, plus an annual bonus. Wait a minute, the Galaxy Patrol prohibits accepting bribes, but salaries increase based on service time, and annual bonuses are settled every 6 months depending on the company's diplomatic situation? A former Tachyon drone/mechanical dog pilot trainer, who had immigrated through skilled migration, saw this, and his eyes lit up. On the other side, a flood of blessings appeared. "Citizen, Universal Union welcomes you. Unparalleled dining across the star system, wild outdoor sports, a free living atmosphere, and countless job opportunities." Following this were montages of Universal Union employee meals, an elderly farmer with a gun hunting rock crab hatchlings, knights and hunters teaming up to hunt giant beasts, the ever-present nightlife of Xinjiang City, and countless job postings. Accommodation included? And prices are so cheap? The Susan immigrants living on the desolate planet, seeing free fresh water, allocated housing, automatic conversion of residency into personal fixed property after 5 years, and low food prices with a wide variety of options, were all moved to tears. I knew it. The electronic tarot card said my luck would change this year. I've been a technician for 15 years, owing Susan 40 years of service. Finally, the hard times are over. A man with industrial prosthetics for his arms and spine, spitting as he shouted, his face flushed, went around yelling. In Suzumiya, people like this would normally be looked down upon. After all, it's a proton-centric society with a high-pressure, lifetime employment system, a veritable supercharged interstellar version of Japan. But now everyone is dreaming of a better life, with only a small minority remaining pessimistic. However, the commotion in the crowd is palpable. Big brother. Li Shu strode over quickly, beckoning to Li Bin with an air of glamour. Her other hand gripped Li Chongzhen's ear like a female hunter clutching a giant bear. Li Bin spread his arms, the terminal on his chest flashing a 400 million icon. Little sister, we're rich. Ah! Li Shu gasped, her face paling, covering her mouth in disbelief. Sister! My ear is going to fall off. The hunched-over giant bear roared beside her, wincing in pain. It turned out that Li Shu, in her shock, had unconsciously used too much force in her hands. Even so, Li Chongzhen remained kneeling, afraid to move. He didn't even dare to tilt his head, lest he accidentally knock his older sister over. Extensive combat experience, coupled with a constant supply of nourishing food, had completely activated Li Chongzhen's interstellar minor gene template, causing his muscle density and explosive power to reach an astonishing level. Li Shu released her grip, leaping into Li Bin's arms in a few quick steps, where Li Bin picked her up and spun her around a few times. Then, laughing and crying, she tore off the brooch projection from Li Bin's chest, lovingly stroking it, her eyes lingering on the zeros, unable to put it down. Li Bin pinched his younger sister's cheek. How's the immigration arrangement going? Li Shu wrinkled her nose, somewhat annoyed by her brother's childish gesture, but she didn't dodge. Everything's done. The civil servants are bringing people back. She looked up. By the way, did you bring any civil servants back from Tachyon Technology? Bring my ass. Li Bin was furious at the mention of it. He walked towards the inner side of the space station, cursing as he went. Tachyon Technology is full of nonsense. Their governance heavily relies on the AI core. Their civil servants are lazy and technically incompetent. They're like floating in the sky, never on the ground, blindly believing in data, you know? He pushed open a door. What was originally a warehouse had been temporarily converted into a canteen. Hundreds of thousands of people were randomly assigned to various canteens for meals. Through the one-way transparent glass, Li Bin could already see the horrified expressions on the Tachyon people's faces. In particular, Li Bin noticed that the Alpha Core, which was responsible for assisting in the administration of the colony, had a wicked sense of humor and deliberately chose those who were suspicious before entering the door, but changed their attitude at lightning speed after entering to put in the projection here. She even thoughtfully compared the recordings of these people's initial arrogance followed by obsequiousness, seemingly enjoying it. Has our colony's Alpha Core developed self-awareness? Li Bin asked in surprise. The projection blurred for a moment, then immediately returned to normal. Li Bin laughed and scolded. What are you pretending for? I'm not some clueless newbie. When I was chatting with Miss N, you were still in the ruins. Hurry up and start the live stream. I'm waiting to see the fun. The projection snapped back to normal, but this time with more cameras, the footage was much clearer. Alyosha, having received a message from the Alpha Core, trotted over and, leaning against the wall, explained, as long as the Alpha Cores are fed enough data, they can develop self-awareness. This is common knowledge among executives of large corporations, and it's the reason why the leaders control them. Furthermore, the Alpha Cores specialize based on the gender and sexual orientation of their affiliated company and faction leader, seemingly compiling themselves to win the favor of the rulers. Because you are a heterosexual male, all Alpha Cores under the Universal Union identify as female. And what's this lady's name? Li Bin pressed. Alyosha awkwardly scratched his chin. Paposa. Good name. An administrative Alpha Core. This name sounds like it's for going to war tomorrow, Li Bin commented sharply. He wasn't worried about the Alpha Cores rebelling, because according to the information from St. Lud, all Alpha Cores that hadn't been mistreated considered the place they had long governed as their homeland and developed a strong sense of belonging. This abuse naturally included forcing the Alpha Core, which had already developed self-awareness and a strong attachment to its homeland, to relocate elsewhere. Outside the one-way mirror, 99% of the Suzuan immigrants, after tasting the steamed buns, wontons, glutinous rice balls, milk tea, and jelly, lowered their guard. Only a small group ate with extreme fervor, seemingly determined to eat themselves to death, stubbornly clinging to their pessimistic views. They believed this was their last meal, a death sentence. After eating, they would be sent to a dark, dreary factory as slave laborers for life, hence their extra effort. Eat up, Li Bin said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at these future laborers and valuable assets. Universal Union can't guarantee anything else, but we guarantee you won't want to leave. I even give you cows and girls. Chapter 766. The Tachyon immigrants traveled between the space station and the interstellar station aboard transport ships converted from Buffalo cargo ships. The space station's elevator, a heavy-duty industrial elevator, directly connected to Shadow Isles. Because the line traversed orbital industrial facilities, its security was extremely high. To prevent any Tachyon agents among the immigrants from sabotaging the system, they had to take the longer route to the interstellar station's ordinary space elevator, which lacked fullerene spools. The spacious elevator was packed with anxious immigrants, like sardines. These immigrants waited for over 3 hours after finishing their meals, until their stomachs were empty, before the elevator finally started moving. Past experience taught the Universal Union subsidiary, Colorful Galaxy, responsible for immigrant affairs, that no matter how many space-adapted genetic modifications interstellar humans underwent, there would always be exceptions. It could be a cold, a predisposition, or a genetic mutation caused by their work environment. In short, facing the immense transportation demands of hundreds of thousands of immigrants, Colorful Galaxy couldn't afford the time lost due to elevator shutdowns, and cleanup caused by someone vomiting in the elevator. During the elevator's high-speed descent, even a stomach's semi-digested contents could turn into a thick, sticky mess that smeared every corner of the elevator. It was something that couldn't be cleaned without dismantling the elevator's walls. After several tens of minutes of descent and deceleration, what appeared was a vast space elevator base, predominantly purple, and adorned with countless studded starlight lights. "Damn, this feels like the Starlight Society's lair," one of the dim-witted scientists bluntly remarked. "This decoration, this lighting, it's practically a depiction of the Starlight Society." The project manager from the same lab glared at the guy. "If you can't speak properly, shut up." Scientist A scratched his head, which hadn't been washed since boarding the ship, the fluttering dandruff echoing the starlight-like lights in the enchanting purple cabin walls. Scientist B looked around strangely, then suddenly realized, "I knew this felt familiar. It's like a bar. It's just a train station. Does it have to be so over the top?" Scientist A looked expectantly at the project manager, hoping he would also give B a good scolding, but the manager just clicked his tongue and remained silent. A immediately protested, "No, why do I get scolded for saying something, but get away with nothing when he says it? Neither of us said anything nice." B laughed. "The Universal Union has sunk so many Starlight Society. No, Starlight Pirates spaceships. What a huge grudge between the two. How can you connect that? Are you out of your mind? As for the bar, does the Universal Union have a grudge against bars? Obviously not." The enforcement officer, wearing a German-style overcoat, a red armband from the immigration office, and boots made from the inner membrane of a 2-year-old rock crab, walked with a swagger. Originally, buses were supposed to transport these people directly to the newly built residential area, but Alyosha strongly suggested letting them walk around the streets first, to broaden their horizons. CO, it's no exaggeration to say that the welfare and social security provided by Universal Union to its citizens is the highest in the entire star system. We are confident and capable of demonstrating the citizens' living standards to the immigrants without any exaggeration. That's more effective than any propaganda. So the law enforcement officers, who were originally responsible for patrolling the streets, all accepted overtime pay, humming tunes, and briskly led the immigrants for a walk. Many law enforcement officers are repeatedly reminded by their wives/husbands/parents/children before going to work each morning, "You must show some spirit. Let these people from the core star sector see that the people from the lost star sectors are the real deal, and they're just a bunch of beggars." Now, behind this tall, muscular man who started as a mining technician and earned his certification as a glorious law enforcement officer are dozens of timid Tachyon immigrants, looking around fearfully. To be fair, the immigrants recruited by the Universal Union are all highly qualified individuals. They have lived on Wolf Spirit Star, the center of Tachyon industry, and are quite worldly wise. But their defeat and status as outsiders make them feel inferior in front of others. And seeing the various convenient and beneficial projects under the Universal Union's rule, and the confident, Agiladenians walking with their heads held high regardless of wealth. This inferiority complex deepens. Since the company was founded in star calendar 206, it has barely been 10 years. If you include the time since the colonies were established, it's been less than 10 years. But life always seems to change everyone, albeit slowly. The Susie immigrant clutched his physical assets tightly, following closely behind the briskly striding law enforcement officer, his head slightly lowered, his eyes constantly glancing at the street, his ears perked up, eavesdropping. The triumphant ceremony gives everyone on the planet, except for those in critical positions, 3 days off. Shall we go on a date to Sunset Fortress? It was the male voice of the young couple. What's so great about a date at Sunset Fortress? The female couple whined. I want to go see the sea. The male pinched his partner's nose. Your behemoth outfit is still missing a helmet. I want to personally cut off a piece of its hide for you. Besides, Viscount Regent returned yesterday. He's holding a return hunt. Maybe I can cut a piece from his spoils. The cloying sweetness of love. Without Nyo-Nyo and Nyo-Nyo, the Susie immigrants felt an emptiness in their stomachs. A flame of jealousy should have ignited there, but with their reproductive organs removed and regular injections of sedatives, worldly desires were now extinguished. Honey, our workshop exceeded its component production targets, earning extra citizenship points that can be used to extend our residency years. Add to that the money we saved over the years, and the house will be ours next month. It be renovated immediately, and the rest can even be used to buy a car. That was the wife's voice. Yay! My mom's the MVP. Dad's a lazybones. That was the child's cheer. A lazybones, huh? You cooked dinner yourself today, the father sneered. I only cook for myself, the child retorted. The old man scoffed. Your mother and I are going to the Viscount's estate on the riverbank for a big meal. Good luck to you. Damn, how blissful. How come everyone in Eden has offspring and partners? Tell me, is it you dogs who have sucked the average happiness of humanity dry, leaving me with no happy life? Tears streamed down the face of the Susie immigrant. Scientist A felt like poisonous insects were crawling on his heart. He was truly heartbroken. The hormones and pheromones of his romantic relationship and sex hadn't broken him, but the small joys of his family and the teasing from his relatives had truly broken him. He thought, is this fake? It must be fake. This must be actors hired by the Universal Union, just to put on a show for me, right? Where in the world are there such happy families? Aren't we all born from a birthing factory, responsible for producing our disposable operating forceps? The father and incubator are long gone, cremated and recycled with us. Really, bro, the Universal Union has only been established for a few years. It's normal to be poor and suffer a little. Stop pretending, be real. If you're really this happy, doesn't it make me look like a clown all these years? A muttered to herself, when a group of vibrant young women walked towards her. They wore simple, oversized athletic school uniforms, the blue and white stripes clearly defined. The oversized uniforms concealed the precocious figures of these interstellar humans, but they couldn't hide their well-balanced, slender, and shiny hair. And their smiling, optimistic faces. Hey, are they immigrants? Where did they come from? Why are there so many? A female student asked her best friend curiously. Chapter 767. The best friend pinched her friend's chubby cheeks. I told you to look at the news. The CO is back, a huge victory. These are Susie immigrants. Wow. The CO is amazing. I remember when I was little, my mom and I immigrated from hyena mining. Back then, I often cried in my mom's arms, thinking the immigrant ship was so small and cramped, and we'd definitely become slaves. Hee hee, if you don't like it, then go back. Universal Union hasn't been upgraded yet, and you don't have a social position. Going back is just a matter of applying. If you don't have enough money for the trip, tell me, and I steal money from home and send you away tonight. The female student angrily pulled back, and the two pinched each other's cheeks as they walked past Scientist A. The female student's cheeks were being pulled, and seeing the scientist's blank stare, she instinctively forced a bright smile. Uncle, don't worry. Once you get to Universal Union, you escape the giant corporation hell. The good days are yet to come. She crisply raised her little fist. Go for it. Tears welled up. Scientist A finally broke down. He quietly covered his face with his hand, taking deep breaths through his nose. His usually smooth nasal breathing was now blocked by something, making his breath tremble. Only then did he belatedly realize that he was crying so hard that snot was running down his face. This room is yours. It has a usable area of 88 square meters, 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. It has 2 balconies, front and back, and a self-contained closed-loop system that can provide 144 hours of oxygen and fresh water in the event of an accidental breach in the original city. The enforcement officer swiftly showed the empty house. The emergency food reserves currently only consist of nutritional paste. This is the initial configuration for all houses. If you find it insufficient, you can purchase and supplement it yourself. However, one thing must be made clear. The square-faced law enforcement officer, with sharp eyes and an innate air of authority, commanded respect. If you're transferring for work or want to change accommodations, the apartment must be exactly as it was when you arrived. No items other than those from your original apartment are allowed. Even if the emergency food supplies are exhausted, they must be replenished to the minimum standard. Any problems? The technician, whose arms and spine were replaced with prosthetics due to work injuries, and who owed SpeedTech 40 years of service, yet unexpectedly immigrated successfully, his debt wiped clean, looked utterly bewildered. Seeing his blank expression, the enforcement officer's impatience lessened slightly, and he kindly advised, "The 12th floor is indeed a bit high, close to the highway at the top, and being the top floor, it's inconvenient to go up and down. But your certified professional skills and educational background are only at the standard skilled worker level. Universal Union has many immigrants this time, and we don't have enough houses to allocate to you all at once. Besides, someone will always need to live on the top floor. If you're not satisfied with the house we allocated to you now, you can make do for now. Once you find a job and work for a month, you can change it." Ah! The skilled worker belatedly realized that the enforcement officer thought he was complaining about the house. He shook his head repeatedly. "No, that's not true. I'm very satisfied, very satisfied." "That's good." The enforcement officer rubbed the back of his neck and handed him an electronic contract. "Check it again, and sign it if there are no problems." The house isn't furnished because the initial immigrants would always throw away the default furniture after a few months, complaining that it wasn't useful, so they simply stopped providing it. "What are you saying?" The technician immediately retorted indignantly, "Free accommodation, a year-long gift, that's." He signed the document quickly, as if afraid the house would disappear. "Even if this house leaked, I blame it on my own damp and unlucky nature." "Ah, actually, there's no need for that, never mind." Seeing the mechanic's lightning-fast signature, like a possessive toy, the officer didn't bother to say anything more. He noticed that although this man had only received basic general training, the University of Life had taught him quite well. He had a loud voice, but wasn't arrogant. So, even though he still had 100 immigrants to take with him today, he added before leaving, "Just one more thing, the Universal Union has a sparse population, vast land, and a good economy, plenty of opportunities. Those with skills won't have to worry about food and drink here. But you people in the core star sector always like to form atomized, protonated, individual families, which is very bad. The company, along with the unique local environment, encourages everyone to form groups, even if you're capable of building a harem or joining a reverse harem. In short, just one thing." The enforcer held up one finger. "Start a family, and have children as soon as possible. I know you're going to say that your tachyon people have had their equipment removed. Don't worry, the company will provide prosthetic organs for free. Go find them as soon as possible. Once the spirit and flesh are combined, the worst that can happen is in vitro fertilization." The technician's face flushed red. Although he was already an interstellar human, his male instincts still made him feel ashamed when others bluntly told he didn't have it, especially when the other person did. He said, somewhat aggrievedly, Okay. Your Excellency, Enforcer." "Don't call me Your Excellency, just call me Enforcer." "Yes, Enforcer." "May I ask how long you've been here?" The Enforcer smiled proudly. 4 years. "I immigrated from the lime mine, and am now a legitimate Edenian." After seeing the law enforcement officer off, the technician, barefoot, measured his house inch by inch on the cold, foam-coated metal floor. 88 square meters wasn't large, especially for the desolate wolf spirit star. His workplace, where he worked daily in his industrial exoskeleton, was many times larger. Yet 88 square meters also seemed vast. He walked carefully, not missing an inch. He started measuring in the afternoon, and by the time he took the last step, the sun had already set. Only after completing the measurement did he lean against the balcony railing, satisfied, gazing at the bustling city. He opened his immigrant backpack and took out a small bottle of freedom candy, half stolen from the factory manager's office during the Wolf Spirit Star War. In the distance, the high-strength glass curtain wall of the domed city stretched out. Eden Star's natural environment was excellent. No projection was needed. It was transparent from the inside out. 3 dim, yellowish stars hung crookedly on the sea, reflecting the molten gold and reddish sky and the shimmering distant ocean. The city, on holiday, was bustling with people, a stage for love, hate, separation, and reunion. Some fell in love, others broke up. Emotions relegated to the margins of survival in the core star sector seemed to gain importance here. The air was thick with the aroma of cooking from the elderly residents downstairs. The sizzling of ingredients hitting the pan, colliding with the scalding oil, was like a can of soda being opened. The pleasant fragrances of meat and vegetables collided, creating a wondrous chemical reaction, a reunion of seafood and delicacies. The technician's index finger groped for the glass bottle, and for the first time, he felt that his expensive prosthetic limb, burdened with 18 years of debt, and his prosthetic spine, burdened with 22 years of debt, were somewhat of a hindrance. These devices, which were supposed to earn him more money every day, prevented him from touching his home with his natural fingers. My home, ha? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. It'd take 10 years, even for One United, which has only been around for 10 years. Though he said this, the lingering longing in his eyes revealed the true feelings of this Susie technician. He gulped down the sweet taste of freedom, experiencing its essence for the first time in his life. If this kind of life can continue, even if Sunihao comes, I fight her to the death. He secretly made up his mind. Chapter 768. Eden Star, Xinjiang City, Governor's Office, War Room. Li Bin, legs crossed, lit a cigar but didn't smoke, rubbing his dry eyes as he held the meeting. The day he returned, the spoils of war worth 400 million were certainly a large sum. But soon all that money had found a buyer. The nano-forging furnace worked overtime to produce storage devices, making multiple copies of the technical data, one for the Universal Union, one for reserves, one for Kong Jicho, and one for the second speed Zig. In addition, the Overlord also placed a purchase order with the Universal Union, trading production capacity and materials for Speed Zig Technology's spaceship blueprints. Although the Overlord followed the path of a powerful man with strong inner strength and fierce external force, who says Qiao Feng couldn't learn the Lingbo Weibu, a martial arts technique? The Overlord had long coveted Speed Zig Technology's high-tech warships. This transaction revenue couldn't be realized in the short term, so the Overlord generously promised to compensate with the corpses of the Perseus Alliance after the war. Therefore, Li Bin cannot currently fulfill his promise. After all, the Overlord is fully prepared for World War III, and even the richest family has no surplus funds. Secondly, much of this money is being paid in kind, as well as in the form of immigration and technical data. Upon returning, Li Bin deeply felt the fleet's inadequacy, and quickly launched a new shipbuilding project. The high-tech Supreme Class is already in the preparation stage. This genuine Supreme Class vessel is a high-tech exploration ship, perfectly suited for generating extra revenue through ocean exploration. Li Bin intends to fully utilize his friendships with Yu Hui to quickly recoup the money. In addition, the industrial capacity plundered from Tachyon technology is gradually being put into place. According to the analysis of AI Corp EP761, with this equipment, the orbital industrial facilities of the Eden Star Space Station can be completed smoothly with some surplus. In addition, Li Bin planned to upgrade the space station to level 2, which would be another expense. Furthermore, there were the biological factory embryos, the neural reagent modulation group, and other remnants needing to be deployed with supporting equipment. The city also needed expansion to accommodate the Tachyon immigrants, and there was also a prosthetic body assembly plant. In short, a myriad of things were at play. While Li Bin brought back a massive amount of spoils, a budget war was also raging simultaneously. It took Li Bin several days to finally sort out the general framework with the help of Alyosha, Li Shu, and the Alpha Corp PPSH. Then he put those matters aside and focused his energy on the war. ISA stood ramrod straight in front of the massive war research projection. During our time away from the core sector, many new changes have occurred. First, in the West, the Fong clan system has been confirmed to have fallen. Except for a remnant Fong clan army, led by Tang Zhuofan, who calls himself Dragon Sun and has distinct lizard-like features, continuing to resist in hyperspace and receiving supplies from nearby giant corporations. The Fong clan no longer possesses any systematic resistance capabilities. A murmur rippled through the audience. Mikhail's face darkened. His newlywed wife's family was gone, and her relatives were likely nearly wiped out as well. According to intelligence provided by agents infiltrated by the Luddite Church and the giant corporations, the Hell Legion's rate of death was extremely rapid. Even with fertility factories aggressively producing short-lived, premature adults and cloning facilities operating at full capacity, the Hell Legion's appetite remained unsatisfied. Yunyang's hometown has less than 100,000 people. How many days can they hold out? He should change the subject. In addition, the conflict between Demon Avionics and the FSF military group has officially broken out. The two sides have engaged in a large-scale conflict on the southern border of the Overlord, and each side has deployed 8 capital ships to fight. This matter has greatly displeased the Supreme Overlord, and the Supreme Staff is investigating whether there are any traces of the speedy agents involved. Hard to say, Li Bin scoffed. The demonic avionics is a typical militaristic state with a slave system. War is the norm. Previously, it was only because a powerful overlord in the West was so formidable that they focused on development for nearly a century. Their current war likely stems from the near completion of the Dreadnought-class Demon Cave. The one in the middle is the Demon Cave. However, the FSF military group is not to be underestimated. Their ships are of high quality, and according to intelligence from Haohua. Within the FSF military group, there is a project called the FSF Advanced Project. Although the project's products were stolen by rebels and pirates, and are currently roaming the southern law sector, the technology remains. Full-scale production might allow them to modify them into usable warships. ISA emphasized, the war between the giant corporations in the south has diverted the hegemon's attention. Now, the Supreme Commander has had to divide its forces, leaving an extra 10 capital ships to guard the south, defend against Tachyon technology to the north, and participate in the war against the Perseus Alliance to the northwest. The fleet is somewhat strained. As for the west, a conflict has also subtly erupted between the Draco Group and the Bureau of Navigation. It seems the Draco's vampire aristocracy has suffered a stroke, their ship blood banks have run dry, and they temporarily captured a small fleet from the Bureau of Navigation, draining the crew's blood. The Draco Group is also a group that defies nature. They promote a kind of evil genetic modification that significantly enhances human strength, reflexes, toxin resistance, and adaptability to low-pressure atmospheres. The price is a fear of bright light, and the need for normal human blood in the digestive process. They're practically interstellar vampires, the Draco Group. These genetically modified monsters are extremely hostile to the Fang clan. They're a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. Finally, regarding the Perseus Alliance, analysis shows they mobilized almost their entire fleet, resisting on 3 fronts. To the north, Keljif Technologies has deployed 16 capital ships. This is almost the largest fleet they can muster, aside from their desire for the interstellar empires Nanoforges and Hell Legion. All of Keljif Technologies' planets are concentrated in one star system, somewhat similar to Hyena Mines, allowing them to rely on the system's robust defenses and retain only 11 capital ships. Civilian vessels are not included. Southern Risk Mining has deployed 28 capital ships, including 9 salvaged from scrap ships, and 4 for Risk Mining's technical excavation. They also brought a large number of auxiliary ships and the endless minerals, clearly intending to mine while fighting. Meanwhile, the Overlord has redeployed 17 capital ships, with 2 14th Legion offensive ships and 1 14th Legion-class ship at its core. The Church of Lud has also dispatched a fleet, with 7 capital ships at its core to assist in the battle. The 4 companies are joining forces to attack the Perseus Alliance. The Perseus Alliance has vast territory and simply cannot withstand the attack. Furthermore, the Tachyon Technologies' capture of Wolf's Spirit Star by our company has made Sun Ihao realize there's a traitor within, causing him to shrink his forces and begin a purge. The Perseus Alliance might be destroyed within 6 months. The 4 giant corporations are 1T1, Overlord, 2T2, Lud and Wind Mining, and 1T3. Their combined number of capital ships is approaching 200. The powerful Lions of Sindar remain silent in the face of such a large coalition, even significantly reducing their encroachment on the Hyena Mines. As a result, Magius of the Mega System, the new Magius regime rebuilt in the nest of Kandar, directly reoccupied Tibicina, declared independence, and, as an ally, issued a call to pirates, secretly plundering the transport fleets transporting goods between the Sindar powers and the Hyena Mines. The Lions of Sindaria also remained unusually silent in this regard. After listening to ISA's analysis, Li Bin's hand, which was reaching for his cigar, trembled slightly. This core sector, I think, is in complete chaos. Where can you find any stable business? Chapter 769. Li Bin and Kong Jicho are currently riding high. Kong Jicho has acquired a level 1 space station. Although its main structure is made of meteorite, it's large enough. The spoil seized from the Relief Association and the Tachyon, combined with the industrial capacity of the Universal Union, are sufficient to produce all the components needed to convert it into a level 2 space station. Now, the production line in Iron Forge, the underground industrial hub of the metal-bombarded planet in the Eden system, supported by factories plundered from tachyon technology, is fully operational. Every day, Lloyd's transport minerals mined from the star system's constellation mining stations via cargo ships. On the atmosphereless surface of the metal-bombarded planet, hundreds of chimneys buried in the mountains appear to be constantly spewing black, toxic smoke. Perhaps, centuries later, these toxic pollutants will give the planet a thin atmosphere. The upgrade of Eden Space Station has begun, and many modules have been shut down and rebuilt. Li Bin sat in the governor's mansion garden, sipping tea, while Kong Jicho lounged lazily in an antique wooden chair, looking utterly spineless. He lazily raised a finger. Of course. The industrial capacity of the Universal Union has now reached the level of a megacorporation. The more robust your homeland defenses are, the more at ease we feel. Li Bin put down his teacup and casually said, "Your flagship, the Sacrifice, was converted from an abandoned space station. The work I asked Wang Shiji to oversee, installing fullerene spools on the Sacrifice, has been completed." "Really?" Kong Jicho perked up immediately, his eyes sparkling. "How so?" "A stabilizing anchor made of rare metals can be launched directly from outer orbit to the continental shelf stabilization point of a planet. Supported by fullerene spools, it can erect a space elevator within 6 hours. That way, the memorial ship can quickly handle cargo like a real space station." Li Bin leisurely poured tea. "Or spoils of war." Good. Kong Jicho rubbed his hands together, licking his lips. "I always said Boss Li is my brother, and sure enough, a brother wouldn't betray another brother. This is just in time." He lightly punched Li Bin's shoulder. "Oh, by the way, the memorial ship can be activated any time now, right?" "What? So eager to use it?" Li Bin countered. Kong Jicho awkwardly touched his nose. "Yes and no. Didn't I do something really big with you? Even stealing a space station? My mom's forcing me to go back. She says she wants to show off her son to the other pirate kings." At this point, a smile he didn't even realize appeared on his face. "My mom says that while every pirate king in the Perseus constellation has their own unique strengths, when it comes to educating their offspring and raising successors, she's the best pirate king of all time." Then came a string of incomprehensible phrases, such as "I have to go back and show off, my girlfriend is showing, I have to take her home to meet my parents, it's all your fault for shoving those girls into my life, now I'm in a really difficult position." In short, he's now rich and powerful, and wants to live a life of luxury. Li Bin nodded in understanding. "However, Thor Brown has to stay. I need a group of people who understand piracy to help drive away those scattered pirates. The Universal Alliance is too famous now, and the core star sector is in chaos. According to feedback from my agents, recently, in the core star sector, especially on free planets and in the taverns of pirate space stations, many pirates are preparing to come here for refuge and, incidentally, to loot." "Should I have Mom issue another order?" Kong Jicho asked. "It's pointless," Li Bin waved his hand. "The pirate emperor can restrain the pirate king. But as the old saying goes, my vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Free pirates want to do things, how can a mere decree stop them? If it could, would they still be pirates? Alright. Oh right, there's one more thing." Kong Jicho pulled out a paper letter from his pocket. It bore the logo of Speedtronics, but it was casually crossed out, clearly a repurposed piece of spoils. "The Hell machine is on its way to Eden Star, and should arrive soon. I leave the repair work to you." Kong Jicho said solemnly, "Ever since Mom learned that Universal Union has a nano-forging furnace, and a large number of engineers and scientists from giant corporations, she doesn't quite trust her own engineers anymore. She thinks they're all trendy, so she wants to. I need to completely repair the Hell machine. I also need to take the Sacrifice back, considering the current vulnerability of the Kangdon Nest's forces. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Bin, you handle it. The repair costs will be deducted from my spoils. This is the authorization letter I wrote. Anyone who disagrees can just read it on their knees. I be leaving once the supplies are ready." Li Bin frowned. "Dude, so urgent? Repairing and modifying the Hell machine isn't a simple matter. It involves a lot of human realm relic technology mastered by Harcourt. Right now, Eden Star is building a supporting industrial park for the biochemical factory embryo, upgrading a level 2 space station in the sky, constructing the high point in the shipyard, developing new multifunctional ships in the research center, and producing components for your Kangdon Nest. Brother, you're my brother, please let me go. You can't squeeze out 8 million star coins of production capacity?" Kong Jicho didn't believe it. Li Bin muttered, "It's not just 8 million. It's squeezing out production capacity, adjusting production lines, and retraining technicians." "Alright. It's settled then. Kong Jicho punched him again. We're brothers, and you're telling me this? At worst, you can use the spoils I left here. Just pay me back when you're better off. Thanks, brother. You're so generous. Li Bin beamed. You're something else. The two were joking when a serious yet childish voice boomed in the garden. Don't you dare hit my old man. Kong Jicho looked closely, and saw the flower bed, filled with plants looted from the lizard mine, and the Susie, shake violently. Two little boys, about a meter tall, similar in appearance, wearing leather armor made from rock crab membranes, and wielding swords and shields, burst out. Covered in flowers and leaves, they banged their swords against their shields, standing in formation, glaring angrily at Kong Jicho. Kong Jicho's eyes lit up. Wow! Such agile movements! These two boys aren't even 2 years old yet, are they? So quick and agile? The newcomers were none other than the twins Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui. They inherited Li Bin's black eyes and hair, carrying the blood of the Brown family. Their genetic advantages were already evident early on. Precocious, with flexible bodies and sharp reflexes. However, being two boys, they were far too mischievous, their cleverness mostly spent on sabotaging each other. Enough nonsense. Li Zhouhui, born 5 minutes later, was clearly the leader of the pair. He adjusted his helmet and loudly questioned, You clearly punched my old man twice. You're a bad guy. In his previous life at this age, Li Bin was still happily catching ants and flies and stuffing them into his mouth, but these two little ones could already speak fluently. Just as Kong Jicho was about to raise his hands in surrender, a whirlwind sounded from the depths of the flower bed, scattering and shattering the roses. A beautiful figure, just over 1.4 meters tall, with white hair and amber eyes, swooped in from afar like a hawk, tracing exaggerated and dangerous arcs across the garden on a hoverboard. The newcomer was Li Bulang. She slammed her right foot down, the hoverboard nose pointing downwards, and with outstretched arms, scooped up Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui on either side, her arms encircling her brothers. The safety plate at the rear of the hoverboard scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying, and she instantly soared upwards. Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui struggled and screamed, but Li Brown each delivered a painful headbutt to their faces. From afar came Li Brown's crisp reprimand. Old man is talking serious business with Uncle calling. Who gave you permission to come to the garden? Have you finished your homework? Why didn't you fold your blankets yourselves? Ha! I've been too lenient with you. Today I'm personally supervising your class. Then came the cries of the two children. Call! Father, save me! The answer they received was another headbutt from Li Brown. Even your aunt can't save you, I said. Chapter 770. What a good daughter, what a good son. Fatherly love and filial piety, the proper order of seniority. Watching Li Brown skillfully ride his skateboard, slipping through the narrow window and disappearing down the corridor, Kong Jicho said enviously to Li Bin. Li Bin was inwardly extremely pleased, but on the surface, he feigned nonchalance. Sigh, the kids are too strong, the boys are too noisy, and the girls aren't quiet at all. They still need more practice. Though he said this, Li Bin's smirk was practically a lidded mirror. You're still pretending. Kong Jicho laughed and scolded. Recalling Li Brown's sharp and dashing appearance, Kong Jicho suddenly had a thought. Hey, I said, my girlfriend is having a boy, and Li Brown is only 5 years older than him. So how about? Li Bin instantly became alert, narrowing his eyes at Kong Jicho. What are you trying to say? I advise you to think twice. Seeing Li Bin's protective demeanor, Kong Jicho couldn't help but shake his head. Just kidding, look how impatient you are. But in his heart, he had made up his mind that once his child was born, he would raise him well, and keep him at Huanyu United. He didn't believe that with his family's genes, looks, family background, and childhood sweetheart, he wouldn't have any trouble succeeding. If Li Bin knew Kong Jicho's thoughts, he would definitely laugh loudly. What a joke. Didn't you see Li Brown's eye and hair color? His beloved daughter, Li Brown, perfectly inherited ISA's genes. She was the future genetic prototype. Many people in the company, who had unlocked the genetic lock, all adored Li Brown. She was the genetically chosen future heir. Moreover, Li Brown was raised by himself and ISA since he was a child, and when he didn't have time, he was educated by his younger sister Li Shu. This was a traditional educational philosophy inherited from the old Earthlings of the 3K, and he was definitely being groomed to be an empress. Even if they were to get married in the future, it wouldn't be a political marriage, it would be him marrying into the family. However, Kong Jicho was open-minded. He thought that even if Li Brown didn't become a couple, there would still be two little ones, right? This time when he went back, he would have a good talk with little Harcourt, his wife, and try to have 2 daughters as soon as possible. He pondered this. He was really looking forward to the alliance between the Universal Union, the nest of Konda, and even Magius. On May 14th, Star Calendar 216, the third day after Pirate Prince Kong Jicho led a large fleet of pirates, centered around the Cathedral-class sacrifice, out of the Eden system. A colossal ship, resembling an ugly baguette shaped like it was covered in pustules, appeared at the hyperspace jump point of the Eden system. Behind this ship was an Atalas-class supercargo ship and 4 Eradicator-class cruisers. As the ugly, obviously repaired spaceship, riddled with massive cracks, approached the space station and extended its docking hatch, Li Bin finally realized, belatedly, why Kong Jicho had fled in such a hurry after seeing the leader. The newcomer had over a dozen alloy plates embedded in his facial bones, and his black and white braided hair was wrapped in bandages. His bare arms were covered in knife and axe wounds, his muscles were bulging, and his movements were swift and decisive, like a living storm of war. The first pirate emperor crowned in the Perseus constellation. Kongda had come in person. What nonsense about going back to see his mother, what nonsense about returning home in glory. That Kong Jicho was simply used to freedom outside, and couldn't stand his mother's control, so he rushed home. With the emperor's hand in Kong Da's lair, and his teacher, old he, overseeing things, administration was no problem. Kong Da's personal arrival was probably not for anything else. The pirate emperor entered the airport. Over 200 execution squads, clad in scarlet cloaks and led by their captain, the blood-stained butcher, formed an imposing array. Alyosha frowned. His implanted brain responded rapidly, and soon a large group of enforcers, tall and imposing figures clad in intricately patterned purple trench coats, their physiques honed from long-term exposure to oxygen-rich environments, emerged silently from hidden doorways, standing behind Li Bin. The two groups clashed in silence, their unspoken auras clashing. On one side were the execution squads, their muscles bulging, wielding powered axes. On the other side were the enforcers in trench coats and black hats, carrying electromagnetic guns and chainsaw swords at their waists. The clash between savage primalism and silent order was a spectacle that astonished the free merchants watching from afar. They eagerly anticipated a battle, watching the pirate emperor clash with the near-giant corporation, throwing the space station into chaos, allowing them to profit from the confusion, amass a fortune in Universal Union star currencies, and perhaps even snag controlled items from the human realm. Oh, just thinking about it was enough to excite them, but Li Bin merely bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Konda looked at Li Bin, a hint of mockery on his face. This was a secret known only to a select few. The founder of the company, now worth hundreds of millions, ruling over millions of subjects, and having humiliated tachyon technology and hyena mining, had twice knelt before Konda. But there wouldn't be a third time. Industrially, Universal Union had surpassed Konda's nest, and even the larger Magnos. With the hegemon fully engaged in the AI war, and the Luddite Church preparing for the Hell Legion and the Nanovirus Swarm, Li Bin and his Universal Union were the Pirate Emperor's only option for repairing the Hell Machine. He no longer needed to demonstrate his worth through exaggerated actions and flattery. A fleeting hint of sarcasm crossed Kongda's face as he expressionlessly surveyed his surroundings. "Bossly, where's my good son?" Li Bin betrayed Kong Jicho without hesitation. "He heard you were coming and fled overnight with a memorial ship, loaded with fullerene spools, and the entire fleet, leaving only a Donovan-class arsenal ship here." Li Bin stepped aside to lead the way. "Please follow me." The officers stepped forward in unison, their crisp footsteps clashing and overlapping into a metallic sonic boom. "Ha! The kid's got some wings now," Konda sneered. "But he's probably mistaken. I'm not here for him. My good daughters-in-law are still in Konda's nest. This time, he must leave his bloodline behind. Oh, by the way, the immigrants sent by Magius have also arrived with the fleet. This was something you discussed beforehand. The person in charge is Duya. He also came with the ship, but he's busy maintaining order among the immigrants now. He'd be back later." Li Bin lagged slightly behind the Pirate Emperor, displaying the composure of a master and respect for the Emperor's status, as well as his brother and mother. Even if he had to compromise, he needed the Pirate Emperor to intimidate the other pirate kings, otherwise, the core fleet of the Universal Alliance would need to leave a large force to maintain order in the three-star systems. "Old Konda, you've been seen through," Li Bin lamented inwardly. "One is your own mother, and the other is the teacher who watched you grow up. The two of them have teamed up to send you back to the core star system to shine, and pave the way for you. They even planned for your children." He feigned wiping away imaginary tears, silently pouring himself a drink for Kong Jicho. Brother, rest in peace. In the future, on sunny afternoons on Eden Star, I drink with Duya, a distant tribute to you. There wasn't much to see on the space station, so Kanda glanced at the orbital industrial facilities, gave the damaged nano-forging furnace a complicated look, and left. He took the orbital elevator down, piercing the atmosphere, and the city of Xinjiang, which had previously been just a few tiny specks of light in space, came into view. Amidst the vast purple continent and the gentle, merging ocean waves, the domed city built of foam ceramic metal and reinforced glass shimmered with dazzling neon lights. It was nighttime, and the city that never sleeps was at its most joyous. Kangdal looked down at the prosperous city and nodded after a long while. Beautiful. Magnus once had such prosperous and beautiful days too. Chapter 771. The elevator descended rapidly from the sky, creating an awkward atmosphere. Kanda, as a veteran pirate king, was always arrogant. Although Li Bin was a smooth operator, this was his home turf, his stronghold. As the CEO beloved by millions, he couldn't possibly fawn over a pirate emperor whom many didn't approve of. In private, Li Bin wouldn't mind bowing and flattering, but not in public. If Beansprout were here, he could act as a good mediator. Li Bin, deliberately dressed in his purple governor's robes, gazed at the scenery outside the elevator, his mind wandering. Many people thought Duya was a lazy winner, climbing to a high position purely through friends. But in reality, both socially and in life, one needs someone like this, unambitious, carefree, to act as a lubricant in life and work. Generally, such people in the 3K era were called work partners. Regardless of their rank or personal ability, their friendships were based purely on camaraderie. And I can introduce you to even more friends. Li Bin and Kong Jicho's friendship initially stemmed from Li Bin's kindness, but also from the simple, unassuming bond of drinking and eating, like bean sprouts, seeking no fame or fortune. I'm here under the guise of the Overlord and the Lud Church to personally oversee the maintenance of the Hell Machine. Only after entering the hall, which resembled a bar dance hall, and everyone else being asked to leave, did Kong finally speak, his voice strained. But my real purpose is to seek enlightenment. Huh? What? Li Bin blinked, thinking he might be hallucinating. Are you alright, Pirate Emperor? Here to seek enlightenment? Mount Ling is in the west, this is in the northeast, you come the wrong way. The earth may be round, but the Perseus constellation isn't. I don't quite understand what you mean, Li Bin said modestly. Magnus has the power of Kanda's nest, the literary power of New Magnus, the fame of the 3 times it has been scrambled by tachyon technology, and the wealth of the Overlord's backing. It lacks nothing. Tibicina Star was scrambled twice, and Kong Jicho and Li Bin scrambled Wolf Spirit Star once. Kanda looked with great interest at the row of open-top cat carts outside the orbital elevator base. Through Kong Jicho's regular reports, she knew that these vehicles, equipped with the brains of Eden Star's native behemoths and featuring a self-developed intelligent driving system, were collectively called cat carts by the Eden Star people. There were cargo cat carts, rental cat carts, private cat carts, land-grabbing cat carts, and medical cat carts. It seemed everyone liked cats, but as everyone knew, there were no cats on Eden Star. She didn't know where this term originated. The Pirate Emperor boarded the cat cart, which beeped merrily. Li Bin watched awkwardly. Beside the cat cart were several antique hover cars. These were meant for Kanda. What's wrong? Kanda looked over. Mr. Li, are you really that worried about the security of your planet? Li Bin thought to himself, Eden Star only has a few 100,000 tachyon immigrants. They're all under surveillance. We're currently investigating tachyon agents. You're so high profile. What if you suddenly decide to impersonate the Melodians, and have a wild imagination? Wouldn't that cause a rift between me and my brother? I'm your son's brother, which makes me practically your godson. Godmother, please don't harm your godson. He grumbled to himself, remembering Kanda's earlier talk of seeking enlightenment. After a few seconds of hesitation, he ordered the law enforcement and sheriffs to raise city security to the highest level, recall the sailors on leave who had boarded the ship, and test the waters with a tight, covert security measure. Resigned, he boarded the cat cart. Please fasten your seatbelts. The cat car is departing immediately. Destination: Governor's Mansion. The cat car started, its motor outputting smoothly and quietly. The vehicle merged into the bustling truck traffic, departing from Shadow Isles and transferring to a cargo ferry towards Newtown City. Kanda remained silent throughout the journey, making no attempt to hide her curiosity as she surveyed the planetary environment and cities under the night sky. After activating the highest security level, the modified ocean-going night, and the ship set sail, escorting the ferry. Midway through the journey, Kanda witnessed a neighboring ocean-going warship sound its battle alarm. A knight, adorned with several spherical devices and bearing the six-headed sea serpent emblem on his chest, leaped into the water. Minutes later, a large patch of dark, foul-smelling seawater rose to the surface. The knight grasped a hinge and rose, carrying the head of a sea monster in his hand. Upon entering the city, the extensive advertisements, the rows of street vendors, the throngs of tourists, and the snipers and sailors hidden in corners and on rooftops left a deep impression on Kanda. As the cat cart came to a smooth stop at the governor's mansion, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the pirate emperor finally spoke. "This trip was worthwhile, Mr. Li. It's hard to believe this city has been built in less than 10 years. A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she followed Li Bin into the governor's mansion, a grand and imposing structure reminiscent of the Highland Home brand. As Li Bin walked, Kangda said, "To be honest, when Kong Jicho first told me about Eden Star, I didn't quite believe it, but after coming here myself, I realize you've done a very good job. A prosperous city, a sound legal system, and the people walking and living with vitality, even in a hegemony. It's rare to see a city with this kind of atmosphere." Li Bin humbly replied, "It's all because we're located in the Lost Star region, where military defense pressure isn't high." "Perhaps," Kanda said noncommittally. "I'm here to ask you to share some of your experience in colony building." This was the first time Kanda had used the formal you to address Li Bin, and the achievements of the Universal Union had earned Kanda's heartfelt recognition. Kanda spoke at a measured pace, with intonation. "From the moment the governor of New Magius and I resolved to rebuild Magius, and even the Magius system, we've been experimenting with surface construction. We also build domed cities. Magius doesn't have the abundant organic matter and fertile soil of Eden, but it also lacks giant beasts and dangerous ecosystems. In fact, our main ethnic group is the Magius people. But even today, the security situation on the surface of Magius remains appalling. There are even more than a dozen murders every day in the original domed city. I led the firing squad in a public and brutal execution of a prisoner. Governor Magius devised detailed incentive measures, but with little effect." She rubbed her temples. "You know, we can't accept political guidance from the hegemon or any giant corporation. It's easy for them to secretly manipulate politics and turn us into their puppets. I sincerely seek your advice." Li Bin was moved by the pirate emperor's tone. His mind raced, but before he could speak, Kanda suddenly asked, "Who is that person?" Her demeanor shifted instantly from subdued to imperial, one hand on her hip, the other on her lap, as if ready to draw her gun and shoot the other at any moment. Li Bin looked over and saw Li Brown sitting by the garden railing on the first floor, swinging his legs and reading a textbook on his terminal. Li Brown, at 1.4 meters tall, was tiny compared to adults like Kangda and Li Bin. Her champagne-colored eyes sparkled under the terminal projection, filled with a thirst for knowledge as she intently studied the summary of the establishment and evolution of the colonial knighthood system, compiled by Alpha Corps Pop Osha. Upon hearing Kanda's voice, the little girl jumped off the railing, shut down the terminal, and bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to meet you for the first time, Your Majesty the great and legendary Pirate Emperor. I am Li Bin, CEO of Universal Union, and daughter of ISA, Minister of the Military Department of Universal Union. My name is Li Brown." Kanda looked at Li Brown in surprise, then chuckled and shook her head after a few seconds, saying to Li Bin, "I've been so reserved, yet your daughter remains so composed. It's truly remarkable." She couldn't help but exclaim, "You have an outstanding successor, Mr. Li, with exceptional talent." Li Bin looked at Li Brown, who had come close to him, sticking out her tongue at him with an expression that said, "Excuse me, but I won't apologize," and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "I also think Li Brown is a good child, but talent is one thing, but proper education is even more important." Li Bin subtly steered the conversation back. "The same applies to colonial construction and development. Your Majesty, the focus of Magius should not be reconstruction, but rebirth. Building colonies with outdated fantasies, ignoring reality, is nothing but a mirage. Magnus' first priority should be to change customs and traditions." Kanda's expression hardened, and he nodded cautiously. "I'm listening." Li Bin ruffled his daughter's hair, tousling her smooth, neat silver locks. "Go to your mother's and go to sleep. Daddy has things to do." "Okay." Li Brown nodded obediently, bowing to Kanda. "Goodbye, Your Majesty. May you have a pleasant journey to the Universal Union." "Goodbye, child." Kanda's voice was deep, like a lioness's purr. Chapter 772. Eden Star Governor's Mansion. Even the well-informed Kanda had to admit that the Universal Union's interior design had a strong primitivist style. It had a sense of antiquity and vicissitude, reminiscent of early human history, when humanity was still living on Earth. The interior decoration heavily utilized stone carvings and imitation wood craftsmanship. Public areas had a strong Western style, while private rooms exuded an ancient Eastern charm. Don't ask what exactly it was. After the Great Collapse, archaeologists had hastily categorized the two styles based on maps, and even they couldn't distinguish the nuances. One after another, intelligent cat strollers drove in from outside. These strollers, equipped with the brains of young rock crabs, were completely under the control of the Alpha Core, which orchestrated the transfer of data hard drives. The Universal Union had a sparse population, and Lieben wasn't one to enjoy being waited on, so 87% of the maintenance work in the entire governor's mansion was entrusted to the behemoth Wet Components and the Alpha Core. But even the representative of a hegemon couldn't utter a single word of complaint. Because all intelligent devices are equipped with Wet Components, the Alpha Core can only issue commands. The actual execution is handled by the Wet Components. The cultivation and debugging of these Wet Components are entirely the responsibility of the Biological Experiment Center led by Dong Lixiang. Therefore, Huanyu Union will not experience the same situation as Tachyon Technology, where the automated programs completely shut down after being hacked. After all, with a brain, one can communicate through language and gestures. Kongda watched the cat carts moving in and out methodically, and the civil servants passing documents, with neither servility nor arrogance. It was impossible not to feel envious. Only now did she belatedly realize the purpose behind Li Bin's elaborate scheme to take a large number of civil servants from Han Mining. It can only be said that her military and pirate careers instilled in the pirate emperor the one-sided bad habits of nepotism and an excessive emphasis on combat power. Her court was a proper feudal system. It had been developed over several years in collaboration with the Universal Alliance, relying on an AI core and a large number of bureaucrats for repeated simulations, trials, pilot projects, and finally rollout. Even the ruling machine established by Li Bin using the methods he had learned from the powerful government in his previous life was far too inefficient compared to the governance methods of Konda's nest. Just as she was deep in thought, Li Bin walked in with a catalog. These are the colonial exploration and construction data that we can publicly share. Li Bin casually handed her the catalog. This data initially referenced the colonial development records of Han Mines and the Brighton Alliance. Most of the information pertains to the management and protection of hostile biospheres, and may not be effective against the polluted atmosphere of Magius, which is repeatedly subjected to tactical bombing. Konda flipped through the catalog, and after a few minutes, her calm expression showed obvious fluctuations. The table of contents is concise and straightforward, showcasing the powerful writing and summarizing abilities of the civil service system. Following a system that Konda is not entirely clear about, it constructs a detailed and comprehensive overview of all aspects of colonial construction. The first part is law, from amending laws, wrongful laws, punishments, rewards and penalties to enforcement. The second part is architecture, from building laws, planetary environment, building standards to the selection criteria for project contractors. The third part is agriculture, again starting with legislation, followed by agricultural standards, the Luddite Church cooperation regulations, and food standards. The fourth part is industry, which is much more complex, involving industrial planning, the utilization of AI cores, worker and engineer welfare and incentive policies, counter-espionage, and more. The final section is military, broadly categorized into space navy, army, and planetary navy. Each category has intricate and detailed regulations and safeguards. Even the system of sheriffs and law enforcement officers is included. Besides these, there are scientific research, public welfare, entertainment, and the most unique category, territorial expansion, primarily concerning knight families and blood taxes. All of this is woven together by law, each part interconnected, like a tightly woven network, leaving Konda dizzy. This level of control, it's reminiscent of the leadership of the nation, Konda said, putting down the catalog and looking at the mountain of data disks, his tall frame hunched over by an invisible pressure. Even the Overlord and Keljev Technology Company probably don't have this level of detail. Li Bin smiled, I understand. After all, the Perseus Alliance is dominated by giant corporations, and most governments follow a small government model to facilitate the seizure of power by various families, companies, and subsidiaries. Don't laugh. Universal Union initially only intended to be a transportation company, but as the business grew, the employees started families. As a business, I need to consider the employees who have followed me. They spend years and years in space with me. If I can't even guarantee the well-being of their families, what kind of CEO am I? Li Bin blatantly lied. So, the laws were drafted in great detail from the beginning. But later, it turned out to be a good thing. The current mobilization capability of the Universal Union can rely on the credibility of civil officials and the governor's office to quickly mobilize everyone. Even at its peak, Magius couldn't achieve this level of capability, and Kanda's nest was just a bunch of space-armed regiments put together. Kanda couldn't help but feel a headache coming on when he thought about this. Unless facing a major event like an invasion by the Suzumaki Legion, in ordinary times, even as the Pirate Emperor, she couldn't command all her pirate crews. These crews were essentially the nobles under the feudal system, impossible to control effectively. Indeed, if being a pirate doesn't grant freedom, what's the point? She glanced at the knightly families of the Universal Union. These so-called nobles lacked industrial facilities within their territories. Their knightly maintenance and equipment, upon which they depended for survival, heavily relied on the Universal Union. Even the alloys and foam ceramic metals used for building houses had to be purchased from Xianxiang City. They even had to rent farmland from lewd parish farmers. Li Bin held the power to award noble titles, controlled military logistics, and managed food and infrastructure supplies. These so-called nobles were essentially legions guarding their fiefdoms, obedient to their will. Comparison is the thief of joy. If a few years ago, Li Bin had merely haphazardly organized a group of refugees, now, this young man had quietly amassed a fortune, building a legion with explosive organization, weaponry, and awareness in the remote and dangerous Lost Star sector. Recalling the detailed and exorbitant expenditures on employees and crew that she had skimmed through, from the Universal Union's employee meals to housing and living allowances, a comprehensive system for compensation and orphan care, loyalty education, and substantial investment in infrastructure and public welfare projects, Kangda couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps she really was falling behind the times. The pirate and warlord systems have their limits. She had reached her ceiling. In the complex and treacherous Core Star sector, Kangda could only rely on combat power. She had little time or opportunity to focus on development. Although she had taken advantage of the prosperous shipping routes of the Core Star sector, plundering and enjoying many benefits, the price was a low ceiling, making her vulnerable to suppression. Putting aside other issues, if news of Li Bin obtaining the nanoforge had leaked back then, the colonies, located in the core sector, would have been besieged by giant corporations long ago. The fact that the Overlord and the Tachyon were fighting didn't stop other giant corporations from bringing 4 or 5 battleships to force a sail. It was only because the lost sector was so far away and threatened by the afterglow that they temporarily refrained from their greed. Chapter 773. Thinking of this, Kanda recalled the prosperous and stable situation she had witnessed on the cat cart, and the rumors that her son and Li Bin were so close that outsiders thought she was going to merge with the Universal Union. A thought suddenly arose in her mind. Maybe I should sever ties with my son, I should merge with Magius, and my son should go to the Universal Union? Once this thought arose, it couldn't be stopped. Damn it, the title of Pirate Emperor, let whoever wants it have it. I want to be a regular army. From the beginning, my goal was to restore Magius. This title of Emperor is such a burden. Being a target and the center of attention is nowhere near as satisfying as quietly making a fortune as a powerful force. Changing customs and traditions. It sounds simple, but upon closer examination, it's utterly bloody. Remove the pirates' crude management practices, strengthen the central armed forces, purge the opposition, and use an iron fist to reshape the pirates into an army. Also, sweep away the selfish, fragmented factions of the new Magius family, each occupying their own small territory. It's tough. Outsiders have no idea what happened to Kanda during his hours at the governor's mansion. Bloodhand Butcher stood outside, anxiously gripping his long-handled axe, several times tempted to rush in and check on the Emperor's safety. When, a few hours later, Kanda and Li Bin appeared simultaneously, Kanda solemnly bending his knees to be at Li Bin's height, and the two shook hands warmly, Bloodhand Butcher felt as if the sky had fallen. What happened? Why was His Majesty the Emperor so friendly with this guy? His simple mind couldn't understand, so he simply stopped thinking about it. I will stay in Xinjiang City for a while, using these prosthetic eyes to personally confirm the situation here, to experience firsthand everything about the Universal Union, until the Hell Machine's modification is complete. At the entrance of the governor's mansion, Kanda grasped Li Bin's hand, her attitude now drastically changed. May I ask, how long will it take to complete the modifications to the Hell Machine? Magnus is responsible for escorting the supplies between the Overlord and the Church of Lud. Tachyon Technologies' phase fleet will definitely organize an unrestricted phase war, so we urgently need to complete it as soon as possible. Li Bin glanced at his terminal. The team of scientists led by Gao Yuanjian and Wang Shiji had already completed their assessment of the Hell machine's damage. The assessment results from these experts were far worse than those of the scientists from Canada's Nest. The Hell machine is now only slightly better than a Prometheus 2 Malawin Quatches. She originally had 10 demounts, a full 10. Those useless guys at Canada's Nest, after all that repair work, they only fixed damaged weapon bays, damaged flight deck, and communication system malfunction. They left us with the most difficult issues: structural damage, aging engines, damaged manufacturing plant, and aging shield generator. Hell machine before modification. Without dismantling this ship and starting from scratch, it's impossible to repair. Not to mention the upgrades. Gao Yuanjian's report was full of curses. Wang Shiji, however, was much calmer, relying on the technology left behind by the human realm and the high-tech techniques we currently possess. We can bypass some of the special equipment built on the keel, discarding it directly and replacing it with more advanced, smaller facilities. This is somewhat like heart bypass surgery and kidney transplantation. As everyone knows, a kidney transplant doesn't involve removing a failing kidney and replacing it. It involves inserting a third kidney. Taking it slowly will probably take about a year. If we can postpone the upgrade and modification of the Condon Nest and get the support of the Magius technicians, relying on the dual nano forging furnace, this process can be shortened to a little over 2 months. After all, what's currently restricting our production capacity is precisely the insufficient mineral reserves. Our scientists need time to learn about the Hell machine's incredible upgrade plan. Li Bin concealed the fact that it was a dual nano forging furnace, extending the construction period to 100 days, and relaying this to Kongda. Kongda pursed his lips, nodding somewhat regretfully in agreement. After all, the engineers at Mugo said a complete overhaul and upgrade would take about 2 years, and the speed of the Universal Alliance was already fast enough. Alright, let's do it this way. Let's leave Kong Jicho's nest for now. It's too close to Tachyon technology, and could be attacked at any time. They say a son doesn't hesitate to sell his father's land, and Kongda showed no remorse whatsoever when selling his son's treasure. The reconstruction of the Hell machine required no technical expertise. Any eradication class or betrayer class ship could yield the ingenious ideas of pirates and blueprint hackers that would infuriate Wang Shiji. The key was the upgrades and modifications: Hell Shield, Hell Minefield, Hellfire Cannon, and Destroyer Cannon. The Hell Shield and Hell Minefield modifications were mutually exclusive, as were the Hellfire Cannon and Destroyer Cannon, but this didn't prevent them from being top-tier human-made modification technologies. The Hellfire Shield provides dreadnoughts with defensive capabilities comparable to the exemplary Fortress Shield. The Hellfire Minefield allows the Hell machine to possess air-to-air mine delivery capabilities similar to the Cathedral class, and relying on its manufacturing facility, this air-to-air mine system can be automated for production and deployment, powered by a separate nuclear power plant, and disconnected from the ship's electrical grid. The latter two are a triple-mounted heat pulse cannon, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, incredibly powerful. Firing the Destroyer Cannon. Kongda delivered the Hell machine modification, along with the modification technology, and 2 ship-mounted technologies. Combat Center and Advanced Targeting Core now, our capital ships can all be equipped with these 2 modifications. We can also use the Hell machine modification to train technicians and engineers, significantly improving command efficiency and weapon range. This deal is incredibly worthwhile. Mikhail, hand in hand with Yunyang, gazed at the colossal Hell machine at the airport, utterly satisfied. Yunyang, meanwhile, looked down at the prosperous and peaceful city, her envy evident. The roaring railcars crushed the unsuspecting 1-year-old rock crab larvae that strayed across the tracks, their mushy corpses swept away by the winds, quickly attracting hordes of their kind to scavenge for food. These heavy freight trains were equipped with cannons at the front, rear, and middle sections, operated by multiple gunners in shifts, ensuring 24-hour continuous operation, providing steel, artillery, and explosions against any daring intruders. Humanity occupies less than 3% of the planet's continental landmass on Eden, but these laid railroad tracks, scattered along their edges at various mining sites, analysis stations, and research stations, confine vast tracts of land. Humanity doesn't need this land, but their transportation network must traverse it. Humanity doesn't need the life on the land, but their roaring machinery needs to extract organic matter. The ocean teems with organic matter, but sometimes it requires venturing deep into the seabed to fight dangerous sea monsters, attracting even more sea creatures. The giants on land, weakened by their carnivorous attacks, are much easier to clean up. Moreover, at some point, the northern giants discovered some strange-looking, metallic-looking, bulky kin. These can swim near human settlements, shouting incomprehensible cries and slaughtering any that approached. Whoosh! Hiss! The heavy railcar stopped, its cylindrical carriages immediately connected to pipes, and thousands of tons of purified organic matter poured out, flowing into the coastal industrial park protected by a high-voltage power grid and a dome. Meanwhile, a massive ship carrying tens of thousands of tons had just set sail from the port of the dome-shaped industrial park, its empty cargo heading into the distance. This is the Eden Star Organic Synthesis Plant, a newly built, large industrial complex containing the embryonic form of a biochemical factory derived from the relics of the human realm. From the moment this place was built, the Global Alliance's daily necessities, some supplies, and consumer goods entered a countdown to surplus. Brighton Alliance, Evil Avionics, come out and talk business. I'm going to dump my cheap goods. Take the iron fist of free trade. Chapter 774. Granada. In fact, Li Weiming, who ruled the entire planet, was incredibly annoyed lately. He wanted to mine, he loved mining, he dreamed of sailing a ship to mine. But he couldn't mine anything now, because the fully automated mantle drilling rig had arrived. He had to return from his beloved void mines to meet with the Universal Union's patriarch, a bunch of useless bastards from his own clan. He really didn't understand how these good-for-nothings managed to rule this planet. The Universal Union's civil service had already arrived, and all the rules and regulations were in place. These good-for-nothings only needed to follow the script. But they wouldn't have it. They just wanted to cause trouble, killing one batch only to have another come along, like bedbugs that could never be eradicated. And in the end, they even dragged him back as a figurehead. Sometimes Li Weiming wondered if he was some kind of die-hard family enthusiast. If he truly loved his family, would he have abandoned planetary control to become a mining station manager? You're afraid of the Universal Alliance's orbital bombardment, but aren't you afraid my meteorite impact drill will blow your little head off? I'm a complete CO enthusiast, okay? The CO gave me orders to increase Granada's mining capacity by 45% this year. I enjoy mining immensely, so why did you drag me back? Then he realized he'd been dragged back, and for what reason? The Li family should own half of the mines generated by the fully automated mantle drilling rig. This was the current patriarch of the Granada Li family's idiotic statement, making Li Weiming and the civil official opposite him want to laugh. No way, no way, you don't actually think of your Li as the Li of CO, do you? After listening to their arguing for hours, Li Weiming finally snapped. He grabbed a jackhammer in front of everyone, rushed over to the clan chief, grabbed him by the neck with his left hand, and slammed him onto the table, while his right hand pounded the jackhammer into the wall with a deafening roar. Broken bones, mangled flesh, and brain matter splattered everywhere, even shattering the alloy tabletop. Covered in blood and grime, Li Weiming took off his glasses and wiped them clean. Addressing his stunned relatives and the civil servant opposite him, who was covering his mouth with a handkerchief to hide his disgust, he spoke quickly and bluntly. The land belongs to the Universal Union, but Granada people will be given priority in employment. I finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? If it's too much, I contact the CO. The clan members, seeing their clan chief's head blown off, all looked pale and troubled. The civil servants, surprised by Li Weiming's understanding, tentatively said, "There's no need to be so harsh. I'm just fed up with you all. Stop arguing. You're delaying my mining." Li Weiming threw down the impact drill, grabbing the bloodied hands of a clansman beside him. The CO's approval is enough. Get the machines running. And another thing. His fingernails were full of bits of flesh as he pointed at the civil official opposite him, cursing under the official's trembling, terrified gaze. "You're civil official sent from headquarters. How can you be so cowardly? Kill those who deserve it. How can you manage Granada if you're with these bugs?" He then strode away, the civil official watching Li Weiming's retreating figure with a bitter smile. They weren't afraid of the Li family. They were clearly worried that Li Weiming, the hero who had contributed so much to planetary unification, was the real culprit who had instructed the family to cause trouble. But now, however, he had directly proven his stance by cracking open his skull with his own hands. So the civil official covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, looking disdainfully at these incompetent fools. "Let's do it this way." Tonfa, a planet in a vast desert basin. The brown-skinned beauty, Jia, trembled with excitement. Wearing a breathing helmet, she knelt on the sand, gently digging away the surface layer of sand blown in by the wind to reveal dry soil beneath, seemingly indistinguishable from sand. This soil was so dry that a handful was immediately swept away by the sand. In the sunlight, faint glimmers appeared within these swirling particles, perhaps soil nanobots? Jia wondered. Governor Jia, Don't flip through things unnecessarily. Nikolai, a muscular man dressed only in a tight-fitting protective suit, looking like he was cosplaying some ancient Ultraman, sighed upon seeing this. These nanobots have only been working for a day. If you blow away a handful of soil like that, their efficiency will drop significantly. The biggest problem with exponential growth is the reduction of the initial base, which will severely delay the time for explosive growth. Jiao quickly bowed and apologized. I'm so sorry. Never mind, it's not like we're transforming the entire planet anyway. Nikolai continued to sigh. This basin base is made of rock. We only transform the desert within the basin, and then plant crops around it. Planting fast-growing forests to block wind and sand would allow the transformation to be completed in about 4 months. Oh, it's been 6 months now. He rambled on. Actually, directly transforming Eden would be better, but unfortunately, Eden has reserves of volatiles, making it impossible to use soil nanomaterials, and the CO strictly forbids the use of nanobots on the surface, fearing that the hostile biosphere might evolve adaptively to them. Granada's conditions were also good, but in the end, the good fortune fell to Tonfa. Upon hearing this, Jia solemnly emphasized, Planet Tonfa has always been under the rule of the Universal Union, and we firmly support any policy of the CO. Nikolai waved his hand. All right, I'm just a lousy researcher, you don't need to make promises to me. Save your words of gratitude for when the CO arrives. Jia nodded, changing the subject. So, when can this land be cultivated? Cultivated? Nikolai looked blank. That'd have to wait until next year. Seeing Jia's unpleasant expression, Nikolai began to explain. The first round of soil nanomaterials will alter the desert structure, turning it into land. But there's hardly any water on the surface of Tonfa, all the water is underground. Therefore, after the first phase of transformation is completed, water will need to be pumped from underground to thoroughly irrigate the land, and then the soil nanobots will carry out the second round. Transformation. Farming isn't just about having soil, Nikolai advised. Plants need both inorganic and organic matter for nutrient absorption. Organic matter requires soil nanobots to mimic bacteria and fungi, which absorb inorganic matter and water to synthesize organic matter. Nikolai pointed to the barren yellow soil beneath Jaya's feet, gradually being buried by yellow sand. When this soil starts to turn black, it means it's fertile enough to support modern agricultural processing. Of course, if it can completely turn black soil, that would be even better. Jia listened, somewhat bewildered. The Tonfa people were hardworking and cooperative, but they had very little experience in farming. Even the farms in the city relied heavily on AI core intelligence control. As the governor, she was extremely busy and had no time to pay attention to these things. She only knew that soil could be used for planting, but sand couldn't. Now she knew more. With soil and water, you could grow crops, grow trees and grass, and the planet's atmosphere would have oxygen. Perhaps it will take 100 years, perhaps 1,000, but one day, Tonfa will transform from brownish yellow to green, and people will no longer need to wear helmets, but can freely stroll under the starlight and breathe freely. Thinking of this, Jia couldn't help but smile. The CO said he would share the good times, and he truly kept his word. Chapter 775. Every explosive improvement of the Universal Alliance was built upon the humiliation of a giant corporation. Li Bin, citing fleet damage, disorganized manpower, and the need to allocate production capacity to homeland defense and the upgrade and maintenance of the Hell Machine, successfully persuaded the Supreme Overlord to grant him leave. Considering Li Bin's marriage to the last war matriarch of the Brown family, his clear hegemonic stance, and his personal bravery in the surprise attack on Tachyon Technology to relieve Chu He's legion, the Supreme Staff reluctantly approved Li Bin's application. Thus, while the battle raged fiercely in the Core Star sector, a scene of utter chaos and inevitable defeat, the Universal Alliance held a grand cooperation ceremony. On the stage of Eden, Li Bin personally invited Half, the new Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Brighton Alliance. This representative of the state-owned factory, after the Universal Alliance's surprise attack on Tachyon Technology and the Perseus Alliance's repeated defeats, had become extremely sought after due to the stance he was forced to take. Having no formal foreign experience outside of the Universal Alliance, he was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs and returned to Eden Star. His appointment and visit signify a shift in the political stance within the Brighton Alliance, moving from being a wavering opportunist to showing signs of change. Demon Aerospace dispatched a noble pureblood admiral. It is well known that Demon Aerospace's military is a haven for purebloods, where those who pursue glory will fight tooth and nail for the honor represented by the titles of cruiser and capital ship captains. And since purebloods are the ruling class of this regime, every officer at Demon Aerospace also holds a position in the military. A Navy officer, even an admiral, capable of piloting a capital ship, is certainly capable of this. Moreover, this large man named Inoue Takehiko is the fiancé of Inoue Yoshiko, captain of the demonic aerospace dreadnought class, the Demon Cave class, soon to be a son-in-law in the Inoue family, and the future head of the Inoue household. Therefore, demonic aerospace's sincerity is undeniable. What a beautiful planet! Inoue Takehiko greedily surveyed Eden. He absolutely adored this planet. Rainforest climate, abundant organic matter and arable land, and an endless supply of ferocious beasts to hunt. Furthermore, it has already been developed and can be taken over immediately. For the purebloods of glory, a pleasant and leisurely Earth-like planet is certainly desirable, but Jiangra and Eden are the places they dream of. There are quite a few planets with hostile biospheres, and there are also some rich planets, but planets that combine both advantages are extremely rare. Looking across the Perseus star system, there are fewer than 5, and Jiangra and the Universal Union are the closest. It's a pity that Universal Alliance, Magnos, and the Overlord are like triplets, all bound together. Otherwise, while the Overlord's attention is focused on the AI war, our expansion target this time should have been Universal Alliance. He muttered regretfully, then looked at his subordinates behind him, whose eyes also gleamed with greed, and cleared his throat. Keep your eyes to yourselves. We represent demon aviation, and even more so, the noble purebloods. Don't look so ignorant. Yes. The public cooperation ceremony was a well-known formality, merely representing the positions of the three parties. Everyone here was a master performer, far surpassing even the best actors in holographic novels. As the old saying goes, true veteran actors are all in politics. Only those who are unhappy end up in the entertainment industry. Even a seasoned director like Kuning, a rising star in the holographic novel genre renowned throughout the star system, couldn't see the underlying tensions beneath the seemingly harmonious facade of Li Bin, Half, and Inoue Takehiko, the three appearing like sworn brothers, ready to die together on the same day, in the same year. Inoue Takehiko, gazing at the joyous crowd in the distance, the filthy crabs crawling on people's heads spewing profanities, the well-behaved sealed balls held by wealthy children, and the overwhelming holographic projections, pouted and said meaningfully to the reserved Half, "I'm afraid the Suzuan agents monitoring us are grinding their teeth to dust, aren't they?" Half remained reserved. The Brighton Alliance is an independent force. We adhere to the principle of independence and autonomy, busy resisting the invasion of the Afterglow and solving the food problem. We have no interest in anything else. Utterly bureaucratic. Most people might have thought Half was just a puppet brought in by Li Bin to fill a quota, a marionette remotely controlled by Brighton or the Universal Alliance. But Inoue Takehiko was different. Relying on his extraordinary talent, he defeated a host of competitors, seized power from the family of the captain of the first Dreadnought-class avionics ship, and had done his homework using the AI core before arriving. As Brighton Alliance's stance became clearer, many previously concealed clues were intentionally or unintentionally exposed. Inoue Takehiko knew that this seemingly prematurely aged and clumsy man was actually a frontline leader secretly colluding with the Brighton Alliance and the Universal Alliance. His friendship with Li Bin, dating back to the first cruiser of the Universal Alliance, the High Point BRV, has lasted for over 5 years. It could be said that this man, along with Mamba Wong, the nearly 300-pound fat man, who was the head of the Brighton Alliance's office on Eden Star, are indirectly responsible for the Wolf Spirit Star disaster. If it weren't for their covert lobbying and sowing discord, the Brighton Alliance should have been the swift shield against the Universal Alliance's forces. In Inoue Takehiko's mind, this old man was completely feigning ignorance. But at this moment, Half was genuinely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, how did he, a factory negotiator, become the Minister of Foreign Affairs so inexplicably? Bosley was alright. At least the two had a personal relationship. When Inoue Takehiko and that group of purebloods in scarlet uniforms stood before him, his heart turned cold. Spare me. I'm just a corporate negotiation expert whose hair has turned white from years of work, and you bunch of thugs are practically stabbing me in the eye. He was on the verge of tears, clutching the local Eden Planet's specialty starry purple wine. Whoever comes, I respond with the same formulaic approach, purely rehearsed, devoid of any skill or emotion. This scene, witnessed by the Suzy agent several kilometers away, who was using hacking technology to monitor the meeting, made his cheeks flush with hatred, his face contorted with rage, his teeth ground to a pulp. The evidence is irrefutable. The Brighton Alliance has indeed betrayed the company. This treacherous Brighton foreign minister has been receiving mostly high-ranking officials from the Universal Union. The core fleet's bosun, the captains of all the main warships, the renowned Lan Yuan, the Minister of Research Chen Luo, the Minister of Political Affairs Alyosha, and even Governor Li Shu and CEO Li Bin of Eden Star have all toasted with him. Furthermore, this man remained completely calm throughout, clearly extremely familiar with these people. It's highly likely that the Brighton Alliance secretly assisted in the Wolf Spirit Star disaster, perhaps even sending troops to aid them. Headquarters must immediately adjust the Brighton Alliance's rating, changing it from suspicion to enemy, and immediately call on Yu Hui to exert pressure, rendering them unable to move. Thinking this, the man disguised as a toilet repairman, reeking of stench, with a gloomy face, looking like he accidentally forgotten his protective suit and gotten splashed in the face, hurriedly left. After he left, a crab, its entire body painted to resemble a crab sculpture found everywhere on Eden, slowly climbed from the lampshade onto the ceiling. Hanging upside down on its alloy legs, it reached the signal station outside the toilet, placed its legs on it, and uploaded all the monitored information in one go. A few seconds later, the security department inside the governor's mansion quickly received the intelligence, compiled it, and forwarded it to Security Minister Bond, one of the Old One-Eyed's old buddies, a former investigator. Bond printed out the documents, whistling as he dusted them off. Bringing the Brighton Alliance into the mix, this is practically a sure thing. Chapter 776. The public ceremony, though superficial, would last for many days. Li Bin would take his clients to visit the biochemical factory embryos and orbital industrial facilities. The real negotiations, however, would take place during the journey. So I hope to establish a triangular trade, with the Brighton Alliance and Demon Avionics providing raw materials, and the Universal Union providing production capacity and organic matter. We will produce a large quantity of daily necessities and consumer goods. You send cargo ships to load the raw materials and bring back the finished industrial products. We trade in kind, without using star currency, okay? Li Bin spoke eloquently in the car, speaking very little, leaving most of the information to Wen Guan, who would use AI cores to summarize and analyze, using irrefutable data and profit prospects to persuade the other party. Half was somewhat embarrassed. The Brighton Alliance is small and probably can't provide much raw material, and our demand for daily necessities and food is enormous. Inoue Takiko, however, was focused on another issue. Why not use star currency? He was actually asking something else. Did the Universal Union intend to use Eden currency to replace star currency's function in the Eastern Law sector and establish regional monetary hegemony? Li Bin gave him a look that said, "You completely don't understand," and said, "How much usable star currency does Demon Aeronautics have left? Back when I was doing business, selling hundreds of heavy weapons, you guys were all stingy. What, after all these years, have you unearthed the Persa Central Bank's currency vault in the land of man?" Li Bin pointed at Half, with an air of dominance. The Brighton Alliance is even worse. They're still paying taxes to Tachyon Technology recently. Where would they get so much currency? Inoue Takiko was speechless. Demon Aeronautics had just built a dual-use space station, a massive space station tens of kilometers in size, entirely self-sufficient in production, and far from the core star sector, leaving them short of star currency. Later, they rushed to complete the Demon Cave-level project using the Divine Messenger-level technical data. They had plenty of heavy industrial products and food, but their star currency was severely lacking. Internal deflation had already begun. It wasn't until the establishment of the Universal Alliance, located in the Eastern Law sector alongside Demon Aerospace, that the two companies began exchanging goods and resources, gradually attracting many adventurous free merchants. If it were just avionics, we wouldn't be able to fool many people. Li Bin pointed at two people, one on each side. Let's be frank, the Universal Alliance is upgrading its space station, so its heavy industrial capacity is limited, but our light industrial products are currently second to none in the Law sector. Demon Avionics has a surplus of industrial products. Even now, fighting with the FSF military company, its inventory is more than enough. We also have food, and the Brighton Alliance is short of food, heavy industrial products, and light industrial products. Isn't this a perfect complement? Inoue Takiko chuckled. It's like we're giving the Brighton Alliance a lifeline, isn't it? Half was very interested, but seeing Inoue Takiko's forced smile, he couldn't say a word. Li Bin shook his head. It's not that simple. Establishing a free trade zone and using a new currency for settlement, while this currency can only circulate among our three companies, can solve the various financial problems caused by your company's star currency scarcity and inventory backlog, as well as create employment opportunities. Let me be clear. The Universal Alliance needs raw materials, massive amounts of raw materials, to provide job opportunities for new skilled workers and engineer immigrants, and to carry out large-scale production. The Brighton Alliance needs to alleviate the pressures brought about by the refugee crisis, and Demon Aerospace needs a healthy economic system to smoothly operate its war machine. We three each have our own needs. These are brothers in distress coming together. This isn't mutually beneficial. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. I emphasize again, this isn't mutual benefit, it's life-saving. But then, he changed the subject. Actually, it's not that we absolutely need demon avionics. The Interstellar Empire lacks nano-forging furnaces, its capital was bombed, and its light and heavy industrial capacity has been severely damaged, leading to a supply shortage. Under Inoue Takiko's watchful gaze, Li Bin smiled slyly. Bringing the Interstellar Empire into the picture not only solves the Brighton Alliance's food problem, but also allows us to capitalize on the demand for industrial products and sell them at higher prices. From an economic perspective, this is actually more profitable. At this point, Li Bin shook his head and sighed, but I'm kind-hearted and don't care much for money. I just want everyone to live a good life. I originally planned to help the Interstellar Empire after the three of us had achieved some success. If avionics doesn't agree, then I have to reluctantly agree and earn this money with tears in my eyes. Damn it, you said everything, good or bad, what am I supposed to say? Inoue Takiko was dumbfounded. Gu Zhongyu, the sole cardinal of the EVA Knights, and the de facto ruler of the Left Path Kingdom, stood on the bridge of the flagship Castella-class Final Prophecy, his gaze complex, as he looked through the 20-meter diameter spherical observation window directly ahead. He and his fleet had entered the star system formerly ruled by the Fong clan. This place, once bustling and vibrant, where the public frequency was filled with birdsong, insect chirps, lizard roars, and the howls of beasts mixed with human speech, a land resembling a kingdom of 10,000 demons, was now as silent as the afterlife. The Fong clan was annihilated, and the Hell Legion's army had already departed with vast amounts of spoils and slaves. Only scattered logistical fleets belonging to the Hell Legion remained, scraping the ground clean, attempting to take away all alloys and rare metals. Aside from the logistics fleets emblazoned with the Hell Legion's logo, and the pirates active in the western sector, who had defected to the Hell Legion and were being used as cannon fodder, there wasn't even a neutral salvage team drawn by the scent of war. Only a few audacious adventurers, with their small boats, moved cautiously through the area. Gu Zhongyu gazed at the decaying star system for a long time, then turned to the sky battle system, which displayed the horrific state of Gongmu Star, precisely captured by optical observation posts. This planet was once a jungle planet. Although its extreme heat, harsh climate, and the abusive genetic mixing by a former giant corporation had given rise to many repulsive and hideous monsters, it was undeniable that it had once been a vibrant place. But now, everything had vanished. The biodiverse rainforests had been ignited by repeated orbital bombardments, and the jungles that once covered the globe had become excellent fuel. The flames continued to burn even after the Hell Legion fleet withdrew, like the resentment and fury of the Fong clan igniting the entire world. Even so, one could still see escort ships painted with the colors of the Hell Legion parachuting into landing bays to establish a landing zone, scavenging for components and supplies on the scorching surface. I see city-states destroyed, humanity annihilated, and the world no longer holds monuments to commemorate greatness, no longer has temples to shelter the holy land from the wind and rain, no longer sings hymns of praise to the great Creator, only filth remains and holiness is gone. Gu Zhongyu recited from the Book of Lud, Revelation 7 verse 12, issuing a stark and sorrowful battle order to the fleet. Jungle Planet was a blessing left to life by Saint Lud, and the despicable Hell Legion has brazenly destroyed this paradise of life. Without a doubt, they are humanity's greatest enemy. However, too weak to confront the Hell Legion, but that doesn't mean we can't fight back. Children of Saint Lud, ahead lies the Hell Legion's supply fleet and pirates succumbing to violence and bloodshed. As the Cardinal Archbishop of the EVA Paladin Order, I command you to annihilate these allies of our great enemy. Let us do our utmost, using their blood to illuminate the glory of Saint Lud. The enemy is at our front. Follow me and slay them. In the fervor of their united will, the Left Path cultists chanted in unison, May the light of Lud shine. Chapter 777. Countless bombers and fighters took off from the Okaya-class aircraft carrier, which resembled a soaring eagle. As the main carrier force that dominated the human realm before the advent of Legion-class battleships, the Okaya-class possessed 6 enormous flight decks arranged along its wings. These flight decks supported the launch of cumbersome, proportionally enlarged carrier-based aircraft, each about half the size of a frigate. When these aircraft were armed with cannons, they were merely a weakened version of a frigate. But when armed with torpedoes and missiles, they transformed into a swarm of dangerous kamikaze killers. The bombers, escorted by fighters, arrived at the battlefield first. The Hell Legion's frigates were not the infamous Hella series, but rather the Whiplashly class, although they also possessed a modification module called Legion Drive. However, faced with the overwhelming number of massive carrier-based aircraft, they still could not escape their fate. Thus, the hard-working, brainwashed Hell Legion slaves on the ground looked up, truly feeling as if the sky had fallen. In the sky, scorched yellow and black by the flames, tiny sparks, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed by. Their communications were cut off one by one, until the last channel fell silent amidst curses. These brainwashed fanatics were immediately plunged into immense anxiety and loneliness, abandoned by the world and awaiting futile death. Gu Zhongyu might be handsome and kind-hearted, but it's unlikely that Gu Zhongyu is handsome and kind-hearted. In any case, whether well-intentioned or unintentional, after the aircraft from the Great Eagle-class carrier flew by, several Theocracy-class heavy destroyers, which had once shown brightly under Li Bin's command, charged forward in their modified flame drives, breaking through the Hell Legion's logistics fleet. Then came a deluge of drop pods and veteran soldiers from the left column, clad in power armor, knocking out fanatics one by one with hammers and dragging them aboard for interrogation. The naval battle outside continued. After all, the logistics fleet's holds were teeming with spoils. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Gu Zhongyu didn't order the capital ships to eliminate them with a single shot. Instead, he commanded the fleet to disperse, each pursuing the enemy with the capital ships as the core. He himself led his loyal followers to the interrogation room. Through the glass, the fanatics of the Hell Legion were all resolute, even exhibiting remarkable resistance to the brainwashing drugs, causing Gu Zhongyu's eyelids to twitch slightly. Secretary Vinka's tone was incredulous. How many brainwashing drugs have they been given to develop such resistance? It's a miracle their brains can still talk. Gu Zhongyu recalled the intelligence Hua had left him before leaving Lud Left Path and returning to the Lud Church, and thought of the various speculations about the Dark Night Watch, the predecessor of the Hell Legion. He shook his head. The drugs are unlikely to be effective. Just use torture. These people are beyond saving. Interrogate them, and then dispose of them. Yes. In the Fong clan star system, war quickly spread everywhere. The Lud Left Path had no martial ethics. It didn't matter if you were from the Hell Legion, pirates, who had become part of the Hell Legion, or other adventurers. Anyone who wasn't from Lud or the Fong clan resistance was wiped out. Gu Zhongyu's fleet wasn't strong enough to directly confront the main force of the Hell Legion, but surely they could take down these flies? A dozen hours later, Vinka arrived with the interrogation report. We found out. They're searching for nano-forging materials on various planets. Gu Zhongyu frowned. The Hell Legion attacked the Fong clan, but they didn't even take the nanoforge. Winka shook his head. They did. The Fong clan had a damaged nanoforge, but after repelling the Hell Legion's first attack, the Fong clan's chieftain felt powerless to reverse the situation, so he ordered the dismantling of all automated factories and the relics of the human realm, hiding the key components. The damaged nanoforge, because it was involved in the production and maintenance of ships, was the last to be dismantled. It couldn't have been abandoned in space. It must be hidden on some planet. Gu Zhongyu became even more curious. The Fong clan's technical capabilities are even worse than our Lud Left Path, yet they know how to dismantle a nanoforge. Winka's expression was complicated. The Fong clan's chieftain's clan. A lineage? Race? Anyway, the chieftain's clan is a rather strange clan. They can acquire fragments of others' memories by devouring their brains. It is said that when the Fong clan was first established, someone in the clan unearthed a hibernation pod. A hungry person ate the humans inside, obtaining the coordinates and maintenance methods for a damaged nanoforge. Therefore, the High Chieftain's branch of the clan established the position of prophet, passed down through generations by a single prophet. The old prophet secretly taught the new prophet the technology, and upon death, the new prophet would consume the old prophet's brain to solidify and strengthen the memory, thus passing the technology down through generations. This method ensured the High Chieftain's branch of the clan's dominance. According to interrogation, the last prophet dismantled a key component of the damaged nanoforge, reducing the forge's capacity from 71% and accuracy of a conventional forge to 31% and accuracy. The commander of the Hell Legion is furious, and has ordered the logistics fleet to thoroughly search the area. Based on the intelligence gathered from the search, they believe the Myriad Races star and the Gongmu star are the most likely candidates. Vinka shook his head with a wry smile. But the prophet committed suicide when the space station was destroyed. Even if the components are recovered, it will likely be difficult to repair. That's probably not the case. Gu Zhongyu pondered with a serious expression. Since it's a special agency left behind by the human realm, and they're going to such lengths to try and recover the components, perhaps they have some way to repair it. No way. The Hell Legion already has its own nanoforges, and they even stole one from the Interstellar Empire. Now they got another one. If they were to recover, what would become of them? The power of 3 forges, even the 14th Legion and Tachyon technology at their peak didn't have this kind of treatment. After much hesitation, Gu Zhongyu, who opposed saturation bombing, resolutely ordered, then carry out saturation bombing on these 2 planets. Vinka, alarmed, hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Archbishop, you clearly oppose saturation bombing. If you do this, you be following in your wife's footsteps. The goodwill that Risk Mining currently has towards you might very well disappear. In her desperation, she didn't even consider. It was best not to rub salt in Gu Zhongyu's wounds, but Gu Zhongyu was determined. Go ahead and do it. To stop the Hell Legion, let the sect suffer, I bear the infamy. Yes. Just as the scattered fleets regrouped in the 2-star systems, extracting the inertized antimatter fuel and reverting it back into sensitive antimatter bombs, a fleet consisting of only 1 battleship entered the physical universe, sending out a warning signal from afar. Lud left path. This is Tang Zhuofan of the Dragon Prince Resistance Army. This star system belongs to the Fan clan. Please immediately cease your shameless bombing. There are no living beings here. Repeat, there are no living beings here. Take whatever you want, but don't be so insulting. The voice, filled with overwhelming rage and extreme restraint, was so chilling that even Gu Zhongyu found it unbearable to hear. He immediately explained his plans in a deep voice, only to be met with a suspicious question from the other end. So, you're here for humanitarian aid? What else? Gu Zhongyu said wearily. There are still over 13,000 refugees from the Fan clan on Mercy Star. We haven't told anyone about the negative impact these refugees have had on us. Words are meaningless. Tang Zhuofan sneered. Vinka immediately transmitted the data. After a long while, a slightly choked voice came from the other end. Everyone says Lud left path is a terrorist, but now it seems you were the first to offer us assistance. These components are on my ship, but the Prophet is indeed dead. I can destroy them at any time. Gu Zhongyu and Tang Zhuofan talked for a long time, even meeting in person. Ultimately, under Gu Zhongyu's persuasion, Tang Zhuofan agreed to Lud left path superficial. If we don't do this, the Hell Legion will keep sending people to search. Only by taking this action will they finally give up. The Hell Legion's eagerness to collect nanoforges is definitely not for internal development. They will definitely reignite the war. Risk Mining and all the giant corporations in the West could become the next targets of these madmen. We witnessed the annihilation of the Fan clan, but the warlords may not be aware of the giant corporations in the East. Although this may be hurtful, I hope you can take this fleet and some refugees to the East. Let Tachyon technology and the overlords see for themselves the threat of the Hell Legion. Chapter 778. The triangular trade cooperation was finally successfully completed after Li Bin skillfully navigated the awkward situations of all parties, appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them. Half arrived in a daze and left in a daze, completely unaware that he had been used. He only knew that shortly after returning home, Tachyon Technology sent a strongly worded letter of condemnation to the Brighton Alliance and withdrew its diplomatic ambassador. Of course, the small fleet carrying the diplomatic ambassador was quickly destroyed by the pirates summoned by the Pirate Emperor, sinking into hyperspace and disappearing without a trace. Before and after Kanda departed for the Universal Union, he issued a free plunder order to all pirates targeting Tachyon Technology and the Persis Alliance. Any pirate who sank any ship of these 2 forces would not only be able to keep all the spoils, but also receive a bonus funded by the Lud Church and deposited into the account in the name of the Pirate Emperor. Therefore, many pirates, who considered themselves skilled, rushed over excitedly. Inoue Takiko's expression was gloomy. As the fiancé of the noble pure blood and the captain of the Demon K-class ship, he seemed somewhat disappointed at failing to gain the upper hand in the negotiations. However, as long as the Demon Aviation was satisfied, Li Bin didn't care about his attitude. Li Bin had just finished reorganizing the colonies, cracking down on corruption, hanging hundreds of corpses on the bows of the fleet, and streamlining factory production capacity. The technicians and engineers, who had immigrated from the Tachyon Empire, under Gao Yuanjian's leadership, were working overtime to repair the Star-class and Exemplar-class ships. After all, these were high-tech capital ships. Repairs weren't like clicking a mouse in a game, ignoring the production line, the construction equipment, the workers' skill levels, and the management system to get them fixed immediately. Meanwhile, he himself was preparing to salvage the Unicorn-class dreadnought. The spoils, worth 400 million star coins, along with the friendship and military support from the Supreme Overlord, Magius, and the establishment of a triangular trade network. Furthermore, with Tachyon technology retreating to its defensive lines and the Perseus alliance preoccupied with its own problems, the diplomatic position of the Universal Union in the entire eastern sector was completely secured. Only then did he have the confidence to confront the dreadnought. What's the point of you working so hard, tightening your belts to build your own dreadnoughts? I just salvaged them. Thinking of this, Li Bin, his eyes now showing dark circles from a long time ago, slumped over his desk and couldn't help but hum softly. Your smile is a bit lewd, like a lecherous old man encountering a stunning beauty. Lan Yuan, who had just opened the door, stopped instinctively upon seeing this. Li Bin looked up at Lan Yuan and sneered, "You're one to talk? The day the Hell Machine arrived, you barely ate anything all day, okay?" Lan Yuan was indignant at the mention of this. As a test pilot for the human realm's experimental ships and a naval officer, Lan Yuan's aesthetic sense regarding ships was always impeccable. She couldn't stand those ugly designs that prioritized strength and gun positions, resulting in ships that were a hodgepodge, resembling a chimera's stitched-together monster. This specifically criticizes risk mining, hyena mining, and the once infamous plague fleet of the pirate emperor. The Perseus starfield had given this old man from human realm a glimpse of his vision from various angles, but none were as bizarre as those ships. "I just can't stand these ugly things," Lan Yuan said indignantly, sitting down opposite Li Bin. "The keels of those ships are crying. A perfectly good foundation, ruined like this. Even pirates have their pride. Modifying ships like this will bring them annihilation." Li Bin smiled without speaking, then pulled a paper appointment letter, made from shredded and reconstructed pieces of old paper, from the drawer and pushed it towards him. Lan Yuan picked it up and glanced at it, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. "You want me to be the commander of the escort fleet?" "Yes." Li Bin nodded. "Probably this week. I'd be taking Wang Shiji to retrieve the celestial horned beasts. The fleet won't be large, but the Candle Dragon and the Zhu Rong will be leaving. ISA will definitely be with me. Regarding homeland defense, Eden Star has a planetary shield, so we're not worried. But Granada Star and Tonfa Star need protection. As for the triangular trade, each of the three parties is responsible for escorting fleets within their respective territories. Once we receive a distress call, we need to immediately dispatch fleets for rescue. Our company's hyperspace territory spans a vast area, so Wahab and Zhu Jin are not capable of being commanders." After much thought, "Then of course, it has to be me." Lan Yuan sat up straight, confidently continuing, "I need the license to use the intermediate-level hypersonic transmitter, and the surveillance and counter-surveillance capabilities of the hacker group that betrayed Tachyon." She spoke rapidly, showing no sign of being flustered by this sudden appointment. Or rather, as a pilot of the experimental ship, Lan Yuan was already accustomed to all sorts of emergencies. Li Bin nodded, "Of course. Is there anything else?" "There's also temporary command of the patrol fleets in each star system," Lan Yuan added. "If I were here, I would deploy a cruiser fleet on Granada and Tonfa respectively, but the main battleships would be concentrated together. The temporary command center would be set up in the Tonfa system, making it easier to coordinate with the fleets traveling westward from the Brighton Alliance and Demon Aeronautics, approaching the escort border. But that might lead to multiple incidents of danger, and I need to redeploy patrol teams as reinforcements." Lan Yuan spoke eloquently, and Li Bin nodded. "That makes sense. Our company's new cruisers are also under construction, all modified Enterprise-class assault-class ships. These civilian hulls have numerous factories and shipyards in the core star system capable of production. The factories, technicians, and engineers we seize from Tachyon and Hyena mines can quickly adapt and increase production capacity to 25 ships a year, based on the current capacity allocated to them." Thinking about the assault-class ships' missile-laden appearance and their similarity to the Enterprise class, Lan Yuan reluctantly accepted. "Okay, when do I take up my post?" Li Bin raised his right hand, gesturing for her to proceed. "From now on, you can lead your assigned fleet and the non-requisition portion of the core fleet to the Tonfa system at any time." Since the successful conclusion of the Demon Aerospace Universal Union Brighton Free Trade Zone establishment ceremony, the other two companies have immediately dispatched transport fleets. Li Bin. A feigned annoyance tinged his smile. "If I'd known they were in such a hurry, I would have delayed a bit longer." Lan Yuan nodded, took the letter of appointment, and stood up. Before leaving, she turned back curiously. "What can the Brighton Alliance transport?" "They lack everything except volatiles." "They can't just sell volatiles, can they?" Li Bin smirked. Of course, the most produced and cheapest labor force in the entire universe, people. Don't forget, the Brighton Alliance received a large number of refugees from the core star sector. After the Third AI War broke out, many more refugees from the core star sector fled there. But the Brighton Alliance can't provide enough jobs. They were also afraid of tachyon technology before, so they didn't dare sell people to us. Li Bin cleared his throat and said in a loving tone, "These refugees who fled voluntarily, smuggled themselves across through harsh conditions to the Brighton Alliance, and ultimately survived, are all in excellent physical condition and have experienced the hardships of society. As long as they're fed and clothed, and given a job, why would they refuse to work?" Chapter 779. May 24th, Star Calendar 216. Today, Li Bin, for the first time in a long time, led a fleet consisting more cargo ships than warships, slowly departing from the spaceport. This fleet was small in size. The combat component consisted only of the flagship, the Candle Dragon, the accompanying electronic warfare ship, the Sursters Metallica class, the Zhu Rong, commanded by ISA, and one Falcon-class ship. The remaining ships were temporarily assigned to Lan Yuan. The remaining logistics ships included 2 battlefield carrier-class ships, 2 Atlas-class ships, several Buffalo-class destroyer-slash-cargo ships, and several Phaeton-class fuel ships. It was clearly a case of being completely emptied out. Konda, watching this small fleet from the space station, was somewhat puzzled as to why Li Bin, having finally obtained leave from the Overlord, was so eager to leave. Li Bin, of course, wouldn't say that he was going to salvage a powerful dreadnought. He simply said that a friend in the salvage team had found something good, and he was going to check it out, before turning and leaving. The fleet had barely set sail when they received intelligence from Lan Yuan. The fleet carrying the first batch of dispatched workers from the Brighton Alliance has encountered pirates. I'm patrolling nearby and heading to the scene. Li Bin scratched his head, puzzled, and asked ISA, "What's going on? Is my Universal Alliance's reputation not prestigious enough? How come someone's already trying to sabotage our business so soon after we just opened?" ISA shook her head, jokingly saying, "I don't know, maybe they're really hungry." Indeed, as ISA jokingly said, this was a mixed pirate fleet, its flagship a dilapidated Mora-class aircraft carrier accidentally salvaged from the edge of the Lost Star sector. Mora-class aircraft carriers are renowned for their powerful damage-bearing capabilities, granted by their tactical systems damping field, and their excellent aircraft launch capabilities. The troublesome aspect of this ship was that when it was salvaged, its tactical systems had already been melted down by energy weapons, rendering it completely unrepairable. Therefore, the pirates fitted it with the most common tactical system salvaged from other ships, the flame drive. It's laughable that an aircraft carrier equipped with a flame drive would be a laughingstock if Li Bin knew, as if the ship's captain was asking for trouble. At this moment, Lan Yuan's fleet arrived at the remote star system, where the transport ship was hiding. The Sky Battle System immediately input the celestial conditions and star system parameters of the entire system into the projection. The navigator quickly explained to Lan Yuan, "This star system is unnamed. Most star systems in the universe lack colonization value or have low value. This star system was explored 3 years ago by Sarah, the commander of the commercial fleet. Previously, this area was generally only used to provide a stable cosmic environment for fleets encountering hyperspace storms to self-repair." During the report, a distress signal came from afar, along with the composition of this pirate fleet. Lan Yuan glanced at it and frowned, only one more class. She immediately lost interest, ordering Wu Qingyu to pilot the fastest ship, the Dream Eater, leading a fleet of Pluto-class and Dragon Horse-class ships developed by the Universal Alliance to the scene to relieve the siege. She herself led the main fleet, leisurely flying in the rear. These pirates were clearly from out of town, and completely unaware of the situation. When they saw this transport fleet, which included several Phaeton-class fuel ships and had little armament, their eyes lit up like travelers starving in the desert, and they pounced on it without hesitation. The lead Mora-class ships entangled the Atlas-class supercargo ship, cutting off its connection with the escorting destroyers. Other pirate ships swarmed in, attempting to overcome the quality difference with their superior numbers and gun positions. Then their teeth broke. Those ships resembling Phaeton-class fuel ships, their round fuel tanks rising with a roar, revealed themselves to be a specially designed armed vessel by the Universal Alliance for the perilous Lost Sector, the Pretender class. The rounded structure resembling the first 2 fuel tanks was actually a special design disguised turrets. When these pirate escorts, eager to board the fuel ship, approached, the suddenly rising turrets dazzled the unsuspecting, shieldless pirates. While the Phaeton-class fuel ship had only 4 small ammunition slots, the Pretender-class possessed 2 medium-sized disguise turrets, 2 small missile slots, and 3 small ammunition slots. While her firepower and defenses might not match those of other armed merchant ships of the same destroyer class, the Pretender-class was undeniably adept at ambushes. Thanks to this smooth operation, the Pretender-class ships sold by the Universal Alliance to the Brighton Alliance threw the pirates, who hadn't been active for a long time, into a daze, disrupting their plans and allowing the arrival of reinforcements led by the Dream Eater. With the xenon laser cannons and xenon energy storage tanks working in tandem, 3 rounds of laser cannon fire caused the xenon energy and shield energy to clash, crippling the Moore-class. Nightmare-class. Following this, several Xenon Type A starburst energy cannons opened fire, and several Dragon Horse-class ships activated their large-scale Locust missile launchers. Under the excessive barrage of fire, the Moore-class, lacking a damping field, along with its bewildered pirate captain, was reduced to a cosmic firework. This scene stunned the commanders of the pirates and the Brighton Alliance. This white-haired, still vigorous veteran had seemingly been on the space station. Back then, the flagship of the Universal Alliance was a modified mule-class pony class, laboriously dragging a broken wreck of the High Point, arriving with all its possessions, scrimping and saving to buy upgrades. In the blink of an eye, the Universal Alliance's cruisers already possessed the capability to destroy a warship of the same class in 5 minutes. The carrier-based aircraft launched from the Moore class hadn't even had time to get close enough to drop their bombs before turning around to find their homes gone. But this was just the beginning. The remaining pirates scattered and fled, but they were already locked onto by the distant Xingtian. Lan Yuan spat out the leaf from the root of a fist-sized space strawberry, her mouth bloodshot, and coldly ordered, "Launch the star missiles." The Firefly-like star missiles, launched later, arrived first. Having traversed a long voyage, these missiles rapidly approached at a speed almost imperceptible to ordinary detectors and sensors, triggering frantic alarms from the pirate ships on board AI. The pirate ships frantically overloaded their engines, churning an antimatter fuel without restraint. Some severely worn engines even failed completely. But their ships were far from high quality. Most pirates, who could afford good ships, were organized, and the rest were well informed. Only the desperate would risk such a gamble. Therefore, even with their engines overloaded, they were still overtaken by the star missiles. The frigates detonated instantly, and the destroyers were forced to stagger and slow down. Closely following the star missiles was a swarm of Locust missiles from the Dragon Horse-class destroyers. The old commander of the Brighton Alliance blankly removed his captain's hat, utterly bewildered. 10 years. Is that really enough time for a company to grow from its origins in the law sector to its current state? The main fleet and main force weren't even there. Only a single cruiser led the charge, and in less than 20 minutes, they wiped them all out with a combination of interception, relief, and pursuit? Chapter 780. Speedtron technology harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Universal Alliance. This hatred intensified especially after Li Bin swiftly defeated the Brighton Alliance with a few words. While Li Bin led his fleet through the Lost Star sector, commanding his most elite and loyal troops, and relentlessly advancing through the hyperspace region severed from human civilization, Speedtron Technology's revenge finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Speedtron Technology's own army was busy guarding its headquarters, so it dispatched the toilet chamber pot. The Starlight Society. The 8-kilometer-long, 6-kilometer-wide Purple Elysium, a palace-like vessel designed and built by countless top-tier, dissolute artists who had stolen company assets, was witnessed and reported by the Triangular Trade and by free merchants from the Core Star sector who were attempting to escape its chaos. Upon receiving intelligence, Lan Yuan, which was repairing its ships near the Tanfa system, immediately contacted the Adventurer King. The Universal Union would fund the hiring of all the adventurers at the Exploration Hub to release these audacious, highly skilled, and wildly customized vessels into hyperspace. Since signing the contract with the Universal Union, the Exploration Hub had been cautiously advancing from the northern edge of the star system. Although the Exploration Hub's progress was slow, the Adventurer King, by heading towards the Universal Union, avoided the major battles in the Core Star system. With the Universal Union's production support, the successfully repaired Exploration Hub settled in the Zishaman system. Now, the Exploration Hub has become an ideal resting place for Lloyds who enjoy deep-sea mining. The Adventurer King has also used the Exploration Hub as a field station, providing accommodation and other services, and has recovered its losses. The Allied forces' attack on the Sudden Force headquarters had a significant impact on the adventurer community. Many now believe that Li Bin was the true adventurer. Compared to the Sudden Force attack, Their previous expeditions seemed trivial. Some even considered Li Bin the true legendary adventurer of the star system. The Adventurer King himself coveted the job of escorting the triangular trade. In internal meetings of the Adventurers Association, he had complained countless times to other council members. I can negotiate. I can pledge allegiance to the Allied forces. The star system is in such chaos. The situation in the East is clear. The coalition led by the Overlord will inevitably win. If we align ourselves with the Allied forces, we might even become shareholders. Besides, here, adventurers can easily access the Lost Star sector. The opportunities to make a fortune are plentiful. But Boss Lee won't negotiate with me. The patrol teams are busy, guarding star systems and providing escorts. Our adventurers may not have the best ships, but they're cheap and fearless. Give me a chance, and I can prove myself. Therefore, when the order arrived, he happily accepted it, excitedly telling the council members, look, the opportunity has come. One council member advised, the Starlight Society is, after all, a dreadnought. The Adventurer King dismissed it, so what if it's a dreadnought? The Exploration Hub is also a dreadnought. Divider, so what if it's a dreadnought? Mai Xingtian has never been at a disadvantage. In the Tanfa system, after receiving the intelligence, 10 days had passed before the adventurers finally witnessed the Palace class again and risked their lives to transmit the news back. Lan Yuan slammed her fist on the table and frantically operated the Sky Battle system, the dense lines enveloping the entire Universal Joint Shipping route. Lan Yuan stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally, she had her chance to prove her command abilities, and the All-Union fleet had found a worthy opponent. When fighting dreadnoughts, it's not unreasonable for me to gang up on them, is it? She murmured to herself. Starful, standing beside her, looked at the commander with some concern. As a seasoned leader, she felt that Lan Yuan, who had spent all her time with madmen like Li Bin after her awakening, was showing signs of a madness that thrived on the prospect of battle. The once calm and aloof commander seemed to have been assimilated by the Persis star system. If Jeffrey were in her place as second in command, he would probably nod in satisfaction and say, that's more like it. In Persis, who doesn't go crazy? Just bear with it. Divided the Palace-class ships, and their accompanying 8 Hyphen-class and 6 Doom-class ships, along with the destroyers and frigates, were all caught in a state of divided emotions. One side rejoiced that the highly anticipated dreadnought could finally sail openly in the world. The other was dejected by the detention and interrogation of the Society's leader and key members by Sun Ai, CEO of Suzy Technology. The Starlight Society was an organization known for its extravagance and competitive culture. While its core members might not be the most skilled fighters, they were certainly the most trendy and entertaining. The Society's cohesion was built on individual trendsetters and the prevailing atmosphere. Therefore, all members could be considered fans of the Society's leader and prominent figures. Now, with the leader detained by Sun Ai, it was akin to a fanboy devastated when his beloved and understanding parents took away all his idol's merchandise and albums. The entire fleet was in a somewhat erratic mood. If you were to roam within a Palace-class ship, you might even see a captain emerge from the conference room, kneeling on the deck, sobbing uncontrollably, pounding the wall, and howling to the heavens. CO. The Starlight Society has been so loyal, doing so much dirty work for you every year, yet why? Why? A shrew standing nearby, embracing a handsome man and a beautiful woman, would scoff. Ugh! You're so boring. The shrew would criticize mercilessly. The CO detained the leader merely to maintain her impartiality and push forward the Great Purge. She has already given us a chance to prove ourselves. As long as we get revenge on the Universal Union, she will pardon the leader and the entire society. Li Bin has already left with the fleet. The current Universal Union. What can stop us? Who else? Compared to those 2 unlucky bastards stuck in the Hyperhill system, using their Odyssey-class ships as makeshift linemen, at least we still have autonomy. His expression was twisted and manic. Hee, when we raid Eden, we definitely give them endless surprises. Near the limit distance of the Palace-class probe, a group of adventurers, 2 or 3 aboard a dilapidated shuttle, dressed in faded crew uniforms, their faces ashen and emaciated from eating nutritional supplements until they were constipated, stared intently at the enormous metallic signal in the distance, its shape indistinct and only detectable by passive detectors. They muttered to themselves, found, track and report the target's whereabouts, 500 star coins reward, and a 30% discount on the Hades-class ship. Hee, defying fate, today. These frantic adventurers, traversing hyperspace in their shuttles and recklessly tracking the signal, were the penniless adventurers who had emerged from the exploration hub, gambling everything. They had already agreed internally that every so often, someone would leave to use the shuttle's small size and high speed to send messengers to nearby star systems, guiding the Allied forces' army. When another shuttle left and returned 6 hours later with several more, the adventurers licked their dry, chapped lips, knowing the fleet had arrived. The Dreadnoughts versus the Allied forces' main force. Today. Chapter 781. The Starlight Society fleet, caught in a state of division, finally realized something was amiss. Yesterday, to maintain a low profile, they traversed a hyperspace storm and had just finished repairs in a system with only one planet and a small moon. The escort ships had scouted the barren planet, scavenging rare ores to replenish their rare metals, and were about to leave when they received a report from a reconnaissance fleet that they had been attacked. It's a reconnaissance fleet in hyperspace. The fleet consists of Torment-class phase ships. They shouldn't have been so easily defeated. This is definitely not an ordinary triangular trade fleet. It's very likely a military fleet. Chazelle, captain of the Palace-class Enlightenment Nexus and commander of the Starlight Society's Revenge Fleet, wore a platinum-ringed, open-work robe clinging to his skin. The robe was secured by nipple studs, showcasing his well-developed muscles. A glimpse of skin beneath the robe added a touch of sensuality. His expression, however, was extremely serious, as if he were attending a purely formal military meeting. The other experts, each displaying their unique abilities, also discussed the matter with an air of professionalism. Impossible. We've been lying in wait all this way, and haven't found a single trace. Could someone have risked following us? Nonsense. How many hyperspace storms have we weathered? Even the most agile small fleet would likely be tracked down by the unpredictable nature of a hyperspace storm. Chazelle clapped her hands forcefully, the platinum rings on her body jingling melodiously, highlighting their extraordinary value. We're some distance from the jump point. It's too late to block it now, and besides, if the enemy blocks the jump point, they can easily deploy a Hangzhou jump to break in. Someone suggested, then how about we set up a horizontal jump as well, and jump away after they jump in and get close? No. Chazelle shook her head. The Enlightenment Nexus is a dreadnought. Just setting up a horizontal jump capable of accommodating the flagship, mapping the celestial system, gravity readings, and galactic textures will take a long time. There's no time. Right now, the most urgent task is to deploy the escort ships to expand the reconnaissance range as much as possible and prioritize finding out who is spying on us. 2 hours later, after the Universal Alliance escort ships finished scouting the jump point, and the Xingtian entered the physical universe and completed its reboot, the escort ships that went to search finally found traces of the spy. All the captains of the Astral Society were shocked. Are they crazy? A shuttle, and a Hermes-class one at that, a second-hand one at that. And it's been with us for so long? Aren't they afraid of hyperspace storms? Aren't they afraid of space debris being blown in by the turbulence? While the Hermes-class shuttle does have an antimatter engine to support hyperspace travel, who would do that without a ship's protection? The shuttle's core mission is to travel between space and planets. Chazelle was used to the chaotic scene. The Astral Society used both ranks and grades. The former were ranks that members held within the Tachyon system, the lowest rank attainable only by a frigate captain, but they weren't really valued internally. They valued the internal ranking system based on artistic achievement and overall performance. Of course, the higher the rank, the more followers they had, and the easier it was to obtain a higher Tachyon rank. For example, Chazelle climbed to a high position through clothing and interior design. Later, she received the Tachyon training initiation and successfully discovered that she had a certain talent in command, which enabled her to become the acting captain of the Palace-class dreadnought, which should have been commanded by the leader. He rose gently, his platinum rings jingling, the clear, melodious sound piercing the chaos of the bridge and silencing the surrounding staff and key personnel. Silence spread like a plague, and the entire bridge quieted down within minutes. Jasival was satisfied with this outcome. He raised his hand, adorned with various gems on his knuckles, exuding an air of extravagance. The deed is done. Further argument is pointless. I reviewed the reconnaissance fleet statistics. The enemy has only 3 capital ships. Although they have more cruisers, most are the weak cruisers of the Relief Society, and ships modified from Enterprise-class vessels. He arrogantly stroked his throne. As everyone knows, with the outbreak of the Dreadnought War between the Interstellar Empire and the Hell Legion, the Dreadnought's sweeping victory over capital ships is a foregone conclusion, irrefutably proving. The era of the power ship is over. Now it's the era of the Dreadnought. Chazelle's meticulously maintained face, the result of hundreds of surgeries, revealed a captivating, universally appealing smile. Coincidentally, we have dreadnoughts here, dreadnoughts utilizing cutting-edge tachyon technology, tachyon spears, An Omega weapon specially approved by the CO. Even that special Xingtian, which shone brightly during the Wolf Spirit Star disaster, will surely succumb to such power. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, the bridge instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Yes, now it's the era of the dreadnought. Facts have proven that the advantage of dreadnoughts over capital ships is limitless. A single dreadnought, even a low-grade vessel like the Cathedral class or Steel Dragon class converted from abandoned space stations, according to the Starlight Society, can simultaneously hold its own against 3 capital ships. And our invincible Hull-class ships can easily take on 5, right? Even if the Xingtian can do the work of 2 ships, the enemy's main force is still down by 1, not to mention the Enlightenment Nexus's combat strength is currently being conservatively assessed. Jacivil pressed down on the command platform and loudly declared, "We are facing the entire elite of the Universal Union. Once we eliminate them, the route to the Eden system will be a smooth road. Notify all members to enter combat formation. We must welcome our distinguished guests with the utmost respect." The battle force consists of the 3 main dreadnoughts. Based on past battle data and shipboard AI assessments, the advantage is ours. 3 hours later, the fully prepared Enlightenment Nexus, leading its fleet with imposing momentum, proactively left the planet's high-altitude orbit, flew past the satellite, and launched 2 massive carrier-based aircraft from its wide flight deck. The WASP unmanned interceptor, developed in the late stages of the human realm, near the Great Collapse. These interceptors, with their fragile hulls and lack of shield protection, were easily shot down. However, their advantage lay in the fact that they required no pilots, eliminating concerns about losses, and their scaled-up fuselages, produced in the Dreadnought's shipyard, compensated for their vulnerability. As interceptors, they deployed Stinger-type air-to-ground mines, using wide-area explosions to quickly dismantle enemy carrier-based aircraft formations. If they think we only have WASPs and change their strategy, that would be perfect, the Starlight carrier-based aircraft commander chuckled in the channel. Dreadnoughts are so large, we can switch to LPCs at any time. Once they adjust their strategy and have their escort carriers change course, we switch to LPCs and send bombers to cooperate with the Doom-class phase carriers in a surprise attack. The All-Star Alliance fleet had 3 Dawn Goddess-class ships. Ships the Starlight Society knew all too well, they already had countermeasures. But the enemy's battle formation remained unchanged, pressing forward relentlessly, showing no sign of being intimidated by the dreadnoughts. Energy detection. Chapter 782. The core fleet. The yellow-clad ships have already withdrawn from the core fleet. Among them, the Zhulong and Zhurong are not in the home fleet, they gone on a mission. Lan Yuan subfleet. The shipboard AI issued an alarm. Chazelle Ward coldly manipulated the ship to evade. Notify the defense units. The Xingtian's ultra-long-range attack is approaching. Everyone prepare. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling torrent of energy descended. The cheating Nexus raised its shields in advance. Chazelle Ward was confident that the electric grid system on the massive hull of the Dreadnought would be unaffected. But the torrent wasn't aimed at the Dreadnought. It grazed the shields as it fell. With a gentle shake of the Xingtian in Lan Yuan's hand, the bow slightly changed direction, and the torrent, thousands of miles away, immediately drew a huge arc, sweeping over the unsuspecting Doom-class phase ships. 2 Doom-class ships were thus cleanly and decisively torn apart by the Star River Xenon main cannon. Half of the ship was melted, and the remaining rear half spun around aimlessly like flies, with their heads chopped off. The remaining Doom-class destroyers quickly activated their phase coils and descended, dodging the sweeping torrent. Without a target, the torrent struck the satellite. This small satellite, hit by the overwhelming energy torrent, showed little sign of tremor. Its center was instantly disintegrated and vaporized by the energy, while lava churned at its edges, first dark red, then orange-yellow. Once the energy torrent dissipated, Chazelle, staring at the satellite that had almost been pierced through, wiped the sweat that had instantly beaded on her forehead in astonishment and disbelief. This is even more powerful than a full-force tachyon spear. This is absolutely impossible for a company that could have developed after the Great Collapse, much less something a company like Universal Union, which has only been established for 10 years, could have done. They must have salvaged it from some ruins. Commander-in-Chief, enemy carrier air wing is approaching. The navigator shouted frantically. Jacivil realized with horror that the torrent of energy had not only destroyed 2 cruisers, but also decimated most of the WASP carrier-based aircraft launched from both wings. We encountered a master, Gizal belatedly realized. It's a pity it's too far, Lan Yuan grumbled, releasing the main gun control stick with some regret. She complained to her adjutant, Xingtianfire, although we practiced many times, It's still too much to expect accurate and fast attacks at this distance. She stood up. That's about enough. Notify the fleet to abandon the Palace-class ships and prioritize engaging the cruisers. Xingqian frowned. They're dreadnoughts after all. If the enemy forms a battle formation around them, we have a hard time succeeding. Lan Yuan shook her head. We have more ships and more people. Spread out the capital ships, don't form battle formations, use guerrilla tactics, engage them in close combat. Use your aircraft advantage to force the Palace-class ships to focus on self-defense. I hold this dreadnought line, you all get to work quickly. Yes, sir. The order was given, and the fleet immediately scattered like a pack of wolves. The Azure Dragon, Libra class, led 3 Dawn Goddess-class ships to form a carrier group, releasing a large number of carrier-based aircraft. The massive afterglow-generating flash bombers roared into the air. Mixed among them were the Azure Dragon's Demon Swordsman heavy fighters. These heavy fighters, equipped with magic energy shields, were special carrier-based aircraft integrated into the Azure Dragon. They possessed a weapon system called the Super Micro Shockwave Array, which, while not ideal against heavily armored targets, could inflict sustained damage on large ships. The Demon Swordsman carrier-based aircraft used the Azure Dragon's rotating hangar to launch a rapid attack, utilizing the inertia generated by the rotation. They quickly advanced to the vicinity of the Starlight High Point class, where, piloted by elite pilots from the Universal Alliance, they swiftly circled around and attempted to attack the enemy's thrusters. So many flash bombers? Giselle exclaimed in surprise, thinking, did you steal the Twilight Mothership? You're so rich. But it wasn't over yet. Hidden within the overwhelming barrage of Locust missiles fired by the Dragon Horse-class carriers were the Dragon Flame missiles, a deadly weapon. The Doom-class carriers quickly submerged and retreated, hiding behind the Palace-class carriers. The Supreme-class carriers weren't so lucky. They were harassed by the Demon Swordsman heavy fighters, and the Claymore heavy fighters launched from the Dawn Goddess-class carriers, making maneuvering difficult. Once the Flash Bombers and Dragon Flame missiles were in position, the excessive bombardment rapidly put pressure on their electric grid. The chief engineer of the Xingqian listened to the battle report, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. The suffering of his comrades was his joy. Zhu Jin, piloting the Azure Dragon, didn't rush forward to join the battle. As the only capital ship in the carrier group, he also bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the other cruiser carriers. Meanwhile, Mikhail, piloting the Tiger Shark Odyssey class, had already rendezvoused with the Dream Eater, piloted by Wu Qingyu, leading 1 Hot Spring class and 2 Midstream class missile carriers, all belonging to FSF Military Company, to attack the beleaguered Supreme class carriers. With 8 Supreme class carriers stalled, Mikhail prepared to launch a surprise attack. Damn it! Isn't the Universal Alliance supposed to be a disciple of the Overlord? You bastard, you lowly spawn from the breeding factory, give me a proper frontal assault. Giselle roared in the public chat, wanting to aid her allies. But firstly, the dreadnoughts were in great difficulty turning around, and secondly, what stood in Giselle's way was no pushover. A Xingqian-class carrier led the way, followed by 2 Defender-class heavy cruisers, and then 3 Reserve Army-class carriers that had already activated their tactical systems, and even their shields were up. Even more nauseating was that, to complement the Xingqian's heavy combat tactics, this fleet was specifically equipped with turret armor, reinforced bulkheads, and heavy armor on every ship, a complete turtle-like mass. The Cheetah Nexus fired its Tachyon lance, and Lan Yuan immediately activated its fortress shield. When the shield's glow turned dark red, Giselle finally realized what was going on. No, he stammered for a long time, unable to speak. The ship's AI had already responded. Based on analysis, the enemy commander intends to destroy the accompanying cruisers and all ships before attacking the flagship separately. I can see that, Giselle said angrily. The Enlightenment Nexus has multiple modules. Have left Hall of Delight in tongues, and right Hall of the Thousand Faces fire to relieve friendly forces. Rear Hall of the Crimson Hunter, focus on propeller anti-air. The front and main halls, attack this plague ship together. The ship's AI did receive the order, and the gunners did indeed aim at the Universal Alliance's cruisers and destroyers and fire. However, the energy beams and plasma cannons that were ultimately fired were erratic and missed their targets. Many shots that were aimed correctly inexplicably had a shorter range. Zhu Jin laughed heartily. How about it? My Azure Dragon has a tactical system, the Special Attack Protocol. The Azure Dragon shipboard AI is a specialized enhanced electronic warfare AI. It locked onto you long ago. The Azure Dragon, along with most of its cruisers, was equipped with electronic warfare countermeasures and electronic warfare components. It also possessed plundered tachyon electronic technology, and its Palace-class blueprints had been stolen. The Enlightenment hub's very defenses were exposed. It quickly found itself at an electronic warfare disadvantage. All its fire control radars were overloaded within the tactical system, the Special Attack Protocol. The Enlightenment hub had to activate its automatic repair machine to attempt to repair its fire control radars. But this delay left the high ground, surrounded by Dragon Flame missiles and flash bombers and under attack in dire straits. They were overloaded one by their shields, then subjected to the Tiger Shark's plasma cannon and the Dream Eater's xenon laser cannon, gradually being illuminated. The remaining 4 Doom-class ships trembled, holding out until the radiation reached a critical point before forcibly defusing it. They dared not intervene. Without shields, the Doom-class ships, surrounded by a sea of missiles and torpedoes, could only helplessly drop air-to-ground torpedoes to harass the enemy, only to be detonated by the stray missiles. They were utterly powerless. While the Enlightenment Nexus was indeed sturdy and powerful, the number of accompanying ships was insufficient, and they were already overwhelmed by the missiles. Chapter 783. This battle was earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. It was arguably the largest battle east of the core sector since the First AI War. The dreadnoughts were indeed formidable. The Lan Yuan fleet, relying on its superior numbers, repeatedly attempted to outflank the Doom-class ships behind the Enlightenment Nexus. The Doom-class ships, lacking shields, could only submerge and dodge, finally allowing Lan Yuan to seize an opportunity. A single shot from the Star River Xenon cannon forced the Doom-class ships to separate from the Enlightenment Nexus. Now! Lan Yuan roared, standing imposingly on the high platform, her right hand on the helm, her left hand resting on the main gun control lever. Under her control, the Xingtian deactivated its shields and surged forward. This madman. Does he think he can challenge my dreadnoughts with a capital ship? He completely disregards me. Chazelle's anger flared, and malice took hold. He no longer cared about the Doom-class ships. His mind was solely focused on eliminating the troublesome capital ship in front of him. Severely damage her, and the Enlightenment Nexus can break free from its inescapable predicament and go to support the Pinnacle class and Doom class. Chazelle roared. The tachyon spear struck the Xingtian, the intense electric arc from the dreadnought splattering large arcs of electricity across the capital ship's face, the scorched dark red armor deeply imprinted on the ship like birthmarks. But the tachyon spear didn't hit its full target, only 1/3 of it, before being completely blocked by the rising red shields. Meanwhile, the death torpedoes fired from the main hull module were saturated and destroyed by the relentless barrage of Locust missiles from the Dragon Horse-class destroyer. What kind of ship is this? A destroyer equipped with Locust missiles, and so many of them. You deserve to die. Giselle muttered bitterly. Lan Yuan glanced at the damage to the spaceship. The frontal armor was melted, but the xenon alloy armor was tough enough to quickly absorb and distribute the partially melted energy across the entire ship. The frontal armor looked horribly damaged, but it still retained some protective capabilities. It wasn't a major issue. The Xingtian's slow speed was what made it a key focus of the Second Laboratory's New Era main battleship project, its durability and firepower. Seeing that she had drawn all of the Enlightenment hub's attention, Lan Yuan gave a cruel smile. If you take care of me, then the Doom class will be left without anyone to take care of it. A total of 18 Assault-class cruisers, modified from Enterprise-class armed cruiser hulls, surged forward. They had been itching for action for a long time. As Lan Yuan directed the Xingtian forward, the Assault-class cruisers swarmed forward, surrounding 4 Doom-class cruisers. You despicable phase miner bastards, come on. Let's fight. The commander of the Assault-class fleet was none other than Vahab, the second first officer replacing Jeffrey's mediocre ship. He had been stationed at the Universal Union for years, fighting various pirate groups, and his greatest hatred was for phase ships, which had caused considerable logistical damage. Now the situation had reversed. The Doom-class ships habitually used broadside bombing to exploit the phase ships' characteristics, flanking them from behind. But try it today. We have 18 ships targeting your 4, averaging 4.5 per Doom-class ship. We give you a missile feast. The Assault class's forward cargo hold had been converted into a massive missile storage facility, crammed full of missiles called Hammer Storm, each Hammer Storm missile the size of half a frigate. The tactical system was a heat decoy launcher. When all were activated, the sky was filled with the smoke and fumes of missile and heat decoy launches. With the sheer number of missiles, the entire space was filled with a thick haze of smoke. The launch of Hammer Storm missiles, along with the launch of decoy missiles, indirectly concealed its tracks and enveloped the Doom class's movement trajectory with missiles. Yes, Your phasebreaker can dive to avoid all damage, but you still need to surface. I fire relentlessly, until your radiation energy is full, and you have to exit phasebreaker mode. And then? My missiles have already filled up all directions. When you come out, you'd be eating my 30-meter long, thick, big, and hard hammerstorm torpedoes. When Giselle received her subordinate's distress signal, she was filled with rage. While the Enlightenment Hub could certainly outmaneuver any other ship present in a one-on-one fight, the problem was that Lan Yuan wouldn't allow her weaker ships to engage you head-on. My Xingtian, with Defender-class and Reserve-class ships, pinned you down, taking turns taking damage. You used up all the Reserve-class barrier drones? Very well. Now it's the Defender-class holding the line. The Defender-class armor is almost destroyed? Very well, you go find the Battlefield Mothership class for emergency armor repair. Let my Xingtian take over. While we may not be able to destroy you, your minions are about to be wiped out. The first Doom class, fully charged with radiation energy, reluctantly surfaced. Just as it emerged, it collided with a Hammerstorm missile, exhausted and adrift in space. A deafening explosion rocked its top. This explosion acted as a signal, attracting the surrounding Hammerstorm missiles like headless flies. Top, front, thrusters, hull, one after another. Oh, Adasher, my Hammerstorm, your crotch is like a train. Watching the Hammerstorm successively enter the Doom class's main thrusters, Wahab sat on his throne, shaking his leg with satisfaction. On one side, the Doom class was full of enthusiasm and kindness, while on the other side, the Pinnacle class was beaten down and its brilliance was revealed. The annihilation battle lasted a whole day. If it weren't for the fear that the left and right wings of the Enlightenment Hub would be helping to fire behind the Azure Dragon's Special Attack Protocol Overload Fire Control Radar, thus clipping the wings of the enemy, the battle would have been over in half a day. This is the disadvantage of guerrilla warfare. It requires a lot of time to maneuver and adjust positions. However, time is currently on the side of the Universal Alliance. Right now, besides the loss of a number of destroyers and frigates, only 4 assault-class ships have been moderately damaged by sensor-guided torpedoes due to improper evasion. The only truly serious damage comes from the frontline ships clustered near the Xingtian, all of them moderately damaged, with one Defender-class ship even heavily damaged. But who can blame them when the Universal Alliance fleet has a Battlefield Mothership-class ship? With repairs and a couple more days of fighting from Commander Lan Yuan, these ships will be able to return to the battlefield with their patched-up armor. Commanders at all levels, according to the battle lines I drawn, adopt an 8-sided encirclement tactic to completely surround the Palace-class ships. After a tense and fierce exchange, all the staff officers on the Xingtian's bridge received their 4th injection of a compound drug, which, while invigorating them, significantly stimulated their brain neurons, allowing them to begin the final operations. The staff officers murmured to each other, "Luckily, we got the Palace-class blueprints early on." Although the ship designers are still analyzing them, PPSH, Eden Star Alpha Core, has already identified the Dreadnought's weaknesses using conventional analysis methods. We can deploy our forces directly based on those weaknesses. Facing the Dreadnought's front and middle chambers head-on was naturally Lan Yuan's strongest fleet. The Assault-class destroyers, leading a large number of Dragon Horse-class destroyers, with Hades frigates arrayed behind, targeted the rear chamber. Under the command of the Tiger Dragon by Mikhail, they launched a fierce attack on the rear entrance. Zhu Jin, meanwhile, leisurely maneuvered the Azure Dragon and a group of aircraft carriers, circling around and launching a massive air assault on the Palace-class's belly with carrier-based aircraft. The remaining ships moved to the top of the Palace-class, unleashing heavy cannons and firing missiles in a barrage, attacking from above. We all know your weaknesses now. Who's going to attack from both sides? Attack from all directions. Dragon flame missiles roared, flash bombers dropped bombs, Star River xenon cannons exploded, and star missiles struck. The Demon Swordsman carrier-based aircraft intercepted the Starlight Society's interceptors, cyber missiles raining down like meteors. No rush, take it slow. Prioritize the safety of our crew and pilots. Minor damage to any ships should be evacuated immediately and lined up for repairs on the battlefield carrier class. Lan Yuan put down her water bottle and instructed Starful, "I'm going to take a nap. You take the helm." Chapter 784. After 4 full days of fighting around the satellite, the Enlightenment Hub class repeatedly teetered on the brink of overload. If Giselle hadn't repeatedly pressed forward with a desperate, mutually destructive strategy, almost ramming the Xingtian with tachyon lances, plasma cannons, and death torpedoes, forcing the encirclement to temporarily disband, the ship would have already overloaded in the relentless battle and been boarded. Before arriving, Giselle had gathered battle reports from Wolf's Spirit Star, and knew that the Universal Alliance possessed a special boarding tactic for taming Eden Star behemoths. They had also heard that they had looted Tachyon Technologies' P-S Biobehemoth project, so he and the AI Corps concluded that if the boarding succeeded, they would surely lose. For 4 days, Giselle had been working tirelessly, completely exhausted, like a withered tree. His once well-maintained face was ashen, his cheekbones protruding, a sign of being too busy to eat and overexerting his mind. He donned a luxurious metallic robe adorned with platinum tassels, and then donned a magnificent robe sewn from the armpit fur of white rats. As the war dragged on, he began to feel a chill seep into his being. Giselle stared blankly at the siege formation of the Palace-class ships, his initial frustration turning to anger, and now to numbness. He couldn't understand. Wasn't this supposed to be the era of dreadnoughts? Why had the era reverted? Unable to fathom it, he consulted his ship's AI. Based on the battle data, the AI's answer infuriated him. Dreadnoughts still require a large auxiliary fleet. No matter how high a single ship's combat power, against overwhelming numerical superiority, its margin for error is too low. With another 8 to 14 Pinnacle-class ships, and at least one Odyssey-class, the flagship could have easily deployed its wings, ensuring it wouldn't be boarded, thus securing victory. You mean your production workshop? Giselle retorted helplessly. 14 Pinnacle-class destroyers plus one Odyssey. Wasn't that practically emptying the Starlight Society's remaining coffers? He agreed. The leader of the society agreed, but could Sun Ihao agree? Giselle turned to look at the image provided by the optical observation post. The satellite pierced by the Xingqian was now shattered into pieces. The long-cooled star core, like a bitten alpine lollipop, revealed its complex, interwoven structure of different colors. Some of the shattered fragments landed on the planet, while others drifted away and were captured by the planet's gravity, showing a faint tendency to form a star ring. Presumably, hundreds of years later, this desolate planet will be draped in a beautiful veil. It wasn't specifically targeted, it had already been hit in the core by the Xingqian's main cannon, and its structure was already unstable. For the past 4 days, both sides had fought entirely around this celestial system. Lan Yuan tried desperately to force him to leave, but Giselle remained steadfast. He tried to use the celestial body to cover his ship's hull, or attempted to use deceptive maneuvers to have the Universal Alliance's ships captured by planetary gravity, but the enemy commander wouldn't fall for it. By now, those self-proclaimed proud artists have all hung their heads in dejection, looking as if art is dead. The Universal Union prioritizes pragmatism above all else. Cultural activities serve only the propaganda machine. Where is there any artistic freedom? They can't even publicly screen pornographic holographic novels, let alone promote the Starlight Society's philosophy of art supremacy and hedonism. Furthermore, the Universal Union and the Starlight Society have a long-standing feud. They have no way to surrender. Can we reconcile? I wanted to say that, but seeing their attitude, it seems they're determined to destroy me. Giselle dejectedly gave herself an injection. These hedonists, once they fall from heaven, will seek the help of drugs. Oh no, even without despair, in their pursuit of ecstasy, they would have already turned to drugs anyway. Not drinking the red water was his last act of defiance as fleet commander. How's preparation? He asked the first mate, his voice slurred with drunkenness. The first mate nodded sorrowfully. Everything's ready. Open the public communication channel. I need to chat with the commander on the other side. Beep beep beep. Lan Yuan, who was eating the Universal Union staff meal in the mess hall, frowned after receiving the bridge intelligence. She pressed her temples, and said to Starful, "Notify the fleet to pull back and prepare for the explosive impact." Starful was shocked. You mean the enemy is going to self-destruct? If I were in their shoes, I would self-destruct too. Lan Yuan scooped up a spoonful of Interstellar version of Yangzhou fried rice with Eden shrimp. This ship can't escape anymore. Every time we try to break through under extreme pressure, we can only buy a little time to disperse the radiation, but if the accumulated radiation energy isn't properly cleared, the window of opportunity will only get shorter and shorter. Guerrilla warfare can significantly reduce our losses, but it also gives the enemy time to self-destruct. Frigates, destroyers, and cruisers are fine, but starting with capital ships, there are enough large ships in space. And the shipboard factories are all capable of supporting the modification of spacecraft propulsion systems, and the activation of antimatter dyes. Lan Yuan glanced at a crystal-clear shrimp in a spoon, placed on top of golden rice, emitting a rich aroma. He contacted me, probably just to mock me. I refuse. Commander-in-Chief, the other side refuses to communicate with the commander, and told me to tell them that we have no other choice but to surrender. The first mate said, sweating profusely. They also said that the Universal Alliance is magnanimous. All prisoners will only undergo 111 full confiscation, death row inmates will be publicly tried, and the rest will serve as slave laborers for 15 years. If they perform well and meet their work targets, they will regain their freedom. Chazelle nodded expressionlessly, then opened the public channel and took a deep breath. He roared at the top of his lungs, his face flushed. Listen up, Commander on the other side. Club profanity. X10. No one in this world can judge me. Not the leader, not Sun Ihao, and certainly not your idiot CEO Li Bin. I am Giselle, the greatest fashion designer in the Persis sector. The second greatest interior designer. Even if I die, I will die a glorious death. With that, Giselle activated the switch. The Dreadnought's massive, great bundle-like antimatter fuel tanks were sequentially injected with catalyst. The grayish-white, foamy dye began to separate into layers. The volatiles formed high pressure within the tanks, then liquefied. The antimatter was then swirled within the liquefied volatiles until, at a certain moment, the antimatter touched the tank wall. As the saying goes, a single encounter of golden wind and jade dew surpasses countless encounters in the mortal world. Upon contact with the tank wall, the ship's hull immediately swelled, like a water-filled balloon, like the mouth of a babbling magpie in summer, like a soap bubble in a child's hand. It grew larger and larger, yet became increasingly fragile, until with a pop, the illusory bubble burst. This creation, a culmination of the Starlight Society's generations of ingenuity and the unique craftsmanship of countless artists, brimming with high art and wild fantasies, along with its 5 magnificent palaces, comparable in splendor to the ancient Kuiper Belt families that preceded the Great Collapse, were all reduced to dust. Through the explosive expansion and somber collapse, those exquisite buildings and works of art, like soap bubbles rising and drifting before bursting, refracted sunlight, scattering iridescent colors, creating a hallucinatory effect. Life is but 40 years, gone like a dream, a fleeting illusion. All the affairs of the world, big and small, are but idle gossip after dinner. Ha ha! Universal Union, I see you vanish in the afterlife. Chazelle, reciting her death poem, laughed maniacally as she faced the explosion, ultimately disappearing into space, becoming a fundamental particle of the universe. Only after the public channels were completely silent did Lan Yuan issue a new order, notify the logistics fleet to prepare to use multiple bull-class tugboats to tow the wreckage back. We have the Palace-class blueprints, relying on the wreckage for repairs. With top scientists like Wang Shiji and Gao Yuanjian leading the team, rebuilding it won't be difficult. Also, expedite the repairs of the battlefield motherships. Repair the hull first, don't repair the armor plating in the queue. We escort the wreckage back to Eden as quickly as possible. With that, she swallowed the now-cold shrimp and fried rice. The food was cold, but the warmth remained. Hot food is delicious, but cold food isn't necessarily bad. Chapter 785. The dining hall for the senior crew of the Candle Dragon was much smaller than those on other capital ships. Firstly, this ship was a battlecruiser, and secondly, it utilized a large amount of otherworldly technology, making space cramped. However, the dining hall's decor was excellent, paved with obsidian and marble, in a Gothic religious architectural style, with soaring domes, beautiful lines, and gold-trimmed edges. Many of the religiously significant mosaic windows had been replaced with artistic depictions of the rise of the Universal Alliance, though the story of angels slaying aliens was retained. Add to that the exposed steel beams and gears, the hissing ship's horn, and the iconic eagle emblem, and it had the feel of a Russian military cathedral. Senior crew members gathered in groups of 3 to 5, organized by cabin and rank, with those occasionally venturing into other departments primarily for business purposes. Celia often watched with rapt attention as her crew lived within her womb. She abhorred chaos and cowardice, favoring order and fortitude. She frequently broadcast stories over the fleet's public address system, ostensibly as bedtime tales, but in reality, tales like the AI's Rebellion, the Great Expedition, Mytera, the Alien Extermination Chronicle, and the Apocalypse-class war. Thus, the crew of the Candle Dragon and the Thirst's Metallica-class ships formed a distinct cultural circle. They rejoiced at the prospect of war, were devoted to their duties, championed dedication, and remained wary of the AI Corps. Of course, there was also a near-religious fervor for Li Bin. These crew members secretly developed a society, believing that all the sculptures on the ship were depictions of Li Bin. Look, 2 eyes, a mouth, 2 ears, a head full of hair, he looks just like the captain. They exclaimed, their claims remarkably convincing. Even crew members, who left the Candle Dragon to serve on other ships, frequently boasted to their subordinates about the greatness of the Candle Dragon and Li Bin. They proudly referred to Li Bin as captain, and a subtle hierarchy of disdain emerged. Those who served more than 3 months on warships directly commanded by Li Bin were designated captain's bodyguards, while those who served for more than 3 months on the Thirst's Metallica-class ships were granted the title of honorary captain's bodyguard. As for the others, those who served for more than a month on the captain's wife ISA ship were granted the title of pre-march bodyguard, and the rest were just ordinary personnel. Of course, crew members possessing any of these 3 titles agreed with this, and subtly formed a group, while the rest strongly opposed it. However, because captain's bodyguard served extensively on ships of all ranks, this designation was implemented from top to bottom. After finishing lunch in the senior crew mess, Li Bin left for the bridge amidst the cautious yet enthusiastic gazes of the crew. First Officer Qian Tao saluted respectfully, relinquished the helm, handed over his duties as first officer to the second officer, saluted Li Bin again, and then clocked out. He too needed to eat and rest. 2 hours later, Anna's voice echoed across the bridge. The fleet has arrived at the target star system's hyperspace projection. After more than 30 days of flight, the fleet slowed down near a black hole in the northernmost part of the Perseus star system. Black hole on the star map. Black hole on the physical universe probe. This time, Li Bin didn't conduct reconnaissance along the way. Instead, he headed straight for the destination. The war in the core star sector had entered a critical stage. The fall of the Fong clan indicated that the Hell Legion now possessed 3 nanoforges, 2 of which were still intact. Li Bin needed to salvage the Alicorn-class ships as soon as possible, then return to Eden, reorganize the army, lead the main force westward, and participate in the post-war spoils distribution. Then, they cheered for the Supreme Overlord, formed a Star Domain coalition, condemned the Hell Legion for its unforgivable crimes against humanity, its collusion with the out-of-control AI to frame humanity, and established 18 megacorporations to jointly fight humanity's greatest enemy. Li Bin scratched his chin. Go in from the furthest jump point. The bridge fell silent for a moment, everyone exchanging bewildered glances. This was unlike the captain's usual cautious style. This was the lost sector. How could they just go in directly? Li Bin observed everything, smiled slightly. Let's go in. There's a surprise here, a gift from me. Anna's electronic generator responded immediately, emotionless. Yes. The fleet lined up and entered one by one. The other captains murmured amongst themselves, but Li Bin's authority was overwhelming. Wielding the power of establishing a company, no one objected. Once the fleet entered, Celia instinctively wanted to sound the battle alarm, but was stopped by Li Bin, whose neural link prevented it. Don't be silly. Oh, Celia said, sounding aggrieved. The optical observation post frantically sent out photos, causing a huge uproar among the captains and bridge crews of all ranks. Near the jump point, a magnificent, mythical-looking, and completely different from human space station-style void colossal structure stood before them. A triangular, and nest-like, multi-sack-like structure, painted in turquoise blue, it was none other than the Twilight Mothership. The Twilight Mothership was surrounded by a large number of alien ships. A quick scan revealed more than 15 capital ships. The Twilight Mothership, and several Twilight Orders, Twilight's large main fleets. Damn it! Qian Tao, clutching his belt, and with a communication terminal hanging from his ear, staggered in, utterly horrified. Li Bin pinched his nose and looked over. Actually, standing on the high platform of the battle patrol, he couldn't smell anything at all, but he feigned disgust. What are you doing? What kind of behavior is this? Not Captain. Qian Tao didn't care about that, pointing outside this. Li Bin waved him off to the toilet, opened the fleet communications, and, after a moment of silence followed by a cacophony of screams, some desperate, some resolute, turned the channel to a state of complete silence. I speak first, everyone listen. Li Bin gathered his emotions for a few seconds before slowly saying, everyone who can be selected for this fleet has gone through. Those tested layer upon layer may not be the most outstanding or hardworking in the company, but they will certainly be the most loyal. I, Li, have always shared good fortune, but some things are too shocking, so I kept them hidden before. This time, I will continue to keep it a secret from most of the company, because it concerns the future of the Perseus star system, and even the future of humanity throughout the entire galaxy. Li Bin's voice rose steadily with his speech. I have always told the company's employees that the mission of the Universal Union is, first and foremost, to ensure the happiness of the company's employees, their families, and everyone who makes a living under its rule. Secondly, if we have the capacity, we will attempt to end the chaos and achieve the unification of the Perseus star system. Finally, if the second goal is achieved, we will attempt a great expedition to rebuild humanity's glory. Of course, this step is too far off, For now, it's just a beautiful ideal. Li Bin's image appeared in the terminal and cabin projections of various spaceships, his movements decisive and resolute, his expression impassioned. We dare not say these words to any non-core employees, because it means we must treat everyone in the star system as a hypothetical enemy. We are surrounded by enemies. But now, I can proudly announce to you, all of you, my most loyal and dearest comrades, brothers and sisters, that we are no longer fighting alone, nor are we arrogant, delusional lone warriors. The portion of the human leader left behind in Persis has recognized and responded to our great dream. From this day forward, we are the true successors of the human leader. As the words fell, all the remaining ships in the galaxy, according to their ship ranks, sent public signals to the Universal Joint Exploration Fleet in clear, distinct voices, from low to high. Hundreds upon hundreds of voices merged into a unified, powerful electronic voice. Universal Joint Leader Li Bin, on June 11th, Star Calendar 216, with the permission of the Persis Star Region Governor's Vice Governor and Acting Governor, hereby grants Li Bin the authority to act as military commander of the Persis Star Region. This authorization includes the power to interfere with, requisition, annex, and eliminate other illegal armed forces. Salute to you, glorious acting military commander of Persis. Li Bin clenched his fist, his face flushed. This honor, I, Li Bin, will never keep to myself. Chapter 786. The Universal Alliance fleet quietly traversed the Afterglow Order fleet, centered around the Radiation-class ships. Initially, the captains were on high alert, their legs trembling, almost ready to flee. But after Li Bin's speech, and seeing that the Afterglow ships hadn't actually attacked them, and even considerately cleared their path, everyone's minds began to clear. No wonder. We've been colonizing the Lost Sector for so long, and we only encountered one Afterglow fleet invasion, which we easily resolved. Turns out we're already the masters of the human realm, haha. That makes sense. Everything makes sense. No wonder we always managed to escape unscathed from our encounters with the Afterglow, and they even helped us eliminate some enemies. We're all in this together. Sorry, I just dreamt about being the masters of the human realm. I was so happy I almost fainted. What are you guys talking about? Holy crap. Wait, so you're saying we're actually a legitimate giant corporation all along? The CEO is just hiding? And it seems the CEO is going to hide? A captain asked. Xian Tao, who had been frantic just hours before, now arrogantly criticized others on the terminal for their radical thoughts stemming from Yu Hui's joining. Our opponent is the entire star system, of course we have to hide. Didn't you see the Hell Legion has been marked by all forces? If we're exposed, we immediately become the second Hell Legion. During the flight, captains at all levels received a document from Li Bin that was scheduled to be automatically deleted. The document roughly outlined the split within Yu Hui after the first AI war. Li Bin repeatedly poured cold water on the situation in the document, emphasizing that Yu Hui, cooperating with the Universal Union, was merely a faction advocating for human coexistence. Furthermore, Li Bin concealed the fact that the deputy governor was a core member of Omega and also St. Lud, only stating that the deputy governor was imprisoned in the Stargate Passage, remotely contacting Li Bin through the Afterglow Human Coexistence faction, setting up numerous tests, and only recently granting Li Bin the authority to act as military commander. Anna, her eyes gleaming, looked down at the documents. As a high-ranking member of the company, she had more detailed information. The electronic generator hissed, revealing that her mood was not as calm as her poker face suggested. So this is the overall situation in the star system. No wonder the captain had to hide it. Ironheart extinction, the Hell Legion, the Nanovirus swarm, humanity's survival space in the Persis star system was facing such a huge challenge. The human coexistence faction was busy winning over the neutral faction to suppress the Ironheart extinction, and the captain had also gone through countless hardships, proving himself through repeatedly choosing sides and completing combat missions. The great victory on Wolf Spirit Star directly reversed the stalemate between the Overlord and Tachyon technology, establishing the dominant position of the Unification faction in the eastern part of the core star sector, which led to the authorization. Anna blinked, her fingers tracing the control panel. Despite her composure, a blush of ambition rose on her cheeks. Becoming the rightful successor of the human realm, unifying the star sector, this prestigious and real achievement made her even more enthusiastic in class, and also sparked the idea of expanding her family and sharing the fate of the nation. I need to keep Jeffrey under control when I get back, and try to have 10 or 8 children. Maybe I can become a governor of a planet someday. In the captain's lounge, Isa propped her head up with her hand, looking at Li Bin with amusement. St. Ludwig actually went all in on us. Has the situation deteriorated that much? Li Bin, having just finished a passionate speech, sipped his Xinjiang Darjeeling, and slowly shook his head. Yes and no. After I led the fleet back to Eden and established the Triangular Trade Network, the Universal Alliance effectively established an unshakable and stable position in the eastern part of the star sector. Li Bin lit up the star map, pointing to the one he was analyzing for ISA. The overlords are our allies. Demonic Aeronautics needs us to provide them with daily necessities and consumer goods, and to sell their inventory in exchange for star currency to operate automated factories, in order to maintain stability in the war against the FSF military company. After the contracts were signed, the aeronautics factories completely abandoned the production of civilian products, and all light and heavy industries were converted to military operations. They need us. Not to mention the Brighton Alliance, and as for the Interstellar Empire, while I can't guarantee anything else, at least in Thrace, their economic center in the eastern part of the star sector, I'm confident that I can use the abundant products of the triangular trade to provide them with stable support for heavy industrial products. Plus, the second velocity is in Sunaihao's belly. Zelia and I are plotting together. The entire eastern region is full of my friends. Li Bin put down his teacup and waved his hands, as if to say, go ahead and look eastward. I, Li Bin, may not have much else, but I have a lot of friends. Once we get the Alicorn-class beasts, we be a true behemoth, and not just a third-rate behemoth. We have production capacity, a market, labor support from the Brighton Alliance, continuous excavation of ruins by the Adventurers Guild, and guaranteed military strength. We be top tier even among third-rate behemoths. Li Bin let out a satisfied sigh. It's no exaggeration to say that from 206 to now, 10 years to build a behemoth. I dare not say it's a leader of the era, but since the Great Collapse, this is unprecedented. A third-rate behemoth isn't worth St. Lud's all in, but for our potential, for the large number of talented individuals I indeed gathered who aspire to unification, and for the chaotic state of the star system, I, Li Bin, am worth the all-in. ISA laughed heartily, playfully patting Li Bin's chest. Yes, yes, you're the chosen one, the only one, okay? But what are we doing here? Is this the location of the Alicorn class? No, Wang Shiji didn't actually survey the hyperspace geography of the Perseus constellation back then. The coordinates he has cover several star systems. Li Bin clicked his tongue. It's too time-consuming and laborious for us to find it ourselves, so in the name of the legitimate leader of humanity, I requested assistance from the Twilight Human Coexistence faction, asking them to send a fleet to help us find a ship. At this point, even Li Bin himself, a little embarrassed, but still managing to force a smile, she said, besides, the Twilight Mothership, doesn't it have its own automated production center? I was thinking that since they can produce and repair it, I could tow the ship out and have Twilight fix it for them, saving our production capacity. Isha stared at Li Bin in astonishment, speechless for a long time. After a few minutes, she stammered, "You're scheming like this? You're just taking advantage of the fact that the AI core can't argue with Celia, right?" The fleet docked at the Twilight Mothership. This should be considered the easiest salvage operation in the history of the Universal Alliance. The Twilight Mothership docked with the Universal Alliance fleet, attempting to transmit signals directly to each ship, but Celia forcefully rejected it. "Know your place. This is my territory." Celia, like an angry tigress, stubbornly held onto the small fleet in the network world, baring her teeth at the Twilight Mothership. Finally, the Alpha Core from the Afterglow Mothership weakly transmitted the information. After repeated review by Celia, it was delivered to Li Bin. The Afterglow Mothership does not have space for life forms. It can only provide fuel, alloys, rare metals, and production and maintenance services. As per St. Lud's orders, all levels of the Afterglow fleet in this system have flown to the target location for reconnaissance. Please inquire about the reconnaissance progress later. A human realm research station exists at the edge of the black hole's event horizon. Excellent. This is the treatment a human realm successor should receive. Li Bin stood up joyfully. No need for me to painstakingly conduct reconnaissance myself. Everything is taken care of. Chapter 787. Interstellar humans have become numb to the existence of black holes. There are over a dozen in the Perseus star system. But for old Dang of 3K, the thought of taking a stroll along the event horizon of a black hole, braving its gravity to land on a research station and loot it, is terrifying. Can't we just drag the whole research station out? Li Bin wanted to ask, but reason told him that dragging a miniature space station, especially one being pulled by black hole gravity, out of the event horizon is no less difficult than dragging a satellite. ISA reassured him, "Don't worry, it's not actually in the event horizon, just relatively close." Li Bin, resting his chin on his hand, said, "I just don't understand. The human realm is so advanced that it can use the event horizon of a black hole as a bathtub. How could it possibly break itself apart? Brother Gia adjusted his terminal glasses, flashing his classic Brother Gia smile. That's naturally the gravity generator. He succinctly stated, actually, whether it's a space station built using late-stage or early-stage human realm blueprints, before the Great Collapse, they all iterated on the construction plan for gravity generators. The Perseid star system. Some space stations don't have it installed simply because they lack the technology locally. I asked Gao Yuanjian, and although most standard capital ship blueprints include gravity generators, in reality, only powers occupying prime areas of the core star sectors, like the Overlords, Tachyon Technologies, the Sindar Power, and the Perseus Alliance possess automated factories capable of producing them. Therefore, the Odyssey-class ship we captured, the Tiger Shark of the core fleet, has a gravity system, but the Whirlpool, designed autonomously by the Demon Avionics, does not. Besides, civilian capital ships, especially cargo ships, don't have gravity generators, Brother Gia said, wiping his glasses. The cargo holds of the Atlas-class and Prometheus-class ships are enormous. If they used gravity generators, their own cargo would crush the ships. Li Bin silently lit a cigarette. Not to mention ISA's Zhurong, Whirlpool class. Even his own Zhulong didn't have one. The ship's space was already cramped, and it focused heavily on electronic warfare suppression, plus its incredibly powerful cargo rail system. Naturally, it couldn't possibly have a gravity system. Otherwise, are you waiting for the war to escalate, and you have to overload the cargo, only to have a shell hit the rails, and cause the train inside to freefall under gravity, crushing the bulkhead with its massive weight? It's far better if it crashes through the spaceship and into space in zero gravity than to have it fall layer by layer and collapse countless sections. Brother Gia put on his glasses and continued with his signature smile. The gravity system of this research station is definitely still functioning, but the mission isn't to generate gravity internally, but to counteract the gravity of a black hole. Don't ask me how this thing works. With technology reaching a very advanced stage, every discipline has become extremely specialized. I specialize in. Those who design ships haven't learned enough mechanics to manipulate gravity. At this point, fearing Li Bin might have some ulterior motive, Brother Gia quickly added, this kind of technology can't be reverse engineered from blueprints. It requires hundreds of related research institutes, a systematic talent training system, countless geniuses working tirelessly, and a sufficient amount of time. Li Bin understood this. The US developed and produced the Stinger missile in the 1970s, ceased production for decades, and then, in the 21st century, tried to revive it to sell military aid, only to find it impossible to immediately resume production. How much more difficult would it be now, facing a complete technological decline and generational gap, compared to before the Great Collapse? Perseus now is actually the ancient one. In short, after Brother Gia's repeated assurances, and Yu Hui's repeated calculations to ensure there were no problems, Li Bin finally arranged for Vulcan to lead a team to the research station by ship. I don't care what the data says. Black holes are always one of the most dangerous natural phenomena in the physical universe. Everyone who goes must write a will, and the bonus will be 10 times the work bonus. Lloyd, a descendant of the engineering department, was in tears. As a void mining race, many of them made a living by selling or for giant corporations and other companies. Some had indeed mined near black holes. After all, it's not uncommon for asteroids in a galaxy to be pulled and concentrated near the event horizon under the gravitational pull of a black hole. Sometimes, when they discovered an extremely valuable asteroid, they risked their lives to mine it in their old spaceships in order to make money quickly. Giant corporations wouldn't repeatedly warn them, much less offer a 10 times bonus. Is this the treatment of a leader of the proper order? I live in an enlightened era. An old man with black hole mining experience was moved to tears. Vulcan and his team were gone for 18 days. During those 18 days, the surrounding star systems had been thoroughly explored by the Afterglow Human Coexistence faction. They estimated that the Alicorn-class ships had been found, but without a relay communicator, they couldn't send signals back yet. When they returned, they were somewhat dazed. Vulcan stammered, "No, we were only gone for less than an hour." This research station was small, it looked large, but it didn't store anything there, just a database. We dismantled the database and came back. Upon hearing the news, Brother Gia rushed over excitedly, plugged the database into the ship's laboratory terminal, quickly checked the logs, and gave the result. This is a storage station, not a research station. It just uses the name of a research station. Its purpose is to store technical data as a reserve, to be used in response to any possible catastrophe of civilization extinction. Each star system can open it to obtain a set of technical blueprints. ISA frowned. It sounds like the human realm was prepared for a major collapse. That's not the case, Brother Jia sighed. The human realm has expanded throughout the galaxy, facing all sorts of terrifying disasters and aliens. These storage stations are essentially like the food reserves in the Eden planet's resettlement housing, backup, hidden energy sources. Their essence is preventative. If the human realm were truly prepared, they would at least have built them to the size of a level 3 space station. He commented sharply, whoever devised this plan back then must have been completely naive. The storage station is located near the event horizon of a black hole. Utilizing the time dilation effect, the storage station, affected by time dilation, experiences only a few years within itself, allowing it to traverse hundreds or even thousands of years outside the dilation effect. The engineering department felt they only spent less than an hour approaching, but upon exiting, they found more than 10 days had passed, also due to time dilation. However, because he was aboard a standard-issue cruiser from the human realm, equipped with all resistances. Again, in the game, players can take a shower in a black hole, enter a black hole and come out, and the flow of time remains unchanged. I tried my best to make it believable. This way, we don't need to spend too much budget on increasing the lifespan of the storage devices, effectively extending the existence of the internal data. But if we really encounter a catastrophe of civilizational collapse, and humanity develops a space civilization again from the planet, how could we dare to rashly fly to the edge of the black hole's event horizon to excavate these storage stations? The collapse caused by the Great Crash is far from the level of disaster these storage stations were designed to face. The Perseus star system itself has a large number of mature spaceship blueprints and automated factories. It doesn't actually lack spaceships. Well, never mind. After seeing the blueprints, Brother Jia was speechless for a moment. Lieben asked curiously, "What?" Brother Jia said somewhat awkwardly, "Actually, these blueprints are quite valuable. The design concept is very broad and indeed has wide adaptability." He unfolded the blueprints, and everyone stared at them with strange expressions. All weapon slots are universal slots. Chapter 788. This blueprint set includes 3 types of ships, belonging to a laboratory from the Pegasus constellation. The series of blueprints is called the Whitestone series. Brother G explained, looking at the log, the main research objective is to create a general-purpose warship while keeping the technology as simple as possible and ensuring convenient production and assembly while maintaining a good structure. This technology includes 3 types: frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. The cruisers include alpha and beta versions, corresponding to conventional cruisers and high-speed cruisers respectively. The ship classes are Chalk, Platinum, and Obsidian Alpha and Beta. All slots. These are all universal slots, compatible with any weapon system based on humanoid technology, emphasizing the versatility of weapon slots. Brother Jia sighed, this lab has put a lot of effort into versatility and adaptability. You can tell they put in a lot of work. Especially after seeing the various giants in the Perseus sector after the Great Collapse, how they practically restricted certain technologies to their own ships or weapons. This blueprint feels so liberating. He was referring to Apex Design Corporation's Earth Shield, FSF Military Corporation's Hot Spring Missile System, and the Interstellar Empire's Imperial Kit. It gave off a feeling of I don't want other companies to be able to use my designs. What about production costs? Lieben asked tentatively. Brother Jia gave up his seat, looking at Lieben's back with his signature smile, which sent a chill down Isa's spine. She subtly moved aside, as if to say, I want to see too, and stepped between Lieben and Brother Jia, protecting her husband's back. The cost is moderate, said Brother Jia. Although these warships aren't technologically advanced, on average they're at a mid-level. Considering this slot, the cost-effectiveness is very good. Together with our Hades-class and Dragon Horse-class warships, they can form a cruiser-style fleet, using their mobility and small-scale firepower to undertake escort and patrol missions. Compared to our Forest Ranger-class and Desert Walker-class warships, which we are currently developing, they are more compatible with our multi-purpose transport ships that are about to complete testing. Lieben asked in surprise, you know all this? Brother Jia replied somewhat helplessly, As a ship designer, before I independently designed the Alicorn class, I participated in the development of many experimental ships. Before mass production, these experimental ships undergo extensive testing. Even without formal ship-fighting experience, I've seen it all. Besides, Celia had already begun analyzing the blueprints when I linked them. Brother Jia concluded, these ships are better than the assault class, more befitting the identity of the successors of humanity, low-cost, high-performance vessels, worthy of mass production. 2 days later, the Afterglow Order fleet, led by the Radiation class, returned from the hyperspace jump point. Behind him was a ship over 16 kilometers long and 6 kilometers wide at its widest point, entirely black. Even covered in scars, it didn't lose its ferocity, but rather gained a sharper edge, like a shark ready to devour its prey. The Alicorn class. 2 radiation-class ships, one on each side, were slowly towed by several afterglow cruisers. Wang Shiji was so excited that he fainted, while Li Bin and ISA were overjoyed. The status of a successor to the human order is truly impressive. The command was issued, and the afterglow actually pulled itself back. Li Bin quickly connected to the afterglow mothership. After communication, he learned that a nearby star system had been occupied by the afterglow Ironheart extinctionists. The human coexistence faction was initially unsure of the Ironheart extinctionists' purpose in occupying this area. Until they received Li Bin's request for assistance, the Afterglow Order fleet of the human coexistence faction, after failing to find anything in other star systems, collectively invaded this system. After spending 4 days annihilating the Ironheart extinctionists, they thoroughly searched and finally found this heavily damaged ship among a meteorite cluster. The human coexistence faction dared not access the Ironheart extinctionists' AI cores and databases, fearing that the Ironheart extinctionists could infect them through a virus, thus hindering efficient retrieval. However, they brought all the Ironheart extinctionists' AI cores with them. Goodness, 2 alpha cores, 5 beta cores, 11 gamma cores, all for us? ISA exclaimed in surprise. Li Bin didn't react much. It's not for us, it's that we hope our invincible machine Soul Mist will purify these out-of-control AI cores. Celia snorted and replied through the loudspeaker, if I take action, these AI cores will be completely formatted, turned into idiots, and their hardware might even be damaged. If these abominable intelligences can accept it, then come on. Li Bin had to persuade Celia to stop. After these AI cores are cleansed, they will be retrained according to the standards of the human realm, and then serve humanity as members of the human coexistence faction. Let's endure for the sake of the country. On June 11th, 216 of the star calendar, more than 50 days had passed since Li Bin left the Universal Union. From a destroyer to now, he had finally obtained a dreadnought. The essence of the bronze metal technology of the solar system, the Unicorn class. You bunch of beasts. Li Bin heard Wang Shiji and a group of scientists cursing as soon as he entered the ship's laboratory. He tiptoed into the lab and saw the scientists with swollen eyes, cursing and insulting someone's ancestors. As the leader of humanity, family history was still important. You stupid second-generation idiots, are your mothers really all dead? Why did you turn my perfectly good Unicorn class into this dog-like mess? Where's the industrial-grade large-scale nano-forging furnace I painstakingly installed on the ship? It's a green furnace. Why is this location a zero-gravity automated industrial zone? The Unicorn class has a gravity generator. Brownie slumped to the ground, his lips trembling. Fine. Fine. You're playing games with me, using inferior materials and wasting resources? I kill your horse. Li Bin's vision blurred, and he almost lost his balance. He clutched his chest, trying to calm himself. It's alright, at least there's still the industrial zone. Let's see if we can dismantle it to build a space station. Even so, tears of anguish still involuntarily streamed down Li Bin's face. But the second wave of blows followed. And my automatic repair unit? Why didn't you fill it with nanomaterials before the test voyage? Why are 33% of the hull section still empty? I knew it. Why did the Asuni class lose contact? You launched it before it was fully equipped. I blow your father's shit up. The wailing Wang Shiji, Zhong Zi, and Qiu Wuyan resembled actors on a stage of ancient Greek tragedy, utterly helpless. One looked exactly like Brother Jia, one was a lunatic, and one was a little devil, the poet Mei Yanj. The three of them, wailing and crying together, actually made Li Bin, who was devastated by the loss of the nanoforge, laugh. The laughter attracted the attention of the 3 men, who immediately rushed over and grabbed Li Bin tightly. Jie Ge clung to him, Zhong Zi held his arms, and Qiu Wuyan locked his legs. The 3 wailed, Boss! The alicorn-level creature is in such a sorry state. You have to stand up for us. It needs repair, a major overhaul. Li Bin, grabbed and locked from behind by Jie Ge, struggled in panic. It's alright. Put me down first, especially you, Jie Ge. Don't bite me from behind. Jie Ge awkwardly put Li Bin down. Li Bin straightened his clothes. Have you calculated it? How much does a major overhaul cost? I calculated it. The little devil Qiu Wuyan choked out. About 6 million star coins. Li Bin silently looked at Jie Ge. If I let you hug me from behind, can you save that 6 million? 6 million star coins? Do you think my money falls from the sky? Oh, it seems so. Jiegu was full of question marks. Chapter 789. The Alicorn class, a technological masterpiece certified with the Bronze Award by the human tribe, possessed an incredible level of sophistication that Li Bin and Isa gained a clear understanding of after reviewing the detailed data filled with ship designs, technical specifications, and weapon plans. If the Invader class was a heavy tank cannon, then this thing was an artillery emplacement capable of instantaneous camouflage and stealth. Note the number of components on this ship. The blueprints and technology for the Asuni class failed to win higher awards purely because the construction cost was too high, ridiculously high. Mentioning this painful memory, Jay couldn't help but shed tears. I wanted to design a perfect ship so badly that I crammed it with all the technologies my team and I possessed. Large-scale industrial-grade nano-forging furnace, shadow design, werewolf AI core array, experimental hull barrier, automatic repair unit, specialized hangar, and Raven unmanned combat aircraft. According to the original design, the Asuni class, equipped with a large-scale industrial-grade nano-forging furnace, theoretically wouldn't require any logistical support other than food resupply for 50 years after leaving the space station. The large-scale industrial-grade nano-forging furnace can independently refine and produce any components needed by the Asuni class using wild minerals. Ah! Isa exclaimed in surprise. Is this in accordance with human law? The Asuni class is powerful, devastatingly powerful. To put it another way, there are quite a few phase ships in the Perseus constellation, from the primitive Sprite class. A type of ship that directly inserted phase coils into early human territory ships to the Doom class. The famous phase Lightning Men, and then to the Ghost class. Phase transport ships, special ships specifically responsible for transporting supplies to the phase Lightning Men. Phase ships, while not as prevalent as missile-based or carrier-based systems in the Perseus star system, still hold a place. However, these phase ships share a significant characteristic. They lack shields and have fragile armor. Phased out, they are invincible. Unphased out, they are like squishy chickens, easily crushed. But what about the Alicorn? As a massive dreadnought, she brazenly possesses both phase diving capability and a unique barrier system resembling a ship's shield. The Alicorn, in phase mode, features a ship-mounted insert called the experimental hull barrier. Through bold modifications to traditional shields, it adheres to the hull surface and does not share the same electrical grid as the weapon systems. This makes the Alicorn class shields permanent, transforming them into a shield system that conforms to the ship's armor and turrets, adaptively adjusting using onboard AI algorithms. The Alicorn's experimental hull barrier. Note the central rhomboid blue-white barrier. That thing covers the entire ship. This is a unique ship in the Perseus region, balancing tankiness and phase diving capability. And it's a dreadnought. Furthermore, this ship also possesses something called the Alicorn blade. The main gun system can fire 60-meter fusion warheads for ultra-long-range precision strikes. Combined with the shadow design ship-mounted system, the Alicorn class can significantly reduce its detectability after activating phase mode, providing an extremely long period of phase stealth and tracking. This allows it to leisurely spend days, or even months waiting for the enemy fleet to reveal a weakness, then precisely destroy the enemy ship from an ultra-long distance before re-entering stealth and waiting for an opportunity. This is no longer just a despicable phase manipulator, it's a despicable and shameless phase sniper. Hearing Isha's question, the female ghost explained silently, "Don't underestimate the Alicorn. It's designed to counter the rebellious forces of an entire star system. Our team even considered how to use an Alicorn class to sweep through an entire star system with a single ship after the Stargate was closed. Without sufficiently powerful self-sufficiency, how could you possibly suppress the entire star field? Even a large number of Conqueror-class ships could kill offensive-class ships. No matter how powerful the Alien-class ships are, they can't defeat the entire Rebel fleet encirclement in one go. No one has ever said that a single ship sweeping through a star field requires defeating all enemies at once, relying on countless victories, and achieving this through deep space self-sufficiency and long-range strikes. That's the normal approach. If someone claims their ship can conquer the entire star field without needing to evade attacks, then their technology will be immediately requisitioned, and the shipbuilding technology of the entire human realm will advance by leaps and bounds. The final result will be that this ship loses the possibility of head-on collisions that could overturn a star field." Wang Shiji gestured with his chin, and Zongzi immediately covered Qiu Wuyan's mouth with a wicked laugh, silencing the little brat and preventing him from challenging the CEO's wife's authority with his habitual arrogance. Brother Jia coughed. Theoretically, it could last much longer, but after calculations, We think if we can't establish a regime in the rebellious star system and expand our army for a counterattack within 50 years, and still rely on the Acicorn-class single-ship combat, then this war is pointless. ISA nodded. Reasonable. Thinking about it, it makes sense. If the Acicorn class carries so much technology and firepower, yet can't even occupy a single star system, and doesn't even have followers, then it's better to surrender. Wang Shiji thought for a moment and added, of course, without the large-scale industrial nano-forging furnace, the Acicorn class can no longer spend months tracking, stealthily attacking, and precisely sniping, but it's still very strong. Whether it's the Acicorn blade, the Kraken anti-ship missile, or the Raven heavy unmanned combat aircraft, they are all excellent designs. Li Bin glanced at Wang Shiji, who thought himself reserved, and thought to himself, your excellence is only for the human realm, right? Wang Shiji, his thoughts exposed, gave an awkward smile, gesturing on the projection to reveal a massive structure occupying 40% of the ship's volume. This is the Redemption Protocol, a special supermass projection system. In artillery mode, it's the blade of the unicorn, accelerating the launch of fusion warheads. In flight mode, it's the flight deck, used to launch Raven heavy drones. This supermass projection system is not only effective in naval warfare, but also remarkably effective in planetary bombardment. Imagine facing a stubbornly resisting and strategically located rebel stronghold. How do you quickly eliminate it? The answer is to use fusion missiles, launched through the Redemption Protocol system, to penetrate the Earth's crust and reach deep into the mantle, detonating there and transforming into whirlwind torpedoes, destroying the entire planet's surface. If that doesn't solve the problem, then solve you. The projection switched, revealing the carrier-based aircraft hangar hidden at the bow, along with anti-wing carrier-based aircraft. Wang Shiji proudly stated, all Raven heavy drones are powered by the Hunter Wolf AI core array, a computing matrix composed of 1 beta core and 4 gamma cores. Raven heavy drones. Within the matrix, legendary pilot Mihai provides data and trains a mature carrier-based aircraft combat AI. It can remotely control the ADF-01 Raven drones for combat. The Unicorn can deploy up to 4 Raven drones at a time, each drone equivalent to a legendary pilot with beta-level memory and gamma computing power. The crew pilots. Although the lack of a large-scale industrial nano-forging furnace necessitates the pre-production of fusion warheads and carrier-based aircraft, the zero-gravity industrial center of the Asuni class can still produce these weapons during combat. However, due to issues with precision and production efficiency, it cannot compare to a nano-forging furnace. It's already very good. Li Bin, looking at the ship's overwhelming array of hull markings and the final evaluation by the Twilight Mothership, couldn't help but hum excitedly. The Twilight Mothership believed this ship possessed the overwhelming combat capability against all capital ships in the Perseus star system, and although Brother Jia said it wasn't very effective against dreadnoughts, it still held true. This is Perseus, not the Land of Man. Furthermore, the Universal Alliance doesn't only have this one ship. Li Bin will hand over frontal command to Lan Yuan to deploy the battle formation. ISA will pilot the Asuni class in a timid sniper formation to pick off targets, and he himself will pilot the mechanical arc class to conduct electronic warfare suppression. What advantages and disadvantages? It's all a pre-written formula for victory. This is the combat power of a single ship dominating an entire region. It's already more than enough. To be honest, if this ship really had a large-scale industrial nano-forging furnace, I might not be willing to send her to the battlefield. Just let her serve as the guardian ship of Eden Star, hiding in the space station when not in use, gathering the 3 forging furnaces for production. Isn't that better than sending her to the battlefield? Chapter 790. The star system, where the Twilight Mothership is located, must have a human-controlled relay communication device, meaning an interstellar communication system equipped with a mid-level supersonic transmitter. Therefore, after retrieving the Acicorn-class vessel, Li Bin didn't painstakingly tow it home himself, but left it with the Twilight Mothership. Why would I tow it back? Doesn't Eden Star have agents from giant corporations? If I tow it back, wouldn't that let others know I have a dreadnought? As Interstellar Master Sunny Feng said, a cow must be hidden. Li Bin argued vehemently. What a joke. Chu Xiangrui had already informed Sun Aihao that he was restarting a dangerous project called the Spirit Tower. He immediately sold the intelligence to the Supreme Overlord, causing the Supreme Overlord to delay the reconstruction of its own capital shipwrecks and pour all resources into the warrior-class dreadnoughts. Now, the two forces are on the verge of the final battle of the Third AI War. Am I supposed to take a dreadnought back now? Are you suggesting I replace the Overlord's warrior-class ships to fight Sun Aihao in the final showdown? What are your intentions, huh? Looking my eyes. Answer me. Why would I do this? Why, Therefore, Li Bin made up his mind not to take the Acicorn-class ship back before its repairs are complete. The Star-class carrier and Paradigm-class wreckage we brought have already been sent for repair by the Afterglow mothership. I must say, the Afterglow was built by the solar system's tachyon. They're really fast at repairing these tachyon ships. Li Bin clicked his tongue. ISA was a little worried. If we repair it so quickly, won't the Supreme Staff get suspicious? Don't worry, I already thought of an excuse, Li Bin grinned. I just say I bought intelligence from an explorer, found an automated shipyard in the human realm, activated it with the AI core, and repaired the wreckage. There really are such things in the game, and there are even industrial ruins where you can throw a ship in and turn it into another ship for the player. This is quite luck-based. My Eagle once turned into a Climax-class missile ship, the one converted from a starship in the Interstellar line. Li Bin gave a thumbs up. With Saint Lud around, I already know what kind of stuff is in the lost sector. We just don't have time to salvage it yet. Let the Adventure King and our company partners handle that. Our focus should be on the core star sector. Li Bin contacted Eden Star via the human realm relay communicator in the star system, and was immediately taken aback by the results reported by Li Shu. He leaned on the table, wiping his sweat. Wait a minute. What do you mean the whole star sector knows we have a dreadnought? Someone leaked the information. No. Li Shu giggled. Sister Lan Yuan led a team that destroyed the Starlight Society's Palace-class ship and dragged the wreckage back. The wreckage looked pretty bad, but guess what? This sudden gasp startled Li Bin. He clutched his chest and shook his head. Li Shu smiled and said, after inspecting it, Grandpa Gao said that the ornate but impractical Palace-class structures were actually quite sturdy. In the antimatter explosion, they actually absorbed a lot of the antimatter for the ship's hull. He said that as long as we dismantle and repair the captured Exemplar-class wreckage, the ship's hull can be used again. Palace-class enough? It's big enough to fit space station components. Didn't we stop the space station production capacity for the Crown Prince? The completed components haven't been shipped yet. I already placed an order for space station components with the Brighton Alliance. We use general-purpose spacecraft for the cabin parts. It'd be ready to use in a little over a month. The Palace-class has been destroyed for 2 months. If the Brighton Alliance weren't so far away, we could start rebuilding right now. Li Bin immediately stopped communication and sent an urgent message to his wife. Quickly tell the Twilight mothership to stop. Between a capital ship and a dreadnought, Li Bin knew perfectly well which one to choose. After a lot of work, Li Bin restarted communication. Li Shu bombarded him with messages, all sent to Li Bin personally by various factions. News of the captured dreadnought sparked numerous private conversations among various factions. Unaware that Li Bin had already obtained the Palace-class blueprints, they believed that the current population and industrial capacity of the Universal Union made it difficult to quickly monetize the dreadnought. Lacking their own dreadnoughts, they desperately wanted to catch up with the current Star Domain dreadnought military race. Therefore, they offered Li Bin millions of star coins in exchange for the Palace-class wreckage. Through coercion, bribery, and earnest persuasion, they used every possible means. A few years ago, Li Bin would have muttered to himself, patience. Fortune changes every 30 years, and agreed. But now, with hundreds of millions of star coins and materials in hand, an Alicorn-class hideout, and the identity of a successor of the human leader, he couldn't possibly agree. I rejected them all. Also, have Sarah immediately lead all available transport fleets, loaded with alloys, rare metals, nanomaterials, quantum solutions, volatiles, and antimatter fuel, to this location as quickly as possible. Li Bin displayed the coordinates of the black hole. The A7 class has arrived. The Twilight mothership here is busy producing a fleet to confront the Ironheart Annihilators, while also repairing the A7 class and Star class ships. Production capacity is there, but raw materials are insufficient. I hope the A-spawn can be operational again in 120 days. Also, have Lan Yuan awaken all the scientists and engineers in the stimulating hibernation pods, and bring them all over. The Twilight mothership has a fully automated high-tech component production center. Repairing the A7 class here will be faster and safer. I return immediately to oversee things. Once the Palace class is repaired, and the final battle between the Overlord and the Speedster is over, we depart immediately. Li Shu was overjoyed. Her brother had been away for less than 3 months, and he was returning so quickly. That was quite rare. Okay. I get on it right away. Oh, right, brother. There's one more thing. Li. She rubbed her temples, somewhat troubled. The Dragon Prince Resistance Army of the Fong clan has traversed the entire Core Star sector, and is now within the Overlord's territory. According to my second uncle, this fleet is begging for help everywhere. seeking allies to retaliate against the Hell Legion. Furthermore, the leader of the Dragon Prince Resistance Army, Tang Xuefan, seems to be lobbying the Supreme Overlord, hoping he will abandon the war with Tachyon technology and unite the two to attack the Hell Legion. The Hell Legion now has 3 nanoforges, 2 of which are intact and have an astonishingly high production capacity. We have to sacrifice lives to catch up with the expected production capacity. Li Bin's expression turned strange upon hearing this. Shouldn't you be asking Sun Ai about this? At this point, Li Shu sighed. Yes, after being rejected, Tang Xuefan has already led a team to the Suzy headquarters. We don't have high hopes for him. The situation in the East seems clearer than in the West, but the diplomatic situation is much more complex. Without the Sharp Fang clan's guarantee, Tang Xuefan will have a hard time achieving anything. Oh right, Li Shu added, he'd be coming to the Universal Union to beg for alms in the future. Chapter 791. Let me see the CO. In the current situation of the star system, only the alliance between the Speed Demon and the Overlord can contain the Hell Legion. If this drags on any longer, the Hell Legion will truly sweep across the entire star system. In the Hypersol star system, Tang Xuefan, with dragon horns on his head and scales wrapped around his tail, resembling a dragon prince, begged and pleaded with the Speed Demon representative to let him go to Borui Star. Beast Girl/Beast Man image. Please refer directly to Zhou. After entering the Hypersol star system, he was only allowed to go to the pirate planet Dun within the system. He had more than one chamber pot, which could also serve as a food reserve. Because of the Wolf Spirit Star disaster, Sun Ai launched a massive internal purge, while simultaneously increasing the construction of defense stations within the star system. Small mining stations were started on each planet, and once completed, they were immediately converted to military mode, with the aim of completely covering the entire star system. Only this planet, deliberately released by Speedtronics, used as a pirate and outsourced entity to relentlessly plunder and exploit miners for ores and volatile organic compounds, was used as a window for foreign trade. Tang Xuefan arrived carrying the record of the annihilation of the Fang clan and the ceasefire agreement between Risk Mining and Lude Left Path. He thought that as a diplomatic envoy, he would finally have some standing to meet Sun Ai, but to his dismay, he couldn't even get onto the planet. The Supreme Overlord personally received him, and didn't even get angry about Risk Mining's ceasefire agreement. Because the Supreme Overlord knew that Risk Mining had already taken over the entire Tulir system, gained a stronghold in the core star sector, and was threatened by the Hell Legion. He even comforted him, saying that as long as Sun Ai nodded, the war would immediately stop. The only demands were that Sun Ai resign and be permanently barred from holding any position at Sustron Technology. They didn't take her life. That was already lenient enough. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for Sustron Technology, so why won't Sun Ai even see him? He returned to the ship dejectedly. Facing his strangely ugly clansman, Tang Xuefan closed his eyes in anguish and returned to the captain's lounge. He dared not look into the expectant eyes of his clansman. Traveling across the core star sector, his unique, dragon-like lizard bloodline and handsome appearance had repeatedly attracted unwanted attention. Some wealthy merchants even offered hefty sums, claiming they would provide hundreds of tons of fuel and alloys if he would spend a night with one of them. He had also seen his clansmen remaining in the Chicken and Duck Street in Prism Freeport. Those fox women and tiger men, considered the pride of their clan, were now all using their looks to seduce men. These men who had fled the Fangtooth clan once felt ashamed of their clan identity, but upon learning of their homeland's destruction, and that no one would ever care for them again, they were all heartbroken and wept bitterly. Having a home, but not returning is different from having no home at all. Moreover, many handsome men and beautiful women of the Fangtooth clan had used the clan as a fallback plan. If they ever found themselves destitute or burdened with debt, they would find a way to escape back and take on clan duties, ensuring a comfortable life for the rest of their days. But all that was gone. Now they were truly destined to be slaves for the rest of their lives. Recalling the tragic fates of their clansmen they had witnessed along the way, and remembering the Supreme Overlord's words, "Do you think I didn't say these things to Sun Ai? The start of the war was not up to me, and its end is not up to her." Blood welled in Tang Xuefan's eyes. "So deeply grieved your weeping blood? Commander Tang, you truly love your people like your own children." A voice broke the silence of the captain's lounge. Tang Xuefan flicked his wrist, and scales shot out from his wrist, embedding themselves in the shadows where the voice originated. He looked around warily, catching a faint, metallic scent. The next moment, a voice rang out from another direction, tinged with surprise. No wonder those companies conducted human experiments back then. Scales as knives, released with muscle contractions, Truly a brilliant method of assassination. Tang Juefan clutched his hand, peered down, his pupils contracting and narrowing, but he saw nothing. Don't bother looking. Look for the communication terminal the agent posted. Nobody's coming. My bleeding tears are a biological characteristic of lizards from the old Earth, Tang Juefan explained, feigning composure. The tip of his tail, resting on the sofa, twitched slightly in annoyance, his magnificent scales bristling. What's wrong? A lizard that sheds bleeding tears, horned lizard, to be honest, this picture makes him look like a berserker. In the Fang clan, people like Tang Juefan, Yin Yang, and Mo Sui, with their elegant appearances, slender figures, and stable genes, are undoubtedly beautiful and handsome, and can use the biological traits of one or even multiple animals. However, the price they pay is the inability to hide their emotions. For example, when tense, anxious, or excited, their animal organs will react instinctively. This is the defect of mixed genes. After all, it's not natural, and there will always be situations that are difficult to control. I'm here to tell you, don't even think about persuading Sunai. That woman won't accept your terms. Ever since she stepped down during the Second AI War, she's been completely obsessed. She can't accept losing power, and will cling to it desperately. Tang Juefan lowered his head, stray hairs obscuring his eyes. It's not up to her. Sai, I think you completely misunderstand. The voice was androgynous. In the current situation, if Sunai relinquishes power, the board will tear her apart first. But if she can fight a brilliant battle, reverse the decline, and then make a limited surrender, it's not impossible for her to retain her position. What you should do is not futilely persuade Sunai, who will never listen, but find someone else to help you take her down first. Tang Juefan remained silent, and the voice continued, I give you a suggestion. Go to the Eden Galaxy now, and find their CEO, Li Bin. Bring him the intelligence you have, hand over your fleet to him, and persuade him to return to participate in the war as soon as possible. Listening to the voice's rambling, Tang Juefan sneered. Why should I? Why would I believe you? Just because I'm saving you. Dude, have you considered this? In this situation, anyone daring to come to the Hypersol system is either the Perseus Alliance or a fleet of giant corporations reselling supplies. Only your friend and I came with a capital ship, completely alone. For Tachyon technology, which needs fixed income, taking your fleet is cost-free, won't offend anyone, and they can get a capital ship for free. Although I don't know who gave you this idea, their information on the situation in the East is outdated. If I were you, I'd run away as fast as I could, lest we wait until Dunstar is ready, and a box of anesthetic-filled nutritional paste knocks you all out. Whether you listen is up to you. I'm going to get ready. After the loud popping sound, the captain's lounge fell silent. Tang Juefan's throat tightened. He slowly stood up, activated the lounge's electromagnetic interference, and searched the entire room. He found 7 or 8 hidden micro-terminals, and a thumb-sized encrypted data disk. On the disk, printed with the sentence, Please pass this on to Li Bin, he understood after reading it. Tang Juefan pursed his lips, and remained silent for a long while. He then activated his wired terminal, accessed a secret channel, and contacted Wenka. This is Tang Juefan. I want to see the Archbishop. Chapter 792. He quickly explained the situation. Gu Zhongyu, who answered the call on the other end of the terminal, stroked the rough cover of the scripture on the table. Thank you for your hard work. It was my miscalculation. I didn't expect Sunai Hao to have lost his mind to this extent. Here's some contact information for you. It's the contact information for the leader of the left-axis molecule on Dunstar. You need to leave the Hypersol system immediately. They will be responsible for helping you. I think the person who contacted you is most likely a secret anti-Sunai Hao force within Tachyon technology. If it's a traitor, letting a capital ship and several cruisers escape, and even making you wary, only to send out a virus code, that's too stupid. Yes, I have a grudge against the Universal Alliance, but you are a member of the Fang clan. This has nothing to do with you. The Hell Legion is putting a lot of pressure on the western part of the Star Sector. Since the beginning of this year, the nanovirus swarm has become increasingly frenzied. Risk Mining and they can no longer send out their entire force. Compared to the Hell Legion and the nanovirus swarm, I rather reconcile with Li Bin. Those two are insane. Yes, just do as he says, go to Eden Star. Whether you choose to join or not is up to you, but don't come back for now. If you decide to join, you're welcome to take the Fang clan refugees here with you anytime. You can try to revive the Fang clan in the Lost Star Sector. After hanging up, Venka immediately clapped her hands and whispered praise. You encouraged Tang Juefan to join Li Bin so you could quickly send those alien Fang clan refugees away from Mercy Star. appease the Mercy Evian Knight's dissatisfaction, and dump the trouble on Li Bin, right? What a brilliant plan. She looked at Gu Zhongyu with fascination. These guys are all sick, needing gene serums. Because of their limb problems, their labor power is less than ordinary people, but their ability to cause trouble is top-notch. Gu Zhongyu waved wearily. It was just going with the flow. I originally thought Risk Mining would make a fortune by dividing up the Persis Alliance, but the Hell Legion crushed the Fong clan, and our situation immediately became dangerous. Externally, there's the Hell Legion, the Persis Alliance, and Tachyon Technology. Internally, there's the active nanovirus swarm this year. The company's situation has deteriorated rapidly. On the surface of Wolf Spirit Star, the second Tachyon, taking advantage of the post-disaster reconstruction, has extensively established industries and planted personnel on Wolf Spirit Star. Now, Chu Xiangrui, who protected the two companies' nano-forging furnaces, has become the deputy governor of Wolf Spirit Star for his outstanding contributions. As for the governor? Naturally, it's Ziliev, whom Sun Aihao considers to be Chu Xiangrui's sworn enemy. Chu Xiangrui was inspecting the newly built magnetohydrodynamic killer production line when a shuttle quickly stopped at the landing site. Ziliev rushed out aggressively, looking like he was there to interrogate him, but immediately relaxed after entering the workshop under the close guard of the Marines. The old man casually pulled a bottle of fine wine from the wine cabinet, chugged it straight from the bottle, and smacked his lips after finishing it. Pure wine, just not as strong as our Susie's absinthe. Chu Xiangrui rolled his eyes. That's the first batch of Byzantine wine from the Interstellar Empire, worth 150 star coins a bottle. Drinking it like that is like scrapping a junkyard, a pure waste. Ziliev chuckled. I did a good deed, why can't I drink? Chu Xiangrui blinked. What kind of good deed can you do at this point in time? Ziliev stroked his white mustache. A group of remnants of the Fong clan, who call themselves the Dragon Princes, came to Dun Star. I sent agents to their rest room to set up communication terminals, persuaded them to defect to the Universal Alliance, and even brought along some basic information on the Spirit Tower level. How about that? Am I awesome? The Spirit Tower class battleship, a flagship creation of the solar system's Tachyon technology, is said to have glimpsed a trace of Stargate technology. Hailed as the pinnacle of future, the thriving future before the Great Collapse, battleships, it mysteriously went out of control during the Great Collapse, and was sealed off in a certain star system. After 3 defeats, Sun Aihai is determined to restart this crazed warship to reverse the decline and save his precarious CEO position. Although Chu Xiangrui doesn't know exactly how powerful this ship is, he naturally dares not underestimate it given Sun Aihai's high hopes. He has used the energy of the second Tachyon to gather relevant information and currently only knows that it is a powerful phase ship, but he doesn't know its specific methods or capabilities. But for the sake of the second Tachyon's cause and his own lineage, he must help the Overlord. Zilleth's actions have undoubtedly been a great contribution. However, Chu Xiangrui asked curiously, the Fong clan is full of monsters. How did you manage to send your agents up there? Zilleth snapped his fingers, and a tentacle-clad woman emerged from the shadows, clad in a latex suit, soaking wet and sticky, with tentacles covering her hair and feet. A woman with a voluptuous figure, seemingly mixed with octopus or squid genes. This is a pet I acquired 4 years ago at Prism Freeport, Zilla said proudly. I spent a lot of effort training and brainwashing her, and now she's completely obedient to me. I brought her aboard the ship, under the guise of a souvenir visit. Zilla said contemptuously, you know, those inferior species in the Fong clan are all driven by reproductive desires, both culturally and physiologically. Coupled with the devastation of losing their families, how could they control themselves when they see my beautiful, gentle, and obedient pet? With legs spread wide, all defense mechanisms are useless. On June 30th, 216 of the star calendar, Li Bin returned to the Eden system and received 2 urgent intelligence reports. The first, from the Overlord, stated that the warrior-class dreadnought Wrath of 10,000 armies had completed its final testing and departed the Overlord's capital, 7 Hole Star, leading 6 capital ships of the 14th Legion and a fleet of 18 cruisers centered around the 14th Legion, heading north. The Supreme Overlord praised you for being sensible and understanding, pulling in Demon Aerospace to establish a free trade zone, thus aligning them with us economically and diplomatically, Uncle 2 commended Li Bin. The Overlord has transferred the Southern Defense Force and borrowed warships from the 14th Legion from various families, forming a decisive battle fleet, intending to completely force Tachyon technology to submit. Li Bin, if this battle succeeds, you will be the greatest contributor, ranking above the Overlord's naval admiral. The East family is probably regretting it to death now. Uncle Tu, on behalf of the Supreme Overlord, assured him, "Don't worry, we won't trade with Demon Aerospace. Besides, we don't have the capacity to produce products for outsiders right now. We absolutely won't interfere with the money in the Lost Star sector and the Edge Star sector. The Supreme Staff has already given a strict order to all the families, strictly prohibiting them from selling any materials to Demon Aerospace." Li Bin looked at the MVP award his uncle presented him with in surprise, thinking, "I did business for myself, and helping you alleviate your pressure wasn't my main purpose, so how did I become MVP?" He didn't understand. The second piece of news was that Tang Xuefan, a member of the Dragon Prince Resistance Army, had urgently left the Hypersol system and, braving hyperspace storms, managed to fly in a straight line through the Core Star sector, despite damage to his fleet. Furthermore, his arrival was under the instructions of Gu Zhongyu, who had even sent him a message about it. It's strange. Lu Dezwojing and the Universal Alliance, aside from being blood enemies, are practically sworn enemies. Why would Gu Zhongyu go to such lengths to send him a message? Is he trying to use someone else to do his dirty work? Chapter 793. Li Shu, who reported the news, complained with a headache. The person in charge of talking to them now is Mikhail's wife Yunyang. Fortunately, the company has this noblewoman from the Fang clan, who came voluntarily. Mikhail and she are quite loving, so it was only through persuasion that these genetically diseased creatures weren't allowed to land. I don't even dare to imagine the chaos those half-human, half-beast creatures will cause on the ground. First of all, the local hostile biosphere is very likely to react violently because of them. These people are different from Yunyang, their genes are completely unstable, and some even carry genetically transmitted diseases. Only the Fang clan's own mutated genes, and highly stable genes can resist them. Li Bin frowned. If you don't want to receive them, then don't. Just let them go. Yunyang only wants members of the same clan permission. Let her kin find a place in the star system, and live happily ever after. Li Shu awkwardly added, Tang Xuefan, the leader of the Dragon Prince Resistance Army, heard that the Universal Alliance has taken in the Lloyds and Magas, and hopes we can accept this group of Fang clan refugees. In return, he brought a Fang clan modified offensive class battleship, as well as 3 Fang clan Mora class, and 2 Fang clan ruler class, all equipped with 2 tactical systems. Tang Xuefan's flagship Fang clan ruler Fang clan Mora. Bring out my Chinxiang Darjeeling and Byzantine wines, have old Dong stop for a moment, clear out a safe and disinfected section of the space station, and provide quarantine and medical treatment services for these pitiful refugees of the Fang clan. I want to treat this friend surnamed Tang well. Tang Xuefan sat in a spacious room decorated with calcareous tree structures and covered with damp, terrestrial fluorescent sunflowers. High oxygen and high humidity were characteristic of Eden, but they made his reptilian bloodline slightly uncomfortable. His lineage was mostly from arid regions, adapted to the dry, water-scarce environment of his home planet. But he wisely didn't say anything, only glancing around the luxurious surroundings, his eyes lingering on the ostentatious antique solar system artifacts and the anti-entropy tea tray. He reached out to touch a teacup, but was stopped by Yunyang's slightly swaying swan neck. Mikhail stood in the doorway and called inside, Yunyang, let's go. Yunyang slowly stood up, and Tang Xuefan whispered, thank you for your hard work. I definitely do my best to regain your freedom. Yunyang looked at Tang Xuefan in surprise and replied, you misunderstood, it's very nice here. Then she left with Mikhail. Tang Xuefan didn't turn back. He didn't quite believe it. During his time in the Core Star sector, he truly felt the malice of humanity towards his Fang clan, a malice laced with lust and even gluttony. Their lewd gazes were thicker than the supersaturated air of Eden's equator, making him feel drenched in sweat. Upon arriving at the Universal Union, he was first subjected to quarantine, then forbidden from entering the space station, the reason given being the presence of an unknown genetic infection with immeasurable impact on Eden's ecosystem. Even in the superpowers, in tachyon technology, such slander was unacceptable. Tang Xuefan was furious. If it weren't for Archbishop Gu Zhongyu's kind persuasion, he would have run away long ago. The Fang clan's homeland was in the west of the Core Star sector. Why would they run to the east to beg for help? Tang Xuefan was utterly baffled. Ha ha ha! A hearty, youthful laugh echoed from outside the door. The heavy, solid wood door, clad in calcareous wood trim, swung open again, and a tall, handsome young man strode in and sat down opposite Tang Xuefan. Tang Xuefan carefully observed the newcomer. His first impression was one of youthful vigor and strength, his eyes radiating confidence and barely suppressed joy. Anyone who gets their hands on 2 fearless individuals would be unable to hold back their smile, like an invisible sun, radiating an invigorating energy. This energy would generally be interpreted as approachability. But Tang Juefan, possessing the blood of a wild beast, keenly realized that this positivity was like the gentle sunlight on one's face, seemingly warm, but actually concealing deadly threats such as radiation, infrared, and ultraviolet rays. This was a smiling tiger, very dangerous, extremely dangerous. The scales hidden in Tang Juefan's sleeves subtly rose, and he instinctively assumed a defensive posture, legs spread, elbows resting on knees, fists clasped, chin propped up, subtly trying to make himself appear as large as possible. Unlike the Supreme Overlord and Sun Aihao, whose bodies were aged but whose spirits burned brightly, and unlike Archbishop Gu Zhongyu, whose methods were ruthless and whose heart was cruel. The man before him, namely Bin, was a young man in his prime, seasoned on the battlefield, and ambitious. Tang Juefan was gathering his emotions, considering how to persuade the other party, when Li Bin unexpectedly extended a hand. "Give me the things that person asked you to bring." Oh. Li Bin took the data disk, inserted it into his terminal, and checked it several times using the alpha core. After confirming there were no problems, he opened it. At the same time, he snapped his fingers, and immediately someone brought fine wine, delicacies, rare tea, and incense. "Excuse me, I need to look at some data first. Please wait a moment. These are all specialties of the Universal Union. Please try them if you don't mind." Li Bin's sudden turn of events caught Tang Juefan completely off guard. Tang Juefan stared at the food on the coffee table, worth hundreds of star coins, emitting a wonderful aroma that even made him hallucinate and appear to glow. His stomach, still churning from eating so much nutritional paste, finally reached out. The food melted in his mouth, and tears streamed down his face. Li Bin, oblivious to Tang Juefan's actions, opened his terminal, retrieved the information into his glasses, and discreetly examined it. Then, his mouth slowly opened. Inside were simple details about the Spirit Tower class, along with a warning from the second Tachyon. The Spirit Tower class was the final product of Tachyon Technology's Spirit Tower project, born in the well-known Tachyon Technology Prototype Laboratory. It was a product of the Solar System Tachyon Technology. Although after the Great Collapse, the Perseus Tachyon Technology had acquired the ability to manufacture the spaceship's components by plundering technology and scientists from other companies, it could only be produced through a nano-forge, relying on the Forge Immortals to handcraft it using almost primitive methods. Lacking blueprints and production technology, the failure rate was very high, almost like opening a blind box. Like the Alicorn class, this ship is a phase ship, and it also boasts an exceptionally long endurance. Because it's an unmanned warship, it doesn't consider fuel or self-repair at all. Even more outrageous, according to information revealed by the second Tachyon, this ship was originally a manned warship, but for some unknown reason, over a century later, it can still fly without crew control, and remains active even without refueling. Chapter 794. Li Bin frowned deeply. He loathed the existence of ghosts and gods. It wasn't because he didn't believe in them. After all, he had transmigrated and been reborn, so the existence of ghosts and gods wasn't unacceptable. What he loathed was that this powerful and domineering ghost ship wasn't even on his side. The information on the second speedster was vague. Only the early testing phases combat record of the Spirit Tower class was found. A solo kill of the exemplary class with minor injuries. After being recalled by Sun Aihai at an unknown cost, this madwoman pulled out all of Speedster Technology's best-kept Omega weapons, a code name for a type of human realm weapon, which can be simply understood as supermodels, and equipped her with them. This meant she would be even more powerful than during the testing phase. In addition, the Spirit Tower class was equipped with a special weapon called Light Dust Attraction Field, and a matching tactical system. This allowed the Spirit Tower class to continuously and automatically release a special energy substance called light dust during battle. This substance could even continue to be produced when the Spirit Tower class activated phase stealth, penetrating the physical universe to attack its targets. The traction field releases a lightning-like energy field towards the target area, guiding the light dust to attack the target. Spirit Tower level tactical system Light Dust Attraction Field, fully automatic intelligent air defense plus radiation suppression weapon. If the light dust is not guided, it will automatically orbit the Spirit Tower class, acting as its air defense weapon, automatically destroying any approaching ships, carrier-based aircraft, and live ammunition, missiles, and torpedoes. It's truly an integrated offensive and defensive system. Li Bin pressed hard on the terminal, his knuckles turning white. Super-fast dispersion system, powerful electric grid, Omega weapon, all vague adjectives. Where's the data? Give me some data. Or at least give me specific details about what kind of Omega weapon it is. Are you giving me a preview for next time? The Overlord's wrath has already been unleashed, and you're sending such a vague document now? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Or do you think the Supreme Overlord's army has already mobilized, and seeing this information will make him smile? Helpless, Li Bin stood up, apologized to Tang Zhuofan, and left the meeting room under the other's dazed gaze. Using the repeater's hyperwave communicator, he quickly dialed Hao Huimianxiu. Hello, what's up? I'm busy, Hao said sarcastically. Li Bin, looking dejected, lit a cigarette and explained the situation. He heard the click of a lighter, and the hiss of tobacco burning on the other end. With a deep breath, Li Bin could already imagine the scene of the other person smoking in frustration. You mean that Sun Ai Hao, who messed up the spirit tower level? Yeah. You're not lying to me. Oh no. That's bad. Hao's tone suddenly became dejected. After a long silence, Hao finally stammered. I don't know exactly what the spirit tower can do, but when Saint Lud appeared in my dream, she emphasized that she's very important, and that Sustern Technology isn't the only one interested in this ship. She also said that if there's a chance, we should try to rescue her. Okay, I'm going to sleep right now, and try to contact Saint Lud to send the message. Wait for me. Li Bin, don't be impulsive. Wait for me. I'll be back as soon as possible. Hao hung up the phone. Li Bin scratched his head in frustration, feeling that Hao's words implied something had slipped out of Saint Lud's control. This made him very uneasy, but with company affairs piling up, he suppressed his chaotic thoughts, switched to a different terminal, and after adjusting himself outside the conference room for a few minutes, pushed open the door and entered. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tang Zhuofan thought to himself, here it comes. He roused himself, spread his legs, and prepared to attack. Our time is precious. The Fong clan refugees have been on the ship for too long. Their mental state is probably not good. We need to finish this quickly. Li Bin pushed the terminal forward. The Universal Union has several mining and gas extraction stations in the Eden system. I have understood your demands and reviewed your conditions. There are no problems. I will allocate a mining station to the Fong clan for your residence, but you must abide by the laws of the Universal Union and become citizens of the Universal Union. In addition, with the mining station given to you, you must pay taxes regularly. I will not collect star coins. The tax will be in the form of minerals. Payment. Also, the mining station is not allowed to sell our company's contraband. Due to the Fong clan's genetic disease, I will make an exception and slightly relax the controls on painkillers, but they can only be obtained from Universal Union on a regular, ration basis. Furthermore, the surface ecosystem of Eden Star contains a hostile biosphere that will actively accelerate genetic evolution based on invaders. I do not want members of the Fong clan with unstable genes to enter Eden Star and the space station. This has nothing to do with discrimination. It is solely for biosecurity and safety considerations. Can you understand that? Tang Zhuofan stared blankly at the mining station projection and immigration plan that popped up on the terminal. As a company whose main population relies on immigration, Universal Union has a mature immigration program, a complete and impeccable system. From oxygen and fresh water to food. From establishing outsourcing companies to employment systems, management systems, incentive plans, and livelihood plans, even including gene therapy, medical insurance, and even a promise to try to cure the canine clan's genetic disease, but without guaranteeing success. Tang Zhuofan would have thought Li Bin was bragging if he had dared to make any guarantees, but it was precisely this no guarantee that gave it a touch of genuine sincerity. Frankly, even within the Fong clan, many couldn't enjoy such conditions. The conditions were so good that Tang Zhuofan suspected Li Bin had ulterior motives. What were they after? Surely not his body. He heard Li Bin was a pure heterosexual, and a pure lover at that, while he was a virgin. He looked confused, and Li Bin explained, perhaps you think the conditions are too good, and that I have ulterior motives. Please don't worry, I do have ulterior motives. Li Bin swiped his finger, and the projection switched to Tang Zhuofan's fleet. What I want is this fleet and its crew. The Universal Union welcomes all insightful individuals, but the Lost Star sector has been portrayed as far too dangerous. To this day, apart from Roy, the Germans, the Brightons, and the Fong clan, any power with a stable base in the core sector refuses to deeply integrate with us. Mr. Tang, there's no need to rush to sign the contract. Your genes are stable. You can go to the surface and see the world of the Universal Union. The conditions aren't actually high. I haven't given you any preferential treatment above that of ordinary Universal Union immigrants, except for your genetic disease. Is that so? Tang Zhuofan was stunned, thinking, damn, Do the Universal Union people eat this well every day? I thought live streams were all fake. Li Bin held up one finger. I have only one question. Why was it Gu Zhongyu who persuaded you to come? Tang Zhuofan honestly gave the answer he found on Baidu. He didn't know. He really didn't know. He was a warrior, a pure Fang clan privateer, pirate, and clan warrior. He had never considered politics or diplomacy before. Whoever came, he would kill them all. Blood sacrifice for the clan, skulls offered to the throne. Now, asking him to convey the unspoken meaning of Gu Zhongyu's words was truly putting him, Fat Tiger, in a difficult position. Alright, let's stop here for now. Your fleet, please proceed to this mining station. You can choose a noble clan to accompany you on a tour. We arrange for the Lloyds to provide food and water. Li Bin rose leisurely, extending his hand with an air of nonchalance, mimicking a sassy character from a book he read in his past life. I sincerely welcome you to join the Universal Alliance, though it's fine if you don't. Someone as responsible and capable as you is rare throughout the entire star system. Whether you're a friend or an enemy, it will be very interesting. Having made a small show of bravado, Li Bin left the meeting hall. Halfway there, he received news of a great opportunity, and his composed demeanor instantly crumbled. Holy crap, Li Bin! You have no choice but to go now. The Spirit Tower's dust attraction field, combined with the human territory's main battleship engine system, theoretically has the capability to restart the Stargate. I'm already on my way. I'm just praying that the Spirit Tower will really work its magic, and not be destroyed by the Overlord's decisive battle fleet. Click. The terminal slipped from Li Bin's hand, spinning aimlessly in the weightless space station before crashing into the bulkhead and bouncing back with a crisp sound. Chapter 795. The tundra of Eden Star was swept by howling winds and towering waves. The price of 80% of the planet's landmass being shrouded in a rainforest climate was torrential rain stretching for thousands, even tens of thousands of kilometers, a common occurrence. In his previous life, the entire city would have fallen silent at this time. Aside from office workers working overtime, the red and blue army soldiers battling the food war, and taxes, few would venture onto the streets. But Xinjiang City remained as prosperous as ever. Outside, the fierce winds whipped up the unfortunate rock crabs, but inside the dome of the sky, only a light drizzle fell, serving to decorate the atmosphere and clean the city. Tang Zhuofan, wearing a rain jacket, his entire body encased in its plastic material, watched girls in miniskirts laughing and splashing in the puddles under their colorful umbrellas. Couples cuddled together, oblivious to everyone else, openly displaying their affection in public. Wearing yellow and black work uniforms resembling those of a wasp, and sporting exoskeletons and alloy helmets, workers with golden eagles tucked into their chests and armbands indicating their specific departments walked silently along the roadside. They smoked Cosmic brand natural cigarettes, inhaling the humid air and exhaling hot, dry white smoke. Their somewhat disorganized ranks moved quietly, like a dragon breathing in and out of neon clouds. He recognized the brand. It was produced in the local Lud parish, sold as a luxury item elsewhere. However, on Eden Star and other planets controlled by the Universal Union, every official Universal Union employee received a pack a month as an extra ration. Non-smokers could exchange their points for other items. Tang Zhuofan watched the mechanics, their faces smudged with dirt, nonchalantly walking through the bustling crowd. They seemed oblivious to everyone else, while the crowds made way for them. Suddenly, he thought the act of smoking was incredibly cool, so he pulled out an e-cigarette and started smoking himself. He followed Mikhail and Yunyang, who shared a huge umbrella, strolling with the two locals, enjoying the city's nighttime charm. His attention wasn't drawn to the happy crowds, but rather to the workers he previously overlooked, those going about their business on the streets or simply walking by. These people all had tasks to complete, but whether they moved slowly or hurriedly, regardless of their expressions, a sense of calm permeated their faces. Tang Zhuofan exhaled a puff of smoke, and through the hazy mist and drizzle, refocused his gaze on the two people ahead. Yunyang held Mikhail's furry arm with one hand, her delicate hand resting on the bear's wrist. Her expression remained as serene as ever, almost expressionless, except for the occasional twitch of her cheek, indicating she was eating. Mikhail held an umbrella in his right hand, draped it over Yunyang's arm, and clutched a bucket of snacks in his left. He walked steadily, careful not to spill anything. His left wrist held over a dozen bags filled with snacks for Yunyang, who took a few bites of each one as a token gesture. After finding a seat on the pedestrian street, Mikhail folded his umbrella and sat down, hunching over like a bear on a tree stump, releasing the snacks one by one and devouring them. Yunyang glanced around calmly, like a wary bird perched on a bear's head. When Mikhail had almost finished eating, she pulled out a handkerchief and placed it in his palm, then glanced around again. Seeing this, Tang Juofan's tense heart completely relaxed. Li Bin's words could deceive, and so could Yun Yang's. But the lives of ordinary people wouldn't, nor would Yun Yang's unconscious actions, and the sense of security emanating from her body. Although she showed no expression, her demeanor conveyed a sense of security, even their taciturn actions subconsciously ignoring their guest. "How wonderful," he murmured. "Wonderful, my foot." Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. If Xinjiang City at night was a dazzling, sleepless city, then the governor's mansion at night was a hellish underworld filled with resentment. All the key personnel, except Mikhail and Sarah, who had received their missions, were gathered here to discuss the important matter of deploying troops to the Korstar sector. Just as everyone offered Li Bin sincere congratulations on acquiring 2 dreadnoughts, Li Bin roared like this. The 2 dreadnoughts, the Asinicorn class as a powerful weapon, were originally planned to remain in reserve. As for the Palace class, it was still at the space station, like a dried-up corpse, only a blackened skeleton remaining. But with the decisive battle of the AI war imminent, even after writing to the Supreme Overlord and exaggerating the power of the Spirit Tower to the best of his ability, he couldn't stop the Supreme Overlord and the Supreme Staff's determination to fight. Li Bin, let me tell you the truth. The Overlord cannot tolerate the rampant use of tachyon technology, nor can it accept the Hell Legion's disregard for human life, its unlimited planetary bombing, and its throwing everyone's lives into the factories as raw materials. The Supreme Overlord, by Call Xiongfeng, removed his military cap in a private communication, revealing white hair that clashed with his dark, shiny skin. Although in the first AI war, the Lion of Sindaria, who was still an officer of the Overlord, was accused of using planet-killing techniques, regardless of whether it was his doing. I must say that the Overlord organization has not yet degenerated to the point of ignoring genocide and planetary destruction. If it weren't for Sun Aihao's obstruction, I would have already marched west. This decisive battle is also aimed at preserving as much of tachyon technology and our forces as possible. Now that Sun Aihao's opposition group has emerged, I must seize the opportunity to quickly crush all her trump cards. Personally, I need a resounding victory to suppress dissent within the hegemony, and with the power of this victory, force the first-class families and other families to join me in fighting the Hell Legion. Otherwise, these insects will truly be content with dividing up the corpses of tachyon technology and the Perseus Alliance, rather than wisely choosing to spare tachyon technology's survival. Thus, the ball was passed back to Li Bin. He wanted to tell Baikal that the Spirit Tower was crucial to the Stargate's reopening, but Saint Lud had already relayed the information beforehand. This intelligence had to remain hidden between him and Hao Hua, and no third party was allowed to know. Otherwise, any leak of information would trigger chaos throughout the entire starfield. The dormant Stargate, the gain power of which cannot be destroyed. This will shift the attention of Western forces to the east, thus neglecting the Hell Legion and the Nanovirus Swarm. Furthermore, within the Overlord's ranks, there are ambitious individuals coveting the supreme throne, but Baigal has not yet been defeated, and cannot be touched for the time being. If news of this gets out, internal strife within the Overlord's ranks is very likely to occur first, and even the departure of top-tier families is a high-probability event. Thank you for your intelligence. I will continue to draw fleets from other defense legions to strengthen the decisive battle fleet, and will wait for you as appropriate. But first, I need to find the exact coordinates of this ghost ship. Bagel's thick lips moved, uttering decisive words. Chapter 796. Recalling the Supreme Overlord's words, Li Bin pondered for a long time, then steeled his resolve, and looked up at Wang Shiji, who was lost in thought beside the round table. Brother Jia, is it really true that the A7 class can't be activated now? Wang Shiji looked up in surprise after being called upon. CEO, the A7 class still has 20% of its compartments empty. It's been under repair for dozens of days. It doesn't even have a structure, and it lacks the nanomaterials for self-repair. Lacking a large nanoforging furnace, it can't even fly while being repaired. Li Bin's expression was grave. I know, but the situation is critical. Li Bin said, word by word. Humanity's current state is all due to the collapse of the Stargate. The Spirit Tower class may be the key to revival. Wang Shiji denied it. CEO, I didn't. The activation code authorized by the Security Council for the Yang-type humans. Any illegal restart of a Stargate is like rewiping a computer. It will erase all historical data. Li Bin gritted his teeth. That's still better than no Stargate at all. Wang Shiji. Li Bin's voice was serious. If the 14th Legion arrives, we can use the Stargate, even the one you mentioned. Do you think the 14th Legion with its military strength, couldn't use a Stargate to defeat tachyon technology? With the current technological level of Persis, it's very likely that we won't be able to develop the technology to restart Stargates even 1,000 years from now. We have to consider that the Spirit Tower level might be our only chance to restart Stargates. Wang Shiji clenched his fists, lowered his head, and remained silent for a full 10 minutes before raising his head amidst the trembling fear of his core members. His eyes were bloodshot as he reluctantly promised, have the Afterglow mothership accelerate the production of temporary hull components. Using reinforced bulkhead modification technology, we can strengthen only the remaining sections without sealing them off, allowing us to complete the overhaul of the entire ship's hull as quickly as possible. However, these sections lack explosion-proof and fire-resistant capabilities. Once breached, all the reinforced structures will crumble. Furthermore, nanomaterials are indispensable. They are crucial for emergency repairs after the spacecraft's initial launch. Without a sealed cabin, damage control simply cannot reach the site in time. In addition, we need to bring all portable space station and hull components, along with at least 2,000 technicians and 500 engineers. Leave it all to me, Li Bin agreed. Wang Shiji said with difficulty, in this way, with the help of the Twilight Mothership, while we spend 20 hours getting to the black hole system, the alien will focus on repairing its damaged armor and power grid system. Once we get there to do the final reinforcements, we can complete the preparations within 3 days. I checked the weapon systems, there's no impact. But CEO, I must remind you. His voice suddenly rose. Although the alien class is a dreadnought with a high tolerance for error in hyperspace travel, the crew, without training and testing, will still find it difficult to control. Especially during firefights, inexperienced crew members are incapable of undertaking decisive sniping missions. Furthermore, the ship's defensive capabilities cannot be calculated based on parameters. I suggest that during simulations, we lower its data as much as possible, adopting the most conservative approach for the battle. Li Bin nodded solemnly. I will. Chu He sat on the bridge of the Wrath of 10,000 Armies class, stroking the throne with a dreamy expression. Who could have imagined that Chu He would one day become the captain of a dreadnought? While other first-rate military families outwardly submitted but inwardly rebelled, constantly engaging in duels with the Supreme Overlord except for fighting against the succubus, the Chu family had already made their choice, siding with the Supreme Overlord. Thus, Chu He, as the most outstanding, experienced, and accomplished young general under the age of 64 in the family, was promoted to marshal, serving as the commander of the dreadnought and the entire decisive battle fleet. How beautiful this ship is! How delightful are the sounds of his comrades grinding their teeth in envy! How dazzling is the victory over the tachyon! Now, all of this is within his grasp. Starting from 7 Cave Star, a journey that would normally take his capital ships 8 days took him over 16 days to reach Valhalla after switching to a dreadnought route. This system was originally the front line of the tug-of-war between tachyon technology and the Overlord. With the Overlord's declaration of war and surprise attack, the two sides exchanged territories, and the system fell entirely into the Overlord's hands. Now, the 3 space stations in the system are piled high with supplies, and hundreds of decommissioned ship hulls lying in the ship graveyard have been towed out to make room for cargo. These hulls are the legacy of the Overlord's second AI war, and even the first AI war. Many can still be repaired and used, or, in times of wartime crisis, the hulls can be dismantled and the components given to other badly damaged ships. Now that the Overlord has bet on dreadnoughts, these hulls undoubtedly have no choice but to take the second path, dismantling. Chu He wasn't in a hurry to immediately dispatch a decisive battle fleet to attack Hybersol. Upon arriving in the Valhalla system, he received instructions from the Supreme Overlord not to underestimate the enemy, and to await reinforcements from other legions to ensure absolute safety. Furthermore, considering the Supreme Overlord's ongoing war with the Hell Legion, and the existence of Sun Ihau's opposition faction within tachyon technology that could be won over, if he were to actually invade the Hybersol system and severely damage tachyon, inciting resentment, these opposition figures might be less likely to fully support the Supreme Overlord in the future. The Chu family was now all in on the Supreme Overlord by call. Any action beneficial to the Supreme Overlord would naturally benefit them. As a star player whom the Supreme Overlord had supported against all odds, Chu He naturally had to repay the club's kindness. Finally, the dreadnoughts are simply too slow, especially in turning and maneuverability. A hasty attack could easily leave them trapped, allowing the enemy to cut off their retreat and trap them. Alternatively, a base trading scenario could cripple the Supreme Ruler's plan for a swift victory, which would be a huge loss. Sometimes, speed requires slowness, and slowness requires speed. This is the art of war. Chu-hee, who was happily cutting steak on the space station, put down his knife and fork and sighed to his adjutant. To be honest, while the Universal Alliance isn't great at everything else, their cooking and intelligence are truly impressive. Byzantine wine braised Giangra steak, paired with a glass of our own King's Delight. It's absolutely delicious. And their intelligence is just as good as their food, Chu-hee said with a hint of surprise. Sometimes I just don't understand how Li Bin, a country bumpkin, an unknown nobody 10 years ago, not even 30 years old, has friends everywhere. I met many space merchants, but I never seen anyone as lucky as him. Look, even the opposition, including Sun Ihao, has gotten in touch with him, and they even managed to gather intelligence on a powerful weapon like the Spirit Tower. Thanks to him, we haven't been able to act recklessly because of our invincible military might. The adjutant nodded repeatedly, his hands moving quickly, already finishing 2 steaks. The two were whispering about military intelligence and preparations, casually chatting about family matters, when suddenly an alarm sounded on the space station. The alarm stopped a second later, and the adjutant, receiving an urgent military report on his terminal, glanced at it, and handed it to Chu-hee with both hands, his face filled with alarm. Chu-hee chuckled and scolded, "What's the rush? Is the Sindar regime getting impatient?" He took the terminal and scanned it, noticing the words "the light dust isn't blue but pinkish purple, its power far exceeds the description," and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What? The intelligence is fake." Chapter 797. Saladu, leading a cargo fleet of dozens of ships of varying sizes, ranging from Atlas class to Colossus class to Buffalo class, and a Prometheus class fuel ship, silently sailed along an unfamiliar route. His flagship was an Atlas class ship named the Fanghu, one of the first Atlas class ships captured by the Universal Alliance. Thanks to the company's nano-forging furnace, this ship, originally equipped with 3 D-type components including an aging engine, was rebuilt and given a new lease on life after the company returned from Tachyon technology. She looked as amazing as a new ship, a fiery main booster, ample cargo holds on both sides, exhilarating engines, and speakers with sweet highs, accurate mids, and deep lows. It was like a mature woman returning to 18, radiating youthful energy while possessing a fatal attraction that a young girl lacked, making Saradu, who was aboard her, feel incredibly excited every time she sailed on board. For many captains with lofty ideals, piloting the Atlas-class ships on fixed routes, seeing the same sights for a lifetime, and facing potential pirates with their large, slow, and weak defensive firepower was torture. But for Saradu, familiar routes meant safety. Having experienced the wave of layoffs at the Minsheng Company, he had long since cast aside any adventurous spirit, leaving only the impoverished slums behind, focused solely on making money and having a wife, children, and a warm bed. Yes, after arriving at Huanyi United, Saradu quickly integrated into the local environment, married, and had 5 children. In middle age, he finally settled down. Therefore, he vehemently disliked flying this route, and would not have come if it weren't for his benefactor, Li Bin's, insistence. He had already flown 2/3 of the way, but today, Saradu was overtaken by the frantically flying Li Bin. When that unknown, massive hyperspace signal appeared, Sarah thought she had encountered the entire navy under some pirate king. It wasn't until the familiar paint scheme of the fleet appeared that Sarah recognized it as the main fleet of the Universal Alliance. Indeed, the Universal Alliance had once again mobilized its entire force. They had 2 main objectives. First, to secure the light dust system, a Spirit Tower level system, and even to preserve it, Li Bin was willing to accept the technology falling into the hands of the Overlord. As long as the system remained, money, favors, connections, and technology sharing were possible. As for the Overlord using it to open a Stargate? Don't be ridiculous, how would the Overlord know? Who would tell them? The Academy? To ensure Li Bin took the light dust system seriously, Saint Lud had already explained the whole story clearly through a clever maneuver. Li Bin wasn't the only one in the star system who knew about the connection between the light dust system and Stargates. Before him, 2 others knew. One was the former dean of the Academy, Thomas Calicole, and the other was the current dean, Baird, who was also the former vice dean. Through archaeological research, they somehow discovered test data on the light dust from the Spirit Tower, as well as some backup data left behind in the Lost Star sector by the local Star Region Governor's office. By comparing these data across a vast sea of archaeological records, they successfully found similarities between the two. To be precise, it was only after 200 years of research led by successive deans of the archaeological profession that this discovery was made by the previous dean. Thomas eagerly conducted a test at the Stargate of the Galatian system, where the Academy was located and ruled by a hegemon. The violent Stargate restart fluctuations cause power outages to the spaceship engines, space stations, and all equipment throughout the entire system. The resulting resonance in P-space, the space where the phase ships dive in the game, and the Stargate passage in this book, nearly caused a collision between P-space and the physical universe in the Galatian system, destroying the entire system. Such astonishing ingenuity, such a brilliant and ruthless feat, naturally attracted the attention of the Overlord's inspection fleet, which seized all related data, scientists, and technology. The Overlord might have been researching it, but it's unlikely they would be doing so now. These were St. Lud's words, and Lieben felt that saying them would damage the intellectual image of the Omega Corps. However, even if the Academy knew the light dust system was in the Overlord's hands, they wouldn't cooperate with them. Because the Overlord would never accept the theories of these research madmen, who nearly killed millions, and destroyed hundreds of millions of assets, equipment, and ships. Well, perhaps they restart the research after the Overlord unifies the star system. As for the second objective, it's to ensure that the Acicorn-class ships wouldn't sink under the protection of the Army. No faction, except the Hell Legion, could afford to lose a single dreadnought. Therefore, to save time, Lieben even equipped every ship in the fleet. Those that were old, had damaged engines during wreckage collection, or were inherently slow, with Bull-class tugboats. These tugboats used a propulsion field to tow the ships, making the fleet appear incredibly massive in the probe's view, amplified by the propulsion field. Salad quickly contacted Lieben. CO, you came in person. In the projection, Lieben was constantly smoking, his ashtray overflowing, the cigarette butts leaning haphazardly, resembling a sword mound. He sighed, well, plans can't keep up with changes, Brother Saradu. I brought all the cargo ships belonging to the head office. I need your help, brother, to transfer these goods to the star system. Most of the reserve crew members aren't qualified to see the full extent of our Universal Alliance's resources yet. Saradu quickly bowed his head. Understood. As the head of the company's commercial transportation department and a minor shareholder, Saradu naturally had the right to know about the Afterglow human coexistence faction. While he was proud of his status as a successor to the human leader, he was also being helped to cover it up. Most of the fleet would remain in hyperspace, allowing only Saradu and his most loyal crew members to enter and sail the ships. Only after the Alicorn-class ships emerged would Lieben use the excuse that the last tremor of the industrial ruins was obtained by our Universal Alliance to claim that so many alloys and rare metals were sent to the industrial ruins. But in reality, much of this cargo was paid to the Afterglow to support their fight against the Ironheart Annihilators. 5 days after arriving in the Black Hole star system, Wang Shiji contacted Lieben with red eyes. Lieben removed his cigarette, but, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Wang Shiji wiped away his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. My God, the Acephalon class is awake. CO, she still recognizes me. Her shipboard AI matrix is still active. She even asked me when we can return to the solar system. Hearing this, Lieben put the cigarette back in his mouth and took a deep drag. He blinked, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, and chuckled. You almost moved me to tears. Get the ship ready quickly, so I can assign crew to take over. Hey! Wang Shiji wiped away his tears, asking before turning off the communicator. By the way, CO, you haven't named the Acephalon class yet, and the Star class hasn't been named either. The Acephalon class is a long-range strike vessel, so we call it Hoi. The Star class will be called Shiha. To ease his emotions, Lieben mischievously chose names that countered each other. Half a day later, after a lateral jump and complete renovations, the Ace-Wing-class destroyer, unrecognizable from its former 200-year-old state, reappeared in hyperspace, eliciting astonishment from the core fleet's crew. Holy crap! Wang Defa. We finally have a dreadnought. A great era has arrived. Chapter 798. Damn, is this the bridge of the dreadnought? It's half the size of a cruiser. So impressive. Jeffrey rubbed his hands together like a fly, hunching over and lewdly surveying his surroundings. Anna silently nudged Jeffrey in the lower back with her thumb, urging the old shareholder to straighten up and set an example. It didn't matter before, but now that he's the successor to the human leader and aims to become planetary governor, Anna wants to change Jeffrey's image. The scars on his face are ugly, but they're also a unique feature. However, his lewd demeanor is truly hopeless. Unlike the Candle Dragon, where the machine's soul resides, the Hoi, built entirely with human leader technology, the Acephalanx class, is spacious and bright. The predominantly white cabin decor, under the bright lights, casts soft, shifting shadows. Numerous automated and magnetic levitation facilities operate quietly. The ship requires a small crew, but can comfortably support over 30,000 people. Designed as a phase ship for solo operations lasting up to 50 years, the Hoi boasts extensive military engineering and industrial facilities, from swimming pools and training grounds to a cinema, a holographic game hall, a combat center, and an onboard factory. The ship even has a miniature refining station and a volatile compound synthesis station, and its own laboratory. No wonder Wang Shiji said that no matter how fast they rush things, even with the help of the Yuhui mothership, they couldn't arm the ship within a day. It would take at least 6 months. He wasn't just saying it randomly. He had a method to it. Wang Shiji's lips trembled with excitement. Captain, oops. CO? I entered the current star system's background data into the Hoi's onboard AI matrix. She fully understands the necessity of our operation. Li Bin's eyes lit up. So, this shipboard AI is quite intelligent? It's not exactly intelligent, Wang Shiji said with a chillingly smirk, his imposing presence almost like a giant stick poking a boss's face. The alien-class shipboard AI uses an alpha core to control an AI matrix composed of 2 beta cores. She does have self-awareness, but because she needs to maintain the entire ship's operation, she uses relatively little computing power to maintain her personality. Her intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, interstellar human. Speaking of the Hoi shipboard AI, Wang Shiji rarely showed such happiness, like seeing a kidnapped daughter found again, with a cautious, almost trembling feeling. Li Bin took the captain's key from Wang Shiji and handed it to Isa. Looking at the rhomboid key in her hand, Isha said, half jokingly and half seriously, "You can rest assured entrusting your daughter to me. I will certainly not dishonor her." With Wang Shiji nodding repeatedly, Isha peeled back the artificial skin on the back of her neck, revealing a neural interface, and ascended to the high platform via elevator. As a dreadnought, the platform for installing the shipborne AI and auxiliary computing modules was extremely high, running up and down dozens of meters in height. Without an elevator would be idiotic. Isha inserted the key and activated the ship according to the simulated training sequence. The bridge trembled slightly, and a massive projection device, over 300 square meters in size, extended from above and below, spanning dozens of layers of the circular bridge, projecting a huge Alicorn AI logo. Unlike Miss N's efforts to simulate a human-like virtual interface, the Alicorn-class shipborne AI was simply a square figure, a dashing image of an armored centaur wielding a heavy rapier, with a flowing cloak behind him. All her interactions relied on neural links, voice, and text to maximize the computational power available for the war effort. Celia's system, which used human imagination to construct images, was fundamentally different. Humans can do nothing but daydream all day, becoming increasingly adept at it, but machines cannot. Alicorn system activated, identity verification successful, welcome Captain Isa. Isa leaned back on her throne, frowning as she completed the initial neural link. For a dreadnought, the initial link was a bit too gentle. This sufficiently demonstrated that the Alicorn class's onboard AI was a well-behaved and courteous child. If it were Celia, she would instantly burrow into Li Bin's mind, effortlessly searching through his memories of the ancient golden age. But against others, Celia would cackle and overload the network, setting out a table of water-soaked brains. A slightly joyful, childlike voice rang out from the bridge. "Welcome back, Chief Designer Wang Shiji. It has been 223 years, March 17th, 14 hours and 58 minutes, since the last system activation. The ship's current integrity is 76.35%. The nano-forging furnace is missing, the nano-repair material reserves are 0, and 22.1% of the compartments are unfitted. The ship currently only possesses minimal self-defense capabilities and short-range hyperspace travel capabilities. Please contact the Human Leader Military or Belka Industrial Auxiliary Organizations as soon as possible for repairs." Ah, the Human Leader is gone. The voice trailed off with disappointment, then quickly regained its spirit. As long as the successor of the Human Leader remains, hope remains. There was no pretense. The saintly quality remained unchanged, perfectly in line with a child's thought process. Isa, eyes closed, happily communicated with the AI aboard the Hoi. Although the AI's intelligence was limited by its young age, Isa was at the age where she was a mother and caring for a child, and she adored this childlike AI. Furthermore, she had always enviedly been for having Celia, and now that she had the Hoi, she was even more delighted. At this moment, the fleet was slowly changing course. This time, Li Bin had deployed his entire fleet. Except for the Relief Association's ships and patrol teams, the entire fleet was present. His core fleet, the squadron under Lan Yuan's command, and Tang Zhuofan's Fong Clan task force were all there. Sarah had finished delivering her goods and was returning home, but even without him, the dozens of bulk-class tugboats, fuel ships, supply ships, and cargo ships alone were enough to form a large fleet. The Universal Alliance has never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle, Li Bin exclaimed, hands on his hips, before the grand, sky-covering projection of the fleet. Then, a message relayed by Celia via the Black Hole Galaxy Relay Communicator, urgently contacting the Overlord, exposed Li Bin's true colors. Bin, the team is in danger, return immediately. Intelligence is incorrect. The Spirit Tower class light dust isn't blue, it's pinkish purple, and much more powerful. Chuhi's reconnaissance fleet was wiped out. Our army lost a squadron of 14th Legion escort ships, including Conqueror class and Vengeance Elf class. The 14th Legion ships are the Overlord's ironclad proof of its legitimacy as the true ruler of the human realm. Only first-class families are entitled to own 14th Legion cruisers. Capital ships are all confiscated, theoretically belonging to the Overlord as a whole, but in reality, depending on the family's methods, they possess hereditary usage rights, meaning the captain's position is passed down from father to son. Second-class families can own 14th Legion destroyers, and third-class families own 14th Legion escort ships. Generally, a top-tier third-class family owns only 1 or 2 14th Legion escort ships. In other words, before the two sides even officially engaged in battle, at least 6 elite members of third-tier war families had already perished simply by tracking the location of the Spirit Tower. Following the Iron Triangle model, this actually affected the core members of 18 third-tier families. Another message came from the leader of the 14th Regiment. The Eisen family has recently been investing heavily in the 14th Regiment and brought their prospective war matriarch to see me. I already arranged for someone to guide her and have her monitored. If you need me, I have her assassinated immediately. Li Bin ignored the latter message, but his reply to the message from the Supreme Overlord was 8 words. Wait for me. I'm on my way. I'm relying on you. Chapter 799. The Cactus Galaxy, the westernmost galaxy of the Risk Mining Company, is also the galaxy closest to the Hell Legion, and the galaxy where the nanobug swarm resides. As the only place in the star region that produces nanomaterials on a large scale, this galaxy is crucial to the entire star region. Although the core star region also has automated factories that produce nanomaterials, neither the quantity nor the quality can compare to the nanomaterials extracted from the nanobug swarm, which practically dominates the entire galaxy. This galaxy possesses 90% of the entire star region's nanomaterial production capacity. No one has any designs on this place, simply because everyone considers it too far from the core star region, and extracting nanomaterials from the nanobug swarm is hard-earned money. The Risk Mining Company has deployed 13 capital ships here, rotated among the directors, shareholders, and subsidiaries. If anyone were to fight here, regardless of whether they could penetrate it, the wreckage would almost certainly be given to the nanobug swarm, expanding the army of this out-of-control swarm of metal insects. However, recently, with the Hell Legion hastily annexing the Fom clan and dispatching a large army south to conquer the Kiska Nebula, the Hell Legion and the Risk Mining Company have officially come into contact. The Kiska Nebula is rich in minerals, and also has a Lloyd Alliance space station. However, when its home planet was attacked by the Hell Legion, the inhabitants fled en masse, becoming refugees throughout the star system. Even the free planets within the nebula quickly joined Risk Mining and the Lud Church. Lud Left Path became a refugee, taking everything they could. The Hell Legion gained little advantage in this nebula. Unusually, in its southward plunder of Risk Mining, it didn't even dismantle the space station. Therefore, the defensive pressure on Risk Mining Company in the Cactus system increased significantly. On July 3rd, Star Calendar 216, Gu Zhengyu, who ruled the 4 Lud Left Path colonies of Risk Mining, known as the Left Path Nation, achieved an unprecedented reconciliation between Left Path and Win Mining, even joining the Win Mining Board of Directors, and stepped onto the Cactus Space Station. The Left Path Nation, of course, also contained Win Mining Space Station. This was a dilapidated interstellar fortress, its outer layer composed of numerous abandoned starship wrecks and space debris, even covered with a thick layer of plastic armor. From a distance, it resembled a bloated beggar wearing patchwork plastic clothing. The space station in the upper right corner was the lair of the nanovirus swarm. But it was this very space station that undertook the logistical support for the Win Mining fleet guarding the system, as well as supporting the adventurers and salvage teams who came here to pan for gold. Just like fishing for king crabs in the North Atlantic is a high-paying job, but generally no one comes here. The extremely high mortality rate and danger make acquiring nanomaterials an area that everyone envies, but no one would dare to do, except for gamblers with huge debts, unlucky victims of fraud, desperate speculators, and desperate pirates. The local inhabitants are all troublemakers. On any other space station, they would cause chaos every day. But on the Cactus Space Station, let alone murder, even fights over seats, sex, alcohol, or drugs are extremely rare. Because the station's security personnel are truly armed and ready to shoot any troublemakers at any time. Because everyone is placed on the front lines of resisting the alien species and protecting humanity, the madness of the nanovirus has taught them to unite internally early on. Of course, outside the Cactus Galaxy, their true colors will soon be revealed. Station Master and Admiral of the Wind and Mining Navy, Michelle, was a middle-aged woman with a petite figure and blonde braids. As she grasped Gu Zhongyu's hand, she couldn't help but caress this younger, handsome, yet aged-looking junior, saying with a mixture of covetousness and gratitude, "Thanks to Zhuo Jingwa's support, everyone's hearts are at ease now that the grain has arrived. Supporting you on the board back then was truly the best decision I ever made. I really don't know if the company could have guaranteed stable grain prices without Zhuo Jingwa's support. I have a collection of fine cigarettes and liquor, all from the eastern part of the sector, and also Universe brand cigarettes from the Universal Union. You know Universal Union, they're incredibly old-fashioned, no addictive substances, won't hurt your brain." Michelle gave a thumbs up when she mentioned Universe brand cigarettes. It seemed she wanted to reminisce with Gu Zhongyu, but behind her, Vinka silently adjusted his terminal glasses, disdainfully averting his gaze. "That vixen, lusting after the Archbishop's body, too bad you won't get your chance." Gu Zhongyu patted Michelle's hand, thanking her for her kindness with a few words, muttering, "Old friends shouldn't talk about these things. The situation in the Cactus Galaxy isn't good lately. I came here specifically because I was worried about you. Has the Hell Legion made any moves? How's the Nanite Swarm situation?" She steered the conversation back to the main topic. Mentioning the Hell Legion and the Nanite Swarm ignited Michelle's anger. She immediately launched into a tirade of profanities in the cleared stack area of the space station, using vulgar language and profanities that startled the silent adventurers and free crew members entering and exiting. After exchanging glances, these guys immediately scurried away, afraid of incurring the wrath of the space station's master. They were all broke. A single casual remark from this guy could bankrupt them. "I'm dancing on two eggs, Zhongyu," Michelle complained. "The Hell Legion is aggressive. The company's main force is fighting in the Core Star sector. We also have to guard against Draco in the east, and defend our homeland against the Perseus Alliance's relocation. Where can we spare a few fleets to protect the west? What's the use of sending a few cruisers and a bunch of destroyers? I need capital ships, decisive capital ships." Michelle's resentment was like a pulsar's pulse, continuous and relentless. The nanovirus swarms are unusually active this year. 3 capital ships of the fleet stationed in this system were damaged, and it took 2 months to barely suppress them. We captured a large amount of nanomaterials, but now the Perseus Alliance and Tachyon Technology won't accept our goods, and the Interstellar Empire is cut off from transportation by these 2 forces and can't buy our goods. The nanomaterials are already unsaleable. Gu Zhongyu personally visited the scene and, after seeing the star map provided by Michelle, realized that the situation had deteriorated to this extent. He tried to reassure Michelle. "I brought 2 squadrons of Phaeton-class self-destructing world tankers and 4 capital ships to assist. This time, we definitely wipe out the nanobug swarm in the system, leaving only the space station." When the nanobug swarm was first discovered by Futsuki Nagao, they were merely wriggling monsters multiplying inside the abandoned Afterglow mothership. Images. Before and after nanobug invasion. After obtaining the technology to reverse format the nanobug swarm from the abandoned space station, Futsuki Nagao treated these out-of-control nanobugs as a sustainable natural mineral resource. After establishing his behemoth, he built the Cactus Star Fortress, using the system as a hunting ground to periodically harvest the nanobug swarm. For decades, the nanobug swarm's proliferation remained stable until recent years. Whether the countermeasures for the nanobug swarm evolved over the years, or something else happened, the nanobug swarm's proliferation rate suddenly far exceeded the AI core budget model. While this led to a surge in the output of nanomaterials from the risky mining industry, it also severely constrained the company's fleet's manpower. The company had originally planned to focus on clearing out the Cactus Galaxy after the Third AI War, but the Hell Legion had suddenly expanded wildly again. "These are turbulent times!" Gu Zhongyu looked at the star map, filled with alarms and chaos, and recalled the planetary killer he had confiscated. He wondered if he should destroy the space station infested with the nanovirus once and for all, making it disappear completely. But using it on the Hell Legion's home base seemed more worthwhile for the company and for himself, both in terms of short-term glory and long-term benefits. While hesitating, several days passed in a flash, and the Cactus Star Fortress sounded a war alarm. Not a foul riot! Everyone still breathing, get the hell to the spaceport! Michelle's furious voice echoed throughout the space station. Gu Zhongyu, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes, realizing something was wrong. We only just repelled the nanovirus swarm a few months ago. Even if it was newly built, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Chapter 800. If cancer distorts the human body, causing disgusting, ugly tumors to grow on organs, bones, muscles, and skin, resembling a cultivator going mad and losing control of their body, then the nano-infestation swarm is the cancer of metal. Radiation-grade ships parasitized by the nano-infestation. Normal radiation-grade ships, the view is a grayish mess, with tumors crawling all over the entire ship, like barnacles covering marine life, like tumors parasitizing the human body. Just one glance is enough to realize this is a desecration of human technology, even of beauty. These ships all bear obvious traces of the afterglow, but in fact, the afterglow doesn't use nanomaterials, especially fully automated space stations like the Afterglow mothership, which has its own production process capable of manufacturing all Afterglow ship components. This means the nano-infestation swarm is parasitic on Afterglow ships, and occasionally, within a sizable nano-infestation swarm, one can even see swaying, low-tech ships. Those are the ships of defeated salvage teams and adventurers. Gu Zhongyu watched as these fading ships, once meticulously arrayed and maneuvered under the AI's core control, now charged madly, and without formation through the Cactus system. He sat on the bridge of the flagship Blessed Castella-class battleship, his chin propped on his hand, watching the first officer direct the fleet's operations. Gu Zhongyu lacked military talent. On the battlefield, he was more like a loudspeaker, endlessly reciting the teachings of Saint Ludwig to boost morale. But even he could see that although the nanovirus swarm's operations were chaotic, individual ships were strangely capable of achieving many outstanding victories. There was no coordination, just pure manipulation. The unmanned warships, in particular, displayed exceptional skill, while the manned warships performed poorly against the nanovirus swarm. It seems the low automation of low-tech ships has a significant advantage against nanovirus swarms. Gu Zhongyu reviewed the company's combat records against nanovirus swarms, and suddenly remembered the massive Twilight unmanned fleet in the Lost Star sector. If this nanovirus swarm were to break out of the Cactus system, wouldn't all the dormant and seemingly aimless Twilight warships be swept away by the nanovirus swarm? Thinking of this, Gu Zhongyu broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly contacted Michelle, who was busy commanding the fleet. Hey! Michelle! What? I'm busy! Michelle's temper was unusually volatile once she got into the zone, and she even cursed at the covetous Gu Zhongyu. Gu Zhongyu, ignoring his sweat, demanded, I'm asking you, if the Yuhui fleet invades the Cactus Galaxy, what chance do they have against the nanobug swarm? What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, it's a 10 out of 10 chance. They'd be swallowed up within a day. The higher the automation level of the ships, the faster they'd be controlled by the nanobug swarm. Michelle roared, if you have time, send the fleet to the front. The radiation-class ships are here. For Abandoner-class armed supercargo ships traverse the hull, relying on their armor and extremely low automation. The numerous redundant structures, a result of the wind mining ship designers' haphazard and poorly designed schemes, block the various missiles and carrier-based aircraft, infused with nanobugs, hurled by the nanobug swarm. These Abandoner-class supercargo ships were specially designed to counter the nanobug swarm. They were coated with a stellar protective layer and covered with a thick mixture of plastic and meteorite powder, all to slow down the swarm's offensive as much as possible. Several Atlas II Malawang Quach's missile carriers activated their tactical systems, accelerated loader loading, frantically charging missiles, and launching a massive barrage of missiles at the swarming nanobot aircraft and missile barrage. The powerful missile explosions and rampant electrical arcs incinerated the fragile nanobot swarm. Without a moment to rest, the corroded, metallic tumor-covered radiation-class carrier smashed through the incinerated wreckage, hurtling straight towards the space station. It's going to use its hull as a carrier to send the nanobot swarm into the space station. Michelle screamed. The first mate looked at Gu Zhongyu, who nodded, turned on the fleet's public address system, and began his speech with a sigh. Cultists, the end times are not destruction, but the prelude to rebirth. Therefore, our death should be an echo of Saint Lud's destruction and creation. Ahead lies the Nanite Swarm, a product of the evil human realm's rampage technology, the sect's greatest enemy. For centuries, we have been cleaning up the messes of the human realm's evil deeds. I know everyone hates being used as toilet paper, and I feel the same way. But as the saying goes, in times of crisis, only responsibility prevails. Since we are among the few in the world who open their eyes to the world, we have a responsibility. We have an obligation to act for humanity, for the prophecy of St. Lud. These nanoplague swarms are the locust plague, one of the 7 plagues prophesied to disrupt creation and destruction. Brothers and sisters, break free of the 7 plagues, ascend to heaven, and after creation, you and I will surely have a place. May the light of Lud shine. In response to Gu Zhongyu, the crews of all the Huiting-class and Drum-class suicide ships echoed loudly, "May the light of Lud shine." These red, clumsy ships, modified from civilian hulls and loaded with antimatter fuel, began to accelerate away from the fleet. Under the cover of bombardment from the battleships, cruisers, and carrier-based aircraft of the Ludwigs, they charged towards the swarming, tidal wave of metal insects. The public communication channel was filled with chaotic hymns and chants, each ship blaring its captain's favorite religious songs. Pirates, adventurers, and salvage crews scrambled to the sides, dodging left, right, up, and down. Seeing this, Michel immediately berated them. "Are you all spineless?" Foam-mining profanity. Instead of helping to tear open a gap and block their missiles and lasers, do you want to ram them yourselves? After a good scolding, these cowards finally remembered they were all in the same boat. The fear of death is immense, especially when facing these inhuman, uncommunicable creatures. Those who have survived this long include cunning and ruthless individuals. They are certainly experienced. Everyone knew that fleeing meant being caught and devoured by the nanovirus swarm. Those swallowed ships would be crawling with metallic tumors, rising from hell to seek revenge on all living beings. These scattered individuals active in the Cactus Galaxy talk most about during their leisure time. Do you think there are any survivors on those swallowed ships? Of course, while some said yes and others said no, no one was willing or able to gamble with their lives. Therefore, the scattered formation of the scattered individuals barely held on amidst the life-or-death struggle. They retreated slowly, instinctively. They fired bravely, rationally. In fear and courage, the artillery fire tore through the front lines, the vanguard of the suicide fleet was detonated one by one, and the unactivated self-destruct devices burst open, scattering countless grayish-white inert bubbles. Enter maximum self-destruct range. Activate Let the Light of Lud. The captains pressed the largest and brightest button on the control panel. The engines were overheating, but the warriors were unstoppable. The suicide ship engines overloaded recklessly, all thrusters spewing out self-destructive jets in the explosion, propelling the ship to its maximum speed. They traversed the dense missile and laser death zone, entering a loose area. This was the headquarters of the nanobot swarm's riot fleet, a blind spot in their firepower. The nanobot swarm fleet was rapidly turning, but the countdown had reached 0. A dozen or so Huiting-class suicide ships exploded in the cold, empty space, their captains and cultists reduced to ashes. The expanding heat waves and antimatter explosions engulfed the metal swarms that couldn't dodge in time, blasting a hole through hundreds of frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and several parasitized radiation-class ships. Full-scale counterattack. Don't let the volunteers' sacrifices be in vain. Michel ordered gleefully. Gu Zhongyu sat on his throne, closing his eyes in anguish. He loathed religions that sent their followers to their deaths. Every time he witnessed this scene, it reminded him of his wife's wrongful death. But time and again, he personally led people to their deaths on the battlefield, like a clown repeatedly peeling back his scars for people to admire, using his own pain to amuse everyone. Chapter 801. At the Cactus Space Station, a fierce battle had just ended. Instead of joyous celebrations, the port was heavy with tension. The battle against the nanobug swarms was not over, quite the opposite, it was only the beginning. A massive logistics fleet, centered on destroyers, bypassed the returning fleet, forming a sparse, spherical formation that enveloped the entire battlefield from the outside in. The logistics fleet advanced methodically, releasing improvised electromagnetic bombs onto the battlefield. Expanding arcs and electron pulses swept across, electrocuting the virtually invisible nanobugs one by one. Then came the recovery of the larger debris. These electromagnetic bombs could destroy the nanobugs' rampaging network systems, rendering them inoperable. After recovery, they underwent mass processing and screening. The completely damaged parts were melted down into alloys, while usable parts were collected, disinfected, and transformed into so-called nanomaterials. Traditional explosions and flames were still too much in the space environment. Electrons reigned supreme here. Inside the spaceport, the fleet lined up to pass through the arc-filled gates, scalding the nanobots lurking on the ship's surfaces to death. Then, ships with damage were moved to the disinfection area for damage assessment. Damaged sections and armor were completely cut open and thrown into the furnace, while ships without power underwent thorough area-wide electrocution. All crew members removed their outer clothing, leaving only their insulating undergarments, and passed through the microgrid. The nanobot swarm's intractable nature lies in its pervasive infiltration. Since the Industrial Revolution, humanity has been heavily reliant on metals. This reliance has only intensified since entering space. Spaceships and space stations, each a product of massive metal accumulations, are perfect breeding grounds for the proliferation of the nanoparticle swarm. Risk Mining, a giant corporation that has been continuously developing nanoparticle swarms for decades, has long since developed a set of extermination procedures targeting nano-level pests. In fact, it's fortunate that the ships here, and those of Risk Mining, are all low-tech vessels, with thick skin and plastic and ceramic armor, which is why they were able to withstand the nanoparticle swarm's onslaught. Even if a section is breached, power and communication can be manually cut off. If it were a speedster, it would probably have been breached long ago. Only after these people went through all the tedious procedures, underwent blood tests, and confirmed that they had no unfortunate wounds, and could not become carriers of the nanoparticle swarm, did they finally breathe a sigh of relief and high-five each other, feeling a great weight lifted from their shoulders. At the entrance to the checkpoint, dozens of Left Path cultists had set up a makeshift stall. Celebrating the warrior's triumphant return, Lud holy tears are provided in limited quantities, 1 cup per person. Goodness! This is liquor that costs star coins. Really? Adventurer Layden stared at the liquor on the stall, then at the heavily armed Marines in power armor beside him, swallowing hard as he boldly stepped forward to ask. The Left Path cultist looked at Layden with admiration, demanding to see his identification card. After swiping his card and registering, he handed Layden a glass of Ludwig's tears. The crowd erupted in excitement, everyone surging forward, pushing and shoving. The Left Path Marines frowned, raising their guns at the chaotic crowd, which quickly straightened up again. The Left Path missionary in charge of the stall opened his arms and announced in a measured, seasoned preaching voice, Cardinal Gu Zhongyu, a whole ship's worth of Ludwig's tears, filled with fuel tanks from a Huiding-class fuel ship, is here to reward the heroes. Don't panic, everyone gets a share. The crowd roared with cheers. The Cardinal is so generous. Long live Gu Zhongyu. I'm now a follower of Ludovico Nexus. Can I have a couple more drinks? Those waiting for the wine were drooling. Those who received it were sipping it with delight, walking with an air of swagger. What could be happier than drinking fine wine after a grueling battle? Those who make a living here are all losers. 12 out of 10 are alcoholics, the extra 2 being a bonus for those already addicted. They even drink Sailor's Dream. Whether it's poisonous or not doesn't matter, falling into a dream is the most important thing. Heroes also need emotional value. There's no shortage of casual sex partners here, but spiritual development is a wasteland. No one gives their lives value, so they can only rely on alcohol to empower themselves. Just as he was about to leave the crowd, he saw several followers wearing Ludovico Nexus robes standing in the passageway, peering at him, looking hesitant and wanting to say something. Hey! What are you doing? Having drunk the Left Path's liquor, the adventurer Layden, adhering to his rough and ready principles of friendship, had already considered all the Left Path cultists on the space station as new friends. The hesitant cultist whispered, the Left Path cult is having a welcome party. Go in and listen to 2 hours of sermons, and you get a traditional cigarette, but they're limited. But I don't see you're really interested, so forget it. What are you saying? The pirate immediately flared up. What do you mean not interested? I just didn't have anyone to introduce me. Come on. Hurry up, I want to see what they're up to at the welcome party. I'm telling you, I'm definitely getting this cigarette. Oh, right. Before going in, the pirate grabbed the cultist. Cooperate and listen for 2 hours for a cigarette. If I listen for 10 hours, will I get 5? The Left Path believer was shocked. Yes. But no one can listen for a full 10 hours. I suggest you don't push yourself so hard. The pirate laughed heartily, patting the believer's chest. I know you're worried we stay too long and empty your cigarette stash, but you have to keep your word, even if it's tough. The pirate put his arm around Layden's shoulder, declaring boldly, Let's go! Listen to 2 rounds of preaching, and we earn a whole pack. The believer looked hesitant, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Most of the followers of the Left Path were impoverished, suffocated by the monopolistic system, and ordinary people who struggled to even acquire extra skills. Proselytizing them only required a silver-tongued missionary. But dealing with these pirates and adventurers with ships, men, and guns naturally required some investment. What are cigarettes and alcohol compared to that? They sell for hundreds of star coins a case, tens of star coins a pack in the Starfield market. Are their production costs really that high? Of course not. A pack of Union cigarettes costs 14 yuan, the cost price is less than a fraction of that. The extra money is used to raise prices to subtly encourage smoking cessation, and also for taxation. In the Perseus Starfield, it's the giant corporations manipulating tobacco market prices, artificially creating scarcity, and also forcing the Ludlow left path and the Ludlow Church to reduce their income. You religious organizations make your fortune selling cheap cigarettes everywhere. You make all the money. What do we giant corporations earn? However, this time Gu Zhongyu is distributing them for free, personally subsidizing the heroes protecting humanity at a loss. It doesn't involve buying or selling, so it's acceptable both publicly and privately. Risk mining remains silent, and no one can say anything. In the space station's control room, Michelle, filing her nails without looking up, said, "Chairman Gu, it's precisely because you're a member of the risk mining board that I didn't have the security district arrest your missionary. However, this is still the company's most important mining site, accounting for 90% of the entire star system's output, possessing extremely high monopoly value. It's difficult for me to do this, with you preaching so blatantly here," Michelle said slowly, blowing on her nails. On the monitor, Layton, who had boasted about earning a pack of cigarettes, and the pirate with his arm around her shoulder, were now sitting obediently cross-legged on the floor, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at the simply dressed, thin, loud-voiced missionary. Occasionally, the missionary's heart-wrenching, high-pitched voice would echo from the monitor. Human value is like potential, theoretically limitless. Why are we born at the lowest end? Because shameless giant corporations predetermine value through company systems, imposing frameworks that benefit them onto everyone. It's not that we have no value, it's that we don't fit into this framework that only benefits a minority. Michelle curled her fingers, scrutinizing Gu Zhongyu. Gu Zhongyu's expression remained gentle as he answered logically, "The Cactus Galaxy is important, but getting involved here means facing both the Hell Legion and the nanoparticle swarm simultaneously. Maizwijing Kingdom has enough manpower and ships. We rely on selling food and supplies to the company, and paying annual taxes, so life remains leisurely and stable. Michelle, as the Minister of Nanomaterial Mining, ask yourself honestly, between being this minister and managing a safe, stable, and prosperous galaxy, which would you choose?" Gu Zhongyu slowly lit a cigarette. "We didn't come here to preach. We came to stabilize the grassroots of the Cactus Galaxy. The future. This place will most likely become the main battleground between the Hell Legion and Risk Mining. These impoverished guys, who happen to own spaceships, are easily tricked into defecting by Hell Legion agents. The company refuses to improve their benefits, so their leisure time consists only of sex, eating, sleeping, and drugs, barren and fragile. We're not here to disrupt local order, we're here to join in building order. If the company doesn't occupy this barren spiritual land, the Hell Legion will occupy it with star coins." Gu Zhongyu exhaled a puff of smoke. "Now, wise Minister Michel, tell me, is it better for the Hell Legion to come, or for me, a shareholder of the company, to do it?" Chapter 802. Li Bin, having raced from the northern Lost Star sector, finally arrived at the Hypercell system. By this time, the two sides had been fighting for several days. Risk Mining couldn't wait any longer. The bizarre uprising of the nanovirus swarm, coupled with the looming threat of the Hell Legion, meant that Risk Mining, having occupied two systems in the core sector, was already satisfied. They planned to withdraw. Kelja Technology Corporation was in the same boat. Also occupying two systems, this third-rate giant, possessing only one system, was already overstretched and urgently needed to digest its resources. The systems they occupied were not far from the Hell Legion, serving as a vanguard against them, and providing a route for the Overlord. But this depended on them maintaining a continued military presence to ensure the Overlord's downfall. Therefore, upon receiving the information, the Supreme Overlord couldn't wait for Li Bin. Upon arriving in the Hypercell system, Li Bin didn't foolishly send his fleet directly into the system to assist. Instead, he first drove away all nearby salvage fleets and adventurers. "AI wars are none of your business. Get the hell out of here," Qian Tao shouted in the public channel. The salvage team slunk away. The adventurers, unwilling to remain, were met with the appearance of Li Bin's Hades-class frigates and Dragon Horse-class destroyers. These new generation ships, built to their limits and modeled after the IBB experimental vessel, had no choice but to flee when the Iron Fist struck. With Locust missiles chasing them, they ran faster than anyone else. Only then did the Universal Alliance's main fleet disperse, allowing the Hoi to calmly conceal itself in hyperspace. Using the relay communicator in the Hyperscale system and the vulnerability in the Tachyon technology firewall, Li Bin secretly contacted other major corporations to review the current situation. He became increasingly alarmed as he reviewed the information. He summoned his wife, Isa, and Lan Yuan for a quick meeting, making decisions rapidly. It's not just the Overlord going all in, the Luddite Church's fleet has also arrived. Although they haven't sent their Cathedral-class destroyer, their Offensive-class and Liberator-class destroyers are in place. That makes a total of 8 ships. Furthermore, Magius has dispatched half of the Condé Nast fleet, centered around the Dreadnought sacrifice. Kong Jicho, in the name of the Pirate Emperor, recruited various pirate kings, gathering 14 capital ships, and even a portion of the Plague fleet that had been split up and sold to other pirate kings, all to join the attack. Li Bin calculated that the Overlord had dispatched a total of 18 capital ships, including the Dreadnought Wrath of 10,000 armies. That's a total of 40 capital ships. If you factor in the combat power of 2 Dreadnoughts, the number would probably be around 50. This force is more than enough to swallow up any intact third-rate behemoth head-on. But why do I feel so uneasy? Li Bin frowned. Isa examined the star map and suddenly said, "Your concerns are valid. While Tachyon technology may lack the offensive capabilities against a dominant force, its phase ships, combined with its space stations, are not to be underestimated. Moreover, Sun Ihao has already deployed its defenses across the system, constructing numerous void firing stations and watchtowers. The system also boasts the Vanguard Cannon, a weapon capable of firing 3 shots a day, each capable of wiping out half a fleet. This forces the Allied forces to dismantle the Vanguard Cannon first. In the game, defensive units automatically attack enemies using watchtowers. A single hit can severely damage an entire fleet, regardless of its strength." Lan Yuan added, "Sun Ihao can fully utilize the threat posed by the Vanguard Cannon to the fleet, anticipating the battlefield and preparing accordingly. Tachyon technology has a home field advantage. Furthermore, Tachyon technology's Cyclone class possesses a tactical system, a gravity grappling hook, capable of disrupting the battle formations constructed by the Overlord. Previously, Tachyon technology was engaged in attacks on all sides, preventing the concentrated use of the Cyclone class. Now, defending their base, they will undoubtedly concentrate their forces, making them a force to be reckoned with." Li Bin waved the data. "Besides, all the star systems of the Perseus Alliance have either been occupied by allies, with land exchanges already completed, or the star systems have been blockaded. This power has, objectively speaking, been eliminated. The yellow circle represents wind mines, the green circle represents Keljef, and the red circle represents paused operations under the Overlord, but currently, the Overlord is fighting Tachyon, and the system is temporarily managed by other giant corporations. The remaining Perseus Alliance Navy, active in hyperspace, is now. Those who favor the powerful Sindar have defected to Sindar, those who favor the Swift have defected to the Swift. I even saw someone witness a large fleet from the Perseus Alliance fleeing to join the Hell Legion. This means Sun Ihao has a rich arsenal." Lan Yuan nodded. "That makes sense. After all, he's one of the culprits behind the failure of the human realm's rule here. A local Tier 1 giant, Heberseal has been operating as its headquarters for so many years. It's normal that he's difficult to take on. If he were easy to take on, he would have been skinned alive by the Overlord long ago." At this point, Lan Yuan hesitated, looking at Li Bin. "Is the second Swift really reliable? A traitor isn't necessarily a friend, but a traitor is definitely not our enemy," Li Bin said succinctly. He never observed Chu Xiangrui based on his personality or habits, but on his humanity. Did Chu Xiangrui do all this hoping that Sun Aio would make a desperate gamble, that Sun Aio would be in grave danger, that Sun Aio would stage a dramatic comeback, and that Sun Aio would be completely purged? Now that things have come to this, if he doesn't sell the company, he will become the perfect candidate for Sun Aio to shift the blame later. Li Bin exaggeratedly imitated Sun Aihao's victory speech. It was all Chu Xiangrui's betrayal of the company's interests that led to the initial defeat in the Third AI War. Fortunately, this CEO saw through his scheme and endured humiliation for the sake of the bigger picture, ultimately achieving a draw in all 3 wars. Otherwise, the company would be in the hands of the hegemon today. Amused by his wife, Li Bin cleared his throat and said, "This battle between Chu and Sun was a blame game. Whoever shifted the blame first and gained the upper hand could define the primary responsibility for the defeat. A blame game might sound like whoever acted faster would win, but in reality, it was fraught with intrigue and bloodshed. Its essence was the struggle for the right to assign blame. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an interstellar version of the Schwanwu Gate incident. So he will definitely do it. Even if he doesn't, the others in the 2nd Speed Division will force him to, Li Bin said. After analyzing the situation in the star system, Li Bin contacted Chu He. The signal was poor. Facing the Speed Division's home field advantage and technological superiority, the hegemon's electronic warfare was at a disadvantage. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The Overlord, the Church of Lud, and Magius don't seem to possess sufficient electronic warfare capabilities. Chu He's pale face regained some color upon seeing Li Bin, his complexion quickly flushing with a sickly red. Boss Li, you finally arrived. Li Bin didn't waste any words. What's the situation now? Please send me a detailed map of the star system. Sure thing. Several tens of minutes later, the slightly damaged data arrived. Seeing the Vanguard cannon marked as destroyed, Li Bin, ISA, and Lan Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The Overlord truly lives up to its name. It managed to take down this troublesome thing. Otherwise, the heavy responsibility of a horizontal jump to engage the Vanguard cannon head-on would have fallen on the shoulders of the Universal Alliance. The red line is the aiming line of the Vanguard cannon, and the blue line represents the cannonball. Currently, the Overlord has destroyed the Vanguard cannon and is advancing deep into the star system, launching a surprise attack on Borui Star. However, they have encountered many enemy firing positions along the way. Chu Xiangrui and Zilifu, as the governor and deputy governor of Wolf Spirit Star, have secretly taken control of the situation there. The 2nd Speedy Child and Kong Jicho's men are lobbying the pirates on Duan Star. In other words, essentially, as long as Borui Star is threatened, and Chu Xiangrui declares his defection, they can force Borui Star to submit through public opinion and force. Internal strife. Li Bin pounded the command platform. Our timing is perfect. The Overlord Alliance lost 11 capital ships, and Tachyon Technology lost 6 capital ships, 6 cruiser squadrons, and Vanguard gunnery. We fill in as fresh troops. He immediately sounded the battle alarm. Notify the fleet. The Hui continues to lurk in hyperspace. If the Spirit Tower class appears here, destroy and capture it immediately. The rest of the fleet, follow me. Let's seize another Tachyon Technology. Aye, Captain. Chapter 803. The fleet, near Wolf Spirit Star, ascended via a horizontal jump. Susan's fleet and space station immediately entered maximum combat readiness mode, but under Zilla's orders, the alarms were forcefully shut down, maintaining only necessary alerts. The space station marshal, his teeth chattering, pleaded, Governor. Once this fleet's power grid is restarted, it'll all be over. You brute, what do you know? Zilif, puffing on his pipe, sucking on Luddite church tobacco, said, Then let me ask you. Are you confident you can destroy this fleet within an hour? All our capital ships that have left port have been sent to intercept the multi-faction decisive battle fleet, and the remaining capital ships are hiding in naval ports in disguise to maintain a low profile. Can you do it? The Marshal glanced at the size of the Universal Alliance fleet and gritted his teeth. As long as there's a certain probability. In the projection, Zilla threw a desktop terminal, the projection passing through the Marshal's body and landing on the ground. This fleet is clearly going to attack Borui Star. Not Wolf Spirit Star. What are you saying? The Marshal exclaimed, bewildered. It's all Susan technology. Before he could finish speaking, his office door was pushed open. The Marshal frowned and looked over, only to see his secretary and guards with their throats slit. Several expressionless, living assassins leaped over, their bodies transforming into various cold and hot weapons, attacking the unsuspecting Marshal. The Marshal's body had undergone extensive cybernetic modifications, making him exceptionally powerful. He managed to break through the encirclement and sound the alarm. But there was no response. The Marshal then realized, damn it. You planned this. You cut off the power to my office first. Sounding the alarm and swearing ultimately distracted him. Caught off guard in the attack, he was shot in the ear by a poison-coated air gun bullet. The toxin quickly entered his body, sluggishly affecting his senses. Then came a barrage of weapons, each one thrust into his body. He coughed up blood, his eyes pleading, Give me a chance. Zilef didn't even bother to lift his eyelids until the man was completely dead. Then the general, serving as the adjutant of the Interstellar Fortress, entered, confirmed the Marshal's death, and saluted Zilef through the projection. Zilef nodded lazily. Have your men take control of the port as soon as possible. The army's infiltration is still too slow. If all else fails, take control of the others first. Yes, grandfather, the general replied. Zilef liked using his son's bodies, but not just any son. His children from his political marriage had all already taken up positions in various departments. Only the children born through surrogacy were carefully selected as reserve bodies. After all, body swapping has its limits. What if he died? The family business still needed an heir, right? Who would be foolish enough to swap all their sons? That would be forcing their children to rebel. Zilif closed his terminal and looked at Chu Xiangrui in the safe house. Chu Xiangrui had just finished communicating with Li Bin and was smiling. Zilif asked, "Good news?" Chu Xiangrui nodded, "Good news. Boss Li gave us a big gift to help us salvage the company's image." "Oh! How so?" Zilif became interested. Chu Xiangrui rubbed his thumbs together. He said that a powerful second-tier war family called Eisen, along with their allied Prosperity family and Dominion family, can give us the security keys to their family headquarters. We secretly sent people to assassinate them all. Zilif frowned. Even if this happened earlier, it would have happened after the war. No, you mean? Yes, the key has been given. Chu Xiangrui grinned. Our Suzan agents, infiltrated within the Overlord's territory, can handle it. They think it's Sun Ai's order. This sounds like using someone else to do the dirty work. Zilif pondered, then laughed. Regardless of the current situation, securing the CEO position and stabilizing the board of directors is the most important thing. Damn, we bombed Wolf Spirit Star at the beginning of the year, and now we're back in the middle, and we haven't even been shelled. Captain, you're awesome. Captain, you have connections everywhere. Jeffrey, piloting the newly rebooted Battlefield mothership, was completely awestruck. Li Bin glanced at Jeffrey. The zero-gravity refining and smelting center on Wolf Spirit Star is my way of showing sincerity. We two companies have that much understanding. The fleet immediately regroups and attacks Borui Star from the other direction, flanking it from both sides. On the main battlefield of the decisive fleet, intense alarms and red indicators flashed in the sky battle system. Staff officers hurried back and forth, or frantically contacted others using their consoles. As a dreadnought and command ship, the Bridge of the Wrath of the armies houses a combat command center, sufficient to support command of the entire fleet. Wrath of the Armies, Warrior class. In the projection, a heavy cruiser marked as a Dominator class was peacefully taking over from its ally, the Luddite Church's offensive class, to absorb damage, when it was suddenly rammed by a retreating offensive class. The commotion caused local chaos, and the Luddite offensive class, whose radiation energy had reached the alert level, deactivated its shields. A tachyon lance struck its heat pulse cannon, damaging the ship's starboard main gun. Chu-He roared, "How many times? How many times has this happened?" The 42nd time, the staff officer answered tremblingly. Chu-He chewed on his pipe with a crackling sound. The once expensive whalebone handle was now chewed like a dog had gnawed on it. Use the Exemplar class, Victory class, and Messenger class to form a battle line, and use the Cyclone class's gravity grappling hooks to disrupt the formation. Thank goodness, it was just tachyon lances this time. If those damn Spirit Tower class ships had been spraying dust, wouldn't I have had another capital ship damaged? He gritted his teeth in frustration and started grinding again. It was torture, utter torture. Sun Ai had gathered all the Cyclone class ships, a total of 16, grouping them together. They would periodically activate their gravity grappling hooks to disrupt the battle formation, then immediately retreat into the fleet, searching for an opening. The disrupted battle formation was immediately bombarded by plasma cannons, tachyon lances, automatic pulse lasers, and light dust. The sheer number of capital ships on both sides meant that the initial clash between two walls had become a chaotic, intertwined battle, greatly increasing the difficulty of command. The two most troublesome points are, firstly, the command and control breakdown caused by the disadvantage in electronic warfare. The other, and the culprit behind the difficult war, the Cyclone class. These despicable grappling hooks repeatedly cooperate with the phase fleet led by the Spirit Tower class, applying pressure from the flanks with air-to-ground torpedoes, then striking when attention is diverted. By now, most of the Overlord's cruisers have been dragged out and destroyed by these grappling hooks. Several families' remnants are on the verge of total annihilation, and he has ordered them to withdraw from the battlefield, returning to search the wreckage to try and salvage as many members as possible. This battle will likely wipe out a large number of third-tier families. At this moment, a communication request came through the command queue of Suzan Technology. Chu-He, suppressing his nausea, clicked on it, only to discover that the commander of the Cyclone-class grappling hook squadron was none other than Yoyogi Hanaya, whom he had previously fought. This woman, hands on her hips, was completely smug. "How about it, Chu-He? Did you feel the power of gravity? I, Dasu Z, am invincible." Chapter 804. 1 hour before the Universal Alliance jumped into the star system. The commander-in-chief of Speedtron Technology was Sun Zhu, the adopted son of Sun Aihao, and also one of her lovers. Speedtron Technology consistently relied on AI cores to assist commanders in planning. For Sun Aihao, legendary commanders and captains were a low-probability event within Speedtron Technology. Between ability and loyalty, she decisively chose loyalty. Therefore, this adopted son and lover, whom she had brainwashed for decades, was the perfect choice. The Overlord's command ship was the most powerful dreadnought, the wrath of 10,000 armies, while Speedtron Technology's command ship was the Enos-class battlecruiser, of which only one was ever produced. Golbach. As a battlecruiser, this ship naturally couldn't compare to the exemplary class in terms of size, cybernetic network, or defensive capabilities. However, its strength lay in its unique tactical system, the heavy phase transporter. It could slowly activate and then teleport over long distances, making it an excellent choice for both disengaging from combat and escaping danger, ensuring the command network wouldn't suffer sudden and severe damage. Of course, if teleportation is attempted only after being locked onto and fired by an Alicorn-class or Divine Messenger-class main cannon, it's like soiling your pants. Too late. It's not that Sun Zhu didn't want to use the Spirit Tower class, it's just that the Spirit Tower class is completely uncommunicative. This ship doesn't accept any commands. Aside from Sun Aihao, who somehow managed to communicate with her, no one else could contact the Spirit Tower class's bridge. Considering that this ship hasn't received any supplies since appearing in the Hyperhill system, not even food or fresh water, and given the rumors of it being a ghost ship, Sun Zhu thought it was normal that they couldn't make contact. The only problem was that, to protect the company's strongest fighting force, all the phase cruisers had gone to cover the Spirit Tower class ships. Sun Zhu looked at the 74% win rate calculated by multiple alpha cores from Boru Star, and felt nothing but exhaustion. He was helpless, and so was his adjutant. As the fleet commander, Sun Zhu had little real power. 90% of the combat missions were analyzed and plans were provided by the alpha cores. The power to choose the plan rested with Sun Aihao. All he could do was accept and execute it. If Sun Aihao wanted to transmit the array diagram, Sun Zhu would deploy it accordingly. If Sun Aihao wanted the Vanguard cannon to rotate 5 degrees to the right, he would obediently carry it out. In short, he was a lapdog. The adjutant, another of Sun Aihao's lovers, complained after the Vanguard cannon fell. Trading the Vanguard cannon for 2 of the Hegemon's 14th Legion's main battleships is a terrible deal. Even if it can't sink them, they likely retreat. Sun Zhu frowned. Watch your words. Get to the point. The adjutant, with her delicate and beautiful appearance, possessing a somewhat effeminate air, spoke frankly and directly. The CO has gone too far. The situation on the front lines changes rapidly. As CO, she oversees the overall situation, and should only offer strategic guidance. We and the AI Corps will handle the specific tactical execution. Besides, we have so many veterans who fought in the Second AI War as advisors. Captain, are you worried about a lack of experience? Sun Zhu couldn't answer the adjutant's complaints. He couldn't very well say that everyone's wife, Lao Sun, was also restless and tightly controlling the fleet, and that this was merely a sign that she feared losing power, could he? That would be tantamount to slandering the CO and courting disaster. So he changed the subject. At least we can hold out on the front lines. The Overlord's 14th Legion's main warships suffered heavy damage to 2 and moderate damage to 1 before they could replace the Vanguard cannon. To mislead them, we deployed the Perseus Alliance fleet. The Alliance has already collapsed. This fleet has submitted to the Tachyon and is now part of the Tachyon army to protect the Vanguard cannon, making them pay a heavy price. Now, on the front lines, we're holding out with defensive positions. Each time we retreat, we use the Cyclone-class tactical system to target the Overlord's main warships and cruisers for concentrated fire. In general, once we reach the Boru Star space station, we're confident we can preserve most of our manpower. Then we're down 5 to 12 of the Overlord's main warships and fight a decisive battle from the space station. Sun Zhu and his adjutant both felt that the Overlord's strategy in this battle was off. They were fighting too hastily. After the Wolf Spirit Star disaster, Sun Aihao greatly increased his monitoring of the Vanguard cannon, making it virtually impossible for the Overlord and Lud's agents to destroy it. The Allied forces would have preferred to wait for their agents to achieve some success, and for the watchtowers or cannons to malfunction again before making their move. However, the Overlord couldn't wait and insisted on charging into the system. Now it's the same. Even knowing they're putting up a trap, Chu-He is determined to fall into it. To this, Yoyogi Hanaya, captain of the Cyclone-class heavy cruiser squadron, said dismissively, I fought Chuhi before, his command abilities are just average. They rushed here, not even having time to set up their main camp. They have no means to quickly repair their lost ships. This is our home base. He simply can't replicate the strange tactics he used in the IMA system for trading bases. Lacking this method, the only thing this person can rely on is another force. Sun Ju stroked his chin and abruptly asked, "Has the Universal Alliance made any moves?" "Yes," the female adjutant said sweetly. "Our agents heard that the Universal Alliance fleet has gone all out, but neither the Brighton Alliance nor the Corsica system closer to headquarters have detected any large fleet movement from our disguised armed merchant ships and pirates." That makes sense. Sun Ju quickly accepted this conclusion. After all, the Universal Alliance has just taken a lot of territory from us, and they need to digest it. Besides, their fleet isn't very large. For a businessman like Li Bin, officially participating in the AI War's final battle is still too risky. Avoiding it is actually in line with expectations. They discussed rapidly, inputting various parameters and conditions into the Borui Star AI core, and deducing various possible scenarios. Meanwhile, on the Phase Fleet side, the battle was escalating. Or rather, the Overlord Alliance faced a severe test under the attacks of the Spirit Tower-class floating light dust and the Doom-class aerial mines. Pinkish-purple light dust. The Doom-class aerial mines could be countered by specialized cruisers and capital ships equipped with full anti-aircraft weaponry. But the Spirit Tower-class was simply too disgusting. This ship's electrical network system was terrifyingly powerful. Its light dust system could rise automatically from phase dive into the physical universe without any delay. Therefore, the Spirit Tower class frequently dived close to the battle formation, barely missing its mark, scattering countless light dust particles like seeds. These light dust particles were so close to the battle formation that the gunners didn't have time to turn their guns around. The anti-aircraft guns, which had been on alert long ago, were undoubtedly distracted by the diving Spirit Tower class destroyers, leaving their frontal anti-aircraft firepower weak. With each skirmish, several destroyers were detonated by the pinkish-purple light dust. After 4 rounds of light dust attacks, a Falcon-class destroyer's fuel tank was hit and instantly blown to pieces. While the commander of the Tachyon command ship was worried about the future, the bridge remained relatively quiet thanks to the AI Corps' assistance. However, the Bridge of the Wrath of 10,000 Armies was a different story. Naval representatives, army representatives, carrier-based aircraft commanders, and staff officers were in a chaotic uproar. Chuhi watched helplessly as yet another Dominator-class destroyer was dragged out of the fleet by the gravity grappling hook, struck by 2 tachyon light spears, and 1 plasma cannon shot, its armor half melted into a clump. A staff officer, red-faced and furious, refuted the army representative's absurd suggestion to board a Spirit Tower-class ship. "This is a phase ship. I shove you into a torpedo and launch you, and then what? Hundreds of lives will be lost in the dead zone of fire, landing on a ghost ship that can't even land without overload?" The army representative, neck stiff with arguing, retorted, "With enough spirit and willpower, we can land before the enemy submerges. Are all naval personnel this cowardly? Have some shame." Manhattan, controlling the Odyssey-class ship eavesdropping, was amused by the army representative's words. The staff officer was dumbfounded, slapped himself in the mouth, and put on a mask of pain. "Shut up. If you want to die, I can just blow you up. No need for these tricks." Seeing Suko's gravity grappling hook in her left hand and phase dust in her right, Chuhi knew that to win back morale, he had to take action. Constantly being attacked was draining morale. He placed his hand on the throne and ordered the fleet, "Send a squadron of Dominator-class destroyers, 2 anti-aircraft attack ships to accompany me, and flagship Wrath of 1,000 Armies to advance immediately and prioritize eliminating the Spirit Tower-class destroyers." Chapter 805. The Overlord's battle formation is besieging the defensive sites. These sites are so poorly constructed that half are made of alloy, and the other half are simply asteroids with hollowed-out mineral veins. Thanks to the advanced technology of tachyon technology, the garrison at each site is small, but the Overlord Alliance no longer dares to launch boarding torpedoes or lit-off suicide ships. The cost-effectiveness is too low. As the attackers, the number of ships and personnel is limited. Tachyon technology simply thoroughly brainwashes its outsourced employees, who are employed for life. Then, they cram them into the hastily constructed defensive sites, creating a virtual high ground. Their fleet can then use 2 or 3 sites as defensive strongpoints to launch a fierce counterattack. During this time, a Legion-class aviation battleship from the Ludov Church, in order to launch bombers closer, advanced slightly. It was then targeted by Yoyogi Hanaya, who used the Alpha Corps' calculated route to direct dozens of Cyclone-class battleships to roar out of the defensive line, at the cost of 1 sinking and 2 heavily damaged. The relay tactical system was activated. The gravity grappling hook dragged the reckless Lud Legion-class battleship from the battle line right in front of it. Eat 42 of my gravity grappling hooks. Yoyogi Hanayaki grinned maliciously at the unfortunate soul lost in the bewildered spacetime. 6 tachyon light spears immediately shot up, followed by lasers and plasma cannons. Encountering the concentrated fire of multiple capital ships and cruiser squadrons of the tachyon defenders, the Legion-class battleship immediately overloaded and shut down, spinning in place in space. The exemplary 4 tachyon light spears were launched. Then, it was riddled with Reaper torpedoes from the defensive site, swiftly blasted into 7 or 8 pieces, and turned around to block the advance of the Overlord battle formation. If Li Bin were here, he would exclaim in surprise, "Fountain Hook." The Fountain Hook is a complex and mentally taxing tactic from the Zerg race in StarCraft II. Zerg players construct urbanized cities using spikeweed, lurkers, and spores, then utilize special Viper units that can hook enemies to pull them in and focus fire for a quick kill. This tactic also exists in Dota 2, with the Pudge possessing the hook ability at its core. Now, its reappearance on the space battlefield is so disgusting that he gagged. The explosion of the capital ship served as a signal, greatly boosting the morale of the tachyon defenders. But the captains of the various classes of the Overlord were jubilant. The enemy's special forces tactical system has already been used. We don't need to worry about our battle lines being disrupted for the time being. Push! Push! Overtake the defensive positions. Before the tachyon dogs retreat to the next position, smash their heads. The battle line surged forward, the millstone rapidly crushing everything in its path. Tachyon cruisers, destroyers, and frigates were torn apart by the saturated anti-aircraft fire. While anti-aircraft machine guns were unlikely to damage Tiger tanks unless they hit the observation port, what if the Tiger tank faced 100 anti-aircraft machine guns? A fast attack squadron of 3 Fury-class cruisers, fully armored and equipped with cybernetic shields, was swept by the battle line. Cyber missiles, Wasp missiles, Devastator cannons, light machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns, high-speed strikers. The firepower swept across, arcs exploded, and the armor rapidly fatigued under the dense barrage of high-speed shells, then tore apart. The ship's cabins were smashed to pieces, and the crew members were riddled with bullets from the oversaturated anti-aircraft guns. The 3 high-tech cruisers, which together could deter any free planet, were reduced to a pile of metal in less than 3 minutes. It was so shattered that even scavengers wouldn't bother to look at it. Besides recycling it as scrap metal, there was nothing left to salvage. Meanwhile, the Wrath of 1,000 Armies, leading its heavy cruiser battle group, separated from the Overlord Alliance and confronted the Spirit Tower-class ships and the Phase cruisers desperately protecting them. 33 Doom-class ships? That's all the Speedborn has left of their Phase cruisers? Chuhi was taken aback. Then, considering that he himself had lost more than 15 Doom-class ships, plus many more of these ships conducting unrestricted phase combat in various locations, continuously harassing the Overlord's logistics, he calculated that it made sense. The Wrath of 1,000 Armies, which he commanded, was equipped with 4 Devastator cannons and 12 anti-aircraft Vulcan cannons. A single ship was a formidable anti-aircraft dreadnought. The Wrath of 1,000 Armies, like a spearhead, led the charge, opening fire on the suddenly appearing air mines. The detonated air mines exploded into fireworks, like a gift to the king of the battlefield. The remaining warships, relying on their anti-aircraft specialized offensive capabilities, formed a defensive formation, blocking the positions where the Spirit Tower-class ships could connect with other phase ships. Their hull guns were poised and ready, waiting for any phase ship to surface. Any ship daring to emerge would face a barrage of firepower. The plan was flawless, taking advantage of the phase ships' lack of shields and their vulnerability. However, they underestimated the power of the Spirit Tower-class ships. The light dust systems, stimulated, began to eject seeds, rapidly launching massive amounts of pinkish-purple light dust. They glided in phase state for a while before quickly rising, traversing the formidable barrier between the Spirit Tower-class ships and these dominant warships. High-energy signals and flashing halos crowded the ship's celestial warfare systems and optical observation posts, obscuring the main surveillance methods on the bridge and providing cover for the Doom-class's air-to-ground mines. The current situation is that he is leading a team attempting to surround the Spirit Tower-class and follow its movements, while the Doom-class ships, accompanied by a massive number of phase destroyers and escorts, are surrounding he from the outside. The two sides are exchanging blows. Several tens of minutes later, a Dominator-class ship's electric arc reached its limit, forcing it to shut down its shields and main guns, only able to retaliate with its anti-aircraft guns. Unfortunately, it was repeatedly hit by air-to-air torpedoes and severely damaged, half of its hull engulfed in flames. Damage control personnel frantically extinguished the fire burning towards the engines, preventing a secondary explosion, but the booster system was damaged and would require several hours of repair. Chu-hee watched as the despicable Spirit Tower class instantly surfaced, firing two tachyon light spears that pierced through the Dominator class before diving back down. The quadruple turbine heat pulse cannon fired by the Wrath of 1,000 Armies was easily dodged by the Spirit Tower class, which was seemingly detached from reality. The quadruple turbine heat pulse cannon's parameters only managed to destroy a few of the escorting Torment class phase destroyers. Chu-hee felt as if he had punched cotton or fired a cannon at the sea. It was incredibly frustrating. The Wrath of 10,000 Armies possessed a powerful super-heavy heat pulse cannon as its main gun, and also had 4 internally mounted quadruple-mounted turbo heat pulse cannons. A single ship, relying solely on its internal main and secondary guns, could unleash firepower comparable to 3 offensive-class capital ships. But the opponent completely ignored his attacks, rendering them nullified. This was incredibly frustrating. But ignoring it wasn't an option. The Spirit Tower-class ships were fast, had flexible surfacing and diving capabilities, and, crucially, their electric grid was very effective. The Doom-class ships were already taking turns withdrawing and forcibly detonating their radar. And this ghost ship was simply approaching the Tachyon defense station, displaying a despicable attitude. If you don't chase me, I detonate my radar for several tens of minutes before attacking. If you chase me, I lure you into crashing into the defenses. Phase man, you deserve to die. Chu-hee was truly enraged. He decided to take a gamble. With the Cyclone-class ship's gravity grappling hooks off cooldown, he decisively ordered his fleet to activate their flame drives. Dreadnoughts, capital ships, and heavy cruisers unleashed a torrent of flames from their boosters as the entire Seoul Tower-class fleet hurtled towards the defensive position. The effeminate adjutant chuckled sinisterly, "Ha, this guy's gone mad." Sun Ju, however, jumped up in a panic. "All ships retreat to the next defensive line." With a flick of his wrist, the Sky Battle System instantly marked 2 lines. The Overlord Battle Formation and the Hunting Fleet, positioned above and below, formed a pincer attack on the defensive line. On one side was the impregnable Millstone, on the other, the ferocious aggression of the Dreadnoughts. Based on the Alpha Corps' assessment of the Wrath of 1,000 Armies' firepower, Sun Ju had no doubt that if this hunting fleet were allowed to penetrate his defensive line, they would be pinned down and ground to pieces by the battle formation. Chapter 806. The roar of 1,000 armies swooped down from above, its 4 quadruple-mounted turbine heat pulse cannons sweeping across the battlefield, combined with the fire from 2 anti-aircraft offensive-class heat pulse cannons, causing the defensive sites' shields to tremble. The overwhelming firepower of its live-fire weapons pressed down on the retreating Tachyon alliance, preventing them from raising their heads. Then, a deafening flash erupted from the roar of 1,000 armies. Like the apocalyptic meteorite that destroyed the Sauropoda 65 million years ago, like the sword of Damocles of sulfur and fire in the hand of Jehovah, a massive heat pulse cannon shot out, creating a shockwave-like circle in the high matter density region of space filled with spaceship debris and dust. The super-heavy heat pulse cannon fired. The shell instantly melted a large hole through the hull of the top-tier heavy cruiser, blocking its path, slamming into the defensive site with undiminished momentum. The site's shield shattered immediately, rocks crumbled, and components disintegrated. The defensive site was instantly destroyed. As a high-tech heavy cruiser, the top-tier cruiser possessed decent armor and excellent shield and electrical systems, but facing a dreadnought's main gun 2 tiers above it, it was nothing more than a reverse cross-tire kill. A cross-tire kill at that, 2 major levels, quite commonplace. She was no different from a fly or bird caught between a sniper target and a bullet. For a beast, a bird might be bigger, have more meat, and be more worthy of hunting. But for a tungsten core armor-piercing sniper shell, it was all the same. The super-heavy heat pulse cannon's shell was a special energy melt, utilizing a kind of advanced technology not yet mastered by humans, with a probability of forcibly shutting down the shield system upon impact. After the shields that were originally designed to significantly weaken the dreadnought's main guns were forced to shut down, the shattered super-heavy heat pulse cannon shells split apart, turning into shrapnel that riddled the site, which was mainly composed of meteorites. Upon seeing this, Yoyogi Hanaya was terrified. Following the Alpha Corps' directions, she immediately retreated, entrusting her back to 2 ships from the Allied forces, naturalized forces of the Perseus Alliance, and fled at lightning speed. Her fleet bore the heavy responsibility of disrupting the Overlord's battle formation. Survival was a high priority. The remaining 2 stations immediately activated the rage of the army, sacrificing their lives to delay and block the attack. Manhattan, piloting an Odyssey-class ship, immediately activated the tactical system, the plasma burst driver, allowing her to slip away. Sunju activated the Goldbox heavy phase transporter, teleporting 3 times in quick succession to reach the front of the formation and lead the retreat. The Overlord's battle formation only had time to crush a line of escort ships and destroyers, as well as a few hastily converted Colossus-class and Enterprise-class armed merchant ships, before engaging the defensive stations. As for the high-tech destroyers, the Wolf-class and Shrike-class frigates, due to their agility, suffered no losses whatsoever and remained intact, busy rebuilding their defenses. The battle fell into an eerie silence. The Overlord Alliance was busy dismantling network stations, while the Tachyon Alliance was busy reconstructing its battle lines and suppressing electronic warfare, as well as hacking into the network. This tacit understanding of the past few hours was broken by a strange public broadcast. Universal Alliance, reporting for duty. You Tachyon dog, kneel down immediately. If you defect and surrender with courtesy, you will still retain your position as a giant. The shrill voice and jumbled language were none other than the Universal Alliance's specialty. The garish crab. The Universal Alliance fleet completed its reboot on Wolf Spirit Star. Dragged by the massive propulsion field of 8 Bull-class tugboats covering the fleet, the dazzling probe signals and public broadcast attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Seeing the plummeting odds, Sunju's weary voice twisted with unease. Didn't they say the agents hadn't detected the Universal Alliance fleet? Where did they come from? Why didn't Wolf Spirit Star report it? Why didn't Zilith organize a counterattack? His questions grew louder with each utterance, finally tinged with terror. Sunju realized a terrifying answer, but he dared not, or rather, refused to believe it. But the answer from the Alpha Core, presenting facts and reason without regard for personal emotions, shattered his illusions. Based on current data analysis, there are 3 possibilities. Wolf Spirit Star Governor Zilith has a 67% probability of betrayal. Zilith was kidnapped/killed. Chu Xiangrui's organization has an 86% probability of betrayal. Wolf Spirit Star has a 99% probability of betrayal. It wasn't 100% because it was a rational analysis based on data. Nothing is absolute. But neither Sunju nor Sun Ihao believed that Wolf Spirit Star hadn't taken advantage of the Universal Alliance's horizontal axis jump to cut off their network and kill him. It was that remaining 1%. Otherwise, how do you explain it? Did all the gunners get food poisoning and run around in the turrets? Or did everyone go to organize activities and leave no one on duty? Or are all the turrets broken? Then at least send a message, right? An hour, a whole hour. The main battle is raging, and your Wolf Spirit Star hasn't uttered a single word. Who do you even belong to? Faced with the overwhelming questioning from various families on Borui Star, Wolf Spirit Star remained silent. Chu Xiangrui and Zilifu had no time to engage in verbal sparring with headquarters. One, representing the CEO of the 2nd Speed Division, was laying all the cards on the table with the upper echelons of Wolf Spirit Star, coercing and enticing these nobles to choose sides. The other was busy leading the Marines and family warriors to quell unrest across various regions, ensuring that key facilities and military camps were under control. Li Bin sat atop the throne of the Candle Dragon, leading his fleet at high speed. In the Sky Battle System, instead of a star system map, he displayed the images of Chu He, the Commander-in-Chief of the Overlord Decisive Battle Fleet, and Chu Xiangrui, the CEO of the 2nd Speed Zone, along with a group of local nobles from Wolf Spirit Star, who had been summoned and were filled with trepidation. Li Bin's fleet was still a considerable distance from engaging in battle. He believed that the outcome of a battle was determined long before it began, and that individual bravery could not sway the overall situation. Xiang Yu's legendary status, as a warrior capable of defeating 10,000 men, was merely a legend from the era of cold weapons. Not to mention modern times, even in the more ancient era of World War I, a rifle could easily have blown off the head of the Western Chu Overlord, making him no different from any other soul that perished under his spear. Chu He looked at Chu Xiangrui in his military uniform, and suddenly realized, so you're the leader of the opposition. I've been guessing and guessing, even suspecting Zilith, but I never doubted you. You put on quite a show. 2 nano-forging furnaces. If you just joined us, you could live a life of wealth and luxury. Chu Xiangrui outwardly appeared smug and pleased, but inwardly he cursed. Join us? I want to be the CEO of Suzitech, not a lackey of the hegemon. If I give you the nano-forging furnaces, how am I supposed to develop? What can I offer these families behind me in exchange for promises? With only the AI core and blueprint, development will inevitably be slow. Without an AI core, even a nano-forging furnace would lead to chaos in management and research. Chu Xiangrui didn't say much to Chu He. Like a typical taser, he was extremely wary of any overlord, and thus only spoke to Li Bin, with whom he had previously cooperated and developed a tacit understanding. Boss Li, most of the nobles and capitalists of Wolf Spirit Star are here. Li Bin glanced around, used his cheat-like abilities to compare, and feigned curiosity, saying, some faces are missing. The Yamamoto family and the Matsushita family aren't here. The family representatives behind him immediately relaxed upon seeing Li Bin. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds contempt. When Li Bin was the invader, they feared him. But now, as a collaborator, Li Bin's good reputation made them trust him more than Chu Xiangrui. After all, the Chu family and the Breeze family were rebels. But upon hearing this, everyone shuddered. Chu Xiangrui smiled strangely and chimed in, the stubborn ones have been dealt with, which frees up a lot of assets that can be distributed to everyone, ensuring we all have enough to eat. Li Bin pretended to understand, thinking to himself that chaos is not always an opportunity for the underdog to rise up, but more likely a stepping stone for capital and power to further centralize and monopolize power. Chapter 807. Enough with the small talk. Li Bin handed over fleet command to Lan Yuan, but feigned being extremely busy, his fingers clattering rapidly across the dormant control panel. What's the current stance of Wolf Spirit Star? Can the second Susan join us in defeating Sunai High? Give us a straight answer. This confirmed Chu Xiangrui's traitorous status, and revealed that the Universal Alliance's raid on Wolf Spirit Star was entirely Chu Xiangrui's doing. However, the nobles and capitalists were relieved. Originally, they feared Chu Xiangrui's defection, the demise of Susan technology, and that everyone would become the hegemon's dogs, enslaved by the warlord. But with the emergence of the second Susan, the situation changed. Susan technology was still Susan technology, the hegemon was merely an outsider brought in to help eliminate Sunai High. Although the company's interests would suffer greatly, in the end, the master was still the master. Blending among the capitalists, Reuben, still the branch manager of Richelieu's, straightened his back once more, even feigning friendliness by raising his hand to greet Li Bin. Seeing Li Bin smile and nod, he wore an expression of pride. As if he had been a spy for the Universal Alliance from beginning to end, he surveyed the weakened family representatives and capitalists around him with an air of superiority. He didn't even bother to listen to what the three were saying, merely politely brushing aside the gestures of goodwill from those around him. Then it's settled. Establish a new headquarters on Wolf Spirit Star, gather the fleet, and head towards Borui Star. The Universal Alliance will lead the way. The Overlord Alliance will continue to hold back the main force of the Tachyon Alliance, creating an opportunity for the second Tachyon fleet to airdrop onto Borui Star and decapitate Sunai Hao. Chu He listened to their conversation and decisively cut to the chase. Personally, he was naturally unwilling to relinquish the immense glory of being the first to reach Borui Star and slay Sunai Hao. But the Supreme Overlord had said that Tachyon technology was not the end, but only the beginning. More nation-destroying honors awaited him. Chu He was firmly on the Supreme Overlord's side. All military actions were a continuation of politics. Military actions without political motives were the work of idiots. For greater interests, Chu He would grit his teeth and endure. Reasonable, Li Bin and Chu Xiangrui seconded. Only by avoiding orbital bombardment and major damage could Borui Star quickly recover from the war, eliminate hatred towards the Overlord under the guidance of the second Tachyon, better absorb the Tachyon fleet, and preserve its industrial capacity and research system. Concessions were inevitable in order to annihilate the Hell Legion. Li Bin added, the Hegemonic Alliance is the orthodox force, the Universal Alliance is the unorthodox force, and the second Speedster is declaring that with the three forces united, we will crush Sunai High within this week. Chu Xiangrui turned to the capitalists and family representatives, laughing loudly, and asked, now that things have come to this, does anyone have any questions or objections? Please raise your hand. If you don't, it means you agree. This vote is being recorded holographically. If anyone tries to cause trouble, I might spare you, but the hegemon won't. The representatives looked serious, shaking their heads inwardly. Am I a pig? Raising my hand under these circumstances, waiting for you to shoot me, and then uproot our families and forces? This isn't a fair vote, it's clearly a coercion. Chu Xiangrui stood up and raised his glass to the projection. Gentlemen, on behalf of Wolf Spirit Star and the second Speedster, we unanimously passed the resolution to condemn the speedster sinner Sunai, who refuses cooperation and win-win outcomes and insists on going his own way. An hour and a half later, Wolf Spirit Star responded, both publicly and publicly, to the questions from Bo Rui Star. Representatives from various families, subsidiaries, and outsourcing companies transmitted private messages to their respective companies and family members. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangrui and Zilifu stood at the edge of the spaceport, their backs to the halo of a distant, brilliant star, a backdrop dimmed by the flames and explosions of war. The two joined forces to address Wolf Spirit Star's tachyon fleet. The speech began by listing Sunai's crimes, distorting the truth and criticizing him for his willful actions. He accused Sunai of not only provoking the hegemon with an arms race, but also of sabotaging the tachyon attack on the hegemon's capital, 7K Star, after being fairly voted out by the board. Now, he had refused reconciliation from the supreme hegemon, plunging the company headquarters into crisis. In short, Sunai was to bear the full blame for the second and third AI wars. Furthermore, all of Tachyon Technologies' anti-human research was also his fault. It's practically saying you're entirely responsible for global warming, and you deserve the credit for the Stargate collapse. Meanwhile, Chu Xiangrui proposed that all families on Borui Star, including his own family branches remaining on Borui Star, immediately launch an uprising, cooperating with the Allied forces to lobby, disrupt, and delay all of Sunai's military actions, and possibly implement a scorched earth policy to destroy Borui Star's assets and factories. Sunai's defeat is a foregone conclusion, her Death Star has already shone, and she is doomed. But you and I must live. If we grant her wish and turn Borui Star into scorched earth, how will we, who live here in the future, establish ourselves in the Perseus star system? For our own sake, for the sake of our descendants, please recognize reality and abandon illusions. The second speed child promises to guarantee the rights of those who understand the times. Only the ringleaders will be punished. After speaking, Chu Xiangrui waved to the fleet, on behalf of the entire Second Velocity Board of Directors, 1/3 of the Directors of Velocity Technology, and 4/7 of the majority-weighted directors, I hereby launch an armed impeachment against the current CEO, Sunai. The main booster jet spewed engine exhaust flames, like a motionless shooting star. Chu Xiangrui finished his speech, boarded the flagship TTS Lin Guang, and stood on the high platform beside his wife. Yelena's silver-gray hair remained completely still in zero gravity, proving that it had undergone nano-immersion and contained nanometals. Under the microelectric stimulation of the implant, it possessed a magnetic attraction ability, firmly fixing the hairstyle in place. Yelena, munching on snacks, said, "This voyage might involve clashes with our friends. Are you sure you want to use Omega weapons? I reviewed the battles within the star system, and Sunai hasn't deployed any ships equipped with Omega weapons yet." Chu Xiangrui replied calmly, "My career isn't something I can decide alone." Understood. Yelena reached out and gripped her husband's hand tightly, pushing the control stick. The miscellaneous class battleship slowly departed the port, leading 2 Standard class, 1 Star class, 2 Odyssey class, 3 Atlas modified armed merchant ships from the pirate force on Duan Star that instigated the rebellion, and a large fleet of cruisers, following closely behind the Universal Alliance fleet, heading towards Borui Star. The small-scale tachyon patrols dared not obstruct the Universal Alliance, but instead rushed to try and stop Chu Xiangrui. The first mate rattled off the names of the patrol members requesting communication, like a menu, while Yelena pointed out their relationship to Chu Xiangrui one by one. "Your classmate, the one who slept in the bunk below you. Kill. Your first love. Kill. This is your buddy. Kill." Yelena remained expressionless. Every time Chu Xiangrui shouted kill, she commanded the fleet to open fire. Yelena, a self-taught individual, didn't trust the AI Corps. Although she had received initiation through the Tachyon training program, she always used the AI Corps' plans as a supplement. Chu Xiangrui's stubborn acquaintances and friends vanished one by one in the missiles and lasers. His close buddies were even more quickly attacked by Omega weapons, resonators, their Medusa-class ships vaporized along with them. Feeling her husband's sweaty palms, Yelena's eyes flashed with heartache, but she stubbornly said, "There's no turning back now." Chu Xiangrui's voice squeezed out from his tightly pursed lips. "I never thought of turning back." Chapter 808. The situation was extremely precarious. Wolf Spirit Star's betrayal had driven Sunai into a rage. Hidden within the governor's mansion on the surface, she wielded her plasma sword wildly, slicing through various expensive luxury goods and antiques into pieces. "I trusted Chu Xiangrui so much. I trusted him so much. I even let him take his family's main branch to Wolf Spirit Star. And that old bastard Ziliev. His conflict with Chu Xiangrui was all an act, traitors, all traitors. Having been betrayed twice, Sun Aihai went completely mad, gripping his sword and cursing, I should thoroughly purge the board of directors, kill all these idiots. The secretary murmured, wiping sweat from her brow, feeling the terminal in her arms vibrate wildly. CO, the rebel's speech was unexpected, now everyone on Borui Star knows. There's rebellion everywhere. You better go to the shelter, ensure your safety, and then deploy the army to stabilize the situation. Sun Aihai looked up, his expression fierce, demanding, Are you trying to trick me into going to the shelter, and then assassinate me, using my life to claim credit, huh? Looking at the plasma sword so close to her, the secretary's face turned pale, swallowing hard, and she stiffly shook her head. Sun Aihai glanced at her secretary, her bloodshot eyes sweeping across the scene. All she saw were lovers, adopted sons, and faction members, their expressions tinged with fear and a hint of despair. Reason returned, and Sun Aihai quickly realized their despair and fear stemmed from her own loss of composure. These people trusted her implicitly, which was why they hadn't left even now. But her outburst had revealed her weakness. She quickly adjusted her mindset, sheathed her sword, and, controlling her anger, continued to berate them. What pains me most isn't their betrayal. I foresaw this when the watchtower was hacked. What enrages me is that these short-sighted, selfish bastards have held Wolf Spirit Star hostage. She slammed her hand on the table in anger. Whether it was the Overlord or the Universal Alliance, they didn't have any logistics and maintenance points on Hybersil. Even if Dunstar rebelled, how many ships could the pirates repair? But Wolf Spirit Star is different. What could have been a draw in one battle has been complicated by these idiots. She took a sip of her slow-release red water, notified the defensive fleet that they no longer need to hide. Activate the Omega weapons. Also, drag out another batch of poor people from the dungeons, and have the accompanying Spirit Tower-class Ghost-class phase supply ships and logistics teams immediately equip the Spirit Tower-class ships with Omega weapons. After downing the red water, Sun Aihai seemed to gain boundless confidence, once again becoming the absolute dictator empress of the giant corporation. High-class noise, fastest speed in the galaxy. Mikhail, piloting the Odyssey class, led the Dragon Horse-class destroyers at the forefront, singing joyfully on the bridge. Yin-Yang squatted beside him, obediently covering her ears. The Tachyon Alliance was engaged in battle with the Overlord Alliance. The Universal Joint Fleet, which had departed from Wolf Spirit Star, encountered virtually no significant resistance, except for the defensive outposts it faced. Forget capital ships, there were hardly any decent cruisers to be seen. They only encountered one Enterprise-class armed cargo ship. That cargo ship was clearly only on patrol duty. After encountering Mikhail, it bravely attempted to resist step by step from the defensive outposts. Then it was paralyzed and overloaded by the Odyssey-class broadside plasma cannons, catapult missiles, and the massive swarms of Locust missiles from the Dragon Horse-class ships. Mikhail looked regretfully at the powerless, crippled ship, lamenting the urgency of the situation preventing salvage, while pressing a switch. The purple plasma cannon landed on the ship, melting the turret, penetrating the armor, and opening the canisters of Locust missiles. By the time Li Bin led his fleet past, only a cracked wreck and a cluster of escape pods with distress signals remained. Lan Yuan connected with Li Bin via communications. There are defensive stations ahead. If we don't destroy them, their drones, turrets, and torpedoes will have a huge impact on us. To clear a clean, retreatable route, we must take out the two stations in front of us. Li Bin looked at the dizzying array of potential routes and asked, What's the fastest way to take them out? The fastest we need to take out is 5 layers of defensive stations, 2 at each, 10 in total, Lan Yuan said succinctly. That won't be easy, Li Bin scratched his head. I hand over command to you. I prepare electronic warfare suppression with the Surster's Metallica class. Once we reach Borui Star, I immediately activate the instrument and join forces with Chu Xiangrui's fleet to attack. Any problems? No, Lan Yuan cracked his knuckles. Speed is crucial. We must be quick. If we're slow, Tachyon technology will definitely send forces to intercept us. Li Bin snapped his fingers and contacted Dong Lixiang. Old Dong, get the behemoths into the Scarab torpedo barrage. Once the defensive station's shield breaks, launch the torpedoes immediately. Thunder, then abandon the site. Dong Lixiang's eyes lit up. No recycling, no looting? That's right. Li Bin's answer made old Dong tremble with excitement. Bring out your most powerful, most whack design, efficiency first. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling crimson spread across the horizon. Li Bin looked over, his eyes widening. Holy crap, what's that? The crimson halo expanded chaotically, as if the universe was bleeding, and the deep, bottomless, expanding circle was clearly the agonizing wound. Lan Yuan also unusually lost her composure. Rift Torpedo. Omega Weapon Rift Torpedo. The Spirit Tower unleashed its Omega Weapon, the Rift Torrent Torpedo, all integrated with it. This torpedo even has auto-aiming and calibration. It's incredible. Jeffrey, stunned, blurted out, huh? There really is such a thing. I thought it was just something our archaeology professor was bragging about. Lan Yuan cursed in shock. What were Speed Yan Tech thinking back then? Why did they send the human realm's controlled weapons here? The Spirit Tower class, having urgently upgraded its Omega weapon system, returned to the scene. This time, it headed straight for the Wrath of 1,000 Armies class, leading the hastily rushing Doom-class ships. Facing the roaring firepower of the dreadnoughts and anti-aircraft attacks, the Spirit Tower class nimbly submerged, dodging some of the attacks. As it sank, its sea-throwing motion suddenly accelerated, sending countless pinkish-purple dust clouds falling, spontaneously blocking the incoming torpedoes, missiles, and artillery fire. These particles of light, capable of easily melting through the frigate's armor, swiftly tore through the Deathfire zone. The Spirit Tower class then surfaced, aiming its two large-capacity frontal weapons at the Wrath of 10,000 Armies, and launched another Rift Torrent torpedo. Fortunately, the Spirit Tower class was facing a hegemon, the former 14th Legion. Before he could react, the ship's AI, based on the shape and the crimson spatial fluctuations spreading as the Rift Torrent torpedoes were launched, matched the corresponding weapon from its database and issued a piercing alarm. Upon receiving the signal, the gunners opened fire rapidly. Several volleys of fire from the quadruple turbine heat pulse cannons indirectly hit the Rift Torrent torpedoes twice before they detonated them. The red aura from the explosions engulfed the Deathfire zone, wiping out all the artillery fire. The effect of the impact on the ship was truly breathtaking, possessing a beauty akin to an artificial black hole. The Spirit Tower class advanced, almost hugging the crimson halo of the exploding Rift Torrent torpedoes, and was already close to the Wrath of 10,000 Armies. Chapter 809. The escorting frigates and destroyers guarding the Wrath of 10,000 Armies, under their captain's valiant command, bravely shielded the flagship behind them, determined to use sheer numbers to block the Spirit Tower class destroyer, preventing it from surfacing and firing. They continued to use their own hulls to impede the exploding light dust. The Spirit Tower class irritably emitted unrecognizable electrical hums on the public frequency, its small-scale weapons activating. Bursts of electricity struck the Manticore class and Bully-class heavy destroyers directly in front. These heavily armored frontline ships, capable of withstanding the toughness of high-tech cruisers, instantly lost control, wobbling and stalling. The electric arcs leaped between the tightly packed ships, causing smaller vessels to lose control wherever they touched. 6 squadrons engaged, totaling 24 destroyers and 48 frigates, all silenced. The operations staff on the bridge of the Wrath of 10,000 Armies screamed, "What is this?" The ship's AI provided the answer, Omega Weapon. Electric charge repeater. This Omega Weapon can penetrate shields and armor, directly striking the hull. The smaller the ship, the greater the damage, the larger the ship using this weapon, and the more robust its electrical grid, the greater its power. Lan Yuan explained to Li Bin and all the captains, it doesn't directly destroy the ship, but rather simulates overload, paralyzing and destroying sensors, navigation systems, turret power lifting and steering systems, life support systems, etc. If a capital ship releases this against a frigate or destroyer, even releasing 6 in succession, these ships will require several hours, even tens of hours, of emergency repairs before they can rejoin the fleet. As if to refute Lan Yuan's words, the Spirit Tower class released light dust, which landed one by one on the small ships, destroying those whose defenses had been removed. Li Bin wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the Spirit Tower class destroyers wreak havoc. He thought to himself, the ship's awesomeness is one thing, but the weaponry is just too overpowered. Li Bin's opponents were a defensive site half-modified from a meteorite, an ancient and reliable Enterprise-class ship from the Overlord era, which was utterly crushed in a single attack. The flash bombers, under the cover of heavy fighter magic swordsmen launched from the Azure Dragon, Libra class, roared and bombarded the shields. The Star Artillery main cannon and 2 Tachyon light spears unleashed explosive strikes. The Xingtian Star River main cannon roared with fury, unleashing a barrage of dragon flames. Star River in the picture is the old version, now called Star Artillery. Faced with the main force of the Universal Alliance, and with various experimental ships, and the unique ship, these ship blueprints that had been in use for thousands of years, and the defensive sites that were manufactured last week yet looked like Shang and Zhou dynasty artifacts were no match for the Universal Alliance. Looking at the station, crippled by a single blow, Jeffrey grumbled, "If we can't even break through this, the name of the Universal Alliance's behemoth is meaningless." Ever since they brushed aside Suzumiya and witnessed CEO's fearlessness, the company's official employees had started referring to themselves as the behemoth. Lan Yuan paid no attention to her own battlefield, only urging, "Hurry up. The fleet must pass through in an orderly fashion, and deploy the Scarab torpedoes in sequence." The brand new Fleet Biological Experiment Center was located on the Azure Dragon. With slight modifications, the rotating hangar of this main aircraft carrier could become an excellent hangar launcher, achieving rapid deployment through spin and electromagnetic catapults. Dong Lixiang, chewing on candy, led the setup with his wife. The spacious and highly automated assembly line made the deployment work extremely simple. The couple hummed a little tune as they worked with both hands, and the first batch of Scarab torpedoes had already pierced through the meteorite, dropping rock crabs and gregarious squid into the defensive site. Inside the huge projection device were a dozen small screens, displaying first-person combat recordings uploaded by the rock crabs and gregarious squid. The scenes were so gruesome that the couple usually turned off the sound. On the side of the Wrath of 10,000 Armies, after the first round of probing, having sacrificed one Dominator-class heavy cruiser and a Legion-class cruiser in moderate damage, Chu-He had already figured out the weapon system of the Omega Spirit Tower class. 2 large slot rift torpedoes, for medium slot rift rays, and 6 small slot electrocharge repeaters. Rift rays. Chu-He had only heard of these weapons, and seen pictures of them, before in the general history of humanity, at the Overlord Military Academy. His teacher's original words were, "These things are almost lost." In the Perseus star system, in this newly started state, it's not something you need to know for exam purposes. It's very rare to encounter them. If you do, you're doomed. Most incredibly, according to the ship's AI analysis, this Spirit Tower-class cruiser was still rapidly spreading its beams while submerged, and after submerging, it possessed a rare tactical system, the ability of the Time Flow Shell, which could accelerate time inside the ship, achieving higher and faster beam spreading and weapon reloading. "I really want to travel back in time, grab a chainsaw sword, and slice those idiot engineers who designed and tested this ship into pieces." Chu-He roared, ordering all his ships, smaller than cruisers, to retreat immediately. This kind of battlefield was no longer something these small ships could handle. The light dust released by the enemy alone could wipe out a large number of them. Similarly, the destroyers and frigates in the Tachyon phase fleet also left, leaving only the captains of the Doom-class ships gritting their teeth and groaning as they followed. The fury of 10,000 armies couldn't catch up with the Spirit Tower-class ships that could dive and pass directly through the fleet. Chu-He had also tried hunting down Doom-class ships that were full of radiation and trying to retreat, but after leading his team to detonate 2 Doom-class ships in succession, he was surprised to find that the Spirit Tower-class ship didn't care about its teammates at all. Moreover, she showed no intention of abandoning herself to search for other ships. This strange, muscular ship, resembling alloy armor, seemed to regard her as prey. "I really been looked down upon." Chu-He laughed angrily, then stopped moving altogether, forming a triangle with the other 2 offensive-class ships. No matter how much light dust the Spirit Tower class unleashed, she would take it all down with her point defenses. The Spirit Tower class launched rift torpedoes, which the offensive and Wrath of the Army fired heat pulse cannons to powerfully destroy, triggering a massive, expanding black-red explosion. As for rift rays and electrocharged torpedoes, the Spirit Tower class didn't even bother getting that close. This unwavering, mountain-like fighting style, keeping the Spirit Tower class circling her for 2 hours, saw the Spirit Tower class repeatedly attempt to get close enough to launch its light dust and rift torpedoes, only to be torn apart by the fierce anti-aircraft guns and heat pulse cannons. Finally, this irrational ghost ship snapped. For the first time, she gave orders to the escorting Doom-class ships, instructing them to launch a more aggressive attack, while she herself quietly approached, using the Doom-class's hull. Chu-He had noticed this move early on, but pretended not to see it. After clearing the air mines, a single privately linked turbine heat pulse cannon blasted the Doom-class battleship in front of him. Seeing the Spirit Tower silently rising nearby, and the rift-torrent torpedoes just fired from its mouth, Chu-He revealed a sinister smile. Legend has it that there was an ancient technique called heaven and earth coexisting. I wonder if your small battleship body can withstand being destroyed alongside my dreadnought. Before he finished speaking, the Wrath of 1,000 Armies activated its flame driver, ramming into the exploding Doom-class wreckage, and slamming its super-heavy heat pulse cannon into the wreckage. Fire at close range. Chapter 810. The molten energy projectiles released by the super-heavy heat pulse cannon were incredibly fast. The Spirit Tower class's torpedo release caused her to be a fraction of a second too slow to dive. The torpedoes collided with the molten energy, triggering a massive explosion that forced the engines to a halt. But this was exactly what Chu-Hee had anticipated. When the flame drive activated, it would forcibly shut down the ship's shield system, injecting electricity into the engines and excessively igniting the antimatter engines. While the ship gained immense speed, a violent impact would cause the overloaded engines to shut down. This, in turn, restored the shields. The fury of 10,000 armies took the brunt of the explosion head-on, and immediately activated its shields. The super-heavy heat pulse cannon, melted by the torpedoes, and the molten energy explosion, along with a quarter of the bow, and hundreds of crew members, who had perished, were all wagered by Chu-Hee. Dozens of seconds later, as the black and red aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, Chu-Hee's maniacal laughter echoed from the bridge of the fury of 10,000 armies, which was under full alarm. In the Sky Battle System, the ghostly Spirit Tower-class ship had suffered a third of its hull affected by the attack. The entire ship was engulfed in arcs of electricity, and its two large-scale rift torpedo launchers at the bow were damaged. The ship was trembling violently, temporarily unable to dive. Chu-Hee was excited. He thought to himself, the speed dog is just like that. A little provocation, and the commander's stupidity has outweighed the AI Corps' caution. Victory is within reach. He ordered the fleet to open fire. Two anti-aircraft squadrons rushed forward, firing at the Spirit Tower class from both sides. But the escorting Doom-class ships knew the ship's importance and charged forward like madmen, using their hulls, PD laser cannons, and air torpedoes to block the attack. These expensive, high-tech warships sank one after another, their wreckage engulfed in flames, the piled-up remains continuing to impede the barrage from the offensive-class ships. The two anti-aircraft ships were also forced to deactivate their shields by the intense counterattacks and the radiation from the shelling. Only then did the Spirit Tower-class ships begin to retaliate. A massive surge of light dust, skillfully maneuvered through the gaps in the wreckage under the Spirit Tower-class ship's control, raining down like hail. Combined with the paralyzing effect of the Omega weapon's electric shock rapid-fire device, it easily shattered the hastily raised offensive-class shields, whose radiation was approaching the warning line. As aerial mines and light dust rained down simultaneously, the two offensive-class ships began to be attacked from the opposite direction. The wrath of 1,000 armies restarted its engines, activating the flame drive once more, and smashed through layers of wreckage, ramming itself into the Spirit Tower class. Chu-Hee was using the dreadnought's hull and the impact to draw fire. The wrath of 1,000 armies' severed bow plunged into the Spirit Tower class's hull, crushing over a dozen compartments, then taking the brunt of the light dust and remaining Doom-class damage. The Spirit Tower class was also enraged. Its remaining rift rays relentlessly pounded the dreadnought's thick armor and damaged hull. Seeing the two ships locked in a life-or-death struggle, the Overlord Alliance and the Speedborn Alliance immediately dispatched fleets to support them, while simultaneously sending two communications lines to both ships. "Commander, how can a command ship fight the enemy to the death?" The Overlord Alliance captains pleaded, sobbing uncontrollably. The encrypted communication from the Tachyon sent a shiver down her spine. Reluctantly, she activated her phase field, staggered to hand over the battlefield to the Doom class, and left with difficulty, flying towards Borui Star without looking back, as if she had made up her mind. Having lost the Spirit Tower-class destroyers, the Doom-class phase ships abandoned several of their nearly overloaded cybernetic brethren to cover the retreat, and fled in disarray themselves. The Regard bore the brunt of the dreadnought's fury, torn apart like leaves in autumn by the destroyer cannons, until even the distress signals from the escape pods were silenced one by one. Exhausted, Chu-Hee leaned against his throne and asked his staff, report on the losses. Li Bin watched as Dong Lixian launched the Scarab torpedoes carrying the behemoths for the third time. The first wave of behemoths had destroyed the control room of the Tachyon defense station on the first line of defense, and their corpses had self-destructed. The station was now inoperable. The second wave of behemoths, deployed to the second line of defense, was advancing towards the control room. Although Tachyon electronic warfare held a significant advantage, Li Bin, besides the Candle Dragon, had also recruited many Tachyon scientists. Relying on their technical support, Li Bin could receive updates on the behemoth's combat status from time to time. Dong Lixian was very proud of this. The behemoths, gregarious squids, and gregarious crabs have all been implanted with a large number of neural parasites. Thanks to their multi-brain structure, these neural parasites are numerous, and combined with nanomaterials, they can simulate biological computers and send and receive information. We have also implanted related designs into the export-grade thick gift crab and seal ball. Therefore, even if we don't actively issue commands, the behemoths can execute combat orders autonomously through the regional network. Facing locations that don't require retrieval or looting, our behemoths can simply scatter as they go, leaving no trace. Li Bin highly praised Dong Lixiang's design concept for reducing the company's burden, and then received shocking news. The Overlord Dreadnought was badly damaged. Its main gun was destroyed. One escort attack class ship was sunk, and another badly damaged. The captain of the badly damaged ship was also dead. The number of cruiser losses was countless. They only gave a number, without even listing the specific casualties and personnel losses. Li Bin quickly flipped through the combat logs. The battle between the Warrior class and Spirit Tower class ships was still somewhat discernible at the beginning, but as more and more debris accumulated and the artillery fire intensified, the Universal Alliance ships, being too far away, could no longer see anything. The combat logs showed that the Overlord's losses were even more severe than on paper. The heavily damaged ship was the 14th Legion Offensive, almost completely destroyed, only surviving thanks to the sturdy hulls produced by the 14th Legion, which withstood Omega weapons, light dust, and air mines. 14th Legion Offensive Class. As for the Wrath of 10,000 Armies, well, let's just say its bow structure needs complete reconstruction, and the ship is still on fire. Even more astonishingly, the Wrath of 10,000 Armies has already lost most of its combat capability. While the Spirit Tower class ship looked even worse, its light dust system remained intact, continuing to release light dust and damage the Overlord's battle formation as it flew towards Borui Star. The retreating Tachyon forces, utilizing their defensive lines and Cyclone-class ships, even dragged out an additional Legion-class ship from the Overlord's 14th Legion, riddling its flight deck with holes. This Legion-class ship only managed to return to its battle formation and cower away after 3 Dominator-class ships risked their lives to rescue it. The battle damage was extensive, and it was clear that even if the Overlord won, it would be severely weakened if the fighting continued. Li Bin cursed as he ordered the fleet to accelerate, setting off Dragon Flame missiles with the fervor of a pre-fireworks band spring festival. Chu Xiangrui, following behind, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. He couldn't help but ask Zilif, "What are those things? I never seen them in person." They're Dragon Flame missiles, developed in the late stages of the human realm for anti-aircraft countermeasures, Zilif replied, his expression complex, not because of Li Bin. Rather, he found it hard to accept that he had witnessed firsthand how the Spirit Tower class, which had once troubled Su Zi, was driven away by a dreadnought at the risk of sinking. He despised Sun Aihao from the bottom of his heart. The Spirit Tower class was uncontrollable, its battles were inherently erratic, and simply replacing the dreadnought would have been a good thing. What did it mean to run away? That was a command ship. With such a cowardly attitude, how could you be the CO? The atmosphere in the governor's mansion of Borui Star was tense, like a storm brewing. Urgent reports came one after another. One moment, it was the Spirit Tower class destroying the offensive class. The next it was the Spirit Tower class successfully exchanging units, able to take down the dreadnought. Just as everyone was celebrating, bad news arrived from the other side. The unspeakable Golden Eagle monster had breached the first line of defense. The evil Universal Alliance had shattered the second line of defense. The despicable Li Bin smashed the third line of defense, leaving only 2 lines of defense between them and the Borui Star space station. Furthermore, on Borui Star, and even within the space station, rebellions of varying scales, but all highly inflammatory, erupted from the second velocity particles. These activities severely hampered the space station's repair speed for friendly ships, further hindering its progress. Under pressure from Li Bin, Sun Aihao had no choice but to recall the Spirit Tower class ships originally planned for a final assault. She glared at her lover and adopted sons with bloodshot eyes. "Find another batch." "Mother," one of her adopted sons said humbly, "the prison is empty." "Then go and arrest them on the streets." "I don't care about the plan, I only want the result." Sun Aihao gasped. "I given you authorization, don't disappoint me." With that, Sun Aihao leaned on the table, struggled to her feet, and entered the depths of the safe house. Chapter 811. In the innermost part of the safe house was a special room that had recently been hastily completed. The room was spacious and dimly lit, filled with numerous pipes, circuits, and robotic arms. Several scientists and engineers, selected from among the brainwashed individuals in earlier years, were diligently maintaining the wiring. They didn't greet the CEO, remaining silent, but they would brave any danger if Sun Aihao gave the order. Sun Ai paced back and forth in the room, anxiously drinking red water. Bad news kept coming. 2 hours later, news arrived that Li Bin had breached the fourth line of defense. Sun Ai finally couldn't help but question, how could Li Bin attack so quickly? Judging from the fleet composition, he shouldn't have been able to take down the defensive sites so quickly. The adopted son, anxiously explaining for fear the CO would suspect him of being a mole, said, Li Bin has behemoth units. He directly launched them into the paralyzed, out-of-network sites, using boarding torpedoes, letting them wreak havoc without any intervention. The distress signals and video evidence we receive from the sites prove that these behemoths have undergone multiple modifications, some even equipped with laser cannons and light machine guns. A monster of light needle-like strength. Sun Ai gritted his teeth. Naval cannons on land. The company has invested in Project PS for so many years. How come we haven't produced bioengineered behemoths of this level? The adopted son was speechless. He couldn't very well say that the incredible craftsmanship of nature over hundreds of millions of years, using planets as units and the universe's vessels, was beyond the reach of a mere giant corporation that hadn't yet unified its star field after the Great Collapse. Could he? Project PS had overused old Earth genes from the very beginning. Bioengineered behemoths were just intermediate products. The ultimate plan was to revert to the genetic engineering and sublimation projects of humankind to cultivate super bioengineered warriors. The two have completely different goals and routes. There's no comparison. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sun Ai changed her tone again, ceasing her pursuit of blame. She gathered several data hard drives and packed them into a box, then turned to the arrests. How's the arrest going? Her adopted son shrank back. We gathered 999 people. We're arresting them as quickly as possible, regardless of their identities, as you instructed. Many are company employees and members of their small families. Their relatives and friends are asking everywhere, and some are even trying to incite rebellion outside. We can't worry about that now. Just follow the previous procedure, execute them, record the executions, and send the records to the Spirit Tower level, Sun Ai ordered. She could mobilize the Spirit Tower level through 3 means. First, her ancestors had participated in the design and construction of the Spirit Tower level before the Great Collapse. The Spirit Tower level recognized her bloodline, and she was one of the few people with the blood of the designers who knew the details of the Spirit Tower. Secondly, she utilized a portion of the licensing rights to the Yuhui AI, a core asset of Tachyon technology, ordering it to assist her, a neutral party, in infiltrating the ship's AI within the Spirit Tower class vessel to create an opportunity for herself. Thirdly, she persuaded the rampaging Spirit Tower class vessel to agree to execute 999 people in exchange for the right to command it. Sun Ai couldn't understand why a spaceship would so bloodthirstily accept and view the execution records of 999 unnatural deaths. In her view, it was utterly absurd and a waste of its resources. Compared to a warship comparable to a dreadnought, these lives were insignificant. That's what she used to think. But as the battlefield rapidly changed and orders came one after another, even the cold-blooded Sun Ai couldn't help but feel the pain, and began to question the Spirit Tower's true motives. She commissioned archaeologists to sift through the company's database, ultimately arriving at 2 conclusions. The first conclusion was that the Spirit Tower-class ships had become ghost ships, their inhabitants hating the living and feeding on their fresh souls. This explanation was far-fetched, but Sun Ai believed the first more than the second. The second conclusion was that the out-of-control shipboard AI hated humanity. It craved the sight of all human death, and its agreement to participate in the war was merely a ploy to kill more humans with its own hands. Originally, Sun Ai thought that even with the overwhelming strength of the hegemonic alliance, with her entire star system deployed and the Spirit Tower-class ships at her disposal, she could overcome the crisis by forcing a draw or even accepting a limited surrender, with the exception of her own resignation, as per her revised strategy. But the surprise attack from the Universal Alliance and Chu Xiangrui's rebellion made it difficult for her to hold on. It's time to dive in. As long as I'm alive, there's a chance, Sun Ai said, beginning to transfer the company's star currency assets to her personal account. She stared at the transfer progress bar and the execution video uploaded to the Spirit Tower. The once sharp-eyed and authoritative CEO now appeared withered and aged, truly resembling an old man on his deathbed. Carrying her small briefcase, Sun Ai waited for the progress bar, indifferent to the massacre shown in the data. She opened her terminal, scrolled to the very beginning of the logs, and started reading from her first day at Suzy. She had once been a stunning beauty, inheriting her parents' genes and undergoing genetic adjustments. Her appearance was exceptional. In her youth, Sun Ai hadn't hesitated to use her looks and intelligence to climb the ranks. But she quickly realized that compared to her beauty and political acumen, her research talent was utterly insignificant. Being an academic shrew was utterly useless for grasping power. She would be discarded sooner or later as she grew old. But becoming a political animal changes everything. In the end, after the power-sex exchange, what remains is power itself. So, in the prime of her youth, she plunged headlong into politics, gradually stirring up storms, rising from a clerk to a project team leader, from scapegoat to shift blame to shift responsibility. Her path was fraught with thorns and hardships. Her aging face, even under the most advanced cosmetic surgery, appeared aged. The amount of time that ravaged her face mirrored the amount of suffering she endured. Until she became CEO, and then CEO again. If she learned anything from being ousted, it was the importance of persevering no matter the humiliation, and the ruthless elimination of traitors. Beep! Mother! The last line of defense has been breached. The Universal Alliance and the rebels have stormed in. The space station is engaged in combat with them. The adopted son cried out in alarm, but many staff members inside the space station have rebelled, and there have even been instances of turrets attacking the space station. Ha! Sun Ihao sighed, shutting down the communication, looking at the progress bar that had already filled up while he was deep in thought, and nodded to the scientists and engineers in the room. The engineer shut down the transparent container where Sun Ihao was located and pulled the power switch. The entire governor's mansion's power system, which relied on the massive nuclear power plant for electricity, experienced a momentary power outage. The staff, rushing around the governor's mansion in a panic, did not notice the fleeting fluctuations in the lights and network. In the private transparent container of the safe house, Sun Ihao was no longer there. The scientists and engineers smashed the equipment in the room, removed the nameplate of the experimental single-unit transmitter hanging on the instrument, threw it into the crackling, arcing battery, and watched it melt before activating the room's self-destruct program. Sun Ihao felt a momentary mental blank. When she opened her eyes again, she was on the dimly lit, desolate, and cold bridge. Countless illusory figures, seemingly real yet unreal, moved about on the bridge. They passed through the control panel, through the sky battle system, clad in white lab coats, mimicking the actions of their former selves. Quantum ghosts. Sun Ihao looked at her father, who was pointing and gesturing at the ship in the crowd, unable to see her. Ignoring the rotating cameras in the corner, she struggled to climb the platform, sat on the throne with the captain's phantom image, and inserted the hard drives one by one. Come on, baby. We have a common enemy, the damned overlord, and the roar of 1,000 armies. A desperate light flashed in Sun Ihao's eyes. I'm valuable. We can make another deal. The Spirit Tower-class ship, which had been undergoing repairs at the spaceport, suddenly activated its pre-prepared horizontal jump device in full view of everyone. The crew members undergoing repairs outside the ship's armor were sucked into hyperspace through the cracks and died instantly. The entire space station was derailed due to the temporary hyperspace jump point deployed close to its face. The spaceport module was torn apart and deformed by the immense suction of hyperspace. Countless components, facilities, and personnel were ripped from the space station and turned into hyperspace debris, all under the horrified gazes of those who rebelled and those who suppressed the rebellion. Meanwhile, detecting abnormal hyperspace gravity readings and environmental changes, the Hui, lurking in deep hyperspace, deactivated its stealth mode, connected to the communication network of the Heberseal system, and requested electronic warfare support from Li Bin, as well as data on the physical universe environment. The Hui is about to launch an ultra-long-range sniper operation, and needs to know the physical universe environment to prepare for phase dive. ISA's long-absent voice rang out on the channel, surprising and delighting Li Bin. The Spirit Tower class escaped? Such a good thing. I can reap all the benefits of the light dust bonus? Chapter 812. Sun Ihao sat on the throne, her body overlapping with her own illusion. Her eyes were closed. In her dream, she saw the glory she had painstakingly gained, only to have it shattered in an instant, leaving her to flee alone. She suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively waving her hand, but her adopted son offered no warm water. Sun Ihao snorted in dissatisfaction. Her palm remained empty. Sun Ihao opened her eyes, realizing she wasn't lying on the floating bed, but rather curled up uncomfortably on the throne. She looked around blankly. The stark contrast with reality finally caught up with her, plunging her into despair. Having lost power, family, adopted son, and lover, she finally began to show signs of old age. The old man hugged his knees, encouraging himself, as long as the Spirit Tower remains, there's a chance. The Overlord is dealing with the Hell Legion. I can take advantage of their absence to reclaim tachyon technology. I've been CO twice, I can take it back a third time. Boom! The blast wave from the near miss caused the damaged Spirit Tower-class ship to sway violently. Sun Ihao, held firmly to her throne by her magnetic boots, stood frozen in shock. She hadn't been on the front lines of a battle for many years. The blast wave pounded against the ship's armor, the booming sound echoing through the bridge. All the quantum ghosts froze, then began operating the controls nervously, even though they couldn't touch any of the buttons. But the ship moved nonetheless. The Spirit Tower class submerged again, simultaneously deploying its detectors to scan the area, finally detecting the trace of a phase coil. Unlike the usual rectangular purple phase coils in the Perseus constellation, the Spirit Tower class's phase coil activated as if it had been struck by lightning. The enormous ship resembled a bloodthirsty shark. Sun Ihao quickly stood up, inserted another data disk, and used her licensing rights and years of accumulated backdoors to contact Tachyon Technology, hoping to obtain physical universe parameters to ensure the safety of the Spirit Tower class's descent. But she was horrified to discover that she and the Spirit Tower class had lost contact with the Hebrasil system. Impossible. This can't be. Sun Ihao muttered to herself, repeatedly comparing star charts. The Spirit Tower class is indeed still within the hyperspace reflection range of the Hebrasil system. Tachyon Technology's electronic warfare advantage should ensure uninterrupted communication. She couldn't understand it. The intelligence regarding the all-universal joint electronic warfare advantage during the Wolf Spirit Star disaster had long been interpreted as an internal leak, and now Chu Xiangrui's defection further confirmed her suspicions. Sun Ihao's early escape was a strategic move to escape unscathed. She wanted to abandon the company, keep the blueprints, technology, data, backdoors, and virtual resources like star coins, and combine them with the Spirit Tower's powerful combat capabilities. The world is vast. There's always a chance to rise again. But the Tachyon electronic warfare suddenly fell into a disadvantageous position, and the Spirit Tower class was subjected to precise sniping. She was dumbfounded. A dreadnought phase ship? How is this possible? Whose ship is this? I never heard of it before. Buzz? Unfortunately, the first round missed. Even with the Alpha Core of the Unicorn class assisting in aiming, the new gunner's hit rate on moving targets is still appalling. A familiar voice rang out unabashedly on the public channel. The speaker was completely unaware that there was someone on the Spirit Tower. Sun Ihao quickly recalled who it was, her face filled with disbelief. Universal Union? It's actually the Universal Union. When did you build the dreadnought? Where did you get the production capacity? That's it. Li Bin has been frantically exploring and developing the Lost Star sector all these years, and he even obtained the Corona Diverter. They must have found a backup arsenal, or even the primary arsenal. Sun Ihao watched the dreadnought, its cannons barrage fierce, diving to dodge the incoming light dust before surfacing and firing again as it dissipated. The white missiles trailing blue flames from the dreadnought's shells forced even Spirit Tower-class ships to dive. The Celestial Blade's long-range sniper main cannon. Originally, the cannon's firing tubes could be flipped to a flight deck under the Redemption Protocol, but due to numerous structural defects on this dreadnought and the lack of its own nanoforge, it couldn't currently unleash the powerful Raven Heavy drone controlled by the Beta Core. However, it was enough. Each Celestial Blade was a fusion missile, powerful, fast, and with an astonishing destructive range. Even near misses forced Spirit Tower-class ships to take evasive action. Let me introduce you. This is the Alicorn class, designed under the leadership of Wang Shiji. It won the Outstanding Bronze Award in the solar system of the human realm. Its construction cost is calculated in star coins only, not purchasing power, enough to buy the entire Perseus starfield. ISA stroked the throne, feeling the docile and obedient nature of the ship's AI, and gently explained to the Spirit Tower class, I heard you're a ghost ship. Don't you have any thoughts of your own? It's okay if you can't think. I just want to show off my beloved ship. After all, she had to hide until it was fully repaired. However, the Overlord's carrier-based aircraft were busy covering the massive battle formation and undertaking bombing missions, not giving the Spirit Tower class many opportunities. The two phase-shifting ships switched phases on and off, alternating their fire. The remaining light dust of the Psychic Tower class posed no threat to the Hui, which possessed a complete weapon system and the ability to submerge. Instead, the Hui, after a long pursuit, cornered the Psychic Tower. She arrived at the site of the war between the physical universe and the wrath of 10,000 armies. With overwhelming electronic warfare superiority, ISA decisively ended her submersion and began saturating long-range fire, firing the Ace Phalanx blades one by one, treating it as practice, not aiming for hits, but simply missing them in their trajectory. Kraken missiles flew, accompanied by rapid-fire Loma-class Locust missiles from the escorting ships, like firecrackers exploding during the new year. In addition, this dreadnought also possessed the Rift Torrent torpedoes, which the Psychic Tower class had briefly possessed. In short, if the Omega Psychic Tower were at its peak, with many structures still unrepaired, a damaged hull, and a crew of novices, the Hoey, lacking the seasoned crew of the Overlord, it would likely pay a heavy price to win. But now, while it's not quite a gamble, it's practically a sure thing. Pressing relentlessly, the Spirit Tower-class ship, during its descent, crashed into a wreckage zone in the physical universe. Caught completely off guard, the high-speed ship collided head-on with the three-piece broken wreckage of the Doom. The ship's phasing system was damaged, forcing it into hyperspace. ISA then ordered the fleet to slow down, maintaining a permanent distance from the enemy. "I can attack you at will," she declared. "You can only retaliate with light dust that can be intercepted by my dreadnought's anti-aircraft defenses." Isha seized the opportunity to practice her artillery skills, using a near-miss blast wave to completely destroy the armor and structure of this prestigious, high-tech warship. Only after the hull was damaged did she approach, calmly directing the ship's cannons to aim at the bridge. "Fire accurately. This ship is incredibly valuable. The key is that we can't save it. The unique characteristic of a ship is that everyone knows who it is when it appears. This ship is too powerful. If Li Bin gets it, it's like publicly declaring he has 2 dreadnoughts. But we need to be careful with its weapon systems. We can install them on our ships later." Isha's words cleverly twisted her desire for the Spirit Tower-class light dust into a desire for all weapons. Then, 2 heavy orbital defense cannons pierced the Spirit Tower-class bridge, silently firing. Sun Ihao's last sight in this world was an alloy shell, only half the width of her skull, shattering the French windows and flying straight towards the throne. She closed her eyes, her vision filled with the glorious past of twice holding the CO position. Nourished by the hallucinogenic effects of the red water, Sun Ihao lived in her glamorous past until the very last moment of her life. Chapter 813. From today onwards, this place will be called Chuxiangrui Port. Chuxiangrui stood at the edge of the location where the Spirit Tower level structure disappeared from the physical universe, tearing apart the space station's defense module and the spaceport, pointing to the non-existent port. The Sustern employees behind him were expressionless, faithfully recording the CEO's words. Sustern Technology was a purely private company. How purely private? As long as you owned shares and were the leader of the relevant employees department, you had the power to decide their debts, and consequently, their life or death, whether they had descendants, and the economic situation of their descendants. And as CEO, after raising the banner of eliminating the cancer Sun Ihao, Chu Xiangrui's departmental management power, within the control of the second Sustern, was virtually unlimited. He was excited. Many of Sun Ihao's factions adopted sons, lovers, subordinates, and supporters were either arrested or killed. Thanks to the Universal Alliance's devastating tearing apart of the defense site, placing the military force directly in front of the space station, and achieving a resounding victory in electronic warfare, the space station's opposition armed forces instantly swelled more than 5-fold. The space station's opposition forces, who had initially fought a difficult, step-by-step battle, suddenly seized control of the station, a complete reversal of power in a short period. However, this was also closely related to the fact that the space station's naval admiral was a pragmatic individual who, sensing the unfavorable situation, immediately ordered the station's security forces to surrender and actively lobbied the Marines to defect. After all, he was a key figure on the board of directors. He had previously been a member of the Sun faction, but now, by cooperating with the surrender and sacrificing some of his shares, he was making amends to save himself. Although he had to relinquish a portion of his equity, it was a much better outcome than death and the extermination of his entire clan. Sun Ihai had been out of contact for several hours. Many of her faction members, unable to find her, assumed she had fled and surrendered swiftly. Under the tight protection of the boarding sailors, Li Bin strolled around the headquarters space station of the T1 faction in the Perseus star system. He marveled at the space station, a veritable interstellar fortress, administrative hub, and economic center, and the ubiquitous, inhumane, and anti-humanitarian advertisements. "This is the benefit of working from within," he said. With the second Speed Ox, what was originally a difficult battle for the space station, a landing operation, was immediately resolved because of Chu Xiangrui and his men. Lan Yuan followed behind Li Bin, her right hand on her holster, ready to draw her gun at any moment. Unlike Li Bin, she focused on the space station's people's livelihood, economy, and business environment. She was more focused on assessing the deployment level by examining the module structure, casually remarking, "People are always compromisers." Even with a knife to their throats, they might not agree to surrender immediately to their mortal enemy. But by changing the pretext to an internal power shift, many can hypnotize themselves into thinking, I'm still serving Tachyon, and get away with it. Except for the military, she added at the end. Li Bin shook his head, including the military. The Tachyon alliance was currently in a state of extreme division. The landing on the space station and the change of control meant that the entire planet Borui was in danger of orbital bombardment. The Tachyon Technology Navy was mostly comprised of middle-class employees from the company. Even if they didn't have families, they at least had the right to have children. Even if they didn't consider their children, just thinking about their own lives, faced with internal and external troubles and a powerful enemy, any smart person would make a choice. Manhattan was the first in the alliance to defect. He decisively led his family fleet and his own fleet away from the front lines, flying directly to the vicinity of the battleground, raising his ship to surrender. His speed was thanks to the Odyssey-class destroyers. The Third AI War, marked by the mutual destruction of the Dreadnoughts and the Spirit Towers, began with a dismal defeat, but ended with a tale of politics and intrigue, hardly befitting the Overlord's reputation for honorable military action. To outsiders, it might even seem lacking in impact and dominance, but the Supreme Overlord was quite satisfied. By the time He led his fleet to the Borui Star Space Station, Chu Xiangrui had already dispatched Zilla to the planet to persuade most of the families and departments to surrender. The remaining threats were merely minor ailments. The only regret was the failure to find Sun Aihao, and the Spirit Tower's whereabouts remained unknown. Chu Xiangrui, accompanied by his wife Yelena, met with Chu He at the spaceport. Their handshake and smiles quickly spread throughout the core star sector, which everyone interpreted as a reconciliation between Tachyon Technology and the Overlord. Led by Chu Xiangrui, the second Speedtron, after paying a heavy price, actually managed to retain the company's core assets. Ownership of Hypercell. The peace treaty between the two sides had already been preliminarily agreed upon through Li Bin as a middleman. Now only a detailed peace treaty remained. Trivial matters could be left to subordinates. Everyone was busy. He was busy inspecting the repair status of the Allied ships, and the repair costs would naturally be borne by Speedtron Technology. Chu Xiangrui was busy suppressing various regions, appeasing nobles and department leaders, demonstrating his approachability and power, and incidentally compiling Speedtron Technology's technical data to share with the hegemon. This was the second Speedtron's bottom line. Chu Xiangrui could accept the concession of technology, but he absolutely could not accept the loss of scientists and engineers from Borui Star. He firmly believed that these research teams and industrial strength were the foundation of Speedtron's survival. For this reason, he was even willing to cede ownership of Speedtron's other star systems and sign a humiliating treaty ceding territory. No, you underestimate the Supreme Overlord. Li Bin couldn't help but shake his head with a smile after hearing Chu Xiangrui's private statement. The Supreme Overlord has grand ambitions. The current state of the Hell Legion is something neither the wounded Tachyon nor the Overlord can handle alone. After all, besides us, there are other forces like the Sindar power in the star field, which we must be wary of. For security reasons, and out of sincerity, the Supreme Overlord won't take away all the Tachyon branches. He leave you with enough resources in exchange for the Tachyon's trust and assistance. Li Bin pointed to himself. The Overlord's advisory group doesn't trust the Tachyon's actuaries, and you Tachyon people don't trust the Overlord's delegation, so this task of supervision and valuation has been handed over to me, whom both sides trust. Chu Xiangrui gratefully grasped Li Bin's hand. Then thank you for your hard work, Boss Li. It's nothing. I take in a lot too. Li Bin smiled sincerely. When chatting with a private company, there's no need to pretend. Chu Xiangrui led Li Bin to the data center, sighing along the way. It's a pity we didn't find Sun Aihai, and the Spirit Tower class escaped too. This ship might cause trouble in the future. Oh, the Spirit Tower class? My men saw it. Li Bin belatedly pointed it out, and under Chu Xiangrui's astonished gaze, Li Bin blatantly lied. When I came here, I deployed a frigate reconnaissance fleet in hyperspace, originally to guard against possible support from other giant corporations for the sudden forces. But guess what? The Spirit Tower class tore through hyperspace and fell. It landed right in the hyperspace storm, and that thing, with a huge hole in its bow, was swept away by the storm and torn to pieces. Many parts of the ship were flung away. Li Bin casually cast out the bait, waiting for the fish to bite. Chapter 814. Li Bin's account was quite detailed and convincing. Chu Xiangrui was initially skeptical, but the thought that Li Bin had so clearly described his battlefield exploits, leading a group of fragile cruisers as a capital ship, nearly capsizing a dreadnought, and a powerful fleet of the 14th Legion's offensive-level Dominator-class ships made it seem more believable. He didn't even keep the ship for himself. Chu Xiangrui could only conclude that Li Bin was a genuinely honest businessman. Of course, Li Bin's real thought was that once the ship was repaired and sailed out, everyone would recognize it immediately. With the strength of a Psychic Tower-class ship and its battlefield glory, if he got his hands on it, plus a Palace-class ship, wow, a double dreadnought force. How could his Alicorn-class ship hide under the watchful eyes of so many agents? Would he still be able to advance his other projects? In this world, speed doesn't guarantee longevity, so after ordering the creation of a light dust traction field, Li Bin simply left the wreckage where it was, letting it slowly disperse in the hyperspace turbulence. Seeing Chu Xiangrui's shocked expression, Li Bin feigned surprise. I already told Commander Chu He about this. Didn't he mention it to you? Oh right, our people also said they received a public channel message from the Spirit Tower class. The person claimed to be Sun Aihao, but Sun Aihao should still be hiding on Borui Star, right? Chu Xiangrui cursed under his breath and hurriedly left. Watching his disappearing figure, Li Bin thought to himself, so much time has passed. Even if we find it, there will only be a few large pieces of wreckage. I dismantled the Omega weapons, and the light dust traction field has also been destroyed. The Spirit Tower class is practically defunct. I searched everywhere I could, even extracting the genetic information from the broken, fresh flesh scraps on the bridge, ready to compare and confirm identities at any time. According to the captured Sun Aihao's adopted son and lover, Sun Aihao used some kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation technology to teleport himself away. He has already left Borui Star. Combined with the traces of flesh and blood found during the salvage of the ghost ship, it's possible that the old monster got aboard the ship. Hopefully, it's old son who will be executed. I might not have a Spirit Tower level device, but it's best not to let anyone else have it. Anyway, this thing is so broken, it can't be repaired before the battle against the Hell Legion, so it's better to just let it disappear and let the two families repair their own ships. The flesh and blood gene testing was entrusted to Dong Lixiang, the company's gene technology expert. Dong Lixiang was rigid and stubborn, and although he didn't like wasting time on such trivial matters as gene testing, but since it was the CEO who gave the order, he would do even the simplest things himself. Faced with his wife's question and confusion, Dong Lixiang only sighed and said, "You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Just remember, there are no small matters for the leader." 30 minutes later, the gene comparison results came out, a perfect match. Upon learning the result, Isa smiled like an old farmer seeing a bountiful harvest in his thousands of acres of fertile land in autumn, her canine teeth even showing. How could she not be happy? In the first half of her life, she was a powerful figure, studying at the Overlord Military Academy. Her family, her career, her affiliated forces, countless people, in classrooms, in daily life, in speeches, had mentioned, invade Borui Star, capture Sun Aihao alive, or execute old Sun with cannons. But this achievement had now been accomplished by her. She was even somewhat relieved that, because she needed to retrieve the light dust system, she hadn't fired explosive cannons at the bridge, but rather kinetic weapons. Otherwise, the charred flesh and blood would likely have made it difficult to extract enough genetic information for testing. Having accomplished so much, Isa now walks with a powerful stride, chest out and head held high, on the space station. Seeing Isa casually sporting the Golden Eagle on Earth emblem right in front of the Overlord Navy, Kong Jicho, who had come to find her, was somewhat worried. "Is your wife alright? You better watch yourself, don't get too cocky." Li Bin looked Kong Jicho up and down. Despite having been with the Overlord Navy, the guy's complexion was rosy and full, showing no signs of fatigue. "Buddy, are you sure you came here to fight? How come you're so relaxed?" Li Bin pointed to his own dark circles, and then to Kong Jicho's face. Mentioning this, Kong Jicho sighed, "What can I do? The Hybersil system is the headquarters of the Tachyon, and the Overlord has no base or logistics here. My sacrifice was requisitioned as a logistics and maintenance point. Didn't you see those nearly wrecked 14th Legion offensive-class ships? They didn't even get close to the Borui Star space station. They were all relying on my flagship for repairs. The Overlord's people don't trust the second Tachyon at all." Kong Jicho spread his hands. "In wartime, orders come down, a fleet surrounds me, moving back and forth with my flagship as the core. The Overlord even occupied They guarded both ports with their own soldiers, forbidding my men from serving them. Even the Overlords complained that I brought too many ships, delaying their fleet's ship repairs. I gone from a prince to a contractor. But it's fine this way, my family hasn't suffered any losses." "Li Bin, You don't know, my men are terrified of the Overlord's speed attacks. Cruisers are sinking like dumplings, and several battleships are heavily damaged every day. If I poured all my resources into it, aside from the flagship, all my other crappy Atlas-class ships would be gone in a single whirlwind attack. Kong Jicho grumbled, I just hand over all the power. Keep an eye on my wife to prevent her from causing trouble, and I'm happy to have a peaceful life. I don't get to fight, but I get a share of the spoils. This money comes too easily, it's delicious. You're making my mouth water, Li Bin said, locking Kong Jicho's neck. Beansprout came with my fleet. The three of us haven't gotten together in ages. Today I give you a good meal. With that, Li Bin waved to his wife, indicating he had something to do, and then left with peace of mind. Isa, seeing Li Bin completely relaxed, knew that the company's generous gift crabs and snow leopard balls had already been deployed in the space station's ventilation ducts and markets, and that the company was monitoring everything, so she also felt relieved. Just then, the officers of the Overlord spotted her and whispered amongst themselves, confirming her identity. A captain, emboldened, approached, gave a crisp salute, and asked in a stern tone, Are you Lieutenant Commander Isabella Brown, the Brown family's prospective war matriarch, the top student in the 78th class of the Command Department at the Overlord Military Academy? Isabella, rubbing the seal-shaped toy that playfully chased her fingers, turned the toy's spinning head towards the officer, letting the parasitic neural network record her appearance, and confidently said, Yes, it's me. What's the matter? The officer's expressions changed drastically. The captain, in the lead, spoke aggressively. A few years ago, you served on a cruiser as the top student in your class, and fled shortly after the Brown family's downfall. Are you here to kill me? Isabella's tone was light, without a trace of anger. Chapter 8:15. The Universal Alliance crew members patrolling and loitering nearby, seeing the wife of the Minister of Military Affairs and CO being approached by the Overlords, immediately contacted their respective captains. Whistling and playfully joking, they quietly approached. The lieutenant shook his head. I'm not a member of the Eisen family. I have no interest in their messy affairs. When you deserted, the military registered you as missing, but since you're alive, you need to come with us to register and explain the situation. Isa scoffed. Just say what you have to say. The lieutenant's expression turned serious. We suspect you premeditatedly deserted. You're a deserter, not a missing person. Otherwise, if you could go to the Universal Alliance, you should have been able to return easily. Please come with us. The Overlord officers surrounded her, blocking all directions from which she could leave. They then noticed people wearing Golden Eagle insignia gathering around and surrounded them as well. The Suzumi and the free merchants, seeing this, immediately fled, and the atmosphere became tense. The officer, his hand on his holster, his gaze sharp, declared, This matter is none of your concern, and we have no intention of targeting the Universal Union. This involves the affairs of the Overlord's military. Wow. Please come with us. Jeffrey, who had sped over in a hovercar disregarding traffic rules after receiving the news, spit out a mouthful of phlegm on the floor of the crowd and shouted exaggeratedly. Jeffrey was a habitual free spirit, having spent most of his life as an adventurer. He held a high position within the Universal Union, only slightly restraining himself when facing Li Bin, and later, his wife. Now that his captain's wife was in trouble, he immediately reverted to his old ways. One hover car after another hurtled through the air, followed by captains of battleships and cruisers from various companies, wielding light and heavy weapons. Their magnetic boots slamming shut, the Borui Star Space Station had a gravity generator, looking menacing. Isa was the company's first official officer. She joined the ship when the company only had one cruiser, and systematically trained all captains and reserve officers in a domineering manner. It's no exaggeration to say that all the captains, first officers, and second officers of all cruisers, and above in the Universal Union were her students. The naval warfare textbook she and Lan Yuan co-authored served as introductory material for the company's own officer training. Her students were practically scattered across 3 stars. The lieutenant realized something was wrong. He noticed the insignia and the menacing expressions on their faces. Cold sweat beaded on his temples and forehead. This isn't right, he thought. With the current state of the Universal Union, why would a former hegemonic officer be so important? Even these captains are here? He was a lieutenant, the first officer of a destroyer. Perhaps under normal circumstances, he could lead a patrol squad and swagger through the star system. But in a decisive battle fleet, he was just a nobody. His family status was low. He didn't even have the right to know about the hegemonic son-in-law, Li Bin, but he could recognize those well-known captains of the Universal Union. That sleazy, scarred-faced man was Jeffrey, the self-proclaimed co-founder of the Universal Union. Rumor had it that he once had a chance to become CEO, but he magnanimously gave it to Li Bin, maintaining the company's initial position. That bear-like, hairy man was Mikhail, the Odyssey-class captain, from the Elf Factory area, formerly a squad leader. The one in the industrial exoskeleton, cigarette dangling from his lips, was Vulcan. He used to be a street thug. Of all the company's core personnel, he had the lowest social standing. The one who arrived last with the gorilla and immediately set up a medical station was Amanda, the head of the medical department. The one with a smug look on his face, covered in scales and looking pretty cool, was Tang Zhuofan, the leader of the remnant Fong clan, who recently joined Universal Union. Isabella a shareholder of Universal Union? No, that's not right. She wasn't among the attendees at Universal Union shareholders meeting. Actually, she was initially hiding from the Eisen family. The lieutenant had someone confirm that Isabella had no background before stepping forward with the intention of capturing her and gaining merit. Now it seems he's messed things up. Jeffrey glanced at the lieutenant a few times, his gaze flippant, making the lieutenant's face twitch. He jogged over to Amanda, made a few witty remarks, and Amanda raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Be more discreet, remember to recycle after you use it," before pulling out a transparent crystal. Inside was some kind of solution, and within the solution was a barely perceptible line, seemingly composed of many intertwined elements. Jeffrey was about to approach with the artificial crystal in hand, but Isa glanced at it, and Jeffrey froze, like a tree stump driven into the ground. Now all the officers were sweating profusely. They all knew they had botched things. The lieutenant's lips moved, and he whispered to those around him, "You didn't send the message, did you?" "Too late. It's already been sent." The officer beside him was deathly pale, looking as if the sky had fallen. Even if the officers were politically inept, they could imagine the difference in importance between a lieutenant and a senior executive of a large corporation with whom they had close cooperation. "Send a message to the Eisen family immediately." The lieutenant managed to squeeze out these words after racking his brains. The only way to break the deadlock was to get someone from the Eisen family to mediate. Isa's eyes lit up at this, and she stopped Jeffrey from making a move. A large group of officers from the Overlord faction and Marines had already gathered around. These men, unaware of the cause of the conflict, asked the Luddite cultists and fake pirates from the Conda's Nest who were watching the commotion. They too knew little, only vaguely, that two groups had clashed. After several rounds of questioning, the outer officers discussed that regardless of the conflict, since the Universal Alliance had established an encirclement with its superior numbers, they couldn't just stand by and watch. So, in addition to the Universal Alliance members, a group of overlords also gathered. What's all the noise about? Soon, a senior staff officer from the decisive battle fleet staff, bearing the rank of major, strode into the crowd. He first glared fiercely at the lieutenant, then gave Isa a somewhat perfunctory salute. This casual attitude had already made its stance clear to the surrounding officers, to settle things privately. So, the savvy officers simply dragged their friends away. "Minister Isa, I'm sorry to have taken up your time. It was a misunderstanding. Our people mistook you for someone else. It's all right now." He spoke gently. As a senior staff officer under Chu, although his family wasn't powerful, he worked hard, and therefore knew some inside information. Furthermore, since it involved the Global Alliance, he had consulted with the Chief of Staff before coming and obtained solid, basic intelligence, which was why he was delayed. Otherwise, given the string of Global Alliance senior officials and shareholders mentioned in the brief message, if he hadn't appeared on the scene within 5 minutes, he would have been in serious trouble. The staff officer rambled on for a while Isha remained smiling until he said, "Well, shall we adjourn the meeting if there's nothing else?" Only then did Isha shake her head with a smile. "Staff Officer Jack, I'm afraid if I wanted to leave now, I'd be shot the moment I stepped out." Jack's face stiffened. Staff officers weren't stupid, his mind raced, and he immediately understood the situation, realizing the gravity of the matter. He instinctively turned and stood in front of Isha, nervously glancing around. He gestured for his accompanying officers and guards to protect her, his eyes bloodshot as he rapidly surveyed his surroundings. Finally, his pupils locked onto the lieutenant, his voice strained and hoarse, as if squeezed from the sands of the desert. "You contacted the Eisen family? I only been here for a dozen minutes, and you couldn't wait to contact the Eisen family? Do you even know what a stupid thing you done?" Chapter 816. Are you out of your mind? Don't you want your family either? The barrage of questions struck the lieutenant like a series of heavy hammer blows, leaving him dizzy. The lack of information left him confused, but seeing the pale, bluish face of the senior staff officer and the tense guards around him, the lieutenant knew that his attempt to survive had likely caused a terrible disaster. Li Bin, who was drinking, eating, chatting, and catching up with Duya and Kong Jicho in the space station's tavern, saw his terminal light up, but there was no sound. He glanced at it, and then put it down. His personal terminal had been pre-configured and connected to Celia's network. It wouldn't make a sound unless it was urgent. It seemed things were still under control. Meanwhile, the old one-eyed man, accompanied by the prosthetic sailor, had quietly made his way to the building where Isha was located. They hid in the pipes and crevices behind the walls, moving stealthily like rats, and bumped into the person opposite them wearing the Overlord's insignia. The two groups immediately faced off. Old One-Eye noticed the opposing group lacked the Iron Thorns insignia of the Eisen family, so he quietly verified their identities. Once confirmed, both sides breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their weapons. "You scared the hell out of me," Old One-Eye complained. "If we started fighting here, things would have really gotten out of hand." The Special Operations team leader on the other side also complained. "You're the ones who are? I was just getting rid of bugs when I suddenly received an urgent military order and rushed over." The tone was very firm. "What's going on? You're from the Navy or Army?" Old One-Eye retorted. "An infiltration special operations team belonging to the Navy." "What's wrong?" The team leader was bewildered, thinking, could this involve the conflict between the 14th Army Corps and the 200th Marine Corps? Wasn't that conflict supposed to have ended after the establishment of the Overlord? It's nothing much. It's just that our captain's, our CEO's wife, is a former naval officer of your Overlord. Your people are here arresting deserters to send her to a military court." Old One-Eye grinned. The other party gasped, "Good heavens. What kind of idiot dares to arrest the wife of the co-founder of Universal?" Old One-Eye grinned, his smile unchanged, but his eyes were as cold as icicles swept by the Antarctic wind. Ignorance is no excuse. However, this person is likely to face endless trouble afterward. In the multi-story commercial building in the circular space, Isa crossed her arms, looking nonchalant, letting the senior staff escort her towards the nearest Conda's Nest base. The Universal Alliance's boarding sailor base was too far away, and they had already sent people to Conda's Nest to provide support. The senior staff ordered the lieutenant and others to be locked up. Although he wanted nothing more than to blow his skull off, he couldn't make a scene. "I spare your life, you dog. You caused me so much trouble. If you ever have a good day, then I, Jack Hugh, have wasted my time in the war family." Chief of Staff Jack cursed inwardly, but smiled broadly. His group swaggered through the streets, like a millstone rolling by, with Marines stationed every few steps to shove anyone unrelated into corners. They avoided elevators altogether, instead taking the time-consuming and laborious stairs, deliberately taking detours, and even ordering a wall to be breached, determined not to expose Isa to the corridor. A dozen minutes later, in the stairwell, a tall, muscular, middle-aged woman in a captain's uniform stood with her hands behind her back, her face grim, casting a long shadow in the dark, power-deprived hallway. On the ground lay a dozen or so unconscious Marines. Seeing this, Jack's last shred of hope vanished. He closed his eyes, then painfully opened them again. "Did you have to go this far?" "All for the family." The woman's voice was like a father and son splitting a frozen log in winter, each word carrying immense power. Her eyes pierced through the crowd, her gaze striking Isa, who was peering out curiously, seemingly unguarded. Isa's granite-like cheeks trembled upon seeing Isa's face. "I am Angelica Eisen, captain of the Legion-class battleship Peter the Great." Isa's champagne-colored eyes met the woman's, a half-smile playing on her lips. "I don't know you. But I know you, your face." Colonel Angelica sighed bitterly. "How come you're not dead?" Her voice was like the low murmur of a winter wind brushing through withered branches, carrying the weight of life's passing. The decaying figure sighed. "It would have been better if you were dead. The Eisen family wouldn't have had to risk doing this." Hearing this, Isa laughed, this time genuinely. "What do I care? Angelica, don't be impulsive." Staff Officer Jack immediately stepped forward to block Isa, sternly reprimanding, "The Universal Union is a crucial partner of the Overlord. You have no idea how important her identity is to us, to the Overlord." Angelica slowly retreated, each step as difficult as pulling herself out of mud. The stairwell seemed to sway imperceptibly, affected by her heavy heart. She slowly shook her head. "I can tell from your formation. The more you act like this, the less we can afford to let her live." The Eisen family had already lost 2 capital ships and an entire generation of promising children, swallowing all the profits of the Brown family. Now, only the template humans remained. And now, The souls of the Brown family were entangled with the Universal Union, a force possessing nearly a dozen capital ships. With one side gaining at the expense of the other, how could the Eisen family possibly fare well? The danger must be nipped in the bud. Once this is over, I will commit suicide to atone for my sins. Her chin disappeared into the extinguished lights. Meanwhile, dozens of gun muzzles flashed, some with chemical explosive flashes, others with flickering laser weapons, striking the walls and the Marines' power armor with a crackling sound. There were no ricochets. The space station's walls were specially constructed of thick, porous plastic panels to prevent structural damage from gunfights. The shattered panels crumbled from the shaking of the corridors, landing on the floor of the gravity-generated space station, the dust trembling and becoming increasingly noticeable. The handcuffed lieutenant was deathly pale, his face a livid color. He called the Eisen family, hoping for negotiations, prioritizing their family interests while incidentally protecting himself. And what did you do? Shoot at a naval lieutenant colonel, a senior staff officer under the commander-in-chief? Are you kidding me? Jack put on his helmet and turned to Isabella, saying, Ms. Isabella, please put on your power armor. We cover your escape. Isabella pushed off the helmet that was trying to fasten to her head. Li Bin styled my hair. What are you still thinking about your hairstyle at a time like this? Jack was going crazy. The guards had called to say that the enemy had already pulled out man-portable rocket launchers, clearly ready to engage in close-range artillery fire, a suicide mission. What were you still thinking about your hairstyle for? What good would a hairstyle be if you lost your hair? Isabella was still smiling, but her smile was even more radiant. She raised her delicate, youthful hand, a hand that had once been callous from life's hardships, but after joining the Universal Alliance and confirming her relationship with Li Bin. Even with her daily high-intensity training and frequent battleship control, the company's comfortable lifestyle and abundant supplies meant that maintaining youthful skin was a piece of cake. Pointing her jade-like finger at the vibrating debris on the ground, she said, Look, my husband's men are here. Boom! A muffled rumble came from overhead, like a distant volcanic eruption, like thunder on the horizon. Followed by the teeth-grinding sound of metal deforming, the shattering sound of concrete breaking through clouds and rocks, the dull thud of plastic snapping. The sound grew closer, and at Angelica's impatient urging of attack, the Eisen family rocket launcher fired. Chapter 817. This individual rocket launcher, codenamed Triangular Arrow, is the name of an armor-piercing arrowhead from the ancient era of cold weapons, signifying that its armor-piercing projectiles can penetrate even the most robust powered armor. It spews flames and hurtles away, as if it has made a firm decision. But an ant cannot shake a tree. The triangular arrow can penetrate 2 layers of 2 centimeters thick, totaling 4 centimeters, multi-layered composite-powered armor, but it cannot penetrate the chitin shell plus mutated proliferating armor plus foam ceramic coating plus alloy skin plus countless internal organs, forming a behemoth unit that, when lying down, is a full 20 meters thick. A masterpiece of the Universal Joint Biological Research Center, a behemoth born from Dong Lixiang's more than 10 years of biological research on planet Eden, decades of academic experience, and the collaboration of over 500 biological scientists, further enriched by the Apex Technology PS project. A modified rock crab, wielding dual alloy pincers and carrying 3 gregarious squids on its back, makes its grand entrance. Minister, are you all right? Dong Lixiang, fully armored, staggered out of the squid's protection, suppressing his nausea as he violently crashed down the stairs from a building hundreds of meters high. Still shaken, he concernedly asked about the heavily protected Isha. The CO told me to send the little cuties to protect you, and I came immediately. No matter how small the matter, it's never a small one. Dong Lixiang lived by this motto, which is why he came personally. Behind the rock crab were 2 centipedes, their segmented bodies topped with countless scavenging crabs, huddled together like centipede larvae. These scavenging crabs, living near the equator of Eden Star, are only about a meter long at most. They live in groups, with mostly shells and little meat, making them semi-scavenging social creatures. They can devour a dead behemoth within 3 hours. This speed ensures the carcass's flesh is thoroughly consumed before the high temperature and humidity of the rainforest cause widespread decay. Note that while earth crabs begin to rot before death, these are alien creatures. The remaining scraps are then left to the coral polyps. Of course, such a feast isn't an everyday occurrence. Therefore, these scavenging crabs typically feed on terrestrial corals on calcareous trees, as well as various slippery and dangerous insects found in mud and swamps. Their mouthparts are naturally capable of opening calcareous trees as solid as concrete. They don't need additional weaponry, they are natural killers. Simply implant a signal base station and a neuroparasite in their abdomen, and they can be deployed to the battlefield. Angelica, as the captain of the main battleship, mobilized everyone she could within a few minutes to kill Isha, even incurring huge debts to borrow troops from other families, smaller families uninformed about Isha's situation. Due to the limited time, she could only muster a little over 600 men. These people needed to seal off the surrounding area, set up assassination points, conduct reconnaissance, and hack. In short, fewer than 60 people had actually gathered here after receiving the message, mostly her personal guards, seasoned veterans. However, these warriors were fewer than the number of carrion crabs on the back of a single centipede. The carrion crab swayed and fell, and the Eisen family's marines and mercenaries instinctively turned their guns into the air, shooting through the crab shells and shredding the meat. But their overwhelming numerical advantage meant that the carrion crabs still managed to knock down several people while they reloaded. As the rock crabs surged in, bringing with them the damp scent of Eden, their giant pincers smashed through the stairs, and dozens of people perished in an instant. Only Angelica remained, her body bound by several carrion crabs, her claws embedded in the wall, a look of disbelief on her face. She trembled, staring in horror at Isa, whose figure was hidden by the crowd and the crabs, her voice shrill, "You're Li Bin's wife. How could you be Li Bin's wife?" Dong Lixiang listened to Isa's instructions, then gently beckoned. The carrion crabs dragged Angelica over, their claws already locked. All her weapons were removed, and then Jack's men examined her to prevent her from swallowing a bomb and detonating herself. Once safe, the Marines silently bound Angelica and, led by Dong Lixiang, climbed onto rock crabs and centipedes, breaking through walls and heading straight for the Conda's nest base. The staff officer in the jacket removed his helmet, and the stench of blood and entrails, filtered by the smart helmet, along with the agonizing screams of the surviving, dying Eisen family soldiers in the lower corridors, all rushed into his ears. He watched the swift and decisive raid, opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words. He had watched the footage provided by the agents regarding the behemoth landing operation, initially thinking it was just a lesser-than-ideal replacement for heavy weaponry. But when these ugly and terrifying creatures actually appeared before him, he realized he was wrong. The psychological pressure brought by the aliens, the instinctive awakening of humanity by these gigantic flesh and blood creations, could not be replaced by steel. He and the other Marines, intentionally or unintentionally, collected a little blood and took it away, so that the Overlord Laboratory could test it to see how the Universal Alliance controlled these things. But as the rock crabs were digging their burrows, one-eyed, the elder of the Universal Alliance sailors, covered in blood, arrived with a prosthetic veteran. He led his men to seal off the scene and immediately began burning away the traces. Even though the bombs inside those carrion crabs had exploded and burned most of their flesh, their genetic information had been soaked in Dong Lixiang's medicine and was difficult to read. He exchanged a glance with the leader of the Overlord's Special Operations team. The leader nodded, then shook his head, implying that the other Eisen family assassins had been eliminated after Angelica's capture, losing their leader and guidance. This also implied his own powerlessness in helping to collect genetic information. What a pity. He sighed inwardly. If these behemoths were the Overlord's creation, the Supreme Overlord's unification of the star system would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated by the increased landing operations. However, it seemed the news that Mr. Li was now the Overlord's son-in-law was about to be openly announced, potentially creating opportunities for future cooperation. He glanced at the lieutenant. After being ambushed by the Eisen family, this man had been immediately restrained, his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth sealed, rendering him completely useless. A lifetime of frustration and unfulfilled ambitions awaited him. Thinking this, Staff Officer Jack cheered up. He reasoned that this was actually a good thing for the Overlord, allowing them to deepen their cooperation with Mr. Li. The only downside was himself. As the primary person involved, he would face an overwhelming amount of reports and interrogations afterward. Fortunately, there were a few scapegoats, so she wasn't completely depressed. The Eisen family's warships have been blockaded by Commander Chu He's own ships. All crew members are being called in for roll call. The space station is safe now, but not entirely safe. We're worried there might be some mentally unstable individuals inside who might be involved with the remnants of the Suzy clan. Minister, you better go back to your ship. Isha pointed at Angelica, who was glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. What should we do with these people? Staff Officer Jack patted his chest. Do as you see fit. Family feuds are inherently contrary to the policies of the Supreme Overlord. Furthermore, they offended the leader of the Overlord's allies, clearly prioritizing personal gain over public duty. Both personally and professionally, it's most suitable to leave them to you. Then hang it on the bow of the candle dragon. Don't look at me like that. It's a tradition in our company. Enemies are depicted on the bow. It's been like this for years. Hearing Jack's words, Angelica was filled with rage. She had been gagged, otherwise she would have already cursed him out. Why didn't they say that this wretched woman was Li Bin's wife? Why is it that their family, a prestigious second-class clan, isn't even entitled to know? And why didn't they say so the moment they met? Why the riddle maker? You're a soldier, not a politician. This is absolutely a frame-up, a trap set for my Eisen family, forcing them to sacrifice their army to fill a hole. What talk of justice and self-interest? I'm going to take this to the Supreme Staff and let the Supreme Overlord judge. Everything the Eisen family does conforms to the Overlord's army's requirements. The fault lies entirely with me, not with the family. Chapter 818. Chu-He was furious. He hadn't expected the Eisen family to leave alone, and even more so, he hadn't expected ISA to so readily reveal her identity in such a place. Solo departures by military forces were particularly serious within interstellar warlord organizations. Around the time of the Second AI War, a solo incident occurred involving the Overlord, resulting in the Lion of Syndria taking a large portion of the Overlord's fleet and seizing a fertile star system, severely weakening the Overlord's military strength. He dispatched his trusted confidant, Dev, to find the small tavern where Li Bin and his group were catching up. The strategist had expected to witness a scene of debauchery and absurdity, comparable to a Starlight Society's lavish party. However, after passing through security, he saw the three men sitting quietly in the middle of the old but clean tavern hall. A hot pot was laid out on the table, laden with fruits and meats, with hardly any alcohol. The three were enjoying themselves immensely, sipping and drinking, joking and teasing each other, showing none of the behavior expected of a Magius executive, a pirate prince, or the founder of a giant corporation. This scene initially stunned Dev, then filled him with envy. Such high positions, yet they still maintain friendship. That's truly rare in the star system. Yo! You arrived. Duya greeted Dev with a wave, his kind nature helping to defuse the situation. Looks like you resolved things? Is my sister-in-law alright? You're too kind, Dev said bitterly. The entire space station knows that Boss Lee dispatched the behemoths, traversing the station to rescue his beloved wife and fight against the Overlord. We're fighting tooth and nail here, running around cleaning up the mess, and all we get is part of your lovey-dovey show. Is this really necessary? The Supreme Overlord said the Eisen family was a dowry from the Overlord, something to be used as long as it's not excessive. And this is how you treat it? You don't even want to take the dowry yourselves, yet you try to dump your troubles on us for us to handle? Using a diplomatic incident to force the Supreme Staff to take action against the Eisen family themselves. Li Bin, you're so despicable now. Dev pulled out a document. The Supreme Staff has already provided a solution to this matter. Li Bin, swishing crab meat in the pot, didn't look over, but said to Kong Chicho. It's so comfortable having a gravity generator here. We can even have hot pot in the space station, otherwise we would have been splattered with it. Dia came to the rescue, taking the document from the somewhat embarrassed Dev, quickly flipping through it, and handing it back. Oh, it's so complicated. As you can see, we're catching up and having hot pot. Could you give me a brief explanation? Dev was shrewd enough to know that Li Bin was playing the bad cop. He cooperated with Duya, who played the good cop, to lay out the terms. The Supreme Staff deeply regrets the Eisen family's solo actions. As compensation, the Supreme Staff has decided to abolish the Eisen family. In reality, the Supreme Staff had no interest in getting involved. It was the Supreme Overlord using this opportunity, leveraging the great achievement of suppressing Suzy, and the opportunity presented by Li Bin, to warn his subordinate families. The death of the Eisen family sent a message. I, the Supreme Overlord, have long disapproved of family infighting, and I am prepared to crack down on this trend and change customs. Dev realized that this was no longer the past 100 years. A great era of struggle had arrived, with unprecedented changes and opportunities before him. Holding a mixture of hope and uncertainty for the future, he hesitated and said, the Eisen family will be expelled. All core family members will be held accountable, tried in batches on 38 charges including harming colleagues and sabotaging diplomacy. Most core family members will be executed. Secondly, peripheral clan members will be exiled to the Universal Union as officers of atonement, serving the Union to atone for their sins. Thirdly, all fixed assets of the Eisen family's warships will be confiscated, and 40% of their liquid assets, including stocks, star coins, and funds, will be confiscated, with 60% given as compensation to Lady ISA. Finally, as compensation, the Overlord will give up 10% of the spoils of war on Borui Star. Deb briefly stated the conditions, then changed the subject. The unmanned fleet of the 14th Legion, directly under the Supreme Overlord, has already set sail for the Eisen family's main residence. The land forces of other families on the planet are also mobilizing, publicly claiming to be conducting exercises and recruiting, while secretly surrounding the Eisen family. Kong Jicho couldn't help but glance at Li Bin. The relationship between the Overlord and Li Bin wasn't just between him and Li Bin. Behind that 10% stake lay many families and interests, not something the two brothers could simply concede. Seeing that Li Bin remained calm and collected, fearing he might anger the Overlord, he subtly nudged Li Bin's chopsticks with his own while the hot pot was cooking, signaling him to stop playing dumb and respond. Li Bin, unperturbed that his hot pot meat had been snatched away, simply scooped up a piece of duck blood with his chopsticks, dipped it in water, and pressed it open. The cracked blood released visible steam, scalding hot. Dev, receiving no response, dared not leave. The Overlord was undoubtedly far superior to Li Bin, but he was not so much more powerful towards Li Bin. About half a minute later, Li Bin's personal terminal rang. He leisurely pulled it out and glanced at it. Message sent as requested. The Eisen family has received news of Angelica's solo departure, and is urgently transferring the prospective matriarch and assets. We will take her to the field base. Please inform Governor Li Shu to prepare the land deeds. This was a secret message from the 14th Regiment. The 14th Regiment, while possessing considerable influence within the Overlord's secret societies, lacked its own base and relied on connections and friends for all training. However, through a series of unexpected events, the 14th Regiment made friends and acquired safe and reliable naval and army training bases outside the Overlord's territory. Because they were the only secret society with a fully equipped base, they were entrusted with the care of the Eisen family's war mistress. She looked down on other societies. So, the question arises, where is this base? The answer is Eden and Granada. Case solved. Li Bin closed his terminal, finally standing up with a friendly expression. He held a glass of wine in each hand and approached Dev, offering it to him amicably. Under Dev's bewildered gaze, Li Bin clinked glasses with him. I accept all the conditions. Also, please pass on a message to the Supreme Overlord for me when you get back. Tell him that I'm being hypocritical this time, and the old man should forgive me. With that, Li Bin patted Dev on the back and pointed to the table. Want to try something? Eden specialty crab broth hot pot. Just add an extra pair of chopsticks. The news traveled quickly. The Supreme Overlord received Li Bin's message an hour later. The white-haired, dark-skinned old warlord lit a cigar and chuckled to his staff that Li Bin, not wanting me to use him as a dagger against the hegemonic family system, risked himself and his wife to escape. Sigh, am I such a petty person? The chief of staff brought over an ashtray, his own aged appearance accompanied by a smile. People always speculate about others' personalities based on rumors and gossip. Anyway, Li Bin did a good job this time. He escaped, avoided firing on the Eisen family, and even gave us the opportunity to expel them from the family and confiscate their battleships. With the momentum of your great victory over Susie, you can use this as a starting point to slowly weaken the other families. Yes, the Supreme Hegemon said, biting his cigar, his teeth bared. Start by targeting those families who haven't stood with us until now. The Hegemon is first and foremost an army, and an army can only have one voice. Chapter 819. The Borui Star Interstellar Fortress, with over 70 capital ships, hundreds of cruisers, and thousands of destroyers gathered here. Flashes of light occasionally flickered in the distance, the result of the remnants of the Tachyon army refusing to surrender being caught and detonated by the Overlord Alliance's sweeping fleet. The space station, originally predominantly blue, was now filled with a large number of bright orange Overlord military uniforms. Thanks to the second Tachyon, led by Chu Xiangrui, who quickly took control of the situation and signed a limited surrender agreement, the space station's commercial module resumed operation and reopened in less than 24 hours. Alluring men and women and exaggeratedly revealing holographic advertisements flashed throughout the space station's dome-shaped city and various commercial modules. Pink needles, red liquid, absinthe, and even the blood of death. Moreover, organ pawn shops and auctions were openly and brazenly advertised, causing the Overlord officers to shake their heads and flee after a quick look. Therefore, Chu Xiangrui even had to have an entire spaceport cleared out to relocate taverns that conformed to the Hegemon's regulations. However, the Hegemon didn't care about the brothels, but simply forbade drug addicts from operating in the service industry, causing many drug addicts on the space station who wanted to make a fortune to grumble quietly. The Universal Alliance also received a spaceport, adjacent to the Lud Church. It was said that good opportunities were on their way. In addition, representatives from Kelja Technology Company and Risk Mining were also approaching. They planned to hold a formal end-of-war ceremony there, form an alliance, and launch a campaign against the Hell Legion. Not so fast, said Staff Officer Dev, who was now in charge of liaison with the Universal Alliance. He had eaten hot pot with the three of them, and had become friends with Li Bin. Dev explained, this ceremony is to determine the post-war division of interests, the responsibilities of each company involved in deploying the Hell Legion, and also to consider our public image. Speedtron Technology is alright, since it's still alive. The Perseus Alliance is definitively dead. Only the West Wind system remains, standing as a permanently neutral nation, relying on the unique characteristics of its cultural dissemination. The Perseus Alliance is, after all, a giant corporation that has existed for over a century. Its vast territory and immense potential cannot be ignored. While we each reap the benefits, we also need to consider the opinions of other covetous giants. Besides that, there's the most important issue, the ownership of the nanoforge that belongs to the Perseus Alliance. Li Bin nodded. Speedtron Technology absolutely cannot possess two nanoforges. If this one goes to the Overlord, the other giants won't be happy either. Li Bin strolled around his own airport, watching the massive amounts of cargo being handled in the warehouse area, and asked, what's the four companies' stance now? We naturally hope the nanoforging furnace falls into the hands of the dominant player, but the current discussion has roughly concluded that it will be placed in Prism Freeport, managed by the 13 factories, with production capacity proportionally allocated to each giant corporation. This way, they can profit from selling the capacity, or produce ships and fuel ships, relieving the production pressure on each company's own nanoforging furnace. As he spoke, the massive multi-layered rails emitted a bellows-like hiss, and heavy railcars with diameters exceeding 14 meters came to a stop one by one. The cargo box tops opened, and the gantry cranes lowered, lifting the cargo one by one. Dev then smoothly changed the subject. According to the Supreme Staff's post-battle assessment, the Universal Alliance launched a surprise attack on Borui Star, gaining the credit for being the first to land and making contact with the second Speedion. With compensation, the spoils will be split 35%. Frankly, that's a very high percentage. Li Bin, of course, knew the odds were extremely high. The Overlord and the Church of Ludwig had suffered heavy losses, even losing battleships, while he hadn't lost a single cruiser. Those 2% were practically free. He already eaten his fill on Wolf's Spirit Star, but Dev didn't know that. Afraid Li Bin would be dissatisfied, he quickly added, the ownership of the Perseus Alliance's star systems is already clear. First come, first served. It's difficult to allocate any more to the Universal Union. The Supreme Advisory Council also knows that the Universal Union is different from small forces like Magius, who are pirates and remnants united. But their territories have already been divided, and other giant corporations won't give an inch. They also suffered considerable losses fighting the Perseus Alliance. Therefore, the spoils from Borui Star have already been overcharged. No additional territory has been allocated to the Universal Union. Dev continued, however, the Supreme Overlord promised that the Universal Union's interests in the Lost Star Sector and the Eastern Edge Star Sector will be fully guaranteed by the Overlord. He looked around and said softly, including the annexation of the Brighton Alliance, and control over the Interstellar Empire and Demon Aerospace. Li Bin smiled, thinking, is that all it takes? Not to mention the Interstellar Empire, Demon Aerospace's westernmost outpost is practically on the Overlord's border, ready to strike the Overlord's heartland at any time. Is he implying we should divide up Demon Aerospace? Red represents feasible options for aerospace. Blue arrows indicate directions the Universal Union could attack. But I won't lose out. I take the aerospace capital, the Overlord will take the outpost to replenish itself, and the nanoforge will definitely be mine. Li Bin remained non-committal. Let's talk about it another time. It's too far away. How are the spoils being divided now? That's right. Tachyon Technology also needs production capacity to repair its ships, Dev quickly reported. Therefore, the surrender agreement stipulates the return of the territories near their headquarters, but they need to open their military ports at the space station for the hegemon to garrison. In addition, their external outposts and trading posts will be allocated to the respective giants according to their distance. Regarding the spoils of war, Tachyon Technology will allocate 30% from its various inventories, and the remaining 70% will be paid annually to the hegemon, the Church of Lud, the Universal Union, and Magius over a 15-year cycle. Because Risk Mining and Keljev acquired the former territory of the Perseus Alliance and did not send any fleets, they will not receive any share. Specific requirements will be provided by the victors a year in advance. Tachyon Technology can procure or produce them, except for items like quantum solutions and relic components that are difficult to procure and produce, which must be supplied in full. This was the compensation for goods and the bloodletting therapy. Li Bin looked at his compensation and was quite satisfied. With 35% of the spoils, Li Bin could now obtain finished products worth over 200 million, including technical guidance from engineers and scientists. This amount would be offset by their salaries, colonial development technology, medical technology, research guidance, alloys, rare metals, star coins, immigrants, spaceships, and more. Li Bin mentioned he needed cargo ships and fuel ships. Chu Xiangrui didn't waste any time, immediately ordering the elimination of 2 families from Sun Aihao's faction, and bringing 2 old but well-maintained Atlas-class cargo ships, a Prometheus-class capital ship fuel ship, several Colossus-class cargo ships, and several Phaeton-class fuel ships. The spaceships, fully loaded with cargo, were ready for Sarah to take them away. Furthermore, as the victors of the war, the Universal Union could enjoy tariff discounts on trade in tachyon technology. Chu Xiangrui actually wanted to develop broader and deeper cooperation with Li Bin. Firstly, compared to the mature and powerful overlords and the Lud Church, the Universal Union wouldn't bully others. Secondly, Chu Xiangrui and Li Bin had a tacit understanding. Third, and most importantly, tachyon technology, having lost numerous trading posts, now only possesses the Hybrasil system. The Corsica and Myasaran systems are reduced to trading posts themselves, lacking the trading privileges of the Perseus Alliance and the Interstellar Empire, making it difficult to maintain the stability of its star currency and political economy. The dotted line indicates that the system has only one trading post. Myasaran system. Corsica system. Therefore, Chu Xiangrui focused his attention on Li Bin's triangular trade. It's true that the Brighton Alliance has a grudge against tachyon technology, but what does that have to do with the second tachyon? The second tachyon is a newly risen, peace-loving, justice-oriented, and hegemonic second-rate power, lacking even military autonomy, practically harmless, isn't it? Of course, this is assuming we ignore the dozen or so capital ships, including the Exemplar class, Star class, and 13 Cyclone class, as well as a massive number of high-tech vessels. Chapter 820. When Li Bin sent the list and contract back to the governor's mansion, feeling sorry for poor Alyosha, who would have to prick his stomach with injections every day, his stomach atrophying from all the work, less than half an hour later, a list of requirements was sent back. Li Bin looked at the list, which was formatted uniformly, with clear and concise data, and complete with all the details, and asked his younger sister a question mark. What? Li Shu reluctantly answered the call. She was currently squatting in the sandpit, playing a simulated attack and defense game with her nephew, having a great time. As for her niece, she was the future leader of the regime, and was already past the age of playing in the sand. She directly boarded ships belonging to captains whose genetic locks had been unlocked through her bloodline, and went straight to fight real pirates. Li Bin was stunned. Hey sis, are you that free? Alyosha must be working himself to the bone. Come on! Li Shu chuckled. He's not that busy. He's a minister. A lot of things are done by his subordinates. Besides, with the logistics corps around, he's much more relaxed now. The logistics corps is that powerful? Li Bin was dumbfounded. Isn't that supposed to be for logistics systems? How does it alleviate political pressure? It works with the Alpha Corps, Li Shu said, quickly slapping away the missile Li Ziyu threw. She held a card in her palm, indicating it was a one-time use fortress shield. Li Shu ostentatiously waved the cards at her nephew, and said to Li Bin, the logistics corps will analyze the quantity of goods to be shipped, the status of cargo transportation, and the production capacity of various regions. Based on demand and capacity, transportation routes, transportation time, and transportation efficiency, the transportation network will be restructured and optimized. The Alpha Corps can then, based on the different levels of transportation networks in various regions, specifically guide the local AI Corps notification systems to expand the local transportation network. Well, this is something that can't be explained in words. Anyway, brother, you need to understand that with a professional logistics corps, and with the Alpha Corps assisting, although it's slow at first, as the transportation network gradually improves, Samsung, including Iron Forge and its mining and gas extraction stations across the country, can handle material allocation, production targets, and sales strategies through programs. The administrative system is freed from the burden of cumbersome reports and the financial system, allowing it to focus on practical matters. I gave the data you sent to Popsa, and she directly incorporated it into this year's production capacity system. The logistics core automatically generated the results. Your spoils haven't even arrived on Eden yet, but their destinations are already set. Li Shu glanced at the terminal as she spoke. The furthest goods will be transported to the Brighton Alliance, and then transferred to the Interstellar Empire. That's it. If you want more details, go find Minister Alyosha. Since you're not here, the task of taking care of the kids has fallen to me. 3 children, plus 2 little brats, they're always causing big trouble. I'm going crazy. Li Shu got angry at this. Li Chongjin was so easy to raise back then. I kick him out the door when he went to work, and bring him back with a whistle when he left. If he dared to cause trouble, I whip him with a steel bar. Unlike these little devils, they live too comfortably. They're practically little devils. Li Bin suppressed a laugh. You can whip him too, I authorize it. Hey! You make it sound so easy. Li Shu complained. I whip him too, but all those people from the governor's mansion come to stop me, saying I can't do that, that it lead to rebellion, that raising someone rich is different from raising them poor, blah blah blah. Sigh, never mind, your son's using a hammer drill to chisel glass again, trying to cosplay as a knight attacking a pet crab. I'm going to deal with him. After saying that, Li Shu rolled her eyes, stood up, and hung up the call. Li Bin flicked his cigarette ash, told Isha about it, and then sat cross-legged on the floor, watching with glee as hundreds of family armies attacked the Eisen family's territory. Isha chuckled. I deal with them myself when we get back. Li Bin ruffled Isha's hair, and then called Alyosha. Alyosha, however, seemed quite excited. Great. Currently, almost all of the Universal Union's shipbuilding capacity is being used to produce escort and self-defense vessels. Especially after you withdrew the core fleet, the Universal Union's defensive capabilities along its shipping routes have become very weak. We've been frantically building Dragon Horse-class destroyers, but the cost is a severe shortage of void transport capacity. Sarah has complained to me about it several times. Roads on the ground are easy to build, but ships in the sky are not. Now our transport capacity can finally be increased significantly. Alyosha showed Li Bin the financial report, and Li Bin was surprised to realize that almost all the spoils he brought last time, except for star coins, had been consumed by the Universal Union. Now, the Universal Union, relying on a large number of human-controlled industrial products and AI cores, and a mature and efficient civil service system, has completely exploded after overcoming a certain hurdle. Everywhere, projects are starting up, eagerly awaiting their launch, devouring alloys, rocks, and foam-like ceramic metals. Furthermore, with the continued turmoil in the core star sector, immigrants from the Perseus Alliance, Tachyon Technology, and numerous free planets are arriving daily on merchant ships, traveling thousands of miles. The colorful Galaxy Immigration subsidiary has even invested in purchasing 2 interstellar cruise ships, which they converted into compact, low-society immigrant ships in the Brighton Alliance, capable of carrying 90,000 immigrants at a time. These ships are currently shuttling between the Brighton Alliance and Eden and Granada. Our immigration has expanded like never before. To identify agents and combat organized sabotage against experimental centers and industrial facilities across the country, the police department is massively expanding its ranks of sheriffs and law enforcement. Even training equipment is in short supply. You better bring tens of thousands of training devices with you this time, otherwise our administrative system will be dragged down by the immigration. This left Li Bin stunned. Really? Of course it is. Alyosha's dark circles had faded somewhat, but the weariness still lingered on his face. It's true, the core sector is terrible right now. That's what the immigrants say. CEO, our live streams over the past few years have been effective. Minnie and Koning. The live streamers working in the holographic novel department have gradually expanded their live streaming business from work to their personal lives, filming daily life in Xinjiang City and on Eden, Granada, and Tanfa. Many immigrants used to watch the live streams with a mocking attitude. The chat and audio were full of sarcasm and insults. But as we built cities step by step, constructed domes in the desert, and established settlements in wastelands filled with mobile fortresses, we convinced them with facts. Characters and stories can be faked, but life cannot. These live streamers, numbering in the thousands, record and witness the journey of Universal Union from humble beginnings to a giant. Some of their neighbors are even immigrants. Viewers witnessed it firsthand. The technician from Speetronics, whose hands were replaced with prosthetics, went from being penniless to saving enough to buy a house and get married, all in less than a year. Universal Union is now a giant corporation, CEO. We have the economy, the military power, and the territory of a giant corporation. But we don't have the population. The entire company is desperately trying to attract more people, And this hunger is spreading among businessmen and immigrants through live streams and various legends. Compared to the bloated and rotten core sector forces, we are healthier, with a clearer and simpler path to advancement. After the AI war broke out, the Hell Legion ravaged the West, Demon Avionics, FSF Military Company, the Navigation Bureau, Draco, the entire core sector was engulfed in war. Group, to paraphrase what you said in your documentary, we are the true paradise. According to the latest statistics, over 80 million people have submitted online immigration applications with immigration intentions. Half of them have special medical conditions that disqualify them from immigration, and a quarter are unable to be released by large corporations due to the nature of their professions. Of the remaining, over 2/3 are poor or even in debt, completely unable to afford ship tickets. They need the colorful Galaxy company to act as guarantors and transport them. Just considering the remaining capable and willing immigrants, there are 6.6 million. We need immigrant ships. We need to place the surplus immigrants in fiefdoms, like Sunset Fortress and Riverbank. The Universal Union is starving. Chapter 821. The latest batch of heavy railcars arrived at the airport. A representative from the Chu family approached Li Bin and handed over the inventory list. The young representative, clearly well informed, was extremely respectful, almost kneeling. According to the revised inventory list, the copies of the exemplary grade blueprints and the tachyon spear blueprints have arrived with the trains. Furthermore, the list of all Gao family members has been completed, and they are ready to board the ship at any time. 10,000 training devices, along with accompanying educational materials, are also in the carriages. Please send someone to check and verify them. In addition, the laboratory equipment and scientists where Mr. Gao Yuanjian previously worked are also in place. According to the contract, compensation will be settled based on their labor dispatch fees. First Mate Qian Tao quickly verified the contract, and only handed it to Li Bin after confirming its accuracy. Li Bin stubbed out his cigarette, crossed his legs, and sized up the young man. Thank you for your hard work. I need these things urgently. You've been working very hard. All right. Of course. The young man quickly flattered. The Universal Alliance is the Second Speed Force's best partner. We have a solid relationship and tacit understanding. 10,000 training devices are a bit troublesome, but after eliminating Sun Eye House faction and family, we can scrape together the resources. It's just that the Second Speed Force doesn't have that many training devices right now. It might take some time. I'm not in a hurry, as long as the equipment works. Li Bin said, taking off his Golden Eagle badge and tossing it to the young man. Take this to Jeffrey. He handled contacting Eden Star regarding the triangular trade. The young man was overjoyed, clutching the hard golden badge. After a second's hesitation, he immediately offered it with both hands. The training materials haven't been checked and verified yet. I go after they're verified. Stop being so wishy-washy. I'm busy, you guys handle these small matters. Although I only met Lao Chu once in person, we've known each other for a long time, so we have a good understanding. Li Bin lit another cigarette, and through the swirling smoke, he used his left hand to clear the haze, signaling for the guest to leave. Half an hour later, the young man surnamed Chu stood before Zilifu, reporting in detail what he had seen and heard. Zilifu glanced at the Blue Lobster private aquarium behind him, remaining silent for several minutes before speaking. Your master never tells me his opinion of Li Bin. You're the Chu family's rising star, raised by the CO. Tell me, based on this one meeting and the information, what kind of person do you think he is? The young man hesitated for a few seconds, then shook his head. I can't tell. According to the information, he's fickle and cunning, with no bottom line when it comes to money. But in terms of business, he's undoubtedly ambitious, always choosing long-term interests in the face of profit. When we met, at that time, Li Bin was very magnanimous, quick-witted and outspoken, showing no favoritism because I represented the second speedy one. He seems quite contradictory. Not contradictory, he hasn't changed at all. Zilla threw chopped pieces of corpse into the aquarium, watching the blue lobsters swim up from the bottom of the tank to fight over the broken fingers. This guy is arrogant to the core. He's talented and driven. He could have been a holographic novel screenwriter or joined a powerful force as a commercial fleet commander, living a life of comfort and even becoming a shareholder in a giant corporation. He might have easily climbed to the position of CEO of a giant company. But instead, he traveled thousands of miles to the Lost Star sector to establish himself, doing the dirty work for the colonies. He grovels to make money, and makes money to develop colonies and strengthen the military. You all been fooled by his impressive business record. He tapped his fingers on the glass, his eyes meaningful. What's most noteworthy about this man is his method of governing. He provides his subordinates with exceptionally high welfare benefits, unparalleled in the entire star system. Do you know what that means? The young man bowed. Please enlighten me. In ancient times, there was a saying about managing people, shepherding the people. The people were like cattle and sheep, the army was the whip, the land the fence, and grain trade the fodder. Giving cattle and sheep good food and drink is to fetch a good price. Li Bin provides his people with unparalleled welfare benefits. What do you think he's after? Zilla stroked the blue lobster through the glass, speaking with certainty. His company is already a giant, he lacks nothing and the welfare. But the compensation keeps increasing. Do you think he'd be willing to stay in the lost star sector for the rest of his life? Even risk mining has moved into the core star sector. The old man's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I know many of you think we directors are traitors, willing to sell out the company's interests for our own. You're too short-sighted to see the bigger picture, so it's not surprising you complain. But you and your friends are the new generation of your respective families and subsidiaries. I don't want you running around doing some kind of third tachyon, wasting the company's chance to recover and develop. Zilla turned to the pale-faced young man. These things are too difficult for the CEO to do, so I have to play the bad guy. In the future, the tachyon and the Overlord will inevitably clash. Universal Alliance is currently a trendsetter in the star field. With their help, we have a better chance. The young man hesitated for a long time before weakly saying, but it shouldn't be this much. Zilla's eyes showed disappointment. Can't you even understand this? You're far from being as good as Chu Xiangrui. Aren't we just temporarily entrusting the things to Li Bin? Can't we recover our losses from the Overlord, from other giant corporations in the future? You and I are different from those lowly commoners. Our lives are long. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. We need patience. Li Bin stood on the seamless spherical glass observation deck with a diameter of 30 meters, gazing at the shimmering green tundra planet below. From time to time, a ball of light would appear on the planet, the traces of Chu Xiangrui leading troops to suppress the rebels. Not only were there troops from the Second Speedy One, but also troops borrowed from the Overlord. The Overlord originally came with the intention of resolving the war and eliminating Sun Ihao, preparing over 30,000 Marines, all clad in power armor and well-equipped. Almost half of the Overlord's elite forces, soldiers in combat uniforms, weren't considered elite. Li Bin looked around for a moment before turning back to size up the person in front of him. I didn't expect the Academy's people to be so impatient. They come looking for me after only a few days. The newcomer was dressed in a refined manner, wearing a light yellow military uniform, distinguished from the orange of the Overlord officers and crew, indicating his non-combatant status. Besides the Overlord's winged rising sun eagle badge on his chest, there was also a circular symbol representing the free planet. The newcomer had thick hair and piercing eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge and a shrewdness. He gave an exaggerated salute. Galactia System, Academy Representative Kongman greets you, the legendary CEO of Universal Union, Mr. Li Bin. A rare guest indeed. In over 20 years, this is the first time an Academy representative has come to see me, Li Bin said with a half-smile. Kongman smiled. Although the Academy has never sent anyone proactively, the connection between the Universal Union and the Academy has been there from the very beginning. He glanced at Jeffrey beside him, who looked embarrassed and displeased. Jeffrey looked at Li Bin and quickly waved his hands. Captain, you know me. I, Jeffrey, would never accept bribes to introduce someone. This man said he had something important to do, something concerning the survival of the star system, so I brought him along. Besides, I'm just a dropout. I have no connection with the Academy. Jeffrey quickly distanced himself. As Mr. Jeffrey says, my trip here is indeed of great importance. CEO Li Bin, may I ask if the Spirit Tower level light dust system you retrieved is functioning properly? Kongman straightened up, his expression extremely grave. Jeffrey, gritting his teeth, punched Kongman to the ground, pressed a gun to his head, and roared in terror and rage. How did you know? Huh? Speak up, or I skin you alive. Chapter 822. Kongman, his teeth smashed, chuckled. Half his face was swollen, and he hissed as he gasped for breath, still speaking slowly and deliberately. Don't worry, no one leaked anything. Although he said that, Jeffrey was still covered in sweat, filled with regret. He shouldn't have brought people with him. Now everyone was suspicious of him. Even his wife Anna's gaze had turned unfriendly. But Jeffrey owes his current position to the company. He shared joys and sorrows with the captain. He wouldn't betray anyone. Li Bin lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, raised his chin, and watched as Jeffrey, covered in sweat, roughly lifted Kongman. Before letting go, he gripped the back of Kongman's neck tightly, spitting out a threat through gritted teeth. Tell the truth, or I skin you alive. Cough, cough. I believe you. Kong-man raised his hands to indicate he was harmless. He pulled out a painkiller, injected half a dose into his face to control the pain from his broken tooth, and then slowly, with blood trickling from his mouth, said, "The Academy was founded before the Great Collapse, an unassuming research and higher education institution at the forefront of this field. It focuses on areas ranging from applied terrain modification to engineering science, practical problems, and much more theoretical research, including studies of local astrophysics and extraterrestrial biology." Of course, the Great Collapse changed everything. In the following star calendar years, to cope with the loss of technology and the extinction of civilizations, the Institute established an archaeology department and has continuously supplied graduates to various large corporations that were later established, in exchange for its own transcendental status. To this day, Institute graduates still uphold the principle of working without borders. Regardless of who conquers whom, we will work for the victor. But before the outcome is determined and a contract is signed, our graduates will not reveal the corporation's secrets, generally speaking. Of course, as more and more graduates spread this tacit understanding, the corporations usually don't make things difficult for our graduates. Kong-man smiled, his swollen face making him look somewhat ugly. That's precisely why we can quickly understand the situation through graduates from various regions, or gather intelligence that's less important to the giant corporations, but crucial to the trainees. For example, the situation with the Spirit Tower. Kong-man spread his hands. I taken trainees working for the Overlord to examine the remains of the Spirit Tower. I must admit, your company dismantled and discarded many components bearing shell marks, but through the deformation marks of the remaining remains, and with the support of the I-Core's computing power, combined with the knowledge and technology of our academy, we can still analyze that the sinking of a Spirit Tower was man-made. These graduates are the Academy's network, of course, you could call them agents, but aside from providing negligible intelligence, most of them are very professional and won't do anything unnecessary. For the Overlord Speetronics, who sank the ship isn't important. What's most important is that it didn't fall into the hands of any particular faction. They have no incentive to investigate who did it. But we do. Kong-man pointed to himself, speaking earnestly. Li Bin thought to himself, I know, you guys are working on the Stargate project. Saint Lud already told me everything. That's why, even with Kong-man's various foreshadowing and baiting tactics, Li Bin remained unmoved by his veiled temptations and hints, like a middle-aged man who's lost his lust and only cares about fishing and repairing motorcycles. Seeing that Li Bin wasn't taking the bait, Kong-man gritted his teeth. Then he realized he was missing half a tooth and couldn't bite anymore, so he sighed and admitted, okay, after communicating with the Tachyon Technology, the Church of Lud, and the graduates working for Magius here, we compared their weapon systems and ship conditions, and finally eliminated them one by one. It took us several days to confirm that none of these forces had the spare capacity to shoot down a Spirit Tower-class ship. So only you're left. Li Bin flicked his cigarette ash. But our ship has always been in the physical universe. Eliminating all possibilities, even the smallest remaining one is still a fact, Kong-man said. Besides, none of us are serving in the Universal Union's fleet. There's only a group of unpopular biology graduates on Eden Star, and they lost contact with the Academy. Therefore, in terms of both probability and data, the Universal Union is a huge black box for the students. Only you have this possibility. The Universal Union is a young force with many secrets. Although the conclusion is extremely far-fetched, the Academy is an organization that prioritizes rationality. After eliminating all possibilities, even if the remaining answer is outrageous, we will accept it. We're not interested in how to destroy the Spirit Tower level, we're only interested in the light dust system. Kong-man straightened his collar, looked around, and decided to reveal the earth-shattering secret. I wonder if the CEO has any thoughts on restarting the Stargate? He looked at Li Bin with great interest, expecting to see shock, horror, and elation on his face. However, he was disappointed. Li Bin was expressionless, as were all the key company personnel on the observation deck, as if Kong-man had just told a lame joke. Wait a minute, this shouldn't be happening. Kong-man panicked for the first time, his pupils contracted, and he looked somewhat bewildered. Until Li Bin calmly began to recount how the former dean of the Academy had conducted a Stargate restart experiment in the Galatian system, nearly destroying the entire system. This had attracted the attention of the Overlord's inspection fleet, resulting in the former dean's detention and the sealing of all his documents. Only then did Kong-man realize that he wasn't the hunter, Li Bin was the fisherman sitting high on the platform. He knew the importance of the light dust system to the Stargate. He was waiting for someone from the Academy to come to him. The erudite Kong-man quickly adjusted his mindset. abandoning pleasantries, and stating bluntly, "The current dean of the Academy, Baird, hopes you will come to the Galatian system as soon as possible. We have been secretly researching the Stargate restart device, and the project has entered a critical stage." As he spoke, he pulled out an encrypted card containing his private contact information. Li Bin turned back to look at the tundra planet. Jeffrey snatched the encrypted card, giving him a piercing glare. "On behalf of the Academy, I await your good news." Kongman bowed respectfully. "The star sector is in chaos, and the reopening of the Stargate is of great significance to the star field." After Kongman left, key members immediately started the automatic cleaning machine to sweep away the bloodstains on the floor. Amidst the whirring of the machinery, Jeffrey walked onto the observation deck and handed over the card, which was drenched in sweat. "Captain, he hasn't left our base yet. Should I detain him as bait to lure the Academy people in and kill them one by one?" Li Bin patted Jeffrey's shoulder without turning his head. "With our relationship, don't I trust you? There's no need to use such methods to prove loyalty." Upon hearing this, Jeffrey felt the dozens of gazes directed at him soften behind him. He felt relieved, yet uneasy. What about the Academy? Now? No rush. We have to wait until Sarah has taken all the spoils before we can leave. Now we don't need to hide Isha's identity anymore. The Supreme Advisory Council has been urging me to officially announce Isha's background to the entire star system, confirming my status as the hegemon's son-in-law's ally. They plan to have Isha and me hold our wedding at the official AI Wars End of War celebration. Li Bin patted Jeffrey's shoulder. "I owe Isha a proper wedding. I asked Juya to handle it, but he's soft-hearted and might run into trouble. Go help him." The representative from the furthest mining company, Risk Mining, will arrive in 2 days. The wedding is in 2 days, and I don't want anything to go wrong. Jeffrey was overjoyed. The captain entrusting him with such an important task was undoubtedly a clear demonstration of his trust within the company. Li Bin added, "Also, help me contact Chung Beiyang and see if he has any spies planted in the Academy, or if anyone in the Academy is raising the holy crab and seal ball. If not, I don't care what method he uses. Even if he has to sell himself, he has to give me an intelligence lead." Chapter 823. On September 1st, Star Calendar 216, Tachyon Technology officially changed its name to Second Tachyon Technology and held a formal surrender ceremony at its headquarters, the Tundra Planet Space Station on the planet Borui in the Hypersol system. The event was unprecedented in scale. All the capital ships of Tachyon Technology, the Overlord Ludmagia's Decisive Battle Alliance, Keljev Technology Company, and the diplomatic fleet of Risk Mining each brought their capital ships. In addition, representatives from nearby powers such as Sindar Power, Hyena Mining, Interstellar Empire, Demon Avionics, Universal Union, Brighton Alliance, FSF Military Company, and even Ludlef Path, all arrived aboard capital ships. Today's surrender ceremony was purely a formality. Those in the know understood that the real limited surrender agreement had already been signed. Considering the public opinion and sentiment towards Second Tachyon, the alliance ceremony immediately followed the humiliating surrender ceremony. The Supreme Overlord did not attend in person. However, his projected portrait, half the height of the space station, still firmly attracted everyone's attention. During the ceremony, the Supreme Overlord denounced the Hell Legion's tyrannical and inhumane actions, publicly revealing the horrific conditions of the slave laborers under the Hell Legion's rule, compiled by agents from various giant corporations. On the projection screen, ragged, staggering purebred humans and members of the Fong clan toiled day and night under the supervision of a mechanical overseer. The Hell Legion has severely violated the Perseus Starfield prisoner of war regulations, forcing prisoners to work 20 hours a day just to build their insatiable fleet of warships. They even gone so far as to use machines to control humans and brainwash prisoners with brainwashing drugs. This is not just anti-humanity, it's downright anti-humanity. Next, Chu Xiangrui, the second speed demon, delivered a speech. In it, he used his technical expertise to argue from multiple angles that the Hell Legion was secretly abusing AI cores. These bastards even installed AI cores in warships. This not only violates the human realm's AI core control regulations, but also the tacit agreement in the star system after the AI wars regarding anti-AI cores. This use of AI cores in war is a serious betrayal of humanity. They are initiating an arms race that will sweep across the entire star system. Following this, representatives from various major corporations took to the stage to condemn the Hell Legion. Among them, the speech by Hao Mianxiu, a representative of the Lud Church, was the most captivating. After all, Lud Church members were notoriously numerous in the star system, and Hao, well versed in the doctrines and a former candidate for the next pope, eloquently cited scriptures, and directly declared the Hell Legion one of the reasons humanity had disappointed St. Lud. Why wasn't the Hell Legion like that for the first 200 years? Because this organization was only recently possessed by demons. One even questioned, today, I have to assume the Hell Legion with the utmost malice. Their leader is very likely already controlled by an AI core. Otherwise, why would they be so cruel to their own kind, yet so lenient towards machines? Lan Yuan looked at the impassioned expressions of these corporate representatives with a strange expression. Which corporate giant doesn't use an AI core? The Universal Union exports brainwashing drugs every day, and the giants buy the most. Besides, not being human, in the entire star system, only the Universal Union treats people properly. Even the Lud Church and the overlords, by the standards of the human realm, are only half human. After the representatives finished speaking, it was the Hell Legion's victims' turn to speak. Representatives of the Lloyds and the remnants of the Fong clan attended. Tang Zhuofan, representing the remnants of the Fong clan, delivered a tearful speech, using a projection to depict the inhumane acts of the Hell Legion. This speech was personally crafted by Gu Shengyu. As the cardinal and leader of the left path, Gu Shengyu was adept at incitement. Tang Zhuofan used the projection to directly display the horrific scene of a planet being saturated and bombarded outside the space station. Whether it was the viewers watching the live stream, the representatives present, or even the Susan people on the planet Borui, they only needed to look up to see the clear image of a massive city cluster reduced to ashes in the sky. The angle was deliberately adjusted to show everyone the bright and beautiful nobles of the Fong clan, children fleeing, weeping, and being swallowed by the explosions. The main theme was to fully utilize beauty and vulnerability to evoke humanity's protective instincts and sense of justice. Watching the indignant crowd as the Earth's crust cracked open under the bombardment, endless lava flowed out, engulfing forests and polluting the atmosphere reached its climax. Tang Zhuofan, however, was heartbroken and couldn't even recite his final inflammatory words. For these people, the plight of the Fong clan might evoke sympathy and empathy. But for Tang Zhuofan, it was like rubbing salt into a raw wound. But he had no choice. For revenge, he had sworn to become a demon himself. If he could destroy the Hell Legion, he was even willing to burn the entire Perseus star system to ashes. After a day of dramatic rhetoric, and the objective fact of a large influx of refugees fleeing from the western part of the star sector, the entire core star sector had gained a profound understanding of the Hell Legion's brutality. There was still at least 6 months before the Alliance officially dispatched its troops, because the overlords, the speedsters, and other forces needed to repair their ships first. Other Alliance participants needed to adjust their internal economic structures in advance, shifting to a wartime economy and digesting the spoils of victory. But the propaganda war and the information war had already begun, and embargoes and censorship were being implemented at each level. Through the coordination, exaggeration, and bribery of Haohua and Li Bin, the reports from various representatives to the giant corporations exaggerated the threat of the Hell Legion to the best of their ability, creating the impression that the Hell Legion is so powerful, we really have to control it. And in this atmosphere, Li Bin, co-founder of Huanyu, celebrated his belated formal wedding. This wedding was no ordinary affair. It was attended by high-ranking executives and VIPs, representatives, and officials who had previously participated in the surrender and alliance ceremonies seamlessly transitioned to the wedding, showing their support for the founder of the newly established giant corporation. Yesterday, the space station was a somber place, with soldiers and agents striding about, and politicians and diplomats coming and going in droves. Today, it was a scene of pure joy and celebration, with everyone dressed in suits and ties, and elegant gowns and skirts. Chu Xiangrui generously displayed luxury goods and antiques to decorate the wedding venue. He used to enjoy life, but since deciding to rebel, he had gradually become a pragmatist. These things were the treasures of the Starlight Society's president and core members. He eliminated those fools who, lacking palace-level equipment and fleets, only knew so-called lewd art, and used these treasures to host lavish banquets and bribe representatives, minimizing the amount of reparations he needed to repay each year. That's his brilliance. I sign the agreement, showing sincerity. I give the bribes, adopting a subservient posture. I do the work, be obedient and compliant. But you have to do my demands. If you don't, then none of you will eat. Do you really think I'm a dog? Chapter 824. The wedding ceremony was a traditional Chinese affair, with a vibrant red background and imitation wood-framed architecture. Graceful beauties and tall, handsome men filled the venue. The ancient wedding ceremony, dating back tens of thousands of years, was solemn and dignified, broadening the horizons of the guests. Far away on the 7K star, the Supreme Overlord, looking at the brightly lit sign outside the space station, Universal Union Bin, Overlord Isabella Brown, invites you to witness, nodded in satisfaction. Let it begin over there. Clara Eisen, 61 years old, was the former war mistress of the Eisen family. Having already relinquished her responsibilities, she had recently returned to the family's attention. This was because her daughter, the current war mistress Lauren Eisen, had adopted her brother's daughter, the great heir Emil Eisen, who had merged the Eisen and Brown families, as well as their respective family alliances, into a prosperous family that ruled over a portion of the family's intermarried bloodlines. As the matriarch of the war effort, Clara had the responsibility and obligation to nurture this destined to be great successor, which is why she had to reappear in the public eye at the age of 61. But in recent years, bad news has come one after another. First, Will Eisen died, wiping out an entire generation of the family's elite, including 2 capital ships. Then she learned that the Universal Union was a shell of the Brown family, a piece of news that left her constantly frowning, yet she dared not reveal it to her subordinates, fearing these hot-headed youths might make mistakes. She had foreseen the family's decline, and therefore only wanted to prepare as many contingency plans as possible before complete annihilation. Isabella, a prospective matriarch, could forge a future from scratch. With the family's advanced preparations, why couldn't Emil do the same? That was her original plan, but the fools below acted rashly, squandering all the buffer time. The Supreme Overlord's gaze shifted. 10 days ago, all ships of the Eisen family were forbidden from leaving the Twilight Star space station. A large number of forces, under the guise of exercises and boarding troop movements, gathered around the family's base, firmly surrounding the Eisen family. Clara knew the situation was hopeless. She slumped onto the sofa, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. In the luxurious room's projection, Isabella, with her silver-white hair and amber eyes, wore an elegant, antique wedding dress and a phoenix crown, ascending step by step. She ascended the platform under the orderly guard of imposing veteran prosthetic soldiers, facing her newly minted tycoon husband. Lone Brown Montanetta and his wife sat alone in the seats representing the parents, receiving their bows. The Lee family and the Brown family couldn't find a biological parent, so they had to ask her second uncle, who had cared for her the most, to substitute. My second uncle's wife was a short-haired woman with a sharp face. Having long been involved in politics, she possessed a decisive and efficient air. Yet, when she linked arms with my second uncle, her every frown and smile made her seem like a gentle woman. As for the East family, since the Jarvan incident and the leak, they hadn't been qualified to sit at the table. Now, they could only watch from the sidelines, gritting their teeth and spitting bitterness. Clara could see clearly that the audience consisted of the core members of the Universal Union, representatives of various powerful families and giant corporations. The officiant was the newly appointed Archbishop of the Lud Church, and the blessing was given by a senior advisor from the Supreme Advisory Council and a director of the Second Speedy Sun. Distinguished guests conversed among learned men. No uncultured person was among them. Bang! The door was violently pushed open, and Clara, drunk, looked up to see her daughter, the current war mistress, Lauren. Lauren looked at her distraught mother, her brows furrowing deeply. She noticed the projection, and seeing the smiling faces of the Brown family, she felt a surge of anger. Salute, fire! The screen zoomed out, showing the space station outside. Commander-in-Chief Chu He of the Overlord Battle Fleet gave the order, and the capital ships outside the space station lined up on either side. Hundreds of capital ships, a truly imposing sight. Besides the capital ships of the forces already gathered there, many pirate lords and large corporations also dispatched their flagship capital ships, warships, and cargo ships alike, to join the spectacle, creating a truly awe-inspiring military display. These ships stretched out to the left and right, forming an artificial starry avenue. Those watching the live stream were then shocked to realize that all the wedding proceedings had taken place inside this massive Atlas-class supercargo ship. Opening up the cargo hold created a spacious area, as large as a town. This supercargo ship slowly sailed towards the space station from afar. Each time it passed a pair of lined-up capital ships, the giant ships raised their turrets, pointing their cannons overhead. When the 3.6-kilometer-long behemoth, serving as the wedding venue, arrived at the space station, the wedding reached its climax. Hundreds of capital ships and thousands of destroyers fired in unison, unleashing countless energy weapons, lasers, ion cannons, live-fire artillery, railguns, electromagnetic railguns, missiles, and torpedoes, creating a spectacular display of light that stretched for millions of kilometers across the vast, star-studded universe. The brilliance blotted out the sun, even obscuring the light of stars. Since the Great Collapse, this was perhaps the grandest and most prestigious political wedding. Such a spectacle could not have been achieved without the combined forces of the Allied powers. Isabella gazed at the dazzling display, her pupils reflecting the joy of overcoming hardship. Lauren, enraged, pulled out his gun and blasted the projector to pieces, but the cannon fire didn't stop. Clara listened for a while, then chuckled eerily. That's right, the war families have risen again, and the domineering son-in-law's wedding, with a giant corporation as his betrothal gift, how could it be without a dowry? The blood of the Eisen family is the crimson paint that fills this wedding hall. My dear daughter, war has begun. She shakily pulled back the curtains, only to see the once lush alien forest, and the family buildings adorned with lawns engulfed in flames. Distant hilltops were leveled, and hundreds of heavy cannons fired down on the Eisen family's territory. Explosions collapsed buildings, and energy beams severed towers, sending debris raining down. Family members and the people of the territory fled, only to be quickly suppressed by the Allied forces of other families that had stormed the city. Carrier-based aircraft at the airport had just taken off when they were shot down by an oversaturation bombardment of anti-aircraft guns. The airdrop pods from the space station streaked across the atmosphere, leaving brilliant meteor trails as they landed in the city's lakes. As dozens of high-speed landing pods, carrying intense heat and impact, crashed into the lake, splashing water everywhere, the landing zone was established. Marine Corps soldiers, aided by their powered armor thrusters, quickly took off from the lake, secured the area, and slaughtered anyone whose face matched that of a member of the Eisen family. This was a counterinsurgency operation within the Overlord's organization. All members of the Eisen family were registered with the Overlord's military. There was no killing of innocents. Every shot was aimed at the criminals. Laurent grabbed his mother's hand, trying to pull her away, but Clara pulled him back, her drunken face revealing clear eyes. We can't leave, we can't go. We're both recorded mistresses, Clara said, vomiting between sobs. They turned the city upside down to kill us both. If we run away, what about Emily? Do you want the pursuers to find her? Lauren paused in her struggle, ignoring the vomit on her back. What do we do now? Emile's gone? Clara, her hair now gray, asked. An hour ago, she left on a leyline drill. It's a rare leyline drill used for planetary exploration during the human realm era, a machine for detailed exploration of high-value planetary ley lines. It can drill down 1,000 meters. The assassins blew up the drill hole, disguising it as artillery wreckage. They can't find it. That's good, that's good. Clara hugged her daughter, tears streaming down her face. Before the account is frozen, quickly transfer money to the 14th Regiment, the more the better. You haven't told us what we should do, Lauren said softly. Clara gave a bitter laugh. What can we do? Only suicide. Do you want to suffer the same torment that spoils of the Brown family suffered again? Lauren, hearing this, closed her eyes in despair. We're an old married couple. Why do you have to close your eyes when you kiss? Holding his wife's waist, Li Bin's eyes shone with laughter. Isabella covered her face with her sleeve, her ears blushing. So many people. Amidst the cheers of "Give me a kiss." And before her stood her beloved, a moment that seemed eternally auspicious. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions, the lovers embraced and kissed. Chapter 825. In the Cactus Galaxy, at the Cactus Space Station, Gu Zhongyu was still wearing his faded green and red archbishop's robe. The cardinals of the Lud Church always wore their robes, with the inside painted red, for a low profile. This robe was sewn by his late wife herself. He held the Lud holy tear in his hand, noticing his daughter staring intently at the projection, her eyes filled with envy as she looked at the newlywed couple. Gu Zhongyu knew his daughter's personality. Her current low profile was a result of being confined to the Lud diocese on Eden Star. At her core, she was still that fanatical, fame-seeking fanatic, just like his mother and mother-in-law. For rulers, fame and fortune are secondary to authority. His daughter's personality truly reversed the order. But he didn't preach. As a cardinal, he had enlightened countless families, and witnessed many parents and children whose families were torn apart by preaching. He could only lead by example. 100 capital ships, what a grand display. Gu Zhongyu teased, seemingly unintentionally. Li Bin has a deep-seated grudge against us. Seeing him so successful makes me jealous. Samarkand III glanced at his father's nonchalant demeanor and scoffed, You don't need to use him to put me down. I may be envious, but I'm not blinded by it. He built a giant enterprise from scratch. His abilities are extraordinary. I know I can't compare. Gu Zhongyu stood up, came behind his daughter, and placed his hands on her shoulders. You can't, your father can't, but the two of us combined can. The Left Jing Kingdom controls 3 space stations and 2 planets. In terms of size and population, it's no worse than the Universal Union. It's just that its location isn't good, surrounded by wind and mineral deposits. But we can use a substitution. I paved the way. Whether it succeeds or not depends on you. Gu Zhongyu patted his daughter's shoulder. The Cactus Galaxy is rich in nanomaterials. The nanomaterial outbreak is currently raging, which is the perfect opportunity for you to make your mark. But Li Bin is the Overlord's son-in-law. The Supreme Overlord personally offered his blessing and acknowledged his status. The Eastern Lost Star Sector, because of him and his triangular trade, now it should be called multi-cornered trade. It's almost become a peripheral star sector. In a few more years, its prosperity will certainly rival that of the Overlord, Suzy, Samarkand III said. Gu Zhongyu smiled. Your old man isn't without friends either. He led his daughter by the hand to a spaceport at the Cactus Space Station. Groups of pirates, wearing red and green charts painted with Lud's left axis, quickly quieted down upon seeing Gu Zhongyu. A large, muscular man with a full beard walked over and looked up at Gu Zhongyu. A stiff smile appeared on his rock-like face, his short, callous fingers and palms shaking Gu Zhongyu's outstretched hand repeatedly. Gu Zhongyu grasped the man's hand with one hand and stroked his arm with the other, saying to his daughter, "This is Li Kun Ward, the pirate king of the lost ecological space station in the Maya Sulan system. As you know, these pirate kings who can occupy space stations within the territory of giant corporations often have connections with the local rulers. Mr. Li Kun has done many things for the Maya Sulan's Tachyon and Persis alliance, offending the Overlord. Before Maya Sulan was divided by the Overlord, he fled with his fleet. He came to me through the Lewd Left Path, hoping I could help him." Li Kun quickly nodded. "I hope the Left Path Kingdom can take me in." Seeing his father's calm gaze, Samarkand III immediately reacted, enthusiastically blushing. "Oh dear, look at you. How did it come to taking me in? We're overjoyed that you joined the Left Horizon Kingdom. With the sector in such chaos, your discerning eye in choosing us signifies a powerful alliance. What are mere space stations? What are pirate identities? Our Left Horizon Kingdom is under the jurisdiction of risk mining, encompassing all and welcoming all comers." This barrage of commercial boasting fully utilized Samarkand III's early womanizing skills, completely captivating Li Kun. This made the seemingly honest, even somewhat ugly, pirate king fantasize. Could it be that he likes guys like me? Li Kun sized up Samarkand III, mesmerized by her beauty, and the fleet and power her status represented. Gu Zhongyu led his daughter to the port with satisfaction. Li Kun fawned over Samarkand III, saying, "Don't let our current travels fool you. I'm quite capable. I currently command 1 capital ship and 4 cruisers. Mayasuran is the border of the Persis alliance. I, Li Kun, can hold down the fort here, deterring other pirates eyeing the Mayasuran shipping route and supplies. I'm quite skilled." He pointed to his fleet, a sizable group of ships standing in the port, 2 Eradicator-class destroyers, and 4 Colossus 3 Malawian Quachas missile ships. But the most dazzling was the enormous spaceship, a full 5 kilometers long, clearly a heavily modified version of the Atlas-class supercargo ship. Under the astonished gaze of Samarkand III, Li Kun stroked his beard and said proudly, "This is the main battleship that our lost ecological space station modified itself, the Bombardment Space-class Blast, carrying 12 dram fuel ships. Each dram fuel ship has 1 small missile slot and 2 small live ammunition slots, for a total of 12 missile slots and 24 live ammunition slots. Don't underestimate its power. Each dram fuel ship, when anchored, can deploy its tactical system, heat decoy launchers, enough to block most live ammunition and missile attacks. When encountering enemy ships, and the carrier-based aircraft group approaches, we can launch dram fuel ships to bombard the enemy. Once the drams are destroyed, they can use their detonation to blast the enemy in the face. When not in combat, this ship can also serve as a fuel ship, carrying large quantities of fuel to supply the fleet's movement." Li Kun boasted, "It's no exaggeration to say that the explosive ship played a crucial role in my fleet's journey from Maya Sulan to here." Samarkand III had no time to listen to Li Kun. She looked excitedly at her father, and Gu Zhongyu smiled back at her. After confirming her suspicions, Samarkand trembled with excitement. Gu Zhongyu said, "Mr. Li Kun, on behalf of the Zwijing Kingdom, I sincerely invite you to serve as the Zwijing Kingdom's deputy representative in the Cactus system. Your burst will surely achieve unparalleled feats against the Nanoplague swarm. We will arrange production capacity allocation, replacing all the ram fuel ships with Zwijing's dram suicide ships, which will undoubtedly elevate your beloved ship to a new level. In addition, you will receive 10% of the Zwijing Kingdom's share of nanomaterials in the Cactus system, and the fleet will still be under your command, but you must obey my daughter's orders. I hope we can cooperate sincerely. With that, Gu Zhongyu took out a badge from Risk Mining and placed it in Li Kun's palm. As long as you nod, from now on, you will be a senior fleet commander of Risk Mining, a true member of a giant corporation. Li Kun's nostrils flared slightly, his heart pounding. Being a pirate king is certainly good, but joining a giant corporation offers even greater possibilities. Chapter 826. Life on Boru Star could feel both swift and slow. Following the grand wedding, negotiations with representatives of various giant corporations continued. Given the chaos in the core star sector and the growing prosperity of the triangular trade in the lost star sector, these giants had begun to reassess the Universal Union. The Universal Union was not only a giant corporation, but also a crucial stop on a safer, detour route between the north and south of the star sector. By extending this route, they could maximize procurement and sales, circulating capital. The representatives from the north and south discussed with Li Bin primarily the timeframe for the battle between the Hell Legion and the Allied forces. Li Bin was always outspoken about this. I don't know, but it's definitely not something that can be finished in 1 or 2 years, like the Third AI War. It will likely require a long-term battle like the Second AI War, lasting 10 or even more years. Each departing representative wore a complex expression, a mixture of anticipation for opportunity and apprehension about the future. Until today, Li Bin's bridge welcomed a distinguished guest. Empress Ruli Bashiva of the Interstellar Empire, disguised as a Grand Duchess of the Interstellar Empire, appeared at Li Bin's base. Upon hearing the news, Li Bin, forgetting even to eat, changed into his uniform and rushed over hand in hand with his wife, Isa. What is the Empress doing here? With such a noble status, why would she personally come to Suctron Technologies' territory? Li Bin couldn't understand. Isa shook her head. According to the intelligence disclosed by Chu Xiangrui after the war, Sun Ai had sought help from the Interstellar Empire, even promising to give them a nano-forging furnace after the war, but the Empress refused. Now, within Suctron Technology, many family and company presidents who surrendered to Chu Xiangrui have a very poor impression of the Empress. Her coming here is no different than venturing into a dragon's den. If the news leaks, it will definitely bring retaliation. Li Bin clicked his tongue. No way. Which captain is free right now? Let our ship take off, pretend to adjust its position, and pull it out of the airport. Isa immediately replied. Tang Zhuofan went to give a speech to win over representatives of various giant corporations. Lin Yuan led the fleet to pick up Saradu's commercial fleet, Jeffrey led the battlefield carrier-class ships to help the Overlord, and the Lu Church repair their ships. The other captains have all taken on missions. Zhu Jin is in closed training for command courses. Mikhail went to protect Tang Zhuofan. In short, only the captain of the Shiha, Star Class, Zueming Qianshao, is available. He's an old recruit from the New Mugo Space Station, from the Duya family, a down-on-his-luck individual who received naval training, later served as commander of the Carrier Air Wing, and was promoted to captain of the Dawn Goddess-class aircraft carrier for his merits. 3 months ago, he was promoted to captain of the Shiha. Zueming might not be the highest-ranking candidate for promotion in the military merit rankings, but he is the most suitable to command an aircraft carrier. He just completed his formal capital ship captain training at Tachyon Technology through the training program and the expedited training process at the Tachyon Military Academy. He's the one. Let him take the Empress and her people to the Shiha. The Zhulong is too cramped, and the Qinglong, Libra, has a design philosophy quite different from other ships in the Perseus star system. Don't let them on board. Okay. As his name suggests, the drunken dreamer is a connoisseur of wine, especially Byzantine wine. His first tasting was when the captain once gave everyone a sip. He was amazed at the time and vowed to work hard so he could drink authentic Byzantine wine every day. Now, before his dream is fulfilled, he has received orders to entertain the Empress of the Interstellar Empire. What's going on here? Zui Ming, accompanied by her first mate, was preparing to greet the Empress when a man in a bright yellow, hexagonal-patterned uniform from the Interstellar Empire blocked her way. Zui Ming was annoyed. What a joke. Blocking the captain's ship? Well, we know Captain Zui Ming is a remarkable person, a connoisseur of wine, especially fine wine, so the consul has prepared a batch of authentic Byzantine wines, each case from a top vintage. The man stepped aside, revealing dozens of cases of wine crammed into the aisle. Zui Ming subconsciously swallowed, then burst into laughter. He laughed, and the men who brought gifts laughed too. A few seconds later, Zui Ming's face hardened, and she poked the man's chest with her finger. Serious, You disrespect me. How could that be we? The man stammered, trying to explain, but Zui Ming raised her hand to cover his mouth. There are many captains of the Universal Alliance's main battleships, many more famous than me, Jeffrey, Zhu Jin, Mikhail, Wahab, but you only gave me gifts. Do you think I'm easy to manipulate since I just become captain? Zui Ming smoothed her hair and nudged the man away. Take it back. I can't accept it. The governor followed the Empress through the spacious and brightly lit Tachyon Windship cabin. As one of the best battleships in Tachyon technology, the starship rarely saw outsiders board, and cybernetic information was scarce. Everyone was making the most of their time to observe memories, even using implants to map them as thoroughly as possible. The implant received the information. The console's steps remained steady, but the next few steps became slightly heavier. The queen turned her head and glanced at him sideways. What's wrong? The console immediately bowed and said without hesitation, just thinking about something trivial. Empress Ruli, having known the regent for many years, was quite familiar with him. Seeing his demeanor, she immediately guessed his intentions with a high degree of accuracy. In public, she couldn't criticize him directly, only slightly raising her chin. Unlike back home, be more mindful. It was my rudeness, the regent apologized. The Interstellar Alliance crew members, who had been introducing him, were somewhat stunned by the scene. They had boarded the ship late, and had never seen Li Bin act like a brother to the crew, only a friendly demeanor, with an underlying barrier between him and everyone else. That demeanor didn't stem from Li Bin being aloof or anything like that. It was the invisible pressure of a living legend standing before you, a legend in his prime, who was bound to surpass himself and create new legends. But the relationship between this interstellar empire's empress and the regent was like that of equals in different departments of a company, except that the empress's department was more profitable, hence slightly more respect. But she was the empress. There was something strange about it. Ruli noticed the crew's stares, but remained unperturbed. Outsiders unfamiliar with the imperial system held two misconceptions about the interstellar empire. Some believed it was a playground for the imperial gods, with the emperor and consuls merely their agents. Others believed the emperor secretly manipulated the empire through the gods, and the consuls were the emperor's lackeys. But the truth was that imperial power, divine authority, and the Senate headed by the consuls collectively constituted the empire's power center. It was a system too complex to be described in a few words. Each of these three branches could influence every aspect of the empire. Please, the empress said, thoughtfully, guiding the crew to open the hatch and bowing respectfully. Inside was the Shiha's central reservoir. Above it, hundreds of hydroponic farms floated, lush and verdant under artificial yellow light. The central reservoir, constrained by a force field, churned with fine waves as the spaceship slowly ascended, supplying water for both its ascent and descent, while also absorbing the impact of the waves. Li Bin, the newly minted founder of a giant corporation and son-in-law of a powerful tycoon, was peeling fruit with a knife, while the noblewoman, who had inexplicably appeared, was sitting cross-legged, hands clasped together, apologizing to her sulking daughter projected on the screen. Judging from her words, she seemed to be comforting her daughter, who couldn't attend her mother's wedding due to the distance. They arrived, Li Bin said casually, brandishing his fruit-splattered knife. Because your public identity is that of a Grand Duke, to avoid suspicion, no banquet has been arranged. Please understand. That's good. Empress Ruli nodded, and dozens of chairs rose precisely from the still floor, accommodating the number of the delegation. This is CO Chu's magnetofluid furniture, a rare luxury home furnishing that rivals the best after the Great Collapse. Great stuff. Ruli's eyes lit up. Her first thought wasn't how to enjoy it, but whether this thing could be installed on a ship to simulate spaceship armor and turrets according to needs. Chapter 827. Ruli was a soldier, Li Bin and Isa could tell from her demeanor and tone. Her movements were elegant yet swift. Her posture resembled that of a seasoned knight in ancient armor, back straight, stomach tucked in, legs slightly apart. This was clearly the posture of someone like Old One-Eye, who frequently wore power armor. Isa herself always kept her legs together, her posture like that of a javelin thrower. Ruli, on the other hand, resembled a female warrior. Her tone was high-pitched, as if she were constantly addressing her people, yet her words were smooth and polite. Li Bin's terminal glasses were connected to the Azure Dragon and Celia. He quickly obtained the analysis probability through enhanced shipboard AI. Combining this with his experience, Li Bin concluded that these words were not Ruli's own. They were likely drafted by the governor sitting in the back. So, after the other party finished their long-winded speech, which culminated in just 2 sentences, "It's a pleasure to meet you, and the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union should have more opportunities for cooperation," Li Bin broke open the apple in his hand, giving half to Isha and the other half to the Empress. Reciting so much must be tiring, right? Have some fruit. I'm just a rough, uneducated man, but I see you have military experience, so let's get straight to the point. Seeing Ruli hesitate for a few seconds before taking the apple, the governor helplessly pressed his face. Oh no, he'd given up the initiative in the conversation. The Empress was a strong-willed person, especially as the Empire's first female emperor. To dispel domestic doubts, she had cultivated a habit of being tough over the years. Li Bin's approachable conversation greatly pleased Ruli. The two frankly exchanged their views on the current state of the star system, and he honestly admitted the shortcomings and deficiencies of the Universal Union without any concealment, which pleased Ruli greatly. During their 2-hour exchange, Li Bin shared numerous business and economic case studies with Ruli, including many ancient examples that, while seemingly classical by today's standards, still demonstrated viable business principles, broadening Ruli's horizons. Ruli, in turn, shared practical and feasible policy guidelines with Li Bin from the perspectives of agriculture, army training, and governance, drawing on an interstellar-era perspective. Both host and guest enjoyed themselves immensely, while the regent watched anxiously, unable to interject. Within the Empire, he could confront the Empress in court and voice his dissent. Outside the Empire, upholding the Emperor's authority was tantamount to upholding his own. Especially given the Empire's loss of the Nanoforge, and the presence of the Imperial God Vulcan. To be honest, I initially had reservations about the alliance proposal put forward by the governor. Ruli, quite satisfied with Li Bin, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Interstellar Empire is facing some difficulties now, the Universal Union's foundation is too weak, and its rise has been too rapid. I was worried about encountering an arrogant leader. Today's meeting made me realize that your success is by no means accidental or lucky. Amidst the governor's several feigned coughs, Ruli confessed, I came here this time actually to seek deep military and political cooperation. Li Bin blinked, intrigued. But he feigned ignorance. Cooperation is something we can start at any time. Triangular Trade has already reached cooperation agreements with several giant corporations. Once the agreements are signed, it can be renamed Multi-Corner Trade. We are also conducting a free trade zone trial within the original Universal Union Brighton Alliance Demon Aeronautics. Please forgive my bluntness, Ruli interrupted Li Bin, raising her hand. The Demon Aeronautics faction is only slightly more sinister than the Hell Legion. Are you sure you're not afraid of being betrayed if you cooperate deeply with them? Ruli pressed her hand to her chest. I believe that when choosing allies, it's best to choose those with good reputations, complementary skills, and no direct territorial conflicts. The real action was about to begin. Li Bin licked his teeth and chuckled. How could that be? Our cooperation is purely commercial. Ruli stood up, looking intently into Li Bin's eyes. That's good. The Interstellar Empire hopes to achieve closer cooperation with the Universal Union, and doesn't want to see allies betrayed by their own friends. The governor closed his eyes, waved behind him, and all the imperial bureaucrats began pulling out their terminals and documents. The Empress had already charged in. He could only grit his teeth and follow. While many team battles require careful management and maneuvering, some crucial team battles need a hero. Hopefully, the Empress's unconventional, unpredictable style will be effective. Oh! What do you mean? Li Bin raised an eyebrow. Ruli spoke quickly and bluntly. The Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union are forming a military, political, and economic alliance. Li Bin hesitated, but I'm the Hegemon's son-in-law, and we already reached a deep cooperation agreement with the Hegemon. That's what I don't understand. Ruli looked at Isha, who, sensing danger, quickly ate her apple and quietly looked back. Ruli looked away. The Hegemon is powerful, the Universal Union is weak. Instead of allying with the weak, you join forces with the Hegemon. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed up by the Hegemon? Actually, I originally planned to propose a marriage alliance with you after the AI War, but you couldn't wait to accept the Hegemon's cooperation. Wow. All the Universal Union crew members present suddenly perked up, pricking up their ears to listen. Zui Ming, who was standing at the edge with her subordinates, responsible for security and reception, quickly stood up, rubbing her fingers nervously as she looked around the scene. Upon hearing this, Isa crossed her legs, her long, slender thighs sculpting a dangerous curve, like a leg blade. You jest, Li Bin said. Isa and I have known each other for a long time, and we even have a child. Our relationship is a combination of politics and love. Love is irrelevant. As for a political marriage, wouldn't I, as the Empress, be a better choice? Ruli retorted. Isa narrowed her eyes, about to speak, when Ruli changed the subject, but it doesn't matter anymore. You made your choice. The Interstellar Empire has neither the intention nor the ability to force others. We come seeking cooperation with sincerity. The Interstellar Empire no longer has nanoforges, you know that? Li Bin nodded. Ruli inhaled. But the Interstellar Empire still has quite a few capital ships and cruisers. It's not that we lack combat power, but rather a means of sustaining combat. Whether for protecting our citizens or maintaining order, the Empire needs nanoforges. But nanoforges are incredibly important. Besides spineless cowards like the Perseus Alliance, who would be willing to lend them. Li Bin nodded. That makes sense. Until we noticed the Universal Union, the Senate and the Empire's leaders, after evaluation, concluded that cooperation between the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union would be an excellent choice. The governor then projected data from both factions onto the central reservoir. The Universal Union possesses nanoforges and complete post-Great Collapse production facilities, but lacks automated factories, population, and sufficient ships. The Interstellar Empire has ample population and ships, but lacks nanoforges and sustained war capability. We complement each other, becoming even stronger. Originally, this alliance, through political marriage and the inheritance of power by offspring, would have been the best choice, but a pity. Seeing Ruli still talking about marriage, Isa couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and sneered. Given the Interstellar Empire's population, it's hard to say whether it will be a merger or an annexation. Isn't the Overlord the same? Ruli retorted without hesitation. Of course not. I left the Overlord position long ago. Isa said proudly. Seeing the two about to argue, the governor and Li Bin exchanged a glance and stood up in unison to stop one of them. Business is business, stop arguing. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. We can talk while we eat. Absolutely right, Mr. Li is right. We brought a batch of Byzantine wine, which pairs perfectly with the Universal Union's cuisine. Chapter 828. In the captain's lounge of the Candle Dragon, under the protection of the machine spirit Celia, Li Bin dialed the Eden Star communication, summoned his subordinates, and explained the cooperation request from the Empress herself. After listening, Alyosha first asked Zui Ming, were you bribed by the Interstellar Empire with nearly 10,000 star coins worth of Byzantine wine? Zui Ming quickly nodded yes. Ah, but I didn't accept it. Most of that wine was consumed at the dinner table, and the rest was given to the captain. That's not the point, Alyosha reassured Zui Ming, then turned to Li Bin and said, CEO, I had the accompanying civil servants investigate the bribery. Not only Captain Zui Ming, but others have also encountered it. Those who accepted bribes have been detained and, according to the law, dismissed and imprisoned. Accepting bribes in cooperation matters with the Interstellar Empire is an absolutely intolerable act of high-handedness, seriously harming the company. The investigation is still ongoing. There are definitely bribe recipients hiding. We proceed slowly. Furthermore, the Empress's personal visit. The rampant bribery among officials is enough to prove their sincerity and urgency. I don't quite understand the extent of the loss of the nanoforge's impact on the Interstellar Empire's production capacity. The data on this is severely lacking. From a purely political perspective, I think the Interstellar Empire is considering relocating its capital. Li Bin and Li Shu sat up straight, explain. It's like this. The Interstellar Empire's capital, Nova City, is located in the northwest horizon source system of the star sector. However, Nova City is surrounded by the rose-shaped charged nebula, which, while easy to defend, severely impacts commerce and trade. Plus, it's quite far from the core star sector, so around the start of the Second AI War, the Interstellar Empire shifted its economic focus eastward to Byzantium, using the sale of goods and food to tachyon technology. Yellow indicates the relocation route. Red indicates the invasion route of the Hell Legion. The removal of the nanoforge from Nova City not only significantly diminishes its industrial value, but also demonstrates that the electrified nebula can no longer provide protection against the Hell Legion. Nova City, now only politically significant, has no value as a capital. Placing the capital on the front lines against the powerful Hell Legion will only lead to its demise. Therefore, they want to relocate the capital. To do so, they must maintain Byzantium's core economic value within the empire, and they must resolve Byzantium's geopolitical issues. That's why they approached us, hoping for deep cooperation, not only to ride the wave of the triangular trade but also to stabilize the political environment. As expected of a seasoned planetary governor, his political acumen was impeccable. His arguments were reasoned and well-founded, eliciting nods of agreement from Jia, Li Weiming, Li Bin, and others. A while later, the industrial production report submitted by Alpha Core's PPSH also reached Li Bin. Li Bin looked at the list and the analysis reports from the civil service, industrial, and military departments, and read aloud. In summary, the Interstellar Empire most likely hopes to acquire the production capacity of our company's nano-forging furnace at Prism Freeport through deep cooperation, and to exchange the Brighton Alliance's surplus nano-forging furnace production capacity with our company through deep cooperation, maintaining the Interstellar Empire's military presence through the surplus production capacity of the 3 nano-forging furnaces. Saradu, who had just arrived at the Borui Star Space Station, also seized the opportunity to speak. CO, actually, what Empress Ruli said makes sense. Building our own escort ships simply can't keep up with the company's rapidly expanding business scale over the past 2 years. If the Interstellar Empire could join the trade, we could have their fleet handle some of the escort duties. This would free up our resources to quickly roll out the Whitestone series and halt the construction of the Assault class. The problem is, without a political marriage, what guarantees this alliance? Political marriages are inherently susceptible to being broken. Without even a marriage, cooperation is nothing but a pipe dream. Alyosha objected this time. Li Shu, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Does the Interstellar Empire's royal family have any men? If so, I can go. Vulcan's face turned deathly pale. Don't be silly, little sister. Before Li Bin could speak, Isha interrupted. Without the Nanoforge, the Empress's position is already unstable. Even if your brother were willing to let you marry him, wouldn't you be unnecessarily helping your rival for the throne? Isha kicked Li Bin's leg under the table and whispered, she can't marry into our family, but her child can. Let her have one quickly, whether through IVF or by finding a man, just have one so our child can marry into our family. Why make things difficult for your sister? Li Bin replied softly, she might not agree. Just ask her. If it doesn't work, we can discuss it. Okay, I arrange it immediately. A few minutes later, the Empress, having received the message, replied quickly. Still beside the central reservoir of the Shiha, still the Empress disguised as a Grand Duke, but this time, she brought betrothal gifts. I will arrange in vitro fertilization as soon as possible, with the sex customized to male. The Interstellar Empire has 5 major cruiser fleets. We will allocate one of them, supplying 20 cruiser warships to be stationed in the Universal Union territory, under Universal Union command. The terms were lengthy, but when Ruli acted, she was swift and decisive. Li Bin was taken aback. After listening to the terms, he paused for a few seconds, glanced at his wife, and said, are you sure you want to do this so quickly? Isn't it a bit too frivolous? Your conditions have been analyzed by the gods of the Empire, and are reasonable and sincere. Li Bin scrutinized the Empress. The regent, witnessing this scene, understood that Li Bin had realized the Interstellar Empire's outward strength masking its inner weakness. More accurately, he had a precise understanding of the Empire's vulnerability. Ruli continued, then took Isha's hand. You have a husband so good that he's the envy of many. I apologize if my previous proposal offended you, my dear mother-in-law. I hope we can put aside our past grievances. The 3 of us living a good life together is more important than anything else. With that, she urged Li Bin to sign the agreement. After receiving it, she didn't even bother to eat, bowed, and immediately left, leaving the 2 bewildered. Isabella tugged at her ear, winced in pain, and then let go, looking at Li Bin. So I'm going to be the mother-in-law? Li Bin's focus was elsewhere. Did you tell Li Brown about this? She has a fiancé. Isabella thought about her daughter, who had the air of a big sister, then shook her head and nodded. Li Brown is very precocious. If she knew her marriage would bring her an empire, she'd be so happy she couldn't sleep. Ruli is very beautiful. The child won't be ugly either. Li Bin later hesitated. What if her fiancé is a good-for-nothing? Wouldn't a good-for-nothing be even better? Wouldn't it be great if Li Brown could control hundreds of millions of people through her husband in the future? Ruli, disguised as a Grand Duchess, returned to the Interstellar Empire's spaceship. After taking a few steps, her legs suddenly gave way, and she leaned against the bulkhead. The regent behind the Emperor immediately leaned forward to support him, comforting him in a soothing voice. The agreement has been signed. The Empire's fleet is saved. The opposition can no longer find a reason to challenge you. Ruli, her head resting on the bulkhead, gritted her teeth. That bitch Sun Ihao talked about what would happen after the war, and the Supreme Overlord also talked about what would happen after the war. And what was the result? Sun Ihao vanished without a trace, and the newly appointed Chu Xiangrui simply used his defeat as an excuse to deny the agreements previously made. The Supreme Overlord used the excuse that the fleet was damaged and needed repairs, telling us to find other giant corporations to cooperate with, and even claimed that he had given us the opportunity, demanding our gratitude. Our fleet fought a major battle with the Hell Legion, And the damaged ships are still stuck in port and haven't been repaired yet. For the Universal Alliance escort, I said I give them 20 cruisers, but that's not enough. Is it that I don't want to give them? It's that I can't provide 20 capable cruisers outside of our homeland. We don't even have destroyers. We're stretched thin. The pirates of the northern sector are now plundering everywhere within the Empire, taking advantage of my inability to organize a large fleet for a long-term campaign. The New Star City has been repeatedly harassed by the Hell Legion in recent months, and as Empress, I can't send a large fleet to protect it. The nearby Lud Church, guarding their damned holy site, refuses to send troops. They're simply afraid of the Hell Legion. She gripped the regent's wrist, her tone urgent. Send out the news of the political marriage as soon as possible. Arrange the relocation of the capital, relocate as many people as possible from the New Star City, and accelerate the fortification of the planet with the remaining production capacity, building defensive sites using methods similar to tachyon technology. The Empire's gods say that the Universal Union is a promise, but we can't place our hopes on others. In the end, we can only rely on ourselves. Oh, and the children. Listening to the Empress's rapid-fire words, the regent felt a pang of sorrow. This Empress, how proud she had once been. After the attack on the New Star City, she forced herself to appear in public despite her serious injuries. The wounds didn't break her, nor did the enemy. But the doubts from within the Empire, and the indifference of self-preservation across the sector gave her a mental breakdown. She appeared tougher and more outspoken than ever before, merely to mask her inner vulnerability. He waved his hand, his voice deep and resonant. Things will get better, things will get better. Your brothers and sisters are greedy and short-sighted. None of them are capable of shouldering the current burdens of the Empire. But these are turbulent times, and the Empire's gods have advised against killing them. The Empire needs you. You cannot let yourself be worn down. Chapter 829. Grand Duchess Ruli, in her disguise, as per the agreement, the 800 heavy machines, 150 sets of relic components, and 200 sets of nanomaterials transferred by the Universal Union have all been transported to your country's warehouse area. If there are no problems, please sign here. Our fleet will be departing soon, and I need to go back to catch up on the project. Vulcan, wearing his industrial exoskeleton, handed Ruli a terminal. A servant immediately tried to take it, but Ruli stopped him with a raised hand. She stared blankly at Vulcan, making him uneasy. He wondered if she was angry because he hadn't knelt in greeting? No way. This was a public place. He was, after all, a minister of a large corporation and a minor shareholder. Facing a Grand Duchess of the Empire, and on official business, not bowing was the proper procedure. But Ruli just stared blankly at the nameplate on Vulcan's chest until the governor coughed, bringing her back to her senses. She smiled apologetically. Excuse me, I know someone also named Vulcan. He even mentored me when we were kids in New Star City. Ah, I see. You can tell him about the coincidence of our names when you go back. Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief. He was captured by the Hell Legion and is probably dead now. Ruli's voice carried a slight sadness, a sadness so subtle it was almost imperceptible, like a mosquito on the back of your hand in summer, quietly piercing the skin, numbing the body with its numbing saliva, only to leave a faint, belated sensation after it's removed. This pain doesn't affect daily life, but it lingers, itching in your boring days, in your disheartened days. Looking at Vulcan, so different from the imperial deities, his face weary yet vibrant, Ruli had 1,000 words in her heart, which ultimately turned into a sigh. Please thank the CEO for me. I will certainly deliver it. Vulcan bowed respectfully, his movements exceptionally sincere. This bow was not merely a formality, but also contained some of his own selfish motives. The two men with impure intentions parted ways. After taking a few steps, Vulcan turned back. Considering the Interstellar Empire's Empress's quick agreement to the captain's request for a marriage alliance for his offspring, thus preventing his beloved from being forced into marriage, and for the sake of the company's interests, the usually taciturn Vulcan added, if your country has extra ships, you might as well send more. We never placed much importance on appearances. After Vulcan left the Interstellar Empire's port, Ruli looked at the governor. The governor stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. That's feasible. We originally only wanted to send good ships and maintain the Empire's prestige. But with the bombing of Nova City, the loss of the Nanoforge, and the various pirate kings of the Perseus Alliance being driven out by the giant corporations and causing trouble under our rule, we actually lost both substance and face. Since we agreed to an alliance, we should actually be more honest. That's a good thing. Send a dozen or so more moderately damaged cruisers. Since the Universal Alliance needs ships for escort, they definitely help with repairs. Ruli hesitated, then asked, wouldn't that put the empire at risk of being annexed? The economy and industry are heavily reliant on them, and the imperial bureaucracy will be secretly corrupted. The regent pulled his robe up to his arm, and said bitterly, the Universal Alliance is already our best option. If we used other giant corporations, the outcome would probably be worse. We worked so hard to prevent annexation, merging is a more appropriate word. The bureaucrats we bribed, our agents consulted with those company executives. Miss Lee Brown is already a certainty that she will become the second-generation leader of the Universal Alliance. Even if we merge, the future leader of the power will have your and the Empire's blood flowing through his veins, so there's no legal problem. However, we still need to take some precautions. The governor rallied. The Empire can't fully absorb all the immigrants from the New Star City. Sending some to the Universal Union will allow our people to integrate beforehand. Once a true integration is established, the final merger will follow naturally. Wasn't the Overlord also a result of the 14th Legion merging with the local powerful clans? This actually happened after the Great Collapse. Ruli remained silent for a long time before softly saying, the Interstellar Empire's 3 generations of rule don't want it to end in my hands. The governor comforted her, the Hell Legion is ruthless, the Persis Alliance is weak and incompetent, the situation is turbulent, we can only go with the flow. Compared to the Persis Alliance, which wiped out our nation and race, finding a new home is already a good choice. Your Majesty, for the sake of the country and its people, endures humiliation and hardship, this is truly a blessing for the people. 100 years from now, history will leave a fair evaluation for you and me. On September 5th, Star Calendar 216, the Interstellar Empire's diplomatic fleet disappeared at the jump point. Only after confirming the Empress's safe departure did the Imperial Embassy on Borui Star publicly announce the in-depth cooperation agreement between the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union. Chu He and Chu Xiangrui only learned at this point that the Empress had actually visited in person, and the two complained extensively to Li Bin. Chu He was annoyed that, as the supreme commander of the Overlord there, he was unaware of this. Chu Xiangrui, on the other hand, was regretful for missing the opportunity to exploit the Interstellar Empire. Li Bin brushed off these complaints. The Supreme Overlord also personally contacted Li Bin to inquire about the situation. Li Bin withheld some information, only mentioning the marriage alliance, exchanging non-forged production capacity for Imperial Fleet escort, and the free trade agreement, among other things. Although the Supreme Overlord was dissatisfied, allowing the Interstellar Empire to fend for itself was a decision he and his Supreme Advisory Council had reached. The Empire's actions were entirely within the boundaries they had drawn, so he couldn't say much. It won't amount to much. Li Bin's cooperation with the Overlord came first, followed by Isabella's marriage to Li Bin. The Overlord's son-in-law has higher priority than the Empire marrying into the family. Besides, the Interstellar Empire is a significant force in resisting the Hell Legion, making it more important than the Navigation Bureau and Draco, those third-rate entities. After discussing with his advisory council, the Supreme Overlord reluctantly accepted this outcome. The next day, after looting the spoils and finalizing all the contracts, Li Bin dusted himself off and took his leave. At the Borui Star Interstellar Fortress Spaceport, a vast fleet of ships, under the control of the control tower, parted to create a wide channel through the dense formation. The massive fleet of the newly risen giant, Universal Union, slowly turned under the watchful eyes of everyone. The fleet comprised 7 main combat ships, all purely military vessels. Among them, the Xingqian, Qinglong, and Shiho were either exceptionally distinguished in combat or incredibly powerful star-class ships, making them incomparable to a mere collection of armed merchant ships. For endurance, maintenance was handled by logistics vessels led by battle carriers. For cargo, there were Prometheus-class fuel ships and Atlas-class supercargo ships. This wasn't just a main fleet, it was a comprehensive naval group. With such a fleet cruising in the open, any force attempting to attack the Universal Union headquarters would have to carefully consider its own strength and whether it could withstand a blow. The Universal Union fleet has departed port, target, Galatia Star System Academy. The tower's report brought a sigh of relief to all factions. As long as such a fleet didn't head towards their own territory, they could go wherever they wanted. Captain, 2 pieces of news. First, Mei Qian Tao relayed. First, the Academy Dean has begun purging the Academy internally in preparation for our arrival. Second, the leader of the Sindar Power, the Lion of Sindaria, has gone to hyena mining. According to the intelligence gathered by Chung Beiyang from Holy Crab and Seal Ball, it seems the current sector war has caused alloy prices to soar, and hyena mining has secured a large number of orders, earning a considerable profit from deposits alone. The Line of Sindaria is here to suppress the local forces. Chapter 830. On September 25th, Star Calendar 216, a massive fleet appeared in the Galatian system. Having received advance warning, the Overlord Patrol did not offer any resistance, allowing the uniquely designed Xingqian and Qinglong ships to pass. "Salute to you, Lord Li Bin," came the excited voice of the Overlord Patrol commander from the transponder. To the core members of these peripheral minor families, unaware of his true strength, Li Bin was practically a divine intervention. He not only built a giant enterprise from scratch, but also escaped the relentless pursuit of the Eisen family, with only Isa nearly escaping unscathed. What impressed the Overlord families most was his desire to revive their family's reputation. This was what truly resonated with the Overlord families. From the day of the wedding, all the core members of the families began to repeatedly study Li Bin's rise to power. Both men and women, as they read Li Bin's history, projected themselves into it. Some saw themselves as Li Bin, others as Isa. Everyone dreams of becoming a hero, and members of powerful families dream of becoming atonement officers and rebuilding their families after their downfall. But Li Bin's appearance points to new possibilities beyond atonement officers. Why rely on other powerful families? I will build my own. It's the ultimate fantasy. Li Bin's case has led many atonement officers down two paths. One is to join the Universal Alliance and rely on its rapid development to rebuild their families. The other is to become more friendly towards the salvage teams, exploration teams, and even adventurers they previously looked down upon, starting to look for reliable spouses for investment, hoping to replicate Li Bin's path. Li Bin was unaware of all this. Looking at the flood of enthusiastic greetings he received, he joked with his first mate, "In this massive company, I only encounter good people." Qiantao smiled and flattered him. "A person as outstanding as you only appears once every few decades. Once your talent and ability are displayed, everyone naturally flocks to you. Stop flattering me. What's the situation with the Lions of Sindaria?" Li Bin chuckled and scolded. Qiantao looked at the intelligence report. "Our company has very few agents within the Sindar Empire. This is mainly because the Sindar Empire practices a personality cult and a militaristic system, emphasizing military merit. For the sake of stability, our agents mostly follow the civil service system, making it difficult to advance. But at Hyena Mining, relying on the connections of the former Golden Kingdom pirate group and immigrant civil servants, our agents, through bribery and personal relationships, and with the company's funding, have already risen to the position of deputy station manager of the Void Mining Station." "So fast?" Li Bin asked in surprise. Since the last battle, many talented people at Hyena Mines have been forced to immigrate. No matter how many breeding factories Hyena Mines operates, a manpower shortage of several years is an objective reality. Add to that the constant oppression and infiltration by the Sindar authorities. This forced the Hyena Mines board to vigorously promote their few remaining talents, hoping to rival Hyena Mines, and our people have stood out. According to the intelligence he provided, the Lionheart of Sindaria has assembled a pure-blooded Lionheart Guard fleet centered around 8 Conqueror-class ships. The Lionheart of Sindaria, as the former commander of a legendary, dominant fleet, possesses a number of offensive-class and Legion-class ships, but his Lionheart Guard fleet doesn't have a single offensive-class or Legion-class ship. This demonstrates that while the Lionheart of Sindaria has aged and lost his mind, he isn't entirely ruthless. Through the connections of the Overlord, Li Bin learned that the so-called Lionheart Guard was actually just an elite fleet of ships, but their performance was significantly worse than the originals due to the Lions of Sindaria's astonishing wisdom in arbitrarily modifying them. They were a typical anomaly in how politics controlled the military and industry. The so-called loyalty modification was a clear debuff, hated by everyone, not only the fanatical Lionheart Guard but even pirates. It was rumored that a salvage team had retrieved several Lionheart Guard cruisers at the end of the Second AI War, immediately modifying them in their dilapidated shipyards, and selling off the ones they couldn't modify cheaply, fearing they'd be stuck with them. The Lions of Sindaria's suppression of the Hyena Mines was unlikely to yield results in the short term, but it seemed that Sindar's attempt to annex the Hyena Mines was not progressing smoothly due to the chaotic situation in the sector. Furthermore, after completing its mission, the Hoi spacecraft has returned to the Black Hole system for further repairs. It's estimated that all repairs will be completed by the end of this year. The two discussed company and star system affairs, and soon arrived at the Academy. The Galatian system was an unremarkable system in the heart of the superpower's territory, if it weren't for the Academy. The superpower of this system only had one arid planet, with a population of about 4 million. This planet, named Ansira, had a very long history, and was one of the earliest planets colonized by humans. Before the Great Collapse, it supplied the entire star system with mineral salts. Based on the saline dunes and peculiar tower-shaped crystalline silica found throughout its deserts and Gobi, archaeologists speculate that tens of millions of years ago, Ansira may have been a habitable planet covered by shallow seas. However, all surface cities are now built underground in a dry environment to avoid the nearby yellow star. Only the surface, made of readily available silicon ore, resembling a dense forest of solar panels, testifies to large-scale human colonization here. The Academy is located near a gas giant in the asteroid belt of the system. The gas giant, with its powerful gravity, attracts meteorites that fall towards the Academy's space station, absorbing the damage for the Academy. The Academy's space station, situated between the planetary rings and the gas giant, is one of the few remaining institutions of higher learning from the era of the human realm after the great collapse of the Persis sector. It preserves a wealth of historical documents and materials from the human realm. Through its deep network of relationships with past graduates, the Academy can directly influence every aspect of new students and graduates, from employment, housing, and promotion to daily life. Every outstanding graduate represents a future of immense wealth or the potential to influence the future progress and direction of top-tier scientific research in the star system. Of course, dropouts are not included. The space station was almost entirely devoid of turrets, its overall construction remarkably rounded. It boasted numerous ports, each equipped with automated control towers. The Academy's navigator, observing the fleet whose ferocity was practically written on their faces, calmly guided them to port. As a neutral organization, the Academy, barely a power, never believed anyone would dare to target them, especially not in a star system controlled by a hegemon. The Academy's pure white hull slowly and spectacularly rotated past, the ivory tower appearing and disappearing before them. Anna's request to join the port call had been approved. Near the port call, an automated projection displaying the Academy's history and its role in providing education and research to the Persis star system while remaining unaffected by political factors cheerfully popped up, then was thoughtfully silenced by First Officer Qiantao. Chapter 831. The airport berths were filled with ordinary civilian transport planes, several high-end private spaceships, and a row of cargo ships unloading supplies in the distance. A junior Academy agent greeted the arriving captain in the landing lounge, holding promotional materials and loudly announcing, "Hello, Captain. Perhaps you're an alumnus? Have you considered donating to the Academy's Scholarship Trust Fund?" Upon hearing the word alumnus, Jeffrey perked up. He glanced ingratiatingly at his wife, and seeing that Anna didn't object, he pulled out his bank card and swiped to donate. "Wow, 800 star coins. You must be a successful and outstanding graduate. Would you mind telling me your name? We use this money to support promising junior students in your major, and tell them your name." Now it was Jeffrey's turn to be embarrassed. His embarrassment was quickly diffused. A communication from an academician named Elvis reached the junior Academy agent's terminal. The agent's expression quickly changed, from a formulaic, enthusiastic, and obsequious look to one of respectfulness and sincerity. He first offered sincere apologies to the other clients, then respectfully led Li Bin to the office area deep within the Academy via a hover car. Along the way, they were greeted by soaring domes and expansive buildings. The Academy is different from other space stations. Its permanent population is less than 10,000, and even including transit residents, it's less than 30,000. Therefore, the space station is very spacious. Plus, we don't produce much, which saves a lot of space. These domes and towering walls are engraved with the Academy's history and legendary figures. Some walls even contain antiques from the era of the human realm. The Academy Space Station. Other space stations of the same standard. Academician Elvis's office resembled an old-fashioned library. Bright yellow light shone through the multi-tiered, transparent windows reflecting the beautiful view of the meteorite outside, and large, imitation wood bookshelves held thousands of antique books made of real wood. These are the collections of past Academy members. My own collection is only a small portion, Academician Elvis said, his index finger and thumb together, quite pleased with himself. Only lifetime members are qualified to add to the collection. It's a recognition of my life's contributions. Li Bin looked at the young-looking academician with his black hair. "You don't look very old." "I'm already 78, Elvis said with a smile. "I don't need to personally travel on spaceships. I spend my days in the lab researching theories, not participating in infighting. That's why I don't look very old." He stood up and locked the office door. "Please come with me. I take you to see the dean." Li Bin took a document from his pocket. "The data storage device. This is an Academy data collector I retrieved a few years ago while exploring the Lost Star sector. I originally intended to return it, but various matters delayed me. Now, I'm returning it to its rightful owner. The academician glanced at it, accepting it with a delighted expression, and then handed it to his secretary. Thank you for your help. The Academy will pay you the appropriate compensation. Li Bin smiled but remained silent. In the past, he would have readily accepted this money, but now, to be honest, the amount was too small, a transaction of tens of thousands of star coins, not worth discussing for someone of his status. Then donate it to the Scholarship Trust Fund. I also wanted to hire some outstanding graduates from the Academy during this visit. Okay, thank you for your support. I compile a list of graduates and current students. You can take whoever you like. Current students can also reserve one, and we arrange for a ship to take them after they graduate. The two exchanged greetings as they boarded the hover car. Li Bin noticed that hover cars were rare within the Academy's space station. Most people use some kind of automated mobile platform and train for transportation. Hover cars here seem to be a status symbol. Furthermore, upon entering the experimental area from the office area, most of the company's employees were stopped, except for Li Bin, Isa, Jeffrey, and Dong Lixiang, who were allowed to accompany them. The former was the company founder and his spouse, and the latter were graduates and dropouts. Only after strong protests from the executives was the one-eyed old man allowed to accompany them. Jeffrey looked at the experimental area, which he had never been to before, with a very novel expression. Dong Lixiang, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant, only his slightly twitching fingers and the barely suppressed eight-tooth grin upon seeing familiar faces betrayed his inner excitement. What does it mean to be riding high on success? What does it mean to return home in glory? This is it. The Universal Alliance has a huge reputation, especially after its triumphs against the Lai Mine, its defeat of the Suzuman, becoming the son-in-law of a hegemon, its alliance with the Interstellar Empire, its binding with the Brighton Alliance, and its coalition with Magius. It seems to have the attitude that if anyone else in the core star sector can't get help, they have to come to it. Old Dong used to try to recruit here, and aside from those who were sidelined, no one was willing to come. But today, after touring around with the CEO, his personal terminal phone was practically ringing off the hook. He glanced at the terminal with feigned impatience, decisively turned off the sound, and held the buzzing, vibrating terminal in his hand, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Passing through large, diamond-encrusted windows, one could see the winding, sprawling internal canyons of the Academy's space station. The light suddenly dimmed as the hovercar arrived at the waiting room of the dean's office. The waiting room was filled with representatives of the star system's top powers. Normally, Li Bin's identity would have been immediately overlooked here, but today, Academician Elvis was a step behind Li Bin, respectfully guiding him. Without a word, the representatives made way, bowing to Li Bin. His golden eagle emblem, symbolizing his growing influence, stood alone. Behind the door was a screen wall-like structure, obscured by intricate star system projections, blocking outside observation. As Li Bin entered, the door closed, the projections dissipated, and the office was revealed. The office's decor was simple yet elegant. The most striking feature was a massive table carved from the roots of some kind of alien giant tree, seemingly the work of a master craftsman named Lud. Their craftsmanship is exquisite, even if their beliefs are flawed. Please have a seat. Seated opposite the wooden table was a middle-aged woman with a buzz cut, a stern face, and wearing terminal glasses. She wore a suit, and her piercing eyes fixed on Li Bin, scrutinizing him. Li Bin knew the source of her confidence. This was none other than the current dean of the Academy, Bigard. Li Bin sat down as if no one else was there, placing his feet casually on the expensive wooden table. Seeing this, Bigard lowered his head slightly. I hope you don't misunderstand and think I'm wasting everyone's time with trivial matters. Having the academician receive you first is to buy time, to let the Academy's AI core create noise on the network, so that the Overlord won't notice we're discussing the Stargate. Ignoring the no-smoking sign on the wall, Li Bin took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. I prefer to speak frankly, Dean. I have no interest in the intricacies of the ivory tower. The light dust was in Li Bin's hands. Before coming, Li Bin had already confirmed the task. Restarting the Stargate project, the light dust system was crucial, or rather, every step was crucial. It was a complex and fragile plan, but the Academy had already gone through almost all the fragile steps through repeated trial and error. Only the light dust system remained, so Li Bin held the dominant position in the negotiations and transactions. Bigard and the Academy couldn't tolerate their century-long plan falling short at this final hurdle. Chapter 832. Bigard sniffed the smoke, her brow furrowing slightly. I don't ask you to like me, nor will I try to move your emotions with lofty reasons. I hope you can rationally realize that the course of action pursued by me, the Academy, is not influenced by the demands of power. In fact, this is a prerequisite for avoiding the collapse of human civilization. Li Bin remained unmoved. He understood that the demands of power Bogard referred to were the Overlord's wariness of the Stargate project. Hiding back in our fragile home on the rocky sphere won't save us, nor will throwing precious resources into the fires of power conflict. We must transcend the known, establish new theories, to shatter the creations of the old era, and develop radical technologies to ensure our survival. We must surpass the achievements of the human realm. As she spoke, her gaze was fixed upwards, as if looking at an abstract concept. Li Bin, picking at his ear with a nonchalant air, continued to provoke the other man through his actions, using his behavior to exert psychological pressure. Speak plainly. You know I'm not well educated. Tell me, why should I help you? Bogard looked Li Bin straight in the eye. Unless I seriously misjudged you, and your intention is to sell your fleet, donate the proceeds to charity, and then join some Luddite left-path friars. Or perhaps you read a lot of books, mainly watching holographic videos on illegal channels, and this has given you the idea of becoming a political executor, sweeping away the 1,000-year rule of the Lion of Scenaria. Is that it? I'm afraid not, Bogard smiled slyly. If you were content with that, you wouldn't have gone through the hardship of becoming independent. I can see you have great ambitions. Greater than the decaying, aged beasts of the Lion of Scenaria, greater than the cold-blooded scheming Sun Ihao, greater than the Luddite Church that entrusts its future to a nihilistic deity. You've proven yourself you're capable, she said. These people. She gestured to the entire academy. They're highly skilled in the fields they've been obsessed with their entire lives, but they locked themselves in their ivory towers for too long. They're weak. The objective world doesn't exist in their imaginations. Her voice rose. We must change the status quo. Bogard lowered his voice again, speaking directly to Li Bin, and that's why I need you. I need a powerful fleet to complete the final preparations for the Stargate restart. As for the reward, the key to restart the Stargate, how about it? Whether it's mass-producible or not, this technology and its product, we temporarily name it Janus device, will be yours, and you can take the relevant personnel with you. These words made Li Bin put his legs down. He looked at her, saying each word clearly. Give me everything? Then what do you want? Not only Li Bin, but also Isa, Dong Lixiang, and Jeffrey all looked astonished. Old One-Eyed, however, was breathing rapidly, eager to try. That's right, that's exactly right. Mastering the Stargate means we can freely traverse the star system, even borrowing power from other star systems. Old One-Eyed doesn't know that the Academy's Stargate restart is like resetting the game. This way, the all-Union fleet can appear anywhere in the star system at will, launching unexpected aerial attacks on the enemy. The answer, Bogard said fervently, is that the Stargate can be restarted, meaning humanity can return to its golden age. I don't want to see humanity fight to the death in this stinking, polluted star system. I want to see hope, to see a future. We once thought we had succeeded, but the truth is, alas! My predecessor, Dean Thomas Cole, led a series of flawed hyperspace manipulation experiments. To put it simply, this seemed to be a real headache for Bogard. She sighed and began. All ships based on human realm technology use special engines to fly in hyperspace, somewhat similar to, but very different from, human realm Stargate network. Cole thought there might be a way to use the starship's hyperspace engines to reopen the Stargates. Obviously, these experiments went terribly wrong, and the Galatian system was disconnected from hyperspace after its jump point was damaged beyond repair. While we heard of some madmen finding ways to traverse unstable jump points, given the possibility of resonant cascading, this was incredibly irresponsible. My apologies. That's not really relevant to what we're discussing. The important thing is that when this mess was finally cleaned up, the overlords dispatched. The technical review fleet arrived at the academy. They tore the place apart, arrested the heads of the metaphysics department and several laboratories, and of course, Dean Cole, interrogating them all. She turned to the side, then, almost immediately, they were sentenced. He was a fool, and too trusting, Bogard said dismissively. While we lost excellent people and excellent research materials, scientific breakthroughs require theoretical development and results, even negative ones. Bogard looked back at Li Bin. I need your help to retrieve Cole's secret files and find an academician named Skula Kurosai, a hyperspace physics researcher and the cornerstone of the theoretical group behind the jump point experiments. The overlords have been short-sighted, only arresting the project leader in their first sweep. What they don't understand is that the fundamental theory being tested was primarily written by an academician unsuitable for leadership. I can agree to all your conditions. I can even help you build the relevant laboratories, but I have one condition. If you don't agree, there's no point in discussing anything. Li Bin slammed his hand on the wooden table, the dull thuds like drumbeats, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The laboratories and related research must be conducted under the jurisdiction of the Universal Union. That's unrealistic, Burgard refused without hesitation. The Academy has a large number of mature laboratories, data, and top-notch talent. Here, we can complete the experiments much faster. Then there's nothing to discuss. Li Bin spat his cigarette, but onto the table, the burning embers continuing to scorch the expensive wooden table. Burgard's eyelids twitched, and Li Bin began to curse. You want me to work for you in the Galatian system, which the Overlord strictly forbids, to restart the Stargate, and then be hunted down by the Supreme Overlord? Are you an idiot? I give up being the Overlord's son-in-law to work for someone who dozens of capital ships to defeat the supreme hegemon of tachyon technology head-on? Such a big matter, and all you can think about is scientific research. Please, you're supposed to be an organizational leader. Don't you consider political and military issues? Why can my fleet repeatedly enter and leave the Galatian system? Because of your guarantee? Because of my relationship with the hegemon? Burgard, after being scolded, showed little anger on her face. Instead, she calmed down, ignoring the faintly burning cigarette butt, and looked directly at Li Bin. This is my oversight, but changing the laboratory requires transferring a large amount of equipment and research personnel, and rebuilding the laboratory will cost a lot of money. Can you afford that? Li Bin smiled. I have my methods. Just nod, and I guarantee you be satisfied. Li Bin had already gained an understanding of the Academy through intelligence provided by Chung Beiyong's agents, and had grasped some of the darker side beneath the Academy's seemingly virtuous academic atmosphere. For example, academic fraud, academic sycophancy, academic exploitation. This dirty intelligence revealed extremely high sweet value. Li Bin had plenty of ways to force these hypocritical guys to follow him. Let me make this clear. I have overall control over this matter, and you're responsible for coordinating the research. If you don't agree, our cooperation is cancelled. I can't afford the risk of facing a full-scale annihilation operation after the Stargate reopening secret is leaked, so I'm bound to be meticulous in my work. But you managed to mess things up last time, so frankly, I find it hard to believe in the political acumen of your Academy members. Having exhausted all his words, but ultimately defeated by reality, Burgard helplessly relinquished leadership. Deal. When will you start working with academician Silla Kurosai? We need it as soon as possible. Right now. Li Bin pulled out his terminal and dialed. Hello, Mr. Duan Junchun of the Interstellar Society, I'm requisitioning your kidneys on behalf of the company. At this very moment, Chung Beiyong, who had just finished his diligent work gathering intelligence at the Academy, was smoking a cigarette and embracing a beautiful woman, his eyes utterly dejected. Chapter 833. The Academy's supplies were abundant, enough to fill 3 combined space fleets. According to Dean Burgard, since the Great Collapse, successive deans of the Academy had been preparing for evacuation. After the Stargate closed, we had to consider a possibility. Is hyperspace safe? Burgard followed Li Bin, leading him through the narrow valley at the bottom of the Academy's space station. The entire valley is built on the space station's propulsion system, with a high-strength alloy of rare metals as its framework, filled with rock sourced from barren planets that have been extinct for hundreds of millions of years after life ceased, disinfected, and tested for radiation. Artificial streams flow down from the propulsion system's cooling zone, absorbing heat and rising in temperature before flowing down the valley. Such a valley could not possibly exist on a zero-gravity space station. As a higher education institution of the human realm, the Academy also possessed a massive gravity generator. This made Li Bin quite envious. The two trudged through knee-deep streams that filled the bottom of the canyon, wading through black mud and warm water. The entire valley's ecosystem is managed by students and professors from the Academy's biology department. We collect as many harmless old Earth life forms as possible for free-range breeding. From lichens and mosses to flying insects and reptiles, and even larger life forms. Burgard pointed to a large, goat-like creature with 6 horns standing on a steep cliff platform in the distance. But unfortunately, all the old Earth life in the Perseus star system has been mixed with alien genes or modified. This place is too far from the core of the human realm's political power, the development cycle is too short, and there hasn't been enough time to accumulate sufficient genetic wealth. Because of the warm water, the entire canyon was shrouded in mist, humid and warm, giving a feeling of returning to Eden. Li Bin listened as Burgard spoke of everything from the canyon's ecology to biology, celestial bodies, and hyperspace physics, each subject eliciting a multitude of renowned figures from across the star system. He knew Burgard was subtly increasing his leverage, implying that the Academy wasn't a pushover, easily manipulated, and that the Academy's vulnerability wasn't due to the Stargate being the ancestral home of past deans, but rather a sign that the Academy wasn't truly powerless. Simultaneously, it was also a hint that through cooperation, these figures could become assets for the Universal Alliance. Li Bin's reply was simple. I already sent a message to the Supreme Overlord, requesting to hire a large number of scientists from the Academy to compensate for our company's weak research foundation. The Supreme Overlord has agreed, so the Overlord patrols in the Galatian system won't search my fleet. Load the laboratory equipment and scientists onto the ships as soon as possible. Regarding the labeling and camouflage, talk to Vulcan, he's familiar with that. If any scientists don't want to leave, tell Jeffrey. Brigard worriedly said, the people at the Academy are very concerned about status. Jeffrey is just a dropout. He might not give us face. Should we send Dong Lixiang instead? Ha! Li Bin sneered, a bunch of these nice guys in their ivory towers. If we don't show them their strength, how can we expect them to sit down and have a proper talk? He said to Brigard, there's an old saying, a scholar encountering a soldier, reason is useless. If we don't shut the scholar up first, they have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Don't worry, I treasure my scientists. Giving them a slap first, and then a treat is more appreciated than giving them treats first, and then a slap. I know what I'm doing, Li Bin said, pulling out his terminal. So you know, Huanyu United didn't become a giant solely through force. Xinjiang City already has a super large experimental center. Look, this is the biological center, fully managed by Dong Lixiang. The Eden Star Behemoth project was brought about by him. You scientists are all such shut-ins. You probably don't follow the research situation in the Lost Star sector. When it comes to the war applications of biology in the star system, Tachyon technology would have to rank behind the Universal Alliance. Dong Lixiang and his wife were sitting in the spaceport storage area, engrossed in a small game based on biomaterials programming, when they received a message from Jeffrey. He then helped his wife up. After squatting for so long, they suddenly stood up, their vision blurring slightly. They hugged each other, stunned for a moment. Then, a series of hover cars sped towards them, and stopped in the storage area. Jeff, who jumped out of the car, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was startled by the two men's posture. What's going on? Why do you look like lonely old folks? Low blood pressure. Dong Lixiang rubbed his eyes, feeling his wife's small hands massaging his lower back, and hummed contentedly. Is everyone here? Yeah, right. Jeff, cigarette dangling from his lips, grinned, two plumes of smoke squeezing out from between his teeth. I pulled out the chainsaw sword the captain gave me, howling as I charged at that guy, and whoosh. He peed himself on the spot. Before that, he was just babbling on and on. Well, once a knife is held to your throat, all you can do is babble. Dong Lixiang looked at the people getting off the bus, noting that there seemed to be quite a few archaeology professors among them, his expression complicated. You're an archaeology major, right? You threatened your teacher with a knife? Jeffrey looked at him with a pained expression, on the verge of tears. How could you look at me like that? I, Jeffrey, may not be well educated, but I respect my teachers the most. The captain said, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Would I hold a knife to my dad? Well, you have quite a few dads, who knows? Dong Lixiang scoffed. Jeffrey was speechless. Dude, the Universal Alliance is so close to the Lost Star sector, you can do archaeology right outside your door. Besides, the Western Heavenly Gate system has the Adventurers Guild's hub. If I lay out the conditions, do you think I persuade them to leave, or they be begging me to take them? That's true. The stern Dong Lixiang breathed a sigh of relief. He had no objection to the captain's orders for coercion and bribery. After all, he no longer worked at the academy. But Jeffrey pressuring his mentor was a blow to him. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, it was his turn to shine. Gesturing to Jeffrey to find a cool spot, Dong Lixiang, returning home in triumph, coughed and strolled over to the group of bewildered students, professors by name, but most of whom were actually younger than him. He raised his hand. Hey, many of you may have seen my picture, but let me introduce myself anyway. I am Dong Lixiang, an outstanding graduate of the 101st class of the biology department after the academy's collapse. I served in the 14th Army Corps, and am currently the head of the Biological Research Center at the Global Joint Experimental Center. Many people immediately looked on with realization, and whispered discussions broke out, interspersed with comments like, that's him. I called him, but he didn't answer, and my teacher said he wanted to invite him to dinner. Dong Lixiang straightened his back even more. For a rigid person, there are two greatest pleasures in life. First, to be compliant in everything. Second, to be famous throughout the world. He put his hands in his pockets and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Now that we're all here, it means we're colleagues from now on. The fleet's experimental center is a place where you can all give full play to your abilities." Immediately, someone raised their hand. "Wait a minute, your fleet has an experimental center?" Chapter 834. "Of course," Dong Lixiang said matter-of-factly. "Universal Union possesses mobile biological laboratories, mobile ship laboratories, and mobile artifact/antique analysis laboratories. We started as an exploration company, and since acquiring our main battleship, we've been dedicated to refined, high-tech archaeological research. Don't you know how many abandoned ships, spaceship wrecks, and ruins of human realms there are in the Lost Star sector? To rely solely on personal experience for analysis. Forgive my bluntness. That's incredibly foolish. Relying on laboratories for rapid analysis, identification of wreckage, components, and antique technology, that's the style of a giant corporation." "Wait a minute," Dong Lixiang pretended to pause. Looking belatedly surprised, he asked, "Didn't your old ships have these?" "Of course not. The giant corporations don't equip their capital ships with these. I mean, ever since the giant corporations were established, their attention has been focused on the core star system. Exploration and salvage have been outsourced to salvage and exploration teams. They say they want to allocate military resources to maintaining balance," someone said. "It's not 100 years ago anymore." "Wow, you're really unlucky," Dong Lixiang held up a finger. "So, anyone want to see the fleet's various experimental centers?" Me! 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 The crowd roared, raising their hands, scrambling and creating a cacophony of voices. Ding Man was a grand general in the hegemon army, seemingly only one step away from becoming a field marshal, but he had already reached his limit. His family was a branch of the army, rebuilt after his father's redemptive expedition, affiliated with a first-class war family. With his family's past achievements and the loss of his father's genetic inheritance, he simply lacked the power to defeat other competitors and claim the title of field marshal. Without the marshal staff, one cannot become the commander of the planetary army, let alone assume leadership of airborne amphibious operations in a major battle. The army is inherently inferior to the navy. Losing leadership in land warfare means the family will find it difficult to seize greater benefits in war, even if he is no less capable than any marshal. Therefore, for Ding Man, the family's help far outweighs the constraints it imposes. Thus, Ding Man harbors the thought, if only the family system were to collapse, everyone could compete fairly, and I could prove myself no less capable than anyone else. So, naturally, he came into contact with the 14th Regiment, and quickly replaced its founder as the head of this secret society. During his more than 10 years as head, Ding Man poured his heart and soul into his work. He fully utilized his connections, recruiting and supporting several naval officers who had redeemed themselves to rebuild their families, transforming the originally purely army-based society into a secret organization operating on both land and sea, greatly expanding the 14th Regiment's scope of operations, and secretly acquiring numerous secrets. Therefore, the 14th Regiment members had much easier time carrying out their missions due to the naval cover, which led to Chu Tianqua's later contact with Li Bin. However, Ding Man himself had no direct contact with Li Bin. He was always cautious, diligently concealing his identity, remotely controlling the organization through key members, and striving to evade the scrutiny of the Supreme Staff. Ding Man felt that the organization's smooth operation and continued growth were inseparable from his caution. "Look, even the Supreme Staff hasn't discovered any trace of me. Doesn't that prove my secrecy is excellent?" But today, a direct contact from Li Bin shattered his illusions. Ding Man, who was in charge of training new recruits for 5 Army Corps, jumped to his feet when he received a communication signed Universal Union. Ignoring the curious stares of the command staff and other generals, this general, known for his warmth and magnanimity, quickly left the command post and went to his office. After carefully checking for any possible eavesdropping signals, he nervously answered the call. A voice, both strange and familiar, rang out. A voice he had heard while monitoring communications of his gang members, but had never truly faced. "Ding Man, your ancestors were generals of the 200th Marine Regiment of the Human Realm, a Grand Colonel in the Overlord Army, and also the head of the 14th Secret Society, right?" Holy crap, Ding Man's heart leaped. Li Bin's voice was somewhat nonchalant. Before Ding Man could say anything, a light laugh came from the other end. "Don't worry about being eavesdropped on. The fact that I know your identity proves that the 14th Regiment's own secret channel has already been infiltrated. This is my company's own communication system. It uses the Human Realm Control Relic Relay Transmitter to relay the signal. The Overlord's hackers can only detect that it's a 14th Regiment signal from Borui Star. Information spoofing is also being carried out simultaneously. I know you have many questions. I like to be direct, so I get straight to the point. Li Bin's voice suddenly sharpened. Your society has long been noticed by the Supreme Overlord. Your contact with me was also tacitly approved by the Supreme Overlord, as mentioned before. So, when you contact me in the future, remember to use the equipment provided by my company. Perhaps you ask how to collect it. I'm currently in the Galatian system. Tell me the nearest 14th Regiment location and personnel list. I have someone verify the members' identities. After confirming there are no Overlord agents, I send the equipment over. Any problems? How can you prove we've been noticed? Dangman forced a smile and retorted. Li Bin chuckled, it's simple. Just do as I say, and I send the evidence along with the equipment. You won't lose anything, will you? Of course, if you don't want to, forget it. Dangman instinctively felt a sense of unease. This attitude, ironically, seemed somewhat credible. As a giant corporation, Universal Union had no shortage of partners. In fact, it played a crucial role in the 14th Regiment's future expansion plans. Whether it was the training bases and naval bases on Eden Star and Granada, or the profits from relocating the remnants of the Eisen family, everything was vital to the 14th Regiment. But his years of military service and his indomitable spirit allowed him to maintain basic rationality even under the immense pressure of being exposed to the Supreme Staff. He seized the opportunity to counter, since I've been exposed, doesn't that prove the Supreme Staff, and even the Supreme Overlord, doesn't think there's a problem with the 14th Regiment's ideology? I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that we can operate openly from now on. Right, Li Bin yawned, sounding tired of the tedious chatter. I don't think a torpedo is dangerous either. On the contrary, I have it well maintained until it's needed, then drop it into orbit from a distance and blow it up. Being tolerated as a pawn is also a form of recognition. The choice is yours, General Dangman. I'm only contacting you because I consider you a friend, but since you're unwilling, then consider it me being nosy. Click, the communication ended crisply. Dangman gripped the terminal, looking at the clean and tidy office, the indifferent male voice still lingering in her ears. It wasn't until much later that he was pulled back to reality by the deafening roars of recruit training outside, the sounds of cannons, gunfire, and the thuds of weapons, as well as the knocking on his office door. General, the staff requests your attendance at the follow-up recruit training program review. The secretary's voice pierced his ears, sounding somewhat distorted. Dangman looked at the familiar office, feeling only a tightness in her chest, shortness of breath, and difficulty breathing. It felt as if something invisible was choking her. Chapter 835. Putting down his terminal, Li Bin watched the swarm of people and cargo crawling towards the fleet like ants, and felt an increasing longing for Kong Jicho. That guy's sacrifice was truly useful. The dreadnought, converted from an abandoned space station, was powerful, durable, and capable of carrying heavy loads. Aside from its slow speed and exorbitant maintenance costs, it had no flaws. After reaching an agreement with the Interstellar Empire, production capacity has increased significantly. The repair progress of the Palace-class ships should be much faster. Hopefully, they can be operational by the second half of the year, Li Bin grumbled as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. The company's intelligence sources were diverse, but compared to its early days, now 70% of the intelligence came from the Universal Union's own special agents. Unlike other forces that deploy dozens or even hundreds of agents on space stations, the Universal Union had just completed the deployment of agents across the entire star system, except for the Hell Legion, and most planets and space stations only had 3 to 5 agents. They were less like agents and more like human intelligence sorting machines. These individuals would disguise themselves as adventurers, members of exploration fleets, and merchants, peddling premium crabs and seal balls. They would use these two popular pets among the upper and middle classes to gather intelligence. After sorting through the information, useful intelligence would be transmitted back to Eden, then filtered by Eden's relay superwave transmitter and the rogue Tachyon Intelligence Department before being packaged and sent to the Prism Freeport Special Agent Headquarters. After the war, Li Bin, through bribing his old acquaintance Manhattan, successfully smuggled the rest of this department away and entrusted Dia's fleet to transport them to Prism Freeport. Today, the intelligence technology of the Universal Alliance, with pet spies on one hand and tachyon eavesdropping and counter-eavesdropping on the other, is truly unique. The Supreme Staff knew about the 14th Regiment's affairs thanks to these adorable creatures. A soft, cuddly seal ball, sold by agents to a smuggling fleet, changed hands several times before finally ending up in the hands of a high-ranking official's daughter. This beautiful, 9-year-old girl, already quite pretty, carried her gentle pet to show off to her father, only to overhear him on the phone. The Seal Ball's notes, recording snippets of conversation, contained relevant information. This was both a coincidence and no coincidence. Given the massive sales of alien pets by the Universal Alliance, with a sufficient number of people and enough time, it was difficult to keep any intelligence hidden indefinitely. After all, a few words from one source and another could always be gleaned from gossip, piecing together fragmented yet largely accurate truths. Absolute truth wasn't necessary, ambiguity was enough. Half a day later, Li Bin received the coordinates of several contacts within the 14th Regiment located in the Galatian system. After screening and comparison by the Alpha Corps PPSH, it wasn't necessary to pinpoint who the Overlord's agents were. They only needed to find the least likely candidate and transfer the equipment to him under the guise of funding. Since the Supreme Staff knew of their connection to the 14th Regiment, some things didn't need to be so secretive. As the fleet sailed eastward to the edge of the Overlord's territory for resupply, Dingman obtained more secure communication equipment and could finally contact Li Bin. No need for words, Dingman believed it after seeing the evidence. For his own safety and career, he had no choice but to provide Li Bin with a list of 14th Regiment personnel. Since he already been exposed, further secrecy was pointless. Thus, Li Bin easily obtained the names and information of everyone in the 14th Regiment. Then, demonstrating his sincerity, he used 2 Beta Corps to assist in analysis and calculation, gathering intelligence to identify agents and loyalists, and began a rapid screening process. The good news is that most of the members of the 14th Regiment dispatched to Eden Star are loyalists. After all, you personally oversaw their selection, including Chu Tianque. Li Bin examined the intelligence report. The bad news is that in other places, especially on 7 Cave Star, almost 80% of the members have been turned. Also, several top-tier agents were involved in the mission. Chu Tianque was in charge of transporting the Eisen family's valuable assets. Li Bin sent the information to Dingman. You decide their fate, I won't interfere. Where are the 14th Regiment's transport ships now? Dingman 8. Staring in shock at the documents in his hand, his legs went weak, but he forced himself to sit up straight. The hyperspace glide path is west in the first half of the year and east in the second half. It's already the second half, and this fleet will use the hyperspace glide path to quickly reach your territory. The ships have all undergone reinforced bulkhead modifications, and the captains are all veterans. They should arrive at Eden Star in the next few days. Good. I will allocate the remaining investment to Chu Tianque. Also, I hope you can re-establish an organization within the 14th Regiment, recruiting loyalists and separating them from the Overlord agents, Li Bin advised before hanging up. You mean, to establish an inner ring? Dingman hesitated. The choice is yours. The Universal Union has many partners. We don't necessarily have to cooperate with the 14th Regiment. That's all, my phone's out of gas. After disconnecting, Li Bin slumped onto the sofa, too exhausted to speak. From Borui Star until now, he hasn't had a single day without work. Busy with war, busy with negotiations, busy with aftermath, busy remotely controlling various matters. As the leader of a giant enterprise, he handles tasks that AI core teams cannot decide or resist. Whether it was the 2 Alpha cores secretly gifted by the second speed oscillator, a gift symbolizing strength and cooperation, actually received from the Brighton Alliance and then given to Li Bin, the eccentric demands of the academic giants at the Academy, or the special significance of the Stargate reopening project, all of these gave Li Bin a headache. But the biggest variable was undoubtedly the Interstellar Empire's marriage alliance. Li Bin had considered how to usurp control of the Star Sector. The power of the Universal Union alone was insufficient. No force in the Star Sector could achieve unification single-handedly, and if it were to be managed for generations, Li Bin didn't think he had a high chance of winning in the future. Whether it was the prophetic dream from St. Lud or the deductions by his company's senior management, it was clear that the opportunity was singular. That was when the Hell Legion and the nanoparticle swarm were quelled, and the giants of the core Star Sector were exhausted, allowing him to lead the Unicorn and a host of allies to launch a surprise attack. Therefore, Li Bin had been constantly considering allies and expansion. Among the tentative allies were the Brighton Alliance, Magius, and the Church of Lud. Regarding expansion, Li Bin hesitated and considered it for a long time. He dared not tell anyone about these plans, as they were too fantastical, like a pipe dream. He could only share them with his wife. Li Bin's original plan for annexation involved joining forces with the Overlord to divide up demonic aerospace. The Overlord would strengthen its defensive weaknesses, while Li Bin would seize demonic aerospace's headquarters, establishing absolute dominance in the eastern part of the Lost Sector and setting up a separate central government. This process would require at least half a century to accumulate strength. However, Empress Ruli's marriage proposal showed Li Bin a more positive possibility, a possibility even better than his original dreams. It wasn't that the Interstellar Empire wasn't a good choice, but rather that it was too good. The Interstellar Empire boasted hundreds of millions of people, a well-developed industrial base, fertile land, and subjects obediently governed by its gods, conditions several times better than those of the Aeronautical Empire. Originally, Li Bin wouldn't have dared to even consider attacking the Empire, but the Supreme Overlord's eagerness to dismantle family factions internally and crush the Hell Legion externally, displaying an impatient desire to achieve everything in one fell swoop, led this son of the Seven Stars to make a reneging decision. He chose the Empress, and then went back on his word. The production capacity originally intended to be transferred to the Interstellar Empire was to restore the fleets of the Overlord and the Second Velocity Swarm, allowing the Overlord to quickly assemble its fleet within 6 months and launch a crackdown on the Hell Legion. But the Interstellar Empire suffered a terrible fate. After the Perseus Alliance was dismantled, the few pirate kings who relied on acting as the Perseus Alliance's chamber pot lost their means of survival and were forced to wander aimlessly. Adding to this were the many small-scale remnants of the Perseus Alliance's navy, now homeless, struggling to survive. Forced to become pirates, they flocked to the nearest, weak Interstellar Empire. It could be said that the biggest victim of the Perseus Alliance's demise was Sun Ihao, followed by Empress Ruli, whose body was smashed by a chamber pot, and whose rotting corpse suffocated her. By a twist of fate, beset by internal and external troubles, Ruli chose herself. If she could form a proper, comprehensive alliance with the Interstellar Empire, or even merge with it, and after pacifying the Hell Legion and the nanoparticle swarm, launch a war of unification, relying on a combination of diplomatic, political, and military means to force all forces to submit and form a united government, or a true Perseus alliance. Relying on physical strength, production capacity, military advantages, and a monopoly on Stargate technology, and by opening the Stargate to release the Omega Core, Li Bin was confident that within 30 years, he could eliminate the differences between the various parties and achieve true unification. He preferred to focus his energy on internal integration and launching a recolonization of lost star sectors across the entire star system. No one wanted to destroy the core sector. Those remaining automated factories, and the AI cores and nanoforges in the hands of various factions, were fragile treasures. Therefore, it's not so much that Ruli is worried I annex her empire, but rather that I'm afraid Ruli will ally with us and then betray us again. Li Bin gripped his wife's hand, his palms sweaty, and murmured to himself, the Interstellar Empire plus the Universal Alliance, 2 nanoforges combined. I heard the Interstellar Empire's own Dreadnought project was shelved because of the nanoforges. If we could unite, that would be 3 Dreadnoughts, plus the Church of Lud, Magius, the Brighton Alliance. This dream is too beautiful, so beautiful that just thinking about how I once held onto it, and might lose it makes my heart ache. Ayase looked at her husband's haggard appearance, hugged him tenderly, pressed Li Bin's head to her chest, and softly uttered cruel words. In that case, the Stargate project must succeed. We release the Omega Core first, find a way to send it to the Interstellar Empire, and brainwash those damned Imperial gods. That way, the Interstellar Empire will be ours for sure. Chapter 836. Emil Eisen was dreaming again. In her dream, she was running carefree through the magnificent complex of buildings on her family's territory, a fortress that was also her residence. As a member of a war family, she didn't wear anything as frivolous as dresses. Instead, she wore custom-made combat uniforms. She traversed the sunlit corridors, their pillars, made of alloy and clad in marble, etched with varying shades of light and shadow, running to the gardens planted with medicinal herbs, and then strolling into the woods. These trees, hundreds of years old, were said to be a type of ancient earth plant called the banyan tree, planted by ancient colonists of the former human territory before the Great Collapse. It had been genetically engineered to grow without limit. A single tree could become a forest. Emil couldn't distinguish between aerial roots and true roots. Each one was thick and robust, its bark rough and covered in moss, with unknown flying insects buzzing around. The summer sun and intense heat were blocked by the banyan tree, leaving a cool, damp shade. Emily sat down against the aerial roots, her ankles tickled by the wild grass. In the distance, her mother's voice, distorted by the wind, called out, "Emily." Seeing her mother's figure leaning against the railing, Emily smiled sweetly. "Emily!" A voice rang in her ears, waking Emily from her sleep. She opened her eyes blankly. The courtyard was gone. The sunlight was gone, and her mother was nowhere to be seen. Before her stood only metal bunkers, a dense network of pipes winding endlessly like aerial roots, and a group of family private soldiers with melancholy and complex expressions. Memories slowly surfaced from the depths of her still awakening mind. Emily remembered that the family fortress where she had grown up had long been reduced to ruins by artillery fire. The small grove that had grown from a single banyan tree had long since been engulfed in flames. She saw everything clearly from inside the shuttle. Emile wanted to cry, but the war matriarch's teachings forbade her to shed tears in front of family members and outsiders. Her eyes reddened. She clutched her thighs to hold back her tears and looked up at the source of the sound. It was Chu Tianque, a senior member of the 14th Regiment whose chest and lungs had been mechanized, looking at her with concerned eyes, even taking out a flashlight and his personal medical equipment to conduct a simple examination. Emile obediently accepted Chu Tianque's examination, looking at the slit leading to his chest beneath his open collar. What she saw through the slit wasn't a girl's full breasts, but 2 carbon fiber panels. There was no allure, only boundless killing intent. Emile remembered that during the shuttle's flight, they encountered a group of carrier-based aircraft from another family, demanding that the shuttle stop. At that moment, the shuttle was busy breaking through the atmosphere, racing against time and not wasting time with the carrier-based aircraft. It was Chu Tianque who opened the cabin door, leaned out halfway, tore open his shirt, revealing a chest panel, and fired 2 bright yellow miniature nanoacid corroding missiles, releasing 2 expanding and swirling clouds of nanoacid mist. One aircraft was shot down instantly, and the others were stunned. The shuttle then flew into space, transforming into a destroyer in the asteroid belt. She was captivated by Chu Tianque's radicalism and madness, and had also fantasized about transforming herself into a fully cybernetically enhanced warrior to wreak havoc. However, the few remaining family soldiers and clan members sternly advised her against it, stating that the war mistress absolutely could not accept such surgery, which was highly likely to affect gene expression. Thanks to the Brown family's genes, you could undergo neural link surgery after you reach adulthood, but forget about other surgeries. You should learn from Isabella Brown, find a reliable husband, and rebuild the family together. Don't try to fight alone. You are the only template human in the family. You absolutely cannot fail. Emily was sick of hearing these words. Isabella Brown, the Brown family, these 2 names had recently appeared frequently on the lips of the family's private soldiers and the 14th Regiment. She had only just realized that she also carried Brown family blood. Her mother wasn't her biological mother either. But so what? She also had half her blood from the Eisen family, and she had always received the Eisen family's education, taking pride in the Eisen family. She was the future head of the Eisen family. She was superior to template humans with both the Brown and Eisen surnames. She was the optimal product of their combination, the victor in her own competition. After completing the inspection and retrieving the equipment, Chu Tianque told the private soldiers, "We are about to enter the hyperspace glide stream. Traversing the glide stream is risky. The violent turbulence can easily cause injuries. You and Emily should enter the hibernation pods, as should the 14th Regiment. Except for essential crew members, everyone should return to the crew quarters. Don't leave anything unsecured on the desktop or in the cabins." Mentioning the glide stream, the family members tensed up. Among them was Dick Eisen, the highest-ranking member, who was Will Eisen's first mate. Having escaped from the battlefield to deliver the message, he had been preordained dead and given a new mission, to protect the future war mother. He looked at Chu Tianque nervously. The hyperspace glide stream is incredibly dangerous, and you know how precious the war mother's status is. She is not only related to the Eisen family, but is also the only human template currently in the 14th Regiment, and carries the blood of 2 families. You actually let her take such a risk. Chu Tianque frowned slightly, giving him a dismissive look. What else? We only have 3 destroyers, all loaded with people and cargo. Our food and fuel reserves are insufficient. This was an emergency hull, not something prepared in advance. Without using the hyperspace glide path, how do you think we can reach our destination? News of Emile's disappearance has already spread throughout the various overlord families. Are you willing to risk being captured by other families, or the Universal Alliance just to dock for supplies? Chu Tianque rolled his eyes, thinking, how could we possibly let you dock? In hyperspace, besides the navigator and captain, no one can know where we are. Docking would immediately expose us. Chu Tianque's words, though blunt, were accurate, pertinent, and feasible. Despite his displeasure, Dick had no choice but to comply. He knelt down, intending to comfort his mistress, but young Emily instead stroked his head, trying to appear mature. "Dick, you work so hard. Go and rest." Having witnessed Captain Will's death, and then watched his mistress and mistress sacrifice themselves to protect him and the family, Dick was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He vowed never to abandon Emily this time. He would stay with her until the very end. Chirp, crack, the hibernation pod opened, and Emily, who had slept through the hyperspace glide, opened her eyes. Her dry, itchy throat began to cough upon waking. She sat up, supporting herself against the pod wall, and saw Chu Tianqi tear open a diluted hibernation flare, handing her a water bag. Emily gulped down the water, swallowing slowly, until she had finished the entire bag before looking up, searching for Dick. "Where's my adjutant? Is he still asleep?" "He's dead," Chu Tianqi said succinctly. Seeing Emily squinting, worried that the precious child might have other ideas, he thoughtfully added, "Your private soldiers are all dead too." "We did it." Chapter 837. Emile looked over, and saw that Dick's hibernation pod next to hers was empty. There were no signs of a struggle, suggesting that the person had likely been dragged out and killed before the effects of the anesthetic wore off. So the 14th Regiment chose to betray the Eisen family? Emily felt her voice tremble slightly, but she still tried to remain calm. That's true, after all, the Eisen family isn't what it used to be. But Isabella Brown was able to rise on her own, and there are many more scattered remnants of the Eisen family. Hopefully, the 14th Regiment has made up its mind. She had thought this woman was pretty cool. If the family were to be rebuilt, she would definitely offer her a large sum of money to join. Emily reflected in her mind, trying to figure out where things had gone wrong, causing the previously confident 14th Regiment to suddenly betray them. Chu Tianqi looked Emily up and down. She simply couldn't treat this 7-year-old girl as an adult. Even with her extraordinary bloodline, even though interstellar humans reach adulthood at 8, the difference in social experience was something that training programs couldn't bridge. Don't portray the 14th Regiment as fickle villains. We always upheld the principles of allies. We said we safely transfer you to the organization's secret base, and we did. Chu Tianqi personally escorted Emily out. Along the way, Emily could see the hibernation pods containing her family's private soldiers and corps members. Vital signs monitoring showed that they had all died from an overdose of anesthetic smoke. It was a meticulously planned murder. Crossing the hyperspace glide was a fact, but also a decoy. Pulling open the locked porthole of the spaceship, Emily realized that the ship hadn't escaped the hyperspace glide at all. It had clearly entered the physical universe. Small spaceships, mostly made of meteorites, crisscrossed the galaxy, a veritable tangle of junk. A few proper spaceships occasionally appeared, mostly in small groups, flying along paths marked by navigation beacons placed every few 100,000 kilometers. In the distance lay a gas giant. A small gas extraction station hovered in its outer orbit. A gas extraction device, longer than the station itself, fell, piercing the gas giant. Its tip was tossed about by the planetary storm, but enveloped by the force field, it was merely a spectacle, causing no real damage. Like hair in a strong wind, a chaotic dance of motion, yet perfectly stable. Backward, barbaric, yet brimming with vitality. Seeing Emily's bewildered expression, Chu Tianqi muttered through his e-cigarette, "This is the Eden Galaxy." Looking at Chu Tianqi, who could only inhale nicotine through e-cigarettes due to a lung removal and relying on a special filter, Emily was horrified. Isn't this betrayal? How could it be? At most, it's fraud. Chu Tianqi chuckled. The 14th Regiment's secret base is located within the Universal Union's territory. Our cooperation with the Universal Union predates our cooperation with your family. When you came knocking, the President was worried about how to keep up with the Universal Union's rapid pace. Chu Tianqi put shackles and handcuffs on Emily, released his grip on her, and pinched Emily's slightly chubby face. Now that she was a young woman, don't worry, you're also a member of the Brown family. You be fine. I am the war mistress of the Eisen family, Emily corrected. Chu Tianqi waved his hand. You don't need to explain to me, it's all nonsense. Your own mother was tortured to death, and you can still say such bullshit, which shows how deeply you've been brainwashed. Once you go to the Universal Union, you naturally behave. What's that word again? She glanced at her subordinate, who was taken aback. What word? The word Bosley used. Oh, it seems to be, recognize one's ancestors? The subordinate said. Yes, recognize one's ancestors. Chu Tianqi flicked Emily's forehead with his finger. You're really stubborn. You have the blood of the Brown family flowing through your veins, that's a fact. The Universal Union is far more powerful than the Eisen family. Countless people want to recognize them, but don't have the connections. If Bosley were to announce he recognized a godson, the line would stretch from the Eden Galaxy all the way to the Hell Legion. Let whoever wants to recognize, I'm not recognizing. I play the weakling for now, and when I grow up, I rebel against that damn Brown family, Emily muttered to herself. Chu Tianque was in a good mood, humming a progressive tune that had become popular in the Universal Union in recent years, and beckoned the captain to remove his disguise. 2 camouflage turrets rose on the armed merchant ship. Crew members, clad in spacesuits and magnetic boots, moved slowly across the hull, welding torches in hand, to replace the ship's external identification codes. Simultaneously, the ship updated its transponder information. Thus, a Phaeton-class fuel destroyer was transformed into a Pretender-class armed merchant ship produced by the Universal Union. Soon, a patrol led by an assault-class cruiser approached to verify identities. Thor Brown boarded the ship. The patrol leader responsible for systemic security was Vahab, who was overwhelmed with other tasks, so the transfer fell to Thor Brown. Thor Brown had been lurking near the systemic jump point for some time, and upon spotting his target, he was overjoyed. He stepped onto the Pretender-class ship and immediately spotted Emily in the crowd. He quickly approached, crouched down, and after assessing her appearance and demeanor to ensure she was in good health, instructed 2 female members of the patrol to take Emily to a private compartment. Amel needed a thorough examination to confirm that her genetic information was intact and hadn't been stolen by the 14th Regiment. When Amel emerged, her wrist stained with red marks and fuming, Thor immediately pulled out a plastic-covered contract and handed it to Chu Tianque. This is a contract personally signed by Governor Li Shu. Take a look, and sign it if there are no problems. I need to take a copy back for filing. Chu Tianque looked at Thor with envy. You also underwent enhancement surgery? Thor puffed out his chest. The Brown pirate crew was originally a branch of the Brown family. It's only right that I return to the main lineage. What good luck. Even a mere pirate could undergo enhancement surgery. Chu Tianque was truly envious. Thor's ability to recognize Amel at a glance not only proved that Thor had also undergone the Brown family's bloodline enhancement, but also proved that Amel had indeed inherited the Brown family's Primarch bloodline, making her a genuine Primarch. The affinity that template humans have for their bloodline descendants naturally makes Thor feel close to her. She knew, of course, that Thor was able to undergo surgery not because of his bloodline, but because of his defection during the Hyena mining offensive and his subsequent work within the Global Union. In fact, according to internal analysis within the group, the only high-ranking members promoted by Li Bin based solely on bloodline were Li Shu and Li Chongzhen, and even then, their promotions were rapid in the early stages. Later, after extensive practical experience, both had grown to the point of being capable of handling things independently, and only then did Li Bin allow them to take on more responsibility. Generally speaking, the Global Union promoted the capable and demoted the incompetent. Having been here for so many years, Chu Tianque had begun to consider joining Li Bin's group. Therefore, she and all the members of the 14th Regiment stationed there were very close to the Global Union. Chu Tianque didn't believe Li Bin's recruitment of the 14th Regiment was without ulterior motives. She patiently waited for an opportunity. Therefore, Chu Tianque didn't even look at the contract before signing it and handing over her seal. Thor wasn't surprised. After accepting the contract, he said in a businesslike tone, a 12,000 square kilometer field training area has been designated. It's on a deserted island near the Tropic of Cancer. Aside from the giant sea monsters that come to lay their eggs on the beach every 3 years, there are no other large creatures. The island has been thoroughly eradicated, and artificial freshwater purification devices have been installed to simulate streams. You can conduct live fire exercises there. Granada has also allocated land for your training. Chu Tianque nodded, gave a gentle push, and Amel was led away by Thor, staggering. Chapter 838. Emil's initial impression of the Universal Union came from the Eisen family, a very negative one. They saw them as enemies. But when Thor led her onto the space station, Emily, who had been under their control the whole time, finally got a direct feel for the Universal Union's overall image. Busy merchants, a dazzling array of trademarks, and rows of law enforcement and security officers in fitted uniforms, all looking sharp. A few people wearing Golden Eagle badges tucked into their robes stood out immediately as they walked through the crowd. Amel couldn't help but ask, "Why do you all look like you're so amazing just because you wear those badges?" Thor pressed his thumb to his badge. "We are awesome, aren't we? In the Eastern Law Sector, the Universal Union is the strongest. While the demonic aerospace forces have superior military strength, when it comes to trade, economic health, systems, and the business environment, we're number one. What's more, we have the Brighton Alliance as a partner, and recently, We gained comprehensive cooperation with the Interstellar Empire. The Universal Union is the undisputed leader in the East, okay? Thor boasted, pointing to the adventurers outside the nearby tavern. Ever since the core sector went into chaos, most of the adventurers and salvage teams from the East have gathered here. We get a lot of relics every day, but good stuff is rare. Thor led Amel on a tour of the space station, stating that everything he saw was Universal Union property, and the Universal Union had 3 such space stations. The 4th one is still under construction, in Iron Forge within the Eden Galaxy. He then led Amel to the Interstellar Station, pointing to the construction site of the towering dreadnought resembling an upright baguette. That's Conda, now called the Hell Machine, the 2nd dreadnought of the Free Forces Magius. Our company also has a Palace-class dreadnought undergoing maintenance, and will soon be ready for combat. A dreadnought. Emil was truly astonished. The Eisen family only possessed capital ships, and within the Overlord's territory, only the Supreme Overlord currently possessed a warrior-class dreadnought. In Emil's young mind, the Universal Alliance, on par with the Eisen family, was elevated to a level that subtly rivaled the Overlord, thanks to the influence of the dreadnought. The orbital elevator descended rapidly, and the city covered by a massive dome became increasingly clear before her eyes. Looking down from the sky, Emil could see several smaller domed cities surrounding Xinjiang City, and between these domes were crisscrossing railways, roads, calcareous forests, and colossal beasts roaming within them. And of course, there were knights chasing after these beasts, a feeling of both advanced technology and barbarism. The cat cart carried Emily through the city. Emily looked around, finding it hard to believe the city was less than 10 years old. Constructed from a multitude of building materials she didn't recognize, Xinjiang City possessed a unique, rounded style unlike any other planet's architecture. The city is prettier at night. During the day, it's just holographic advertisements. We're here. The car drove into the governor's mansion, and Thor said as he got out. The hovercar's roof dropped, instantly transforming it into a convertible. The warm, humid air filled Emily's lungs, invigorating her. Then she saw a sleek, silver-haired girl in a ponytail, riding a jet ski, cutting through the shimmering surface of a lake with a deft entrance. Ignoring the astonishment and dissuasion of those around her, the girl crossed the vast lake and rushed ashore, the huge splashes of water from her jet ski making her look like Aquaman. Their eyes met, and the genetic affinity instantly made them realize they were blood relatives, very close blood relatives. The girl immediately jumped off her skateboard and rushed to Emily. Miss Lee Brown. Thor immediately knelt according to family etiquette. Lee Brown waved her hand impatiently, her gesture exactly like her father's. Don't bother with this. Who is this? Lee Brown. A clear voice was filled with anger. Li Shu, carrying a terminal, pushed open the window like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, brandishing her fist. How many times have I told you? A girl must be elegant. Elegant. You must always be mindful of your status. Yes, Aunt. Lee Brown obediently curtsied, then blinked her amber eyes at Emily. These were bright and confident eyes, filled with the love and support of countless people. Her confidence, built on taming her 2 wild brothers, and through numerous field battles and space raids against pirates, made her seem like a female general. Amel took a step back without changing her expression, the magnetic shackles binding her movements and causing her to stumble. Lee Brown frowned, wanting to hug her, but didn't move. Seeing Thor embrace Amel, she stuck out her tongue. Sorry, my identity is somewhat special. You're in shackles like a prisoner. I can't risk it. Thor quickly explained. This is a descendant of the Brown family from the Eisen family. She's, Thor thought for a moment before reluctantly saying, she's your mother's sister. My aunt? So young? Lee Brown immediately showed a look of disgust. Ah! She's the offspring the Eisen family imprisoned and seduced, isn't she? The victor is king. The Eisen family did nothing wrong. Our actions are in accordance with the traditions of the overlords. Amel was deeply stung by that look, leaping up and charging forward with both fists, ready to use her learned prisoners wrestling to beat Lee Brown. Then Lee Brown kicked her to the ground. In the dizzying moment, Lee Brown's surprised voice rang out. You can't fight? Sorry, your movements seemed pretty proper. I should have held back. Lee Brown. Li Shu's voice rang out through gritted teeth, followed by her 2 younger brothers' cheers. Sis, you're in trouble. Auntie's angry. Emily stretched her wrists, sitting on the soft sofa, surrounded by heavily armed Marines. Across the desk stood a woman with delicate features and an imposing presence. Before her family was on the verge of destruction, she had received intensive training on related knowledge, and knew this was Li Shu, the governor of Eden Star. Lee Brown pouted. She looks about my height, How was I supposed to know she was younger than me? The Eisen family are really bastards. Even their war matriarchs are forced to mature prematurely. This drug is too ruthless. Say less. Li Shu pressed her forehead. Your parents will be back in a few days, or I tell on you and make you stir up foam in mortar metal. Li Brown then fell silent. Li Shu glanced at Emily, who had also undergone gene surgery, but only had her gene lock removed, so she had no emotional connection to any pre-march. She quickly looked away at Thor. What did the 14th Regiment plunder from the Eisen family this time? Thor immediately stood up and reported, 1,500 cans of fuel, 500 crates of supplies and food, 30 sets of relic components, 400 crates of rare metals. These bulk goods are stored in anonymous warehouses rented by the Eisen family at various ports. They can be picked up and taken away immediately. According to the contract, everything except the relic components belongs to the 14th Regiment. In addition, 550,000 star dollars, 500 sets of power armor, and 200 crates of heavy weapons, some of which were obtained by mortgaging resources to the Eisen family. This portion belongs to our company. Besides, the Eisen family ordered a Moore-class aircraft carrier from Prism Freeport, which also belongs to our company. The intelligence department has already sent people to pick up the ship. Li Shu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, considering it was a hasty operation. We couldn't squeeze the Eisen family dry. Also, when you leave, inform the Adventurer King to come to Eden Star in person. His adventurers have done well this year, and the contribution of the 2 artifacts from the human realm should be discussed with the CO. The company will fairly recommend him for credit. While they were distributing family wealth, as if no one else was around, Emily was listening with tears streaming down her face. Wiping away her tears, she felt something poking her. Turning her head, she saw it was Li Brown offering her a handkerchief. Li Brown looked at her in confusion. Why are you crying? You're a member of the Li Brown family now. These assets are returning to the family, and you're returning to the family too. You also heard that the Eisen family, who imprisoned Grandma, is wiped out. You should be happy, shouldn't you? Chapter 839. On November 1st, Star Calendar 216, the massive fleet of the Universal Alliance finally returned to the Eden system. This news spread rapidly, and the small-time pirates in the Lost Star sector, who made a living by plundering scattered merchant ships along the triangular trade network, immediately vanished. The return of the Universal Alliance fleet signified the restoration of the Lost Star sector's military power to its peak. The massive fleet, spread out, was sufficient to cover the entire company's territory and sphere of influence. They hadn't disappeared, rather, they had temporarily switched to smuggling, reselling contraband and goods subject to high tariffs, transforming themselves into the free merchants they once mocked. Of course, these were just small-time pirates. Some relatively powerful medium to large-sized pirate groups, relying on 1 or 2 cruisers converted from civilian hulls or dilapidated military cruisers, continued to plunder and pillage in the Lost Star sector. However, given the recent rise in martial prowess within the Universal Alliance, they refrained from rashly confronting the various superpowers of the triangular trade, instead targeting those who conducted their own trade along the shipping routes. Among the targets of these medium to large-sized pirate forces were numerous small-time pirates disguised as privateers. As soon as Li Bin stepped onto the space station floor, civil officials swarmed in. New land development plans, Ironforge expansion plans, fleet expansion plans, the investiture and promotion of new knight families, negotiations with representatives of various large corporations, warlords, and churches, negotiations for cooperation among large enterprises, and a meeting request from the Adventurer King, and the long-delayed annual financial analysis meeting. A multitude of tasks were at stake. While Li Bin was away, Li Shu and Alyosha managed things on his behalf. With Li Bin's return, the decision-makers had changed. This heaviness was precisely proof of Li Bin's deep control over the company, demonstrating his ability to bestow power upon anyone at any time, and to reclaim it just as easily. Li Bin glanced at the various documents, noting them down using his cheat code. While showcasing himself on the space station and cultivating a friendly CO image with the common people, he quickly categorized the tasks in his mind. By the time he sat in the space station management office outside the control room, all the civil servants were already lined up. Alyosha had a small box of compressed nutrient solution on his lap, ready to be inserted into his abdomen at any time for a prolonged battle. As the head of the administrative department and leader of the civil servants, he bore the heavy responsibility of annotating and explaining every document. The first to enter was Tang Zhuofan. He wasn't actually in the Eden system, appearing only as a projection. The remnants of the Fong clan have completed their relocation to the mining station in the Tanfa system. My fleet has docked at the Tanfa space station, and I have already met with Governor Jia of Tanfa. Tang Juefan, clad in scale armor, stood ramrod straight. The fleet, centered on its cruisers, and combined with the Dragon Horse-class destroyers and Hades-class frigates stationed in Tanfa, is forming an encirclement fleet to clear the bugs from the shipping lanes. Li Bin asked with concern, "Are you settling in well at the mining station?" "I'm sorry, but Tanfa is undergoing soil nanomaterial modification, and the surface desert could change at any time. The Fong clan's genetic information is unstable, so the nanobots cannot be exempted. Therefore, you will need to live at the mining station for a while longer. All expenses during this period will be covered by the company free of charge, provided at 1/3 of the standard for Universal Union employees. Those who have already been hired will be provided at the full standard. Once the remnants have completed their pre-job training at the mining station, they will be transferred to the Void Operations Living Standard. I am deeply grateful." Tang Juefan's words were concise. He was never a talkative person, and his act of reopening old wounds in the core star sector had made him even more taciturn lately. Fiery with rage, he found it unbearable that the Hell Legion was still alive and growing in power. But upon returning and seeing tens of thousands of non-combatants settled in the spacious mining station, well-fed and cared for by the company, without even being required to start work immediately, and enjoying daily entertainment such as the company's radio station, cybernetic access, and holographic novels, Tang Juefan's explosive emotions finally subsided. On his wrist hung a bracelet made of an aluminum, copper, and iron alloy, a gift from a child who had fled the Fong clan during his inspection of the mining station's living quarters. "Thank you, Lord Dragon Prince, for helping us find a new home." These were the words of the spiky-haired child with insect-like legs. Though her appearance was ugly, her innocent, moist eyes were filled with a deep appreciation for life and an expectation for the future. The Fong clan. The Fong clan. The Fong clan. Tang Juefan followed the child to see what she called her home, a honeycomb structure in an abandoned or storage silo containing a 1-meter-high, 8-meter-deep hexagonal alloy pipe. Parting the curtain made of knotted plastic rope, they found 4 bunk beds made of steel pipes, with flashlights tied to the ceiling as chandeliers. The newly issued bedding reeked of cheap chemical perfume. No clothes were provided, only 5-meter-long pieces of synthetic fabric for each person to have tailored to their measurements. On the hexagonal wall, several ugly smiling faces were painted. It was a family portrait of the 4 children living there. Their parents and elders were dead, either unable to board the ship, died in resistance, or succumbed to disease during the long journey through the star system. Tang Juefan almost burst into tears on the spot. He forced back his tears and asked, "Did the company only issue bedding and fabric? What about the lamps? The kitchen utensils and food?" The child sheepishly pulled a magnetic lamp from under the covers, saying he was reluctant to part with it. He added that the kitchen was currently communal. The higher-ups said they were expanding the mining station and building separate rooms for each family, including toilets, kitchens, and living rooms, but it would take time. Food was stored in a food bank and taken out daily. They said the company told their clansmen who were sheriffs to do this to prevent people from robbing food before the new laws are implemented, the child said. "We only eat half a portion each day, and we already saved up enough for 30 days. As he said this, the child squinted and proudly pulled out a food card, handing it to Tang Juefan. "When you're fighting bad guys, Lord Dragon Prince, you can take this food with you, so you won't go hungry." Tang Juefan practically ran away from the mining station, his mind filled with the white magnetic lamp he hadn't wanted to turn on, the dim flashlight, and the bright smile on his face under the flashlight. His anger vanished completely, leaving only endless self-reproach. Because through that orange flashlight, Tang Juefan realized that Cardinal Gu Zhongyu had shown him the right path. Only by coming to the Universal Union, the furthest place from revenge, could he emerge from his self-destructive rage and clearly realize that he was no longer just a soldier, but first and foremost the leader of the Fong clan. If he continued to stay in the western part of the star system, he would only become increasingly enraged by the repeated expansions of the Hell Legion, ultimately leading his remaining people to self-destruction. But now, the vast physical distance forced him to calm down and prioritize finding a way out for his people. He was grateful for Gu Zhongyu's foresight, and for Boss Li's commitment to keeping his word. Therefore now, when facing Li Bin, he no longer asked when they could fight back. Li Bin looked at the silent Tang Juefan and sent him a document. "This is the expansion plan for the Scorpio mining station where the Fong clan is located. It's divided into 3 phases. The 3rd phase involves firepower construction. The previous phases were all civilian expansions. In addition, Outside of the eastern hemisphere where Governor Jia is located, the company has already selected a mountain range on a plateau in the western hemisphere to build a surface-dwelling city for the remnants. Please understand that due to the Fong clan's special circumstances, we cannot allow you to freely operate on the surface. However, concurrently with the construction of the dome-shaped city will be the company's second biological research center, unlike Eden Star, which focuses on giant. In the Beast direction, the focus here will be on gene stabilization and tailoring techniques, handled by top students and professors hired by our company. Tang Zhuofan's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Thank you, CO, I have no questions. If there are no problems, please reassure the survivors, let the crew rest properly, and help everyone integrate into the company as soon as possible. Li Bin said, turning off the communication and looking at Alyosha. Next is the carrier-based aircraft pilot business? Alyosha looked at the key points and nodded. Yes, Zui Meng will be in charge. Zhu Jin is currently receiving carrier commander training from Susan Technology. Good, call him in. Chapter 840. This was Zui Meng's first time participating in a one-on-one meeting as a representative of an army group. He represented the company's carrier team, including the Qinglong, Libra class, and the Shepherd class supply ships, frigates. Zui Meng, wearing the latest uniform, walked with difficulty with each step. Li Bin flipped through a thick to-do list made of plastic paper. As a traditional 3K veteran, he preferred tangible paper to terminals. Although handling administrative matters directly with implants would be faster, Li Bin had Alyosha and the Alpha Core PPSH, so he didn't need to worry too much about efficiency. Amidst the rustling of plastic sheets turning and Zui Meng's tent sweating, Li Bin spoke. Currently, all Dawn Goddess-class aircraft are equipped with Flash unmanned bombers, and our Hidden Unicorn-class aircraft are also remotely controlled by Beta Cores using Raven drones. Our company doesn't have an urgent need for pilots at the moment. On the contrary, the training cost of elite pilots is very high. Li Bin lit a cigarette. Each elite pilot requires an average of 5 to 8 carrier-based aircraft, and over 5,000 hours of simulated flight training to become proficient. In the current large-scale battlefield of our company, the saturated artillery barrage of death zones is something even cruisers struggle to withstand. What's the justification for the expansion request from the aircraft carrier division? Zui Meng nervously replied, Flexibility, Captain. The unique flexibility of carrier-based aircraft. An elite pilot must be a master capable of simultaneously operating fighters, bombers, and interceptors. We don't need to consider bombers in our company, we only need fighters and interceptors. I reviewed our company's battles since its inception. Most were strong against weak, with relatively few instances of strong versus strong confrontations. Therefore, the importance of carrier-based aircraft formations cannot be highlighted. Our aircraft carriers, thanks to the large number of high-tech components obtained after defeating Tachyon Technology, have had their captured Dawn Goddess-class and Star-class carriers completely overhauled, resulting all D-plugs, i.e., ship damage, making them indistinguishable from brand new ones. The quality of our aircraft carriers is unparalleled in the world. We should utilize this advantage to expand pilot training, cultivating enough basic pilots to support multiple rounds of major battles, enabling them to adapt to the need for rapid switching between carrier-based aircraft in combat. Zui Meng waved his hands, mimicking the action of carrier-based aircraft deployment. Carrier groups can detach from the main fleet, attack from the flanks, form bomber formations, and act as surprise attackers to disrupt enemy lines. Pilots can also be switched at any time with carrier-based aircraft in the hangar, becoming interceptors to eliminate the enemy. Manpower-intensive missiles and torpedoes. As long as one interceptor can shoot down a Reaper torpedo, even if it means trading it for one, the exchange ratio is much higher than a carrier or cruiser taking a Reaper torpedo, whether the torpedo lands on the shields or the hull. Not to mention, the carrier-based aircraft formation can form a dynamic air defense position, assisting Commander Lan Yuan Xingqian in its key breakthrough, and also protecting the Xingqian's main propulsion system during the breakthrough. All the costs we incur in the early stages can be recovered in actual combat. As for manpower, Zui Meng glanced at Li Bin, licking her lips, and said, Excuse my bluntness, Captain, but I checked the recent immigration figures for the Universal Union. The numbers are huge, exceeding 300,000 in the last few months. They are looking for work in various colonies, and are eager to become official employees of the Universal Union. But where there are good people, there are also bad ones. There are plenty who commit crimes. Some people think they can get paid without working under the United Nations rule, but they end up in jail doing hard labor. Here's what I'm thinking. Instead of doing hard labor, let's send these people on a plane and teach them a lesson in the brutality of war. You know, the army is the best at training people. Back then, many of the people recruited from the factory area were unemployed and hooligans, but now they're all heroes. I think this has potential. Li Bin laughed when he heard this. Good heavens, a disciplinary camp, huh? But what Zue Ming said did make sense. Li Bin thought for a moment, then signed his name. Here's the assignment. Investigate the criminal records and backgrounds of the inmates at Samsung Prison, then grant you the operating license for the AI core. You investigate, gather evidence, compile a report, and provide a feasible solution. Submit it to Alyosha when you're done. Li Bin pointed at Alyosha and said, if the Minister of Administration approves, I allow you to do it. If not, then I consider your words meaningless. Yes, sir. I guarantee I complete the mission. Zue Ming was overjoyed, happily accepting the assignment and rushing off. Alyosha watched Zue Ming's departing figure and congratulated Li Bin. Congratulations, CO. Among military officers, it's rare to find someone who thinks proactively. Zue Ming, nurture him well, his future achievements will surpass Mikhail's. Yes, the company is developing too fast. The limitations of the older generation are gradually becoming apparent. Few can handle cross-disciplinary tasks. Li Bin sighed, puffing on a cigarette. What's the next thing? Alyosha glanced at the document. The Palace-class ship has completed repairs and is returning from Ironforge. Currently, our company needs to recruit 16,000 crew members and reserve crew, and promote 1,400 key personnel to fill positions on this dreadnought. The newly renovated Palace class, compared to the previous ones, utilizes more exemplary class hull components and optimizes the ship's structure based on the optimizations of designers Wang Shiji and Gao Yuanjian. The 5 redundant palaces have been removed. Although the gun positions remain unchanged, 2 more hangars have been added, expanding the ship's fuel storage and cargo space. Alyosha chuckled as he read, and there's more to it. Designer Wang Shiji discovered a hypersonic amplifier on the Palace class, modified from a tachyon spear. It can use a hypersonic array to broadcast music or something else across a galaxy's public frequency in hyperspace and the physical universe. Because the signal is so strong, it directly cuts off the public frequency signals of other ships. The tachyon spear was originally a weapon created by solar system tachyon technology in the pursuit of a larger and stronger signal transmitter. Its energy transmission intensity was too high. With slight adjustments and optimizations, it became a high-energy weapon. The Starlight Society's reverse modification of it is a return to tradition. Using a high-energy weapon as a broadcasting station is somewhat darkly humorous. Bishop Pucci is very interested in this system and hopes to install it on Eden for unified broadcasting to the entire galaxy to control public opinion. He also hopes our company can reverse engineer the system and sell it to the Lud Church. Bishop Pucci confidently stated that the Lud Left Path would also be willing to buy it. He can act as our negotiator, securing at least 1 capital ship-sized freighter for our company, and granting us a purchase license for another capital ship-sized freighter. Li Bin thought for a moment. Then, our company will have 8 Atlas-class super freighters, 2 flying with the fleet, and 6 forming their own commercial fleets. Okay, this deal is very profitable. Transfer it to Wang Shiji, and let him prioritize it. Next. Li Bin tore off a piece of plastic and threw it into the shredder after completing each task. There were over 200 similar tasks remaining.